Chapter 1. The Invincible Captain. Under the luminous moonlight, the winds howled fiercely. While the majority lay in slumber, a brave group was engaged in a life-and-death struggle against a horde of perilous creatures. Senior Gua, we can hardly hold on. The number of these aberrant beasts is overwhelming, exclaimed a youthful man, his voice tinged with urgency. We must endure. Behind us are countless ordinary lives. If we falter, this city will be reduced to ruins. Hold on a little longer. I have already dispatched a distress signal to the Cloud City branch. Reinforcements will arrive soon, reassured the elder Gua, known fully as Guocheng, a man in his 30s who had dedicated over a decade to the organization, serving as a mentor to these young souls. In a world once known for its tranquility, a rift had inexplicably appeared on a distant island in the depths of the ocean. From this fissure seeped an unknown force, transforming ordinary creatures into formidable monsters, now referred to as aberrant beasts. With the emergence of these creatures, a fraction of humanity awakened latent abilities, although such individuals were exceedingly rare. Despite their scarcity, these awakened beings could enhance their powers through relentless training. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Network, an organization formed by the awakened under national intervention in Huagua, possessed capabilities beyond comprehension. To prevent public panic, the government had meticulously suppressed information regarding the aberrant beasts and the awakened, leaving the populace blissfully unaware of the underlying brutality masked by the facade of peace and prosperity. As the number of injured Heavenly Network members swelled and the ferocity of the wolf-like aberrant beasts escalated, despair etched itself upon their faces. Do not give up. Reinforcements are on their way. Just hold on a little longer. Guocheng bellowed at the young fighters. Though he felt frustration towards their apparent weakness, he was equally burdened by guilt. He had failed to uphold the defense they were tasked with and protect his junior colleagues, alongside a deep yearning for his wife and daughter back home. In his moment of distraction, a cunning aberrant beast lunged at him. By the time he regained his composure, 3 deep gashes marred his chest. Senior Gua, are you all right? Several young men rushed to support him. Guocheng pressed his hand against his chest, blood seeping through his garments. Before he could catch his breath, several other aberrant beasts pounced upon him. Their strength had all but waned. Wife, daughter, forgive me, I fear I shall never see you again. Guocheng despaired and closed his eyes. Just as hopelessness enveloped him, a sword hurtled through the air, slicing through dozens of aberrant beasts with astonishing speed. Gua and his companions gazed in disbelief at the extraordinary spectacle before them. Once the last of the aberrant beasts lay vanquished, the sword soared toward the distance, gently descending into the grasp of a young man. The young man emerged slowly from the woods, his strikingly handsome visage accentuated by a casual white outfit, complemented by a demeanor of serene composure. Guocheng and his companions stood frozen in astonishment. Was it he who saved us just now? I never anticipated he would be so youthful and undeniably handsome. One of the young men expressed gratefully. The others, equally astonished, felt a pang of inadequacy upon witnessing his remarkable appearance. Guocheng, equally taken aback, gazed at him for a prolonged moment before regaining his composure. Thank you for rescuing us. May I inquire if you are the reinforcements sent by headquarters? He approached to ask, are your injuries severe? Perhaps it would be wise to rest until the medical team arrives. Wang Yu assessed their wounds before speaking. That's wonderful. We were on the brink of sacrifice, prepared for the worst. One of the young men exclaimed with excitement. I truly cannot thank you enough. Had you not arrived in time, we would likely have become fodder for those beasts. Guocheng surveyed his comrades, feeling a profound sense of gratitude, especially as he thought of his wife and daughter. By the way, I am Guocheng, their commander. I haven't yet had the pleasure of learning your name or your position within the organization, especially given your remarkable prowess at such a tender age. To be honest, had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have found it hard to believe that a young man could so effortlessly vanquish dozens of elite magical beasts. Wild beasts are categorized from low to high levels: low grade, mid grade, high grade, elite, commander, general, king, emperor. Wang Yu smiled and replied, I am Wang Yu, the captain of the Yun City Skynet branch. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. You are the esteemed captain of our Yun City Skynet branch, Guocheng remarked in surprise. In Huagua, due to its vast territory, the Skynet headquarters has established branches in various border regions, each appointing a captain to oversee that area. Those who can assume the role of branch captain are formidable figures within Skynet. However, Yun City is an exception. 3 years ago, the previous captain was recalled to headquarters, and a young man was dispatched to take his place. This captain is shrouded in mystery, having never revealed himself in public. Consequently, members from other Skynet branches in Yun City often engaged in private discussions about this matter. As the whispers spread, the tales of this young captain grew increasingly exaggerated until he was ultimately dubbed the Invincible Captain. It is no wonder you possess such formidable strength. You are indeed our Yun City branch's captain. I finally have the privilege of meeting you in person. One young man exclaimed with excitement. Captain Wang, I am your admirer. Ever since I heard tales of your exploits, I have held you in great esteem. Today, I am truly elated to meet you. Captain Wang, could I perhaps obtain your autograph? I am a devoted fan, and should others learn of this, they would be envious beyond measure. Ha! A chubby fellow with a sincere demeanor chimed, I ended, not bring disgrace upon our team. Today, we faced a crisis that nearly breached our defenses, and our lives were almost lost. Shouldn't we reflect on this? If it weren't for Captain Wang Yu's timely arrival, we would have been in dire straits, Guo Chang admonished, looking at the few individuals before him who were laughing frivolously, feeling a sense of disappointment. While Guo Chang scolded them, he too was engaged in self-reflection. Upon hearing the elder's words of reprimand, the group became more subdued. There is no need for excessive self-blame. Everyone has their limits, and what we must strive for is to continuously surpass these boundaries, aiming to perform better next time. Wang Yu consoled, observing their remorseful expressions. Indeed, Captain, we will endeavor to train harder and strive for improvement in the future, the group responded, regaining their confidence after Wang Yu's encouragement. Witnessing their renewed spirit, Guo Chang felt a profound admiration for this indomitable captain. The cultivation levels of awakened ones range from low to high: initial stage, intermediate stage, advanced stage, spiritual stage, mysterious stage, earth stage, heaven stage, royal stage, and emperor stage, each corresponding to the levels of extraordinary beasts. Chapter 2. Longing. Guo Chang lay amidst a pool of blood, the excruciating pain rendering his consciousness hazy. His comrades beside him were barely clinging to life, their battle gear soaked in crimson. He understood that, given their current injuries, any reckless movement would only hasten their demise. Hold on, the medical team will be here shortly. Guo Chang gasped, his voice so faint it was nearly inaudible. In the agonizing wait, his thoughts drifted far away. The gentle smile of his wife, the tender calls of his daughter, these images grew increasingly vivid in his mind. This brush with death solidified his resolve. If he could survive this ordeal, he would surely take a few weeks off, even if it meant a demotion, to be by his family's side. Having joined the Skynet organization, he had not returned home in over a decade. Occasionally, he managed to spare a day or two to catch a glimpse of them. Due to confidentiality protocols, his family remained unaware that he was battling extraordinary beasts they believed he was working out of town. During each video call, he could only dress casually and deflect with working on a confidential project out of town. His daughter must be preparing for university this year, he mused. In the last video call, she had proudly held up her newly earned certificate, her eyes sparkling, waiting for her father's praise. With this thought, Guo Chang unconsciously turned his gaze toward Wang Yu in the distance. The young captain stood tall like a sword, the moonlight casting sharp shadows on his austere profile. Captain Wang. Guo Chang hesitated before speaking. At such a young age, you hold such a significant position. Does your family not worry? After all, the position of the Yun City branch captain is a crucial one. Without the headquarters' permission, one cannot leave their post, usually needing to wait for the next captain's appointment. Wang Yu's fingers paused slightly on the hilt of his sword, his voice devoid of emotion as he replied, I am an orphan. Behind this brief response lay a past that was unimaginable to most. Wang Yu had been in an orphanage since his earliest memories, until he was adopted at the tender age of 4 by a man whose true intentions were sinister. Unbeknownst to him, this man was an organ trafficker, and his aim in adopting Wang Yu was to harvest his organs. That fateful year, the man who promised him a home revealed a surgical knife in a dilapidated shack near the border. As domestic crackdowns intensified, the man took Wang Yu to a remote area near the border, where he intended to extract Wang Yu's organs. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of a rodent-like beast, Wang Yu would have already become a mere commodity on the black market. At the moment when the beast's claws were about to tear him apart, a burst of sword light erupted from within him, saving his life and attracting the attention of members from the Sky Network. At the age of 12, he broke through to the celestial realm, and by 15, he single-handedly slayed a royal-level beast. This boy, hailed as the Sword God, forged the most formidable defense for Yun City. He was undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation of the Sky Network, rivaling even some seasoned veterans. After years of relentless battles against otherworldly beasts, Wang Yu's strength had escalated to an extraordinarily terrifying level, the specifics of which he alone knew. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the capital city, where numerous prestigious families thrived, a magnificent villa housed a strikingly beautiful and mature woman clad in a black uniform. She held a photograph of an infant, her heart brimming with nostalgia, tears unexpectedly streaming down her cheeks. This elegant woman was Yuncheng, the matriarch of the Wang family in the capital and the president of the Huasheng Group. Her trembling fingers caressed the yellowed photograph, while tears stained the luxurious silk sheets beneath her. 19 years had passed, yet she vividly remembered that rainy night and the warmth of the infant in her arms. "Mom, it's time for your medication," a young girl softly reminded her. The girl, dressed in a light blue dress, was Wang Yin, the adopted daughter of the Wang family, who had been by Yang Jingyi's side since childhood. Under Yang Jingyi's guidance, Wang Yin had developed a business acumen that rivaled her own. "Just put it there," she said, wiping her tears and turning back to her computer to continue working. Since her husband's untimely death and the disappearance of her young son, this resolute woman had steadfastly upheld the crumbling business empire. Everyone called her the Iron Lady, yet no one had witnessed her weeping in the depths of night while cradling her lost infant. "Mom, don't worry. We've searched every city in the country, and only Yun City remains. I believe we will receive news soon." Meanwhile, at the border of Yun City, medical personnel had already loaded Guocheng and the others onto an ambulance for treatment. Afterward, Wang Yu ventured deeper into the forest alone until he reached a clearing. "Are you not coming out to meet your demise?" Wang Yu called out to the thicket ahead. No sooner had his words left his lips than a shadowy figure emerged. Before him stood a wolf-like beast, its face green and fanged, covered in sharp spikes, its strength having reached the pinnacle of the warrior level, one step away from evolving into a commanding level. Once a beast attained the soldier level, it possessed a degree of intelligence. They no longer resemble the primitive, intermediate, and advanced beasts that mindlessly attack. Instead, they engage in thought and collaboration. Moreover, the more advanced the beast, the greater its intellect. Some elegantier beasts can even transform into human forms. As Wang Yu observed the approaching beast, a subtle smile graced his lips. "You are the one who has just commanded that group of soldier-tier wolf beasts, aren't you? A beast on the verge of evolving into the elegant tier. It's quite a journey for you to come here. If you remain here any longer, who knows how many members of the Skynet will perish at your hands." Unlike human awakeners, beasts do not require cultivation to grow stronger. They strengthen themselves by devouring the powerful, be it humans or their kind. However, as their power levels rise, consuming weaker beasts or humans offers negligible enhancement. From the moment this elegant tier beast sensed Wang Yu's presence, it felt an overwhelming danger and chose to conceal itself. Unbeknownst to it, Wang Yu had been locking onto its essence since its arrival. To prevent any harm to Guocheng and his companions, Wang Yu had refrained from taking action. "All right, let's finish this quickly. I'm eager to return for dinner. I've been out all day and my stomach is nearly empty," he remarked, patting his abdomen. Realizing there was no escape, the beast prepared for a desperate assault, lunging at Wang Yu while exhaling a plume of black smoke. Oh, how intriguing the smoke can obscure one's essence. Wang Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes flickering with disdain. Unfortunately, this trick may work on ordinary awakeners. Before he could finish his sentence, he deftly turned his wrist, the sword's edge carving a chilling arc through the air. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze hidden within the black mist. The beast did not have time to emit a cry before its massive form was cleaved in twain. The force of the strike remained unabated, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the towering mountains, which were split cleanly in half, their surfaces smooth as mirrors. The enveloping black fog dissipated as if scorched by a blazing sun. A mere parlor trick, Wang Yu sheathed his sword, his demeanor unperturbed. Years of swordsmanship had honed his essence to a razor's edge. Any illusion held no refuge against this heart sword. He brushed off the non-existent dust from his sleeve and then absently touched his stomach. Ah, the market for takeout should still be open. A fleeting anticipation appeared on his usually stern face as he envisioned tonight's braised pork. Confirming no residual beastly presence around him, Wang Yu departed leisurely into the fading light of the sunset. Behind him, only the bisected mountain stood silently, a testament to the extraordinary sword strike that had just transpired. Chapter 3. Rumors cease with the wise after the recent incident. Wang Yu returned home carrying freshly purchased pork. Unlike many of his colleagues, Wang Yu did not reside in the designated dormitory for members of the Sky Network. Instead, he rented a modest two-bedroom apartment on his own. Although the organization mandated that members must not leave their posts without permission, Wang Yu was an exception. Outside of work hours, he predominantly lived away from the organization, which is why few within the Sky Network had ever seen him. Only when a beast appeared would the commander of the Sky Network's Cloud City branch notify him of the specific location and the threat level. If the danger was deemed low, there was no need for him to intervene. He would leave it to others to handle. However, if the threat level was high, he would personally engage in resolving the situation. In this case, had it only been a soldier-level beast, other officials could have managed it, but upon detecting a peak-level beast, Wang Yu was called upon to minimize potential losses. Due to the scarcity of awakened individuals, the entire Cloud City branch comprised only around 50 to 60, with merely 8 reaching the profound tier. The majority were either spirit tier or high tier. Previously, Yuncheng was at the spirit tier, while the others were at high tier. The Sky Network operated its own training institution, known as the Tianfu, accessible only to the awakened. Ordinary individuals were entirely unaware of its existence. Once admitted, strict confidentiality agreements were enforced, forbidding any disclosure of information, even to family members. Those who inadvertently witnessed a beast or the Sky Network would undergo memory erasure, ensuring they would forget the experience. Within the Tianfu, awakened individuals receive guidance on cultivation and practical combat training, with only those attaining high-tier status qualifying to undertake missions for the Sky Network. As night fell, Wang Yu returned to his rented accommodation, which was decorated in a rather simple manner. This was not due to inadequate treatment as a Sky Network member, but rather a reflection of Wang Yu's preference for an ordinary lifestyle. He enjoyed leisurely strolls, fitness activities, and occasionally indulged in street food. After cutting the meat and preparing various seasonings, Wang Yu spent half an hour busily crafting a humble yet delicious dinner. As expected of me, even my cooking is irresistibly enticing, he exclaimed, taking a hearty bite as he settled into his mealtime routine. While dining, he perused his phone, curious about the latest happenings within the Sky Network. The Cloud City branch had established a group chat where amusing anecdotes and gossip were shared daily. Using a pseudonym, Wang Yu had joined this group and occasionally chimed in when discussions turned to topics related to himself. An individual with the ID Crocodile Man remarked, "Today, while on a mission, I encounter our Cloud City branch captain, who even saved me." Bai Yunduo replied, "Is that true? What does our captain look like? Is he handsome?" Invincible Armor added, "Yes, yes. Please tell us more about this captain's appearance." Crocodile Man, "Our captain is truly remarkable. Wielding a sword alone, he can vanquish countless elite beasts, leaving no trace behind. The term invincible seems tailor-made for him. His appearance is nothing short of extraordinary. To describe our captain as handsome would be an affront, for I can only say he is unparalleled and unrivaled. Hope of the village. Really? Is it that exaggerated? Invincible Armor. Indeed. Are you not being overly dramatic? Hundreds, even thousands of elite beasts could easily obliterate a small nation. Great Dragon. And if your captain is indeed so handsome, why does he shy away from public exposure? Crocodile Man. That is merely our captain's modesty. He fears that his striking looks would cause you to feel inferior. Hope of the village. If it were you, feeling inferior would indeed be a possibility. Given your looks, even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Laughter erupted among everyone as they reveled in the banter. Observing their spirited discussion, Wang Yu could not resist joining in. Reverse Butterfly. Everyone, do not heed rumors. We neither believe nor spread them. Invincible armor. Exactly. It's clear that this is mere boasting. Great dragon. Let's not give credence to rumors. Wisdom dictates we remain skeptical. Reverse butterfly. What I mean to convey is that our captain has obliterated hundreds, if not thousands, of elite beasts with a single strike. Even the most formidable beasts cannot withstand his blow. Consequently, both elite and formidable beasts now choose to steer clear upon encountering him. I have also heard that the reason our captain refrains from appearing publicly is to avoid disturbing the training of the female members and the sexual orientations of the male members within the organization. Really? Brother, do you hear the nonsense you were spouting? I nearly mistook you for a decent person. Spare me your fanciful tales. Watching their uproar, Wang Yu smirked slyly. If they were to discover that the very captain they spoke of was among them, it would surely shatter their composure. Content. Wang Yu set aside his phone. Exhausted from the day's toils, he decided it was time for a good night's sleep. The following morning, Wang Yu was roused from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. Hello, Wang Yu. Are you home? Groggily, Wang Yu rose from his bed and ambled towards the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a woman in her 50s. Aunt Lu, what brings you here so early? Aunt Lu, his neighbor residing next door, had shown great kindness when Wang Yu first moved in, her culinary skills having graced his palate on many occasions. Oh dear, what were you up to last night? How could you sleep until this hour? Just look at the time. As she spoke, Wang Yu checked his phone. Goodness, it's nearly noon. He was taken aback, realizing he must have been engrossed in conversation with his friends until the early hours. By the way, Aunt Lu, your visit at this hour must entail more than just waking me up, right? Wang Yu pieced together that while Aunt Lu had always looked after him, she wouldn't typically concern herself with his late sleep. Of course, something significant has happened, Aunt Lu exclaimed with enthusiasm. What is it? Wang Yu inquired. Surely, you're not attempting to introduce me to another potential girlfriend, are you? I must insist, Aunt Lu, I truly am not ready to engage in a romantic relationship. You should abandon that notion. Wang Yu recalled the blind date that Aunt Lu had previously arranged for him, which involved a relative of theirs. Initially, he felt indifferent about it, but upon arriving, he quickly began to regret his decision. It was not that the woman was unattractive. Rather, she possessed rather unsavory habits. As soon as he arrived, he witnessed her smoking while conversing on the phone, and the dialogue was exceedingly uncouth. Her arms were heavily adorned with tattoos. Consequently, Wang Yu concocted a flimsy excuse and swiftly exited the venue of the blind date. Ever since then, he has outright refused any attempts by Aunt Lu to introduce him to prospective partners, fearing he might end up in a similar predicament. Chapter 4. Blood Tests and Chicken Eggs. Rest assured. This time, it isn't about setting you up on a blind date. Aunt Lu stood at the doorway with her hands on her hips, her face betraying impatience, and a hint of mischief glimmered in the corners of her eyes. Wang Yu lounged lazily on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Upon hearing her words, he lifted his head and twitched the corner of his mouth. Aunt Lu, you said the same thing last time, only to turn around and arrange for me a high-quality match, leading me to hide for 3 days without daring to return home. Aunt Lu rolled her eyes. This time, it's genuinely different. She lowered her voice, leaning in conspiratorially. Recently, a peculiar group has arrived in the neighborhood, all clad in black suits and white lab coats, claiming to be dispatched by the government. They insist on drawing blood from youths aged 15 to 20, promising eggs in return for the samples. That lad from the Zhang family came back with a box of farm-fresh eggs after his blood draw, looking quite fresh indeed. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes. As the deputy captain of the Skynet organization, his acute instincts immediately kicked in. Earning millions each month wasn't without reason. Such an unusual occurrence surely harbored ulterior motives. Blood tests in exchange for eggs? He feigned innocence, scratching his head. Is there really such a thing in this day and age? Could it be a scam? Never mind. Aunt Lu smacked her thigh, insisting it wouldn't cost anything, just a few drops of blood. You, dear child, have been so secretive. It's about time you ventured out. Wang Yu pondered quietly. Aside from a few old-timers at headquarters, no one was privy to his true identity. Even if the other party obtained his blood sample, they wouldn't uncover anything significant. Moreover, the DNA information of Skynet members is specially encrypted, rendering ordinary tests ineffective. Very well, I shall have a look, he declared, rising and casually grabbing a jacket. The blood testing station was set up in a temporary tent at the community square, surrounded by several men in black suits. Their expressions were stern, and their vigilant gazes scanned the vicinity. Their posture was distinctive, back straight, hands hanging naturally, yet their knuckles were slightly tense, as if poised for any sudden developments. Soldiers? Or perhaps agents? A weight settled in Wang Yu's heart, yet he maintained a harmless smile on his face. Excuse me, is it true that blood tests come with eggs? One of the men in black suits, devoid of expression, pointed toward the registration desk. Fill out the form first. The form was quite simple, requesting name, age, address, and not even insisting on an identification number. Wang Yu scribbled a false name and was then guided to a woman in a white coat. With her sleeves rolled up, the woman's voice was cold. Yet her actions were remarkably adept, disinfecting, inserting the needle, drawing blood, all executed seamlessly. The moment the needle pierced his skin, Wang Yu keenly noticed a flicker of something unusual in her eyes. What exactly are you testing for? He asked, feigning casualness. Confidential, she replied curtly, swiftly sealing the blood sample and affixing a label. Wang Yu's gaze swept over the number on the label, XY047. This coding system didn't resemble that of standard medical testing. Instead, it appeared to be a code for some special project. And the eggs? He deliberately raised his voice, feigning the demeanor of a penny-pinching youth. Another man in a black suit presented him with a beautifully packaged box of free-range eggs, his gaze lingering on the man's face for an extra 2 seconds, as if to confirm something. Wang Yu accepted the eggs with a beaming smile and expressed his gratitude. Yet as he turned to leave, a subtle tension gripped his back. He sensed that at least 3 pairs of eyes were intently following his retreating figure until he rounded the corner into the hallway. Meanwhile, a black luxury vehicle was making its way toward the Yuncheng Central Hospital. Inside, a man clad in a white lab coat was quietly reporting. All blood samples from youths aged 15 to 20 had been collected, totaling 47 specimens. The team leader, appearing stern, nodded with keen eyes. Proceed with the DNA comparisons immediately, particularly cross-analyzing with the samples provided by the Wang family. Boss, do you really think the person we seek would be found in such an ordinary neighborhood? One young assistant could not help but inquire. The leader scoffed. The Wang family has scoured the entire nation in search of their lost son. Now, only Yuncheng remains. If he is not here, then. But Yuncheng is vast. We cannot possibly draw blood from every young person here. The leader squinted. Yet with the genetic samples provided by the Wang family, a simple comparison would reveal the truth. The assistant swallowed hard. If we really find him, a reward of 50 million. The leader's voice brimmed with suppressed excitement. That would sustain us for a lifetime. In the capital, at the Wang family villa, Yang Jingyi sat despondently by the floor-to-ceiling window, clutching her phone, now darkened. 18 years had passed since that fateful rainy night when she lost her youngest son. Her life seemingly paused ever since. Outside, the rain fell incessantly, reminiscent of that nightmarish evening. Mom, you should rest. Wang Yin gently draped a coat over her shoulders. Her voice choked with emotion. As her adopted daughter, she understood all too well the torment this mother endured. Without news of Xiaoyu, how can I? Yang Jingyi's tears fell upon the album, a photo she had digitally composed of Wang Yu at 19. Don't worry, Mom. I will inform you the moment I have any news. Wang Yin clenched her fists. The vengeance of the Yi family women had extracted a heavy toll on the Wang family. Over these 18 years, she had exhausted every resource in pursuit of the soft, tender brother she remembered. Raised by Yang Jingyi, to her, both Yang Jingyi and Wang Yu represented her entire world, deserving of her lifelong gratitude. Brother, wherever you are, she murmured, gazing toward the direction of Yuncheng, sister will surely bring you home. When Wang Yu was born, Wang Yin was merely 5 years old. It was then she vowed to care for her brother diligently. Yet, no one could have anticipated the misfortunes that befell the Wang family shortly after Wang Yu's birth, allowing malevolent forces to seize the opportunity to abduct the infant. Years later, following Wang Yan's investigation, Wang Yu was taken away by a woman from the Yi family, motivated by a desire for vengeance against the Wang family for their past indifference in times of peril. Subsequently, Wang Yin tirelessly sought clues until she uncovered the woman's residence. However, upon her arrival, she discovered that the woman had succumbed to her overwhelming debts and taken her own life. By the time Wang Yin located her, she was already a lifeless corpse. Wang Yin then delved into the recent activities of the Yi family woman, revealing that she had been absent from the capital for several months. This led Wang Yin to surmise that her brother had likely been dispatched to another city. In pursuit of her brother, she dispatched individuals to the cities frequented by the Yi family woman, yet no information came to light. Nevertheless, she and Yang Jingyi remained resolute, continuously sending people to various cities in search of him. This relentless quest persisted for 18 years. Now, Wang Yu had reached the age of 19. At that moment, Wang Yu was savoring a fried egg, blissfully unaware that his blood sample was being analyzed in a testing apparatus. He glanced at his phone, noting the tranquility of the internal channel. There were no tasks requiring his attention today. It seemed he could enjoy a restful evening. Stretching languidly, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the carton of eggs. The packaging bore the name of Yuncheng Farm, yet upon investigation, he discovered that this farm had ceased operations 3 years prior. Where had these eggs come from? His expression hardened, and he promptly dialed an encrypted number. Xiaozhong. I need you to look into something for me. Chapter 5. The missed opportunity. As Wang Yu stepped out of his home, he spotted Aunt Lu preparing to descend the stairs to dispose of the trash. Aunt Lu, are you going to throw out the garbage? Allow me to assist you. I happen to be heading out as well. With that, Wang Yu reached for the several bags of refuse in Aunt Lu's hands. Ah, little you, where are you off to? She inquired. Oh, seeing the joy on your face, you wouldn't be going out on a date with a girl, would you? Aunt Lu teased with a knowing smile. Not at all, Wang Yu replied, his expression somewhat exasperated. I'm merely feeling a bit fatigued lately and wish to take some time to relax. Uh-huh, so you're not going on a date. I was worried that you might be too clumsy, and I was ready to offer you some advice. You should take advantage of your youth and consider your future, especially with a face like yours. So many girls would be vying for your attention. Why not engage with them? Oh, Aunt Lu, it's precisely because I'm still young that I should focus on my career first. Matters of romance can wait. In Wang Yu's eyes, the girls surrounding him were drawn to his looks, but he believed he should not rely solely on appearances. Instead, he was determined to succeed through genuine talent. All right then, Aunt Lu, I must be going, Wang Yu said, eager to escape any further entreaties from her. Such a hasty lad. Perhaps I should introduce you to my sister's husband's niece next time. Aunt Lu mused as she watched him dash away. Phew, I'm glad I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have had to endure yet another matchmaking suggestion. After disposing of the garbage, Wang Yu made his way out of the neighborhood. Let me ponder where to enjoy myself today. Perhaps I shall first stroll around the city heart lake, and later in the evening, indulge in some local delicacies. Perfect. That's the plan. With that thought, Wang Yu approached a modest white Chevrolet. He preferred not to draw attention to himself, hence his choice of a rather inconspicuous vehicle. Before long, he arrived at City Heart Lake, aptly named for its central location in the city. After parking, he wandered to a small pavilion by the lakeside and sat there for a while. However, shortly after his arrival, a few young girls approached him, prompting Wang Yu to make a hasty retreat. Being too handsome can indeed be a burden. While he was initially there to appreciate the scenery, his attention was suddenly captured by a gathering in the distance. What is happening over there? Why is there such a crowd? Intrigued, Wang Yu moved closer to investigate, discovering that a fortune teller had set up a stall. Seated, there was a middle-aged man clad like a Taoist priest, sporting round sunglasses. Beside him was a sign declaring, "Fortune telling, 100 yuan per session, no charge if inaccurate." This man was clearly a charlatan masquerading as a spiritual guide. I suspect he's more akin to a charlatan of the lowest order. Indeed, charging 100 yuan for a reading? I refuse to be such a gullible fool. Despite the skepticism of the surrounding crowd, the fortune teller appeared unfazed by their scrutiny. The individuals surrounding him expressed skepticism towards the fortune teller. Yet Wang Yu found himself intrigued by the man. Just moments ago, Wang Yu employed his spiritual perception to scrutinize the fortune teller, discovering that he was, in fact, an awakened being. How intriguing it was to encounter an awakened individual who had slipped through the net and whose cultivation had reached the intermediate level. In Huahua, Once an individual awakens, the Tianwang network detects them, and agents swiftly arrive to escort them to the Tianfu for training. Should they refuse the training, their memories pertaining to their awakening and the Tianwang would be entirely erased, relegating them to the existence of an ordinary person. However, this self-proclaimed celestial master had not only evaded detection by the Tianwang, but had also advanced his cultivation to an intermediate stage. This individual's ability to elude the scrutiny of the Tianwang suggested the possession of some unique power, prompting Wang Yu to investigate further. After pondering briefly, Wang Yu approached the fortune teller and seated himself before him. Observing this, the onlookers rushed forward to caution him. "Young man, this fellow is clearly a fraud. Do not be deceived. Indeed, young man, you have quite the handsome appearance. Allow me to advise you. Do not easily trust such individuals. We must believe in science." Wang Yu paid little heed to their warnings, for they remained oblivious to the existence of awakened beings. "Greetings, Taoist. I wonder what you are capable of divining?" The Taoist glanced at Wang Yu, his face betraying a sense of panic. "I apologize, young man, but I have sufficiently exhausted my divinations for today and am preparing to close up. Perhaps we could reconvene tomorrow?" The moment Wang Yu appeared, the Taoist felt an unsettling aura. Subsequently, he attempted to uncover Wang Yu's true nature with his abilities. However, upon doing so, he was nearly overwhelmed with terror. The instant he opened his eyes, he perceived a sword descending upon him with the force of creation itself. The sight nearly caused him to lose control of his faculties. Realizing the formidable nature of the young man before him, he resolved to flee at once, desperate to avoid any association. "What's this? Are you harboring guilty thoughts? Why the haste to depart?" Wang Yu smirked slightly, unwilling to allow the man to escape so easily. "I apologize, dear friend. I am unwell today and cannot perform any divinations. I hope you can understand." Seeing that Wang Yu refused to let him go, the Taoist inwardly lamented his misfortune, thinking how utterly cursed he was to encounter such a calamity. "Fear not, esteemed Taoist. I harbor no ill intentions. I have merely never experienced a fortune-telling and wish to request your guidance for a glimpse into the unknown. Can you truly deny me such a modest wish?" Wang Yu feigned a look of grievance. "Goodness, your acting talent would be wasted if you didn't pursue a career in film. Just let me be. I would be grateful if you did not cleave me in two." The Taoist mused internally, utterly speechless. "Then, dear friend, what would you like to inquire about?" Wang Yu smiled, a smile that sent shivers down the Taoist's spine. "I wish to know, esteemed Taoist, what methods an awakened being might employ to cultivate strength without drawing the attention of the authorities." Wang Yu leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly. The onlookers around them wore expressions of confusion, pondering the young man's intentions, which seemed shrouded in secrecy. It appeared he was about to delve into some personal matters, reluctant to disclose them to the group. Observing the unwavering confidence on Wang Yu's face, the Taoist priest realized that evasion was futile today. "Very well, young man. I shall share my secrets with you, but you must vow not to reveal them to anyone else, particularly those from the Skynet. Otherwise, I would sooner perish than divulge any information." "Agreed," Wang Yu replied after a moment's contemplation. "I am merely an ordinary passerby, not the captain of the Skynet's Cloud City branch." Chapter 6. The Eye of Destiny. Subsequently, the Taoist priest slowly closed his eyes, only to reopen them after a few moments. However, the transformation was remarkable. His pupils, once black, had turned to a mesmerizing amber, encircled by enigmatic silver runes. This was my awakened innate ability, known as the Eye of Destiny. It grants me the power to see through illusions, perceive the essence of things, unravel enchantments, disguises, and mental disturbances, as well as cast illusions upon others. Most impressively, it enables me to forecast the fates that lie ahead. How extraordinary indeed! Wang Yu was somewhat taken aback, having surmised that the Taoist had awakened a certain extraordinary power that allowed him to evade the scrutiny of the heavenly network. Yet he did not expect the nature of this ability to be so unique. Although his Eye of Destiny was not a combat-oriented innate ability, its distinctive powers could prove immensely advantageous in battles against creatures that possessed mind-altering or psychic attacks. "How did you manage to elude the heavenly network?" Wang Yu inquired. still perplexed. After all, the Heavenly Network boasted the most densely distributed surveillance satellites for anomalous energy globally. Any awakening on the ground would be promptly detected. When an ordinary person awakens, a surge of formidable energy erupts from their body, making it evident to the Heavenly Network. Yet this Taoist was an exception. In truth, it was rather simple. On the day of my awakening, individuals arrived at the temple where I resided. They insisted that I join an organization known as the Heavenly Mansion for training and subsequently become a member of the Heavenly Network. However, having grown accustomed to the temple's tranquility, I found the multitude of rules in such places unappealing and declined their offer. To my surprise, when they realized I would not comply, they sought to erase my memory. In a moment of desperation, I employed my eye of destiny to cast an illusion upon them, leading them to believe they had successfully erased my memories. Quite cunning indeed, Wang Yu remarked. Since you never entered the Heavenly Mansion for training, how then did you cultivate your skills to the intermediate level? An ordinary person, upon awakening, without the guidance of the Heavenly Mansion, would remain merely an individual with special abilities, their cultivation level unable to progress. Initially, I was unaware of how to cultivate my abilities. However, as I delved deeper into the understanding of my Eye of Destiny, I discovered that I could use it for divination. Through continuous calculations and explorations, I eventually embarked on the path of cultivation. Yet, due to the scarcity of resources and my modest talent for cultivation, it took me 10 years to barely reach my current level. I see, Wang Yu responded. Oh, by the way, I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name, Taoist. My name is Zhang Su, with the Taoist title of Su Guang. May I ask for your name, young friend? I am Wang Yu, the head of the Heavenly Network's Cloud City branch. Ah, truly impressive, young friend, to hold such a position at such a tender age. Zhang Daoshang's emotions were exceedingly intricate. After much deliberation, he found himself conversing extensively with an individual from the Skynet, who, to his astonishment, was a branch leader. You have deceived me, and now you shall bear the consequences, he declared, his eyes shifting to a mesmerizing amber hue, while a circle of silver runes illuminated around him. Wang Yu approached, patting his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. What? How can you still move? Why is my illusion ineffective against you? What manner of creature are you? Zhang Daoshang was now drenched in cold sweat, aghast at Wang Yu's immunity to his illusion. His illusions had never failed him before. Even the Skynet members who sought him had fallen prey to his enchantments. Save your efforts. The intensity of my consciousness is not something your petty illusions can deceive. Wang Yu remarked with a smile. Then do as you wish, whether to kill or to maim. I am no match for you, but I shall never join the Skynet. Zhang Daoshang asserted firmly. Rest assured, Zhang Daoshang, I shall not harm you nor compel you to join Skynet. All I require is a small favor, Wang Yu replied. Zhang Daoshang, puzzled, inquired, what kind of small favor? Simply this. Should you encounter any perplexities or troubles in the future, may I seek your guidance for divination? Is that all? Zhang Daoshang questioned, still skeptical. Indeed, that is all. Furthermore, I can provide you with essential cultivation resources. What say you? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Daoshang recognized the merit in such an arrangement. After all, consulting for a divination was hardly a significant burden. Very well, I accept your proposal. Excellent. Henceforth, I look forward to your esteemed guidance. Such flattery is unwarranted. I kindly ask for your future support, Captain Wang. By the way, let us exchange contact information, so I may reach out when the need arises. With that, the two produced their phones and exchanged numbers and WeChat accounts. May I inquire from which Taoist temple you hail? It would facilitate the delivery of cultivation resources and allow me to visit for discussions. I reside at the Baiyun Temple on Wuwang Mountain. You are most welcome to visit, my young friend. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Daoshang bade farewell to Wang Yu and prepared to return to his temple. As Wang Yu observed his departing figure, he silently hoped not to be disappointed, anticipating many intriguing events to come. Gradually, dusk enveloped the sky as Wang Yu made his way towards the street of street food. Soon, he arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Boss, I'll have 20 skewers of beef, 20 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of lamb kidneys, and a bottle of wheat juice. Certainly, please take a seat for a moment. the proprietor replied. Wang Yu found a table outside and settled down. Shortly thereafter, a group of young people entered the establishment, 3 young women and 4 young men. Likely high school students. Boss, 50 skewers of beef, 5 grilled fish, 60 skewers of lamb, 50 skewers of pork, and a case of beer. Tonight, we shall indulge. How grand! Truly, the young master of Tianwang Group lives up to his reputation, one of the young men boasted. Today, we celebrate the conclusion of our college entrance examination. Indulge yourselves in a feast. Upon uttering these words, a gentleman known as Hao Gu cast his gaze towards a girl in a light blue dress nearby. Guo Xin, rest assured, today's treat is on me. Feeling the sinister stare from Jiang Tianhao, Guo Xin instinctively shifted to the side. Jiang Tianhao, a wealthy heir, had been pursuing Guo Xin for over a year, only to be met with rejection at every turn. Although she had initially no intention of attending today's gathering, she ultimately succumbed to her friends' persistent pleas and decided to accompany them. Young man, your dishes are ready, the proprietor announced, placing a platter of grilled meat and a glass of wheat juice on Wang Yu's table. Enjoy. If you find it insufficient, feel free to request more. With that, the owner returned to his duties. Wang Yu glanced at the spread and immediately began devouring the skewers. Hey, Xiaoro, Xiao Xn, look over there. There's a handsome guy, exclaimed Xiao Shui. Where? Qin Ro responded, scanning the surroundings. Right over there, the guy enjoying the skewers. Wow, there really is a handsome guy. I can't believe such charm exists in Yun City. It makes our school boys seem rather lackluster, Qin Ro remarked, her eyes wide with awe. Guo Xin, who had initially been indifferent, found herself glancing over as she noticed that her friends were utterly captivated. However, that fleeting glance caused even the aloof campus beauty to be momentarily taken aback. Chapter 7. Encountering you is my misfortune. Guo Xin regained her composure, returning to her original state. However, her inadvertent actions did not escape Jiang Tianhao's notice, and a wave of disdain for Wang Yu surged within him. Wang Yu sensed the gazes of several individuals but paid them no mind, having grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Enough, stop staring. Our skewers have arrived, Jiang Tianhao reminded irritably. Qin Ro and Xiao Shui reluctantly withdrew their attention. What is so fascinating? Isn't he just a bit handsome? How can he compare to our Jiang Xiao? One of the boys scoffed. Exactly. What good is good looks if he can't match our Jiang Xiao's wealth? The boys, all followers of Jiang Tianhao, eagerly sang his praises. Jiang Tianhao, displaying his disdain, replied, All right, let us not concern ourselves with him. Our skewers are all here now. Everyone, feel free to indulge. He had no desire to deal with Wang Yu, as long as he did not interfere with his own affairs. Gome, let us not just focus on eating. Let us have a few drinks together. He raised his beer in a toast. Cheers. Cheers. Guo Xin sipped a bit, then began scrolling through videos on her phone while the others continued to eat and drink. Once it seemed everyone had their fill, Jiang Tianhao discreetly retrieved a bouquet from beneath the table. Guo Xin, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? He assumed a pose he believed was deeply romantic. The others, emboldened by the alcohol, began to cheer. Say yes. Say yes. Even Guo Xin's close friends leaned towards Jiang Tianhao's side. I refuse. Jiang Tianhao, I have told you many times that we are not suited for each other. Guo Xin firmly rejected him. Although Jiang Tianhao typically presented himself as genteel, he had secretly caused distress to many young women. Suitability is not for you to decide today. Make your move. No sooner had he spoken than his companions swiftly restrained Guo Xin. What are you doing? This is illegal. Jiang Tianhao flashed a wicked smile. Illegal? Fool. Do you think I invited you to this place without reason? There are no cameras here, and everyone present, except for that fellow over there, is on my side. Suddenly, Guo Xin realized the betrayal and looked towards her close friends. Why have you betrayed me? Oh well, there's nothing we can do. Jiang Xiao offers too much. And you, Guo Xin, always parading around like an aloof school beauty, I've long found you displeasing. Qin Ro and Xiao Shui wore triumphant expressions. Ha! Guo Xin gave a self-deprecating laugh. So this is how you've always viewed me. I must have been blind to consider you my friends. Enough of this chatter. Bind her up and put her in my car. Let us have some excitement tonight. You monster, do you dare? Gua Xian regretted attending this gathering. But it was too late for remorse. There was no escaping from so many people. Just as Jiang Tianhao was indulging in laughter, Wang Yu, holding a skewer in one hand and a cup of wheat juice in the other, calmly interjected, "Hey, I'm still here. Is it really all right for you to act this way? I might just call the police." Everyone turned their attention to Wang Yu. "Hey, kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, you won't be leaving this place today," one of Jiang Tianhao's lackeys retorted arrogantly. With a look of disdain, Jiang Tianhao approached Wang Yu's table. "Kid, do you think you're brave? Encountering me today is your misfortune." With that, he attempted to overturn Wang Yu's table, but his hand was suddenly gripped tightly. "Can't you see that I'm eating? If you topple my food, be careful I don't roast you," Wang Yu warned, applying more pressure. "Ah, let go. My hand is going to break. You fools, come help me." Hearing Jiang Shao's plea for help, the few who had just restrained Gua Xian rushed over. Gua Xian managed to free herself and anxiously glanced toward Wang Yu. However, as she looked, she saw that the men had all collapsed to the ground. What has happened? Why are they all lying there? Gua Xian wasn't the only one curious. Everyone else wore expressions of confusion as well. Was it him? Gua Xian stared at Wang Yu in astonishment. "You, what did you just do? How did they all fall?" Jiang Tianhao asked in terror, looking at Wang Yu. Although he hadn't seen clearly what transpired, he was certain it was Wang Yu's doing. "Oh, nothing much. I just found them displeasing and gave each of them a good slap, like this." With that, Wang Yu delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Tianhao's face, sending him flying several meters away. As Jiang Tianhao groggily rose, the bright red mark on his face was strikingly evident. "Jiang Shao, your face." Qin Ro and Xiao Shui hurried over to help him up. Jiang Tianhao checked his reflection on his phone, filled with fury as he shoved both Qin Ro and Xiao Shui aside. "You despicable wretch. How dare you mar my face? I will not let this go. I will have you torn to shreds." Alas, self-inflicted misfortune. Wang Yu shook his head helplessly before swiftly approaching Jiang Tianhao, delivering a relentless beating that caused onlookers to turn away in discomfort. "Ah, please stop. I beg you, I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore." Under Wang Yu's relentless assault, Jiang Tianhao finally capitulated. Seeing Jiang Tianhao subdued, Wang Yu ceased his actions. "Now, who is the unfortunate one?" Wang Yu remarked expressionlessly. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Meeting you is my misfortune. My misfortune." Jiang Tianhao was truly terrified. If Wang Yu continued to strike him, his life might very well be forfeit. Suddenly, another slap landed across his face, forcing him to shield it with his hands, feeling utterly aggrieved. "Brother, why? Why are you doing this? What misfortune has befallen me? You should consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Not only have I rectified your improper conduct, but I have also spared you from engaging in criminal activities, thus saving you from incarceration. Is this not your good fortune?" Jiang Tianhao was at a loss for words, bewildered that, after being struck, he was told it was his fortune. The others sensed something amiss, but dared not voice their thoughts. Only Gua Xian gazed at Wang Yu with unabashed admiration, clearly a devoted fan. If the other students at school were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for their aloof goddess displayed such a youthful demeanor. "Please forgive me. It is my clumsy tongue. I lack the words to express myself. Encountering you, brother, is the greatest stroke of luck in my life." Jiang Tianhao quickly amended, fearful of receiving another slap from Wang Yu. "Ah, excellent. A teachable spirit," Wang Yu responded approvingly. "Now, you may leave." He gestured dismissively for them to depart. Jiang Tianhao and the others, not daring to linger, hurriedly exited. Qin Ro and Xiao Shui, seeing that Jiang and his companions had fled, also felt compelled to leave. "Damn it, Jiang Tianhao, have never endured such humiliation in my life. I will not let this go unpunished." Chapter 8. Unexpected circumstances. After Jiang Tianhao and his companions departed, Wang Yu resumed his previous position, indulging in the barbecue feast he had yet to finish. Gua Xian, noticing Wang Yu's return to his meal, approached him. "Thank you for saving me earlier. Allow me to cover this meal." "That would be most appreciated," Wang Yu replied, engrossed in his food, barely acknowledging her presence. "By the way, I'm Gua Xian. I don't believe I've caught your name yet. Wang Yu. Seeing Wang Yu eat while conversing, Guo Xian nearly chuckled, covering her mouth as she retreated to the shop to settle the bill. Upon her return, she found Wang Yu still eating and chose to remain by his side. Watching him, when Wang Yu noticed Guo Xian's unwavering gaze, he assumed she was simply too shy to ask for food. He promptly placed a plate of beef skewers in front of her. Go ahead. Don't hold back. After all, you're the one paying. Right now, I hardly have the time to eat. Although I'm grateful for your help, I must apologize. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have crossed paths with Jiang Tianhao. He is the son of the chairman of Tianhai Group, and he will undoubtedly cause you trouble in the future. Perhaps you should leave Yuncheng as soon as possible. I can help you book a flight. That is not necessary. I will handle this matter myself. You need not worry about me. Wang Yu observed the anxious Guo Xian and chuckled to himself. What ist? I am the head of the Yuncheng branch. How could I possibly leave? With that thought, Wang Yu retrieved his phone and made a call. Hello, is that old Zheng? This is Captain Wang. Captain Wang. What brings you to call me? The man on the other end, old Zheng, was the head of the government in Yuncheng. The Tianwang organization and the government maintained a cooperative relationship. Thus, they were aware of Tianwang's existence. Nothing much, just seeking a small favor. Oh, our invincible Captain Wang is in need of assistance? I wonder what sort of trouble you've encountered. I've run into a troublesome young man and gave him a light reprimand. But it seems he has quite the background. As you know, I cannot reveal my capabilities, so I do appreciate your help in resolving this. I see. I'm curious to know which fool has dared to provoke our Captain Wang. His name is Jiang Tianhao, the son of the chairman of Tianhai Group. That fellow. He certainly has it coming. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Thank you so much. I owe you one. Let us do dinner next time. I look forward to it. After hanging up, Wang Yu turned to Guo Xian and said, Rest assured, it's all taken care of. He won't be causing any more trouble. Really? Just like that? Guo Xian was filled with questions, astonished that he resolved the issue with a mere phone call. Wang Yu, you aren't the son of some powerful figure, are you? She inquired, filled with skepticism. You're overthinking it. I merely have a rather impressive friend. Is that so? Indeed. Now, I must continue my feast. Are you going to join me? If not, I shall consume it all. Why not have a bite? I did not indulge in the meal merely to linger with this individual. After all, I am the one footing the bill, and a bite or two is inconsequential. Guo Xian mused, reaching for a few skewers of beef, savoring each morsel delicately. In contrast to Wang Yu, who devoured his food with unrefined haste, Guo Xian maintained an air of elegance. Just as the two were relishing their meal, Wang Yu's phone suddenly rang. He retrieved the device and discovered it was a call from the command center, promptly seeking a secluded spot to answer. Hello, what is the matter? Not good, Captain. We have an emergency. We've detected at least 10 elite beasts in Zone 5, and the personnel assigned there are unreachable. Understood, I'll head over immediately. After concluding the call, Wang Yu returned to the restaurant. My apologies. I have an urgent matter to attend to and must leave at once. With that, he dashed out. Wait, I haven't saved your contact information yet. Guo Xian called after his departing figure, but he had already vanished, leaving her with a sense of disappointment. Wang Yu arrived at an isolated location and summoned his sword. The blade bore the inscription Falling Abyss, a manifestation of his innate spirit sword that had appeared in his mental space upon awakening his swordsmanship talent. This sword possessed its own consciousness, requiring considerable effort on Wang Yu's part to master it completely. In a bid to save time, he resolved to fly directly on his sword. With a swift whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, in a hospital in Cloud City, a sudden scream pierced the air. We found it! We found it! The man in the black suit, who had previously conducted blood tests for Wang Yu and his companions, was now holding a paternity test report, his face alight with excitement. Sir, since we've located it, we should promptly inform the Wang family, his subordinate urged. Realizing his oversight, the man quickly sent the test report along with Wang Yu's personal information. At the Wang residence in the capital, Wang Yin, having kept vigil all day, was nearly on the verge of sleep. The arrival of a message jolted her awake. We found him. Unable to contain her emotions, tears streamed down her face. She rushed to Yang Jingyi's room. Mom, we found my brother. We found him. Wang Yin exclaimed, eager to share the news with Yang Jingyi. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Yang Jingyi sprang from her bed. Really? There's news about you? She said, trembling as she grasped Wang Yan's hands. Yes, it's true. Look, here's the paternity test report and a current photo of my brother. He looks just as handsome as you, Mom. Yang Jingyi took the phone, staring at the paternity report and the image of Wang Yu. Years of longing burst forth in that moment. My child, Mother has finally seen you once more. Tears of joy streamed down Yang Jingyi's face as she gazed at Wang Yu's photograph, overwhelmed with emotion. Child, wait for your mother. I shall soon come to find you. Yinner, prepare yourself. We are about to set off for Yun City to locate you. Rest assured, Mother, I have already booked the plane tickets. I shall arrive in Yun City by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Excellent. How wonderful. I will soon see my Yuer. For over a decade, Yang Jingyi had never felt such elation. By the way, Yinner, what kind of gift do you think we should prepare for Yuer on our first encounter? Furthermore, after living in solitude for so many years, would he hold any resentment towards me? The more Yang Jingyi pondered, the more guilt she felt, as a mother unable to accompany her child through the journey of growth. Do not worry, Mother. I believe my younger brother will understand us. Once we find him, we shall take great care of him, accompany him, and make every effort to compensate for our absence. Yes, we must indeed make amends. When Mother finds you, I will always be by your side, and our family shall never be separated. Chapter 9. The God of Slaughter Before Long. Wang Yu arrived at Area 5. He leaped down from his sword, landing with grace as he extended his consciousness to envelop the entire region. After a brief examination, he discovered that 10 of the strange beasts had reached the mid-stage of the general rank, while the remaining 20 or so were in the early stage. However, he found no presence of creatures above the general rank. The sudden emergence of such a multitude of general rank beasts was indeed peculiar. Typically, when numerous general rank beasts are present, there would be at least one commanding leader. Otherwise, they would descend into chaos, fighting amongst themselves to gain strength. Yet, this group exhibited no signs of internal strife, which was quite strange. It seemed necessary to capture a few for further investigation. Not far away stood a colossal beast resembling a wild boar. Its form akin to a mountain boulder, its armor-like hide as tough as tempered steel, and its bristles standing erect like steel needles. At that moment, this creature was engaged in combat with a small team of 5. The beast moved with the force of an earthquake, its hooves cracking the ground and sending dust soaring, while the forest around it was shattered. Its intelligence was almost demonic. It lay in wait like a silent stone and leapt forth like a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Its combat style was unpredictable, sometimes feigning retreat to lure the enemy, and at other times launching sudden assaults. Its claws and teeth striking with the ferocity of a raging tide. Bearing scars from battle, it grew ever more valiant with each encounter, fueling its ferocity. Although the 5 managed to hold their ground through perfect coordination, their cultivation was merely at the spirit level. The disparity in power swiftly turned the tide of battle. After a fierce confrontation, 3 among them sustained severe injuries, while the remaining 2 were exhausted. In contrast, the beast, with its hide resembling impenetrable armor, remained unfazed by their attacks, which only served to incite its savagery further. Just as their demise seemed imminent, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind them. You all, retreat behind me with the injured. The group turned to see Wang Yu, sword in hand, slowly advancing towards the beast. Upon laying eyes on Wang Yu, the creature froze in place, gripped by an overwhelming sense of fear deep within its soul. Little brother, don't do anything reckless. You can't defeat it. Before they could finish their warning, Wang Yu vanished from sight, and by the time they realized what had happened, he had already materialized behind the beast. With a resounding crack, the creature was cleaved in 2. As the group gazed in astonishment, Wang Yu approached them. Quickly take the injured back for treatment. I'll handle this. Assuming Wang Yu was a formidable figure from the heavenly net, they refrained from asking further questions, expressing their gratitude before hastily departing with the wounded. Once they had left, Wang Yu moved toward the carcass of the beast, channeling a thread of energy into its body. Just as he diligently observed, another massive figure suddenly appeared behind him and lunged at him. Yet, it missed entirely. Regaining his composure, Wang Yu found himself atop the beast's head, studying it intently. This was a bear-like creature, its physical form incredibly robust, armed with fierce claws. It seems the others have also arrived. As soon as the voice faded, over 20 distinct and formidable creatures materialized in the vicinity. Despite their varied forms, they shared a singular characteristic: their colossal size. Once all the creatures had congregated, the one that had been cleaved in 2 moments ago astonishingly reassembled itself, reverting to its original state. Wang Yu, with little time for contemplation, unsheathed his sword and struck down one avian creature with a decisive blow. Yet, before long, the creature resurrected. Is it immortal? Quite intriguing. If you can resurrect, then I shall slay you until you dare not return. With that thought, a crimson radiance enveloped him, and he charged forth sword in hand. The twilight bled into the heavens, casting a sanguine hue across the sky. In the distance, a low tremor echoed from the horizon, as if the earth were lamenting. A torrent of beasts surged forth, led by 3 mid-tier commanders. They bore fleshly wings and armored scales like blades, their crimson vertical pupils locking onto Wang Yu, who was met with corrosive spittle hissing in the air. Just as well, Wang Yu smirked slightly, and a surge of sword energy erupted around him. He stood upon the void, transforming into a shooting star that plunged into the heart of the beast horde. The first creature spread its wings wide, sweeping through the air with claws that tore at the fabric of space. Yet Wang Yu parried the attack with his sword sheath. The metallic clash resonated like thunder, shattering the clouds above. Utilizing the force, he twisted around, his blade rising from below to carve a grievous wound across the creature's abdomen, exposing bone. A furious roar erupted from the horde as a 9-headed beast charged from the flank, each head unleashing a different elemental assault. Rather than retreating, Wang Yu advanced, piercing his sword through them, reducing the 9 heads to a mist of blood. In the center of the battlefield, the 3 commanders summoned a sandstorm shield. Wang Yu leaped into the air, his sword pointing skyward, invoking the tempest of the heavens. Purple lightning slithered like serpents down the blade, instantly penetrating the storm and reducing the 3 creatures to ashes. Turning to face the last 3 severely wounded beasts, Wang Yu stood resolute, his robes billowing in the wind. The setting sun elongated his shadow, resembling a deity of death returning from the depths of Hades. With the final stroke of his sword, dusk fully consumed the horizon. Wang Yu sheathed his weapon, standing amidst a mountain of beast carcasses. The twilight bled into the sky, and the winds of the desolate plains howled, carrying the scent of blood and stirring the scattered bones. Wang Yu stood atop the rubble, his sword angled toward the ground, the mottled bloodstains on the blade still fresh, forming dark crimson patterns in the breeze. The fierce battle had lasted no more than a minute, and the once lively beast had been completely eradicated. Now, I wonder if he can resurrect again. Suddenly, the creature Wang Yu had just slain coalesced into a black energy, gathering together. So that's it. No wonder they could unite so cohesively without a commanding beast. They were originally one entity. Wang Yu realized with clarity. Before long, several streams of energy converged to form a colossal being. Its form was as immense as a collapsing mountain, crawling like a small hill constructed of flesh and blood. Enveloped in a mosaic of mottled scales, adorned with a mane and armored hide, each fragment of this creature's integument bears the distinctive traits of various beings. Its underside glistens with a dark green, hardened scales reminiscent of a crocodile, while its back is adorned with the fierce black stripes and golden fur of a tiger. The neck is encircled by feathers of a brilliant azure, akin to those of a peacock. These heterogeneous layers of skin shimmer with a phosphorescent glow in the dim depths of the valley, as if the very souls of countless beings are merging in this sacred space. Beneath its form, the structure of its limbs defies the conventions of nature. The forelimbs are as robust as a bear's paw, yet their edges extend into the steel talons of a hawk, crackling with arcs of electricity. The hind limbs possess the grace of a horse, but their hooves transform into spiraled blades akin to a shell, carving scorched furrows into the rocky terrain with each step. At the base of its tail lies the venomous stinger of a scorpion, perpetually dripping a corrosive liquid that dissolves metals, while the root of the tail branches out into 8 centipede-like appendages. After the amalgamation of dozens of exotic beasts, its energy fluctuations have ascended to the pinnacle of the commander level, verging on the realm of kings. Chapter 10. Until he returns in an audacious attempt to transcend. He divided his essence into dozens of entities, compelling each to consume and grow stronger, ultimately aiding his own breakthrough. Ah, what a splendid notion, yet regrettably, you haven't countered me. Oof. Even at death's door, you remain obstinate. The battle just fought must have drained your resources significantly. Do you still believe you are my adversary? Ha ha ha. Once I devour you, I shall truly ascend to the kingly tier. The beast laughed heartily, already preparing champagne for its impending elevation. Ah, I see now. You lured me here intentionally, using your avatars to wear me down. However, your gravest misstep was failing to test my strength. Wang Yu maintained a serene smile, entirely dismissive of the creature before him. Ha ha, I concede, you do possess some prowess, managing to vanquish all my avatars in such a brief span. Yet you seem somewhat overconfident. How old are you? How long have you been training? Although I have yet to truly enter the kingly tier, my power is already on par with it. What do you intend to use against me? Ha ha. With that, the beast could not help but laugh again. Then you may attempt to do so. Wang Yu slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, a glimmer of cold light emanating from his palm. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. Before his words faded, Wang Yu unsheathed his sword. The blade gleamed with the clarity of autumn waters. Yet the sword chi swirling along its edge bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, cleaving through the void with a piercing hum. The beast's laughter abruptly ceased. Instinctively sensing danger, its massive form involuntarily retreated a step. Stop your tricks, it roared, scales bristling as violet-black flames erupted from the gaps in its armor, forming a scorching wall of fire. Yet Wang Yu's sword had already arrived. With a single stroke, as light as a feather, yet heavy as 1,000 peaks, the sword chi met the flames. In that instant, there was no earth-shattering roar. The blade sliced through the firewall with the ease of cutting tofu, precisely targeting the creature's brow. This is impossible. The beast's pupils constricted as energy surged within it, desperately attempting to reorganize its defenses. But the sword was too swift, too sharp. The tip pierced the scales, igniting a flurry of sparks. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Wang Yu unleashed the sword chi, which rippled outward, peeling away the beast's defenses layer by layer. The creature let out a chilling wail, its immense body hurled back several dozen yards by the impact, its tail carving a deep trench in the ground as stones rained down around it. The kingly tier? Merely this. Wang Yu sheathed his sword, his garments undisturbed, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The beast struggled to rise, half of its face scorched by the sword chi. It finally comprehended that this individual before it was not merely arrogant, but possessed the true power to slay kings. Who are you? The beast's voice quivered with a newfound trepidation. Wang Yu chuckled lightly, tapping the hilt of his sword against his palm. A mere messenger to escort you on your journey. The sword was drawn once more, this time the sword chi solidifying into 9 silver dragons, roaring as they tore toward the beast. The creature shrieked in madness, its scales erupting, transforming into countless sharp blades to counter the onslaught. However, Wang Yu's sword energy shattered all scales with ease, ultimately penetrating the body of the otherworldly beast. No! In the creature's final howl, the silver dragon erupted within it. Flesh, scales, flames, everything was rendered into nothingness by the sword's might. As Wang Yu stepped through the dissipating smoke, the sword returned to its sheath, a beam of moonlight cascading upon the hilt. The sound of the blade resonated clearly, as if celebrating in song. In the distance, the midnight chimes resounded. A new day had arrived. In the morning of Cloud City, the mist lingered, and the faint dawn light cast a hazy golden hue upon the mottled iron gate. Wang Yin clutched a thin piece of paper in her hand. On it were only a few sparse lines. Wang Yu, Room 302, Building 7, East District of Cloud City. Beyond this, there was no further information. The 19 years of absence were rendered starkly pale, filled with merely a few lines of cold text. This is the place, she murmured softly, her fingertips lightly brushing over the rust on the door, akin to fragments of time peeling away. Behind her, Yang Jingyi stood motionless, her gaze fixated on the closed door, her lips trembling slightly. Xiao Yu. The whisper was so faint it nearly faded into the wind. 23 years. Over 8,000 days and nights. She had envisioned countless reunions in her dreams, yet now, standing here, her heart raced to the point of suffocation. Wang Yu took a deep breath and raised her hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No one answered. She knocked several more times, her knuckles producing a dull echo against the door, yet the interior remained silent. Yang Jingyi's anticipation gradually dimmed, her fingertips unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment. Are you looking for Xiao Yu? A gentle voice emerged from behind. The two turned to see a middle-aged woman with a basket of vegetables regarding them. May I ask who you are? Wang Yin inquired. My surname is Liu, and I live next door. I am Xiao Yu's neighbor. The woman smiled. He seems quite busy lately, often absent for several days. I suppose he is working part-time. Upon hearing this, Yang Jingyi felt her eyes warm, her voice trembling slightly. We are his family. Do you know when he might return? Aunt Lu paused, her gaze lingering on the weary yet hopeful faces of the mother and daughter. Before sighing, I do not know where he is. Sometimes he is out for days. I believe he is likely working part-time. However, I think he should be back soon. You may wait here. This child has it tough. She sighed again. Yang Jingyi's heart ached even more upon hearing this. Thank you. We will wait for him here. Young lady, don't just wait idly. I know where the key is. Come inside and wait. It's not pleasant to be out in this heat. That child Xiao Yu is very filial. If he knew you were suffering here, it would surely trouble him. She paused, rummaging in her pocket for a handkerchief to wipe her hands, then tiptoed to retrieve a key from above the door frame. He usually leaves the key here, saying he fears forgetting it. Aunt Lu skillfully turned the lock and pushed the door open. Please go inside and wait. It is sweltering outside. Do not linger in the heat. Yang Jingyi nodded gratefully. Thank you. No need for such formality. Xiao Yu is a considerate child and has often assisted me. Aunt Lu replied, waving her hand as she turned to leave. You may sit and wait. He should return shortly. The interior was bathed in soft light, adorned with simple yet tidy furnishings. The cushions on the sofa were meticulously arranged, and the coffee table gleamed without a speck of dust. Even the slippers were neatly aligned at the entrance. Wang Yin gently supported her mother as they entered, her gaze sweeping across every inch of the space, as if trying to piece together the life of the brother she had never met. In the kitchen, the utensils were neatly stacked on the drying rack. The stove shone brightly, and an empty egg carton rested on the table. Yang Jingyi reached out, her fingertips trembling as they brushed against these objects. Has he always been alone? Wang Yin did not respond, but simply held her mother's hand tightly. Outside the window, the morning light grew stronger, and the city's cacophony began to stir. At last, they stood in the place closest to him. They returned to the kitchen, where the tableware was arranged with precision, and the egg carton remained. Afterward, they entered Wang Yu's bedroom, which was immaculately kept. The light blue bedding was sharply folded at the foot of the bed, resembling freshly molded tofu, with the sheets smoothed out to a mirror-like finish. This ingrained orderliness was a habit cultivated during his years under the militarized management of the Skynet. After touring the bedroom, Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin exchanged a knowing glance. They settled onto the fabric sofa in the living room, waiting for the host's return. Following the fierce battle, Wang Yu deemed it necessary to remind his subordinates at the division. Thus, he did not return home after the fight, but went back to the command center. Given the emergence of such a peculiar beast, he felt it essential to bolster the defenses across various sectors to prevent any complacency. Upon returning to headquarters, Wang Yu gathered the officers for a meeting, briefing them on everything that had transpired and urging them to intensify their training regimen. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already 6 in the morning. Having gone without sleep the entire night, he struggled to keep his eyes open, even as documents were pushed before him for signature. The others exchanged glances, and eventually, they quietly draped a coat over his shoulders. As dawn broke over Yuncheng, Wang Yu slowly roused at headquarters. Rubbing his temples, he suddenly felt a warm surge in his chest, a long-lost resonance from deep within his bloodline. It is time to return, he murmured softly, the sword at his waist responding with a melodic chime. Chapter 11 Reunion. as dusk enveloped the world like ink. The last vestige of sunlight was devoured by the encroaching night. The sky above adorned itself with twinkling stars, resembling fragments of diamonds strewn carelessly by celestial beings, shimmering subtly amidst the gossamer clouds. Wang Yu navigated his way home, the gentle glow of myriad lights outside his window soothing his weary nerves. As the wheels rolled over the familiar pavement of his neighborhood, his eyelids grew heavy, nearly impossible to lift. After parking the car, he dragged his leaden legs toward the corridor, his sole desire at that moment to sink into the soft embrace of his bed and let sleep envelop all his senses. Just as his fingertips brushed the doorknob, an unfamiliar aura jolted him awake. Someone was inside. Could it be a thief? Such audacity to trespass on my domain. I must teach them a lesson today. With that resolve, Wang Yu pushed the door open. Who dares to invade my home and not surrender at once? Upon his entrance, both Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin could not contain their tears. Yang Jingyi gazed tenderly at her son, stepping forward to envelop him in a tight embrace. Wang Yu initially intended to recoil, but the warmth and concern in her eyes compelled him to remain still, allowing her to hold him close. The moment he laid eyes on her, an overwhelming sense of familiarity and warmth washed over him. Xiao Yu. The woman's voice trembled like a feather brushing against his ear. Mama has finally found you. Standing beside her, the young woman was equally tearful, gripping a piece of paper tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning white. Brother, she managed to utter, her voice strained, as if fearing to shatter a beautiful dream. This is the paternity test. We have searched for you for 19 years. Wang Yin, suppressing her own emotional turmoil, observed quietly, her eyes already reddened. Xiao Yu, Mama has finally found you. Yang Jingyi held Wang Yu tightly, fearing this might merely be a dream from which he would vanish once again. Wang Yu, taken aback by their words, paused. He sensed their genuine emotions. Realizing they were not fabrications, coupled with their heartfelt expressions, he understood that they were indeed his family. Yet, after years devoted solely to cultivation and battling formidable beasts, he found himself at a loss regarding how to confront the sudden appearance of his kin. Noticing her son's silence, Yang Jingyi assumed he might be blaming her for not being by his side all these years. Child, it is Mama's fault. I failed to protect you, leaving you to suffer alone from such a young age. But rest assured, now that Mama has found you, I will never leave your side again. A sense of relief washed over Wang Yu. He realized he had not been abandoned by his family. At that moment, Wang Yin, suppressing her excitement, approached him. Brother, I am your sister, Wang Yin. It is truly wonderful to see you again. Here is the paternity test report. We are indeed your family. Fearing Wang Yu's disbelief, she hastily produced the document. Even without the document, Wang Yu recognized that the individuals before him were his own kin. His throat tightened as his gaze flitted between his mother, Yang Jingyi, and his sister, Wang Yin. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged, as if the sudden surge of familial affection had choked him. Mum, cease. Ultimately, he could only muster these two words, his voice hoarse like a rusty iron gate. Yang Jingyi's tears flowed more freely, and she released her embrace, cradling Wang Yu's face in her hands as if trying to reclaim the years they had lost. Look at you, you've grown thin, she remarked, her fingertips brushing over the contours of his jaw, where faint scars from his training still lingered. Under the warm, yellow light, the three of them sat together on the sofa. Yang Jingyi recounted the twists and turns of the years gone by, with Wang Yin occasionally interjecting with additional details. Wang Yu listened in silence, his knuckles unconsciously tapping against his knee, a habitual gesture born from his battles. That day, when the blood test van came to the neighborhood, Wang Yin suddenly recalled, Mom nearly fainted when she saw the database match results. It dawned on Wang Yu then, remembering the earlier incident involving the blood test and the eggs, but it seemed trivial now. He remained silent, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him. The isolation of his training and the brutality of combat had accustomed him to enduring everything alone. Yet the warmth of familial love now melted away the armor he had forged. Outside, the night deepened, with stars flickering between the clouds like lanterns suspended in the sky. Inside, the gentle glow enveloped them, and their shadows intertwined upon the walls. During Wang Yu's absence, Yang Jingyi had prepared a feast, eagerly awaiting his return. "Oh, you must be exhausted from your day. Come, sit and eat. This meal was made by your mother's own hands. Though it's gone somewhat cold, let me warm it up for you." Yang Jingyi hurried back to the kitchen, her face aglow with happiness and excitement that remained undiminished. Watching his mother's bustling form, Wang Yu felt tears welling in his eyes, which had long been dry. Just then, Wang Yin approached and embraced him, having been unable to do so earlier due to their mother's hold. "Little Yu, if anything troubles you, confide in your sister. I promise to protect you and ensure you never face hardship again." "Okay, thank you, sister," she added, suddenly presenting him with a black card, her eyes shimmering with concern. "Promise me you won't take on part-time jobs anymore." Wang Yu considered explaining that he did not lack for money, but upon seeing the redness in her eyes, he swallowed his words. He nodded gently, accepting the card with reverence. This was the first gift he had ever received from his family. Wang Yin recalled how Aunt Lu had mentioned earlier that her brother frequently took on odd jobs, which made her heart ache. "The food is ready. Come taste your mother's cooking," Yang Jingyi announced, bringing the freshly heated dishes to the table. Her anticipation palpable, as it was the first time she had prepared a meal for him. Wang Yu approached the table and lifted the bowl, while Yang Jingyi stood by, serving him with care. "You eat more," she urged, noticing how thin he had become. "Don't worry, Mama will make sure you regain your strength." Wang Yu glanced at the mound of food in his bowl and quickly added, "Mama, sister, you should eat too. You've waited here all day and must be hungry." His words elicited a shared smile between Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin, their eyes still glistening with unshed tears, yet their lips curved into gentle arcs of warmth. "All right, let us eat together," Yang Jingyi replied, settling beside Wang Yu and ladling a bowl of soup for him. Wang Yin placed a piece of braised pork into his bowl, saying, "Brother, make sure to eat plenty of meat. Look at how thin your face has become. Though you may be a bit lean, you are undeniably handsome. Just imagine how many girls you will captivate in the future." She gazed at Wang Yu with an infatuated expression, to which Yang Jingyi nodded in agreement. The dining table gradually filled with lively conversation as Yang Jingyi recounted the hardships of searching for him over the years, while Wang Yin shared tidbits about their family. Wang Yu listened quietly, occasionally responding, as the icy barriers within him began to thaw under the warmth of familial love. As night deepened, Yang Jingyi insisted on sleeping next to Wang Yu. "Mama will watch over you, so you won't suddenly disappear when dawn breaks." Her insistence tugged at Wang Yu's heart, and he finally relented, then let us sleep together. Wang Yin retired to another room, aware of the pain their mother had endured over the years, a burden shared only between them. Lying on the soft bed, Wang Yu inhaled the faint scent of jasmine from his mother's hair, bringing him an unprecedented sense of security. Yang Jingyi gently patted his back, soothing him to sleep as one might do for a child. Outside, the stars hung quietly in the sky, listening to the soft murmurs within, as if time itself had slowed its pace. The following morning, Wang Yu awoke early, gazing at his mother, who still held him close in slumber, a blissful smile gracing her face. He remained still, allowing her to embrace him. Wang Yin quietly opened the door and, upon seeing the tender scene of mother and son entwined in sleep, couldn't resist capturing this precious moment with her phone. Yang Jingyi seemed to awaken from a nightmare, startled from her slumber. "Mom, I'm here," she exclaimed, gazing tenderly at Wang Yu, gently caressing his handsome visage. "Thank goodness it was merely a dream. My Yuer is still here." Yang Jingyi embraced Wang Yu with warmth, repeatedly reassuring herself that this was reality, allowing her worries to dissipate. "Mom, brother, it's time to rise and have breakfast," Wang Yin announced, having risen early to procure the morning meal. After Wang Yu and Yang Jingyi completed their morning rituals, they gathered at the table to indulge in breakfast. Suddenly, Wang Yin recalled something and inquired, "Brother, do you have any matters to attend to in Yin City? If not, why not return to Beijing with Mom and me?" After all, as the decision-maker for the Wang family and Huaxing group, Yang Jingyi had a multitude of responsibilities, and Wang Yin, serving as her assistant, was equally burdened. Yang Jingyi turned her gaze towards Wang Yu. Though she yearned to bring him back to the Wang family, she worried that he might not yet be ready for such a transition. "I'm sorry, Mom, sister. I cannot return with you for the time being. Wang Yu replied after a moment of contemplation. As the head of the Yun City branch, he could only leave if he found a capable successor. Brother, what tasks remain for you in Yun City? Share with me, and I can arrange assistance, Wang Yin urged. Sister, this matter requires my personal attention. No one else can assist me. Wang Yu shook his head resolutely. What is it that necessitates your direct involvement? Is there any danger? Yang Jingyi's expression was filled with concern. Mom, it's nothing serious, just some work-related matters, without any danger involved. Son, if you need financial support, do not hesitate to tell me. You need not take on part-time jobs, she offered. Part-time jobs? What part-time jobs? Wang Yu queried, perplexed. When Mom and I visited you, we encountered the neighbor lady next door. She mentioned that you often work late into the night, which distressed both me and Mom, Wang Yin explained. Concern etched on her face. Oh, it was Aunt Lu. She wasn't entirely mistaken. I do sometimes return home late, but it's not due to a part-time job. Wang Yu clarified. Then what exactly keeps you out so late? Wang Yin probed, her worry deepening as she feared her brother might be involved in unsavory activities to support himself. I cannot disclose the specifics, but I assure you, it is not anything improper. Wang Yu quickly reassured them. Very well, since Yu does not wish to elaborate, we shall refrain from further inquiry. When do you anticipate finishing your work and returning to Kyoto? Your sister and I, along with the Wang family, will always be your safe haven, Yang Jingyi expressed, though she longed for her son to join them in Beijing. She understood, however, that Wang Yu had matured, possessing his own thoughts, and they had only just been reunited, requiring time to adjust to one another once more. Wang Yin ceased her inquiries. For her affection for Wang Yu was so profound that she could not bear to place him in a predicament. Upon hearing his mother's words, Wang Yu's eyes grew moist with emotion. He was acutely aware of the depth of his mother's reluctance. Last night and this morning, Yang Jingyi had been awakened several times by nightmares. Thank you, mother and my sister. In no more than 3 months, I shall journey to Kyoto to reunite with you. Wang Yu resolved to conclude his affairs within the Sky Net in that time frame, subsequently seeking a capable successor to take his place. Thus, he could gain access to the headquarters of Skynet and, when the time came, go to Kyoto to find them. All students of Tianfu, upon entering Skynet, were assigned to various divisions to guard the borders, a process that both honed their strength and enriched their practical experience. Once one achieved the Earth rank, entry to the headquarters became possible. Should any issues arise within a division's jurisdiction, immediate deployment for assistance was required. Given that each division was overseen by at least one heaven rank individual, significant problems were rare. Therefore, upon entering the headquarters, one enjoyed considerable freedom, with few troublesome matters to contend with. However, the captains of each division varied. To leave a division, a captain needed not only to attain heaven rank, but also to identify a successor. Wang Yu had reached heaven rank many years prior, yet he found the task of finding a successor to be his most vexing dilemma. Otherwise, he would have long since embraced a carefree life. Pursue your endeavors without hesitation. Whatever difficulties you encounter, do not hesitate to call your mother. I will resolve them for you. Brother, if anyone bullies you, you must inform your sister. I shall ensure they regret ever stepping into this world. Understood. By the way, sister, when do you and mother plan to return to Kyoto? We shall depart tomorrow morning, as there are several meetings to attend the day after, and many family matters await our attention. At that moment, Wang Yin yearned for someone to assume her and her mother's responsibilities, allowing them to remain by Wang Yu's side indefinitely. Yet, due to lessons learned over a decade ago, coupled with the unreliability of other families, they remained cautious. Since we have time today, allow me to take you for a stroll nearby. Wang Yu proposed. Certainly, this is a perfect opportunity to select a few gifts for my brother. I was so rushed upon arrival that I forgot to prepare his presents. I shall follow your lead, Wherever you wish to go, mother will accompany you. The most renowned attraction in Yun City is Wudong Mountain, but given the time constraints today, we can explore the old street instead. Wang Yu pulled out his phone, perusing the map and tracing several marked points where an array of local delicacies and handicrafts awaited, which he believed his mother and sister would enjoy. Yang Jingyi grasped his hand, her palm radiating a tender warmth. As long as I am with you, it matters not where we go. Her gaze harbored a cherished sentiment accumulated over years of separation, as if she sought to reclaim all the moments lost throughout the years. As the three set out, Wang Yin donned a sun hat. Beneath its white brim lay her meticulously applied makeup. She cast a furtive glance at Wang Yu's profile. This brother, who had once been a mere infant swaddled in blankets, had now matured into a tall and composed young man, exuding an air of steadiness in his every movement. At the street corner, an elderly vendor was peddling sugar paintings, the golden syrup skillfully shaped into a phoenix on a bamboo board. Wang Yu purchased a sugar painting and presented it to their mother, Yuncheng, whose smile radiated childlike joy, her eyes curving in delight. Wang Yu captured this moment with his phone, framing his mother and sister standing side by side like two resplendent peonies. "Your photography skills are quite impressive, little brother," Wang Yin remarked, reviewing the photo with a mischievous smile. "Should I take a few pictures of you as a keepsake?" Wang Yu's ears tinged with a faint blush, ready to decline, but Wang Yin was quicker to speak. In the photo, he stood beside a blue brick wall, the afternoon sun casting a long shadow, still clutching the unfinished sugar painting in his hand. As they wandered into the antique market, Yuncheng paused before a jade stall. The vendor, a bespectacled young man, was scrutinizing a piece of jadeite with a magnifying glass. "This paixio is perfect as a gift for your children," he said, offering her a piece of icy jade, its texture as translucent as dew. After Yuncheng made the purchase, she gifted the jade pendant to Wang Yu, fastening it around his neck. Indeed, it suited him perfectly. Once adorned, he appeared even more handsome. Yuncheng turned him this way and that, admiring her son. "Mom, your son was already quite handsome, you know," he retorted. "Ha ha, I never realized my little brother had a narcissistic side." Wang Yin chuckled, her laughter adding a lively spark to her already exquisite features. As twilight deepened, the trio arrived at the riverbank. The evening breeze rustled through the reeds, and the distant sound of a cargo ship's horn echoed softly. After sharing a meal, the moment of farewell drew near. Wang Yin crouched down to meet his gaze. "Brother, no matter what has transpired in the past, we are always here for you." She opened her arms and embraced Wang Yu. After their farewell, Yuncheng gently caressed Wang Yu's face. "Come back soon, my dear. We will be waiting for you at home." "Yes, Mom, sister, please travel safely," he replied. After saying their goodbyes, Yuncheng and Wang Yin boarded a car headed for the airport. As night enveloped the riverbank, Wang Yu's phone vibrated. He turned and walked towards the end of the long street, his clothing fluttering in the night breeze. He glanced back at the two figures fading into the distance, gripping the jade pendant tightly in his pocket. As the night fully cloaked the riverbank, Wang Yu's phone vibrated once more. Chapter 13. Identity exposed neon lights wove a tapestry of illumination across the city's night sky, while the evening breeze carried with it a wave of heat that caressed the streets. Wang Yu stood by the riverside, the cool wind brushing against him, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold metal frame of his phone. Suddenly, the screen erupted with a blinding blue light, a distinctive communication number pulsating on its surface. Wang Yu picked up the device and answered the call. "What's the matter? What has happened now?" His voice bore a professional chill, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. "Captain, a mid-tier anomalous beast has appeared. Why are you contacting me about a mere mid-tier beast? Can't you send the other adept members to handle it?" My apologies, Captain. I initially intended to avoid troubling you, but the tracking indicates you are conveniently nearby, so I reached out. Moreover, it appears the beast has already entered Zone 3. It seems to possess the ability to conceal its presence, as our dispatch team has failed to locate it. Concealing its presence, you say? Understood. I will head over immediately. Concealment poses little threat to those with heightened perception, yet for those less perceptive, the consequences could be dire. Having ended the call, Wang Yu swiftly made his way toward Zone 3. His figure vanished into the glow of the lights, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow twisting in the air. Meanwhile, Yuncheng and Wang Yin were en route to the airport, but found themselves ensnared in traffic. "Mom, there's a jam ahead. Should we take another route? I can find a new path to the airport using the navigation." "That sounds prudent. Given the current conditions, it seems we might be stuck for quite a while. Thus, Wang Yin activated the navigation system, successfully locating an alternative route to the airport. I found it, Mom. Hold on, we're off again. With that, Wang Yin made a sharp turn onto a side road, disregarding the no entry sign nearby. Having grown up in a bustling metropolis like Beijing and with a prominent status, such signs were of little concern to her. Unbeknownst to them, the route they were about to take was silently overlapping with a certain mysterious coordinate. Before long, Wang Yu arrived at Zone 3. He first scanned the area with his consciousness. Indeed, there was only one mid-tier, anomalous beast present, and it was only at a mid-tier strength. I need to finish up and head home. I should contemplate who to designate as my replacement. He then kicked a stone on the ground, sending it flying. After traveling a short distance, it suddenly struck something and fell. Are you not revealing yourself? Do you think your little tricks can elude my sight? From the depths of darkness came a low growl, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. As two crimson lights pierced through the night, illuminating the beast's fearsome, scaled head. An anomalous creature resembling a pangolin materialized, its body covered in armor-like scales, a testament to its formidable resilience. At that moment, Yang Jingyi and Wang Yan's vehicle was entering this soon-to-be battleground. Upon spotting Wang Yu, the beast did not choose to engage. Its instincts warned it of the imminent danger posed by the young man before it. Thus, it remained vigilant, seeking an opportunity to escape. Soon, he spotted Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin approaching in their car from a distance. Without hesitation, he altered his course and sprinted toward them. Despite the pangolin-like creature's rotund physique and notably short legs, it moved with surprising swiftness. What a spineless being, running away like this. Yet, its speed was indeed impressive. Who would have thought such a plump creature could be so agile? I'll give you a 5-second head start. As Wang Yu observed its waddling gait, he couldn't help but chuckle. However, when he turned his gaze to the direction of the creature's escape and realized that the approaching figures were none other than Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin, his laughter vanished instantly. Didn't they go to the airport? How could they possibly be here? He thought, frustration boiling within him. It dawned on him that this creature's target was his family, and he vowed to not let it slip away. Inside the vehicle, Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin suddenly felt the ground tremble violently, prompting them to slam on the brakes. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? They wondered. Then, a colossal beast appeared before them. They screamed in terror, having never encountered such a sight before. Just as it seemed they would be devoured along with their car, Wang Yu soared in, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature flying. After the initial shock, Wang Yin slowly opened her eyes, finding the monstrous figure had vanished, replaced by a strikingly handsome young man who bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother. Mom, it's okay now. The monster is gone, and I don't know if it's just my longing for my brother, but I think I just saw Xiao Yu. What? Where is Xiao Yu? Yang Jingyi also opened her eyes, spotting the young man standing before their vehicle. Although he resembled Wang Yu, the darkness made it difficult to see clearly until he approached to check on them. Mom, sister, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Wang Yu asked with concern, seeing his familiar face. The two women confirmed that he was indeed Wang Yu. Brother, weren't you just in the neighborhood? How did you suddenly appear here? And what was that creature? Wang Yin bombarded him with questions, her curiosity piqued. Was that monster real, or just an illusion? Yang Jingyi inquired. Well, it seems I can't keep this a secret any longer. Wang Yu decided against erasing their memories, opting instead to be candid with them. Mom and sister, I must tell you the truth. What you just witnessed was indeed real. I'll explain everything once I deal with that creature. With that, Wang Yu drew his sword and approached the spot where he had sent the beast flying. Though his kick had been powerful, the creature's tough exterior had prevented any fatal injuries. Aware of the ominous aura emanating from Wang Yu, the beast quickly rose to confront him. Understanding that escape was futile, it resolved to fight back. You detestable insect! You nearly harmed my family. Are you prepared to meet your end? In the past, Wang Yu may not have been so incensed for anyone. However, now that he has a family, they have become his Achilles heel. Anyone who dares to provoke them shall meet their demise. Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin gazed at Wang Yu in astonishment. He stood there, wielding a sword, his entire being radiating a resplendent golden light, resembling a divine swordsman of the mortal realm. The fearsome monster that once loomed large now appeared as insignificant as an ant before him. Without further ado, Wang Yu raised his hand and struck with his sword. As the sound reverberated, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. The sword's cry resonated like a dragon's chant, powerful and majestic. Following the dragon's lament, the monstrous beast vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a bottomless pit in its wake. Chapter 14. Understanding among family. Wang Yu slowly sheathed his longsword. The sound of the blade sliding into its scabbard resonating like the crisp whisper of night winds caressing bamboo leaves. The moonlight cascaded down, pooling upon his shoulders in a shimmering veil of silver, as if the celestial beings had adorned him with armor fit for battle. In the distance, Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin remained transfixed, their silhouettes elongated in the moonlight, as if captured within the frame of an exquisite oil painting. Their faces intertwined with shock and bewilderment, a tempest of emotions that refused to subside. Mother, sister, it is all over. Wang Yu sheathed his sword and turned towards them. The crunch of gravel beneath his boots echoing distinctly in the stillness of the night. Beneath the moon's glow, the residual golden sheen enveloping him had yet to dissipate, leaving Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin entranced in their astonishment. Their gazes followed the radiant aura surrounding Wang Yu, their throats constricted, as if a torrent of words lay trapped within their chests. You, the brilliance that enveloped you, and the power you wielded. Yang Jingyi's voice quivered slightly, realization dawning upon her that her son harbored profound secrets. Wang Yin clutched her mother's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with terror, still reeling from the recent shock. Wang Yu inhaled deeply, crouching down to meet their gaze. It seems the truth can no longer be concealed. He offered a wry smile and shook his head. This world is far more intricate than it appears, fraught with threats beyond human comprehension. These monsters are known as aberrant beasts, and I am their guardian. Recalling the struggles his mother and sister had endured over the years in search of him, Wang Yu resolved to unveil the truth. Guardian? Wang Yin echoed the term, as if grasping for some semblance of logic, akin to characters in novels endowed with extraordinary abilities. You could say that, Wang Yu affirmed, a thread of pale, golden energy shimmering at his fingertips, dancing like fireflies in the dark. We possess the capability to detect and combat these aberrant beasts. What you witnessed was merely a lower-tier entity. However, even such a beast, if left unchecked, could wreak havoc upon an entire city. More formidable beings possess the power to obliterate urban landscapes entirely. Yang Jingyi's pupils dilated in fear as memories of unreported natural disasters flooded her mind. The horrific scars deliberately concealed from the public were perhaps the aftermath of these beasts' rampages. Then why have you kept this a secret? If the world is so perilous, Yang Jingyi choked on her words, unable to continue. Wang Yu grasped his mother's icy hand, allowing his energy to seep into her, dispelling the chill. The awakened organization adheres to strict confidentiality protocols, but today as circumstances to prevent public panic. Information regarding aberrant beasts and the awakened has been meticulously suppressed. And brother, when did you begin battling these monsters? Wang Yu chose not to withhold the truth, recounting his journey from being taken by organ traffickers from the orphanage to discovering his innate talent for the awakening sword path. He narrated his ascent to joining the Skynet and ultimately becoming the captain of the Yuncheng branch, revealing every detail of his life to them. Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin listened intently as Wang Yu recounted his experiences from childhood. As the tale unfolded, their eyes grew misty with tears. You have suffered. It is all the fault of Mother for subjecting you to such perilous experiences from a young age. Upon hearing that Wang Yu had nearly fallen victim to organ traffickers and subsequently faced the threat of being devoured by a monstrous creature, Yang Jingyi was utterly horrified. Brother, why don't you come with us? I simply cannot bear the thought of you being here alone. Wang Yin, upon learning of the formidable beasts, feared for his safety in battle. Indeed, you should return with us. Mother has only just found you. We cannot bear to lose you again. Wang Yu grasped the hands of Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin, reassuring them, Mother, sister, fret not. I am quite strong. No creature in all of Blue Star has yet been born that can harm me. Furthermore, should I abandon this place, what will become of the hundreds of thousands of ordinary lives here? It will not only be Yun City that suffers. The entire border defense of our nation will falter, and the internal cities will also be affected. As he spoke, Wang Yu's expression grew grave. However, Yang Jingyi wished to say more. But upon witnessing her son's serious demeanor, she understood that further persuasion would be futile. Observing that his mother and sister had fallen silent, Wang Yu gently patted their hands and turned his gaze toward the horizon. In truth, the choice to become an awakened one is not solely fraught with danger. His voice resonated with depth and conviction. Each time he safeguarded a city and saved countless families, that sense of duty rendered every sacrifice worthwhile. Just like tonight, had I not arrived in time, the devastation wrought by those beasts would be unimaginable. Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin exchanged glances, the terror in their eyes gradually replaced by a complex array of emotions. Wang Yin spoke first, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother, are you truly resolved to pursue this path? Even if you may face life and death crises at any moment?" Her fingers were tightly clenched, as if she wished to conceal all her fears within her grasp. From the moment I was attacked by those beasts, my fate became intertwined with theirs. Rather than passively awaiting disaster, I would choose to actively become a guardian. He suddenly turned, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. Yang Jingyi instinctively grasped Wang Yan's hand, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. Yet this time they bore a sense of relief. "My child, I understand now." She took a deep breath, wiping away the traces of her tears. "We should not dissuade you from leaving, but rather, we should take pride in you." Her voice quivered, yet she endeavored to smile. "But you must promise us, no matter what, to return safely. Mother and sister will be here waiting for you." Wang Yin enveloped Wang Yu in a tight embrace, burying her face in his shoulder, warm tears soaking his garment. "Brother, remember, no matter how perilous the world may be, you will always have a home to return to." As she released him, determination glimmered in her eyes. "We will take care of ourselves, waiting for your return." In the night breeze, Wang Yu gazed at his mother and sister, warmth swelling in his heart. He had never anticipated that the responsibilities he bore could yield such understanding from his family. In this moment, he was no longer a solitary, awakened one fighting alone, but rather Wang Yu, connected to his loved ones. "I will," he solemnly vowed, as golden energy coursed deep within his pupils. Soon, those tasked with clearing the battlefield arrived, and upon witnessing the scene of the captain embracing his family, they chose not to intrude. After a while, they approached. "Captain, you've worked hard. We will take over from here." Then, leaning closer to Wang Yu's ear, one of them whispered, "By the way, should we erase their memories?" "No need," Wang Yu replied. "I will explain the situation to them. If anyone from above inquires, I will address it upon my return." "Understood, Captain." Subsequently, they made their way towards the vast pit that Wang Yu had created. "Mother, sister, regarding my matters as well as Skynet, and these are classified, so it is imperative that you do not disclose them to anyone." Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin assured Wang Yu that they would safeguard the secret, after which Wang Yu personally escorted them to the airport. Chapter 15. The successor, after escorting his mother and sister to the airport, Wang Yu returned to the battleground where he had previously fought the otherworldly beast. The setting sun bled crimson, painting the horizon a deep red. He gazed at the battlefield below, which had been meticulously restored to its pristine condition. Truly, the emergency response team, tasked with cleanup, displayed an efficiency rivaling that of a mechanical legion, due to the immense upheaval each time he took action. Headquarters had specially dispatched this elite team to assist him. The members were all old acquaintances who had witnessed his prowess. Among them was the 30-something team leader, who approached him. "Captain Wang, what brings you back here?" he inquired. "Rest assured, we can erase all traces. Not even a strand of the beast's DNA will be detectable." "I'm confident in your capabilities," Wang Yu replied. "I merely worry that other beasts might appear. Hence, I came to ensure your safety." "Come now, Captain. If you could just refrain from causing chaos, I'd be eternally grateful," Hu retorted. "How can you say that? Do you not realize how much that hurts my feelings?" Wang Yu feigned sorrow. "You still have the audacity to mention it. Do you recall 6 months ago when you cleaved the beast in twain along with a newly constructed bridge? It took our team a tremendous effort to disguise the damage as earthquake-related, only for you to leave, claiming you were too tired to steer properly, and crashed into it. We ended up working through the night to rectify that. And what about 2 months ago when you tested your new sword technique and turned the observation tower into a QR code? All right, I admit my faults. Wang Yu interjected, genuinely fearing whose growing enthusiasm. What urgent matter requires our invincible Captain Wang to seek assistance from a mere laborer like me? Who quipped, "Actually, it's not a significant issue, just a small favor," Wang Yu explained. "But let me be clear, I cannot assist with major tasks. I lack time for trivial matters. Danger is not my forte, and I shall bear any punishment myself, and there will be no sharing of meals." "Are you preparing for your exams? Old who? Reciting poetry here?" Wang Yu responded, exasperated. "You truly are," echoed several others in agreement. Fine, I admit I'm the villain, but this time, it is genuinely a minuscule matter. Then do enlighten me. I shall see what it entails. You've been in this cleanup business for decades, haven't you? During your previous assignments, did you encounter any remarkable individuals? If so, do recommend a few. Indeed, we have encountered some exceptional talents. But what do you intend to do with them? Who pondered for a moment before asking. It's nothing serious, merely an urgent need to leave Yun City, and I seek a successor to assume my position, though I'm quite reluctant to part with all of you. As he spoke, Wang Yu pretended to wipe away a tear. What did you say? You're leaving Yun City? Who exclaimed, taken aback. Immediately, the others erupted in celebration. Hooray! The living devil is finally departing. Our days of suffering are at an end. Wang Yu, upon witnessing their joyful demeanor, felt an immediate discontent. Do not celebrate too prematurely. Should a suitable successor elude us, I shall remain here alongside you. The moment Lao Hu and the others heard this, their laughter ceased, and they assumed solemn expressions, delving into discussions about formidable individuals they had previously encountered. Hey, just how eager are you for my departure? Who will generate achievements for you once I am gone? Enough of this banter. Our foremost task now is to identify an appropriate successor for you. And you, how dare you speak such nonsense? Who needs you to create achievements for us? Lao Hu nearly fainted from indignation. All right, enough said. Finding someone is indeed urgent. So, tell me, who might be a suitable successor? Lao Hu shot Wang Yu a disdainful glance before responding. During my tenure at the Liangzhou branch, there was an exceptionally gifted young girl named Lin Xingwan. At just 18, she single-handedly vanquished 5 commander-level beasts during a mission. Her strength was already at the pinnacle of the profound stage. For years have passed. She is likely on the cusp of reaching the celestial stage now. That sounds promising. She could certainly be worth a try. Is she still at the Liangzhou branch, or has she returned to headquarters? Wang Yu, intrigued by Lin Xingwan's accomplishments, considered her a potential candidate for succession. It seems she has been reassigned to headquarters, where she is undergoing specialized training in preparation for her breakthrough to the celestial stage. In that case, once her training concludes, I shall reach out to some acquaintances at headquarters to bring her to Yun City for a personal assessment. Wang Yu smiled, eagerly anticipating his encounter with this talented young woman. Hey, if you're seeking a successor, why the lewd grin? Are you plotting something nefarious? Lao Hu shuddered at Wang Yu's smile. What mischief could I possibly engage in? I am merely delighted at the prospect of finding a suitable successor. With a hearty laugh, Wang Yu continued, Thank you for today. I shall return home to rest. He then produced his flying sword and, with a whoosh, vanished into the night. How typical of him to disappear so suddenly, only to reappear just as abruptly. Yet I must admit, his awakened talent is indeed impressive, capable of slaying beasts and soaring through the skies. As the first light of stars emerged, the emergency team completed the last remnants of the battlefield. With that madman gone, it is rather peaceful, Lao Hu murmured, gazing at the empty night sky. All right, this area is nearly wrapped up. Brothers, let us go for a late-night snack, my treat. Lin Xingwan, I hope you will not disappoint me. Once you become the captain of a Yun City branch, I shall finally be able to visit my mother and sister in the capital. Wang Yu was brimming with excitement, astonished by the swift emergence of a successor candidate. Meanwhile, at the Skynet headquarters, A young girl was diligently training within the confines of a practice chamber. Clad in a simple yet elegant long dress that accentuated her graceful figure, the skirt flowed like liquid moonlight. Her cascading black hair framed a complexion as pristine as fresh snow, seemingly delicate to the touch. He was indeed the successor Wang Yu had designated, Lin Xingwan. Xingwan, how has your cultivation been progressing? At that moment, a mature and elegant woman clad in a black qipao entered the room. Lin Xingwan opened her eyes and rose to bow. Master, in approximately 10 days, I shall be able to break through to the celestial stage. So soon? Truly, you are the pride of our Tianwang. Continue your cultivation. I shall not disturb you further. After the woman departed, Lin Xingwan appeared to be lost in thought. The pride of the heavens, is it? Yet, in comparison to him, what am I? I wonder if I shall ever see you again. Chapter 16. Amidst the blossoms. Not a leaf touches him. At dawn, Wang Yu rose early to freshen up. Today he intended to visit those injured in the battle against the exotic beasts. As the captain, it was essential to express care and support for his subordinates. Additionally, he felt it was time for the members of the Yun City branch to become acquainted with him, for he would soon be departing, and this opportunity would not present itself again. Wang Yu had already informed several other officials in the branch that a speech would follow the visit, to be broadcasted live for all members of the Yun City branch to witness. Thus, he had taken extra care with his appearance today, donning a dark-hued suit. His shirt collar slightly unbuttoned to exude a casual air. The sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, revealing well-defined wrists and fingers, his complexion a cool pallor. His hair was short and neatly styled, with cleanly trimmed sideburns, while a few stray strands casually fell across his forehead, adding an air of nonchalance. His overall demeanor was one of restrained intensity, sharp yet detailed, akin to a sheathed blade, its brilliance subdued yet unmistakably keen. Once fully prepared, he drove to the Tianwang Special Hospital. This establishment was staffed entirely by individuals awakened with healing abilities, ensuring rapid treatment for the wounded. Wang Yu soon arrived at a hospital heavily guarded by a well-equipped unit. At the entrance, he was stopped by the guards. Please present your identification. Wang Yu produced his member card from the Tianwang organization. Upon seeing the credentials, the guards were filled with excitement and promptly opened the gates. Captain, what brings you here? You usually seem rather stern, yet your demeanor changed upon seeing a young man's ID. Are you aware of the recent buzz surrounding the captain of the Yun City branch? Wang Yu? The name on that ID just now was indeed Wang Yu, and given his age, it is highly probable that this mysterious young captain is he. Ah, he is that elusive young captain. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Before, I couldn't believe how handsome he was, but seeing him today, I realized that there truly are individuals whose beauty inspires envy. As they observed Wang Yu's retreating figure, the chatter among them intensified. Wang Yu entered the hospital, beginning his search. Did Xiao Zhang not say he would wait for me here? Why didn't he specify where in the hospital? After searching for a while, Wang Yu found himself surrounded by several charming nurses. One nurse, who had just been using her abilities to check on a wounded patient, abandoned her task upon spotting Wang Yu and rushed over. The patient, bewildered, wondered, wasn't she supposed to check on me? Where did she go? Are you here to see the doctor too? Handsome? Would you like me to escort you? Don't be ridiculous. He looks perfectly healthy. Is there anything I can assist you with, handsome? Don't hesitate. I'm here to help. She flirted, casting a playful glance at Wang Yu. Caught in the midst of this attention, Wang Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed. Ladies, could you please step aside? I have urgent matters to attend to. Wang Yu called out to them, yet they showed no signs of ceasing their actions, preparing to assert his identity. Enough. Step aside quickly. I am from the Tianwang Cloud City branch. He exclaimed, Hey, what are you all doing? Aren't any of you working? Can't you see there are injured patients waiting? Before he could finish his statement, a voice resonated, filled with both irritation and authority. Upon hearing it, all the nurses promptly returned to their respective duties. Wang Yu turned to face the speaker, a young man clad in a white coat, adorned with silver-framed glasses. He was Lu Zijian, a healer awakened with abilities and one of the doctors at this hospital, although he felt anger towards the nurses for abandoning their posts. His frustration was primarily directed at Wang Yu. Among those nurses, one was the object of his affections, a delicate blossom he had been pursuing for 6 months without much success. Just as he was about to savor the sweetness of her attention, he found himself overshadowed by this newcomer. A quick appraisal of Wang Yu revealed that he was indeed far more handsome, which only fueled Lu Zijian's ire. "Hey, you're not even injured. What are you doing here?" he demanded. Wang Yu merely glanced at him, disregarding his presence, and continued to walk past. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Have you gone deaf?" Lu Zijian called out, reaching out to grab Wang Yu's arm. Just as his hand was about to make contact, he suddenly felt dizzy and found himself thrown to the ground by a shoulder throw. The commotion attracted a crowd, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. "What happened? What was that noise?" someone inquired. "It sounded like a fight broke out." "I think it was Dr. Lu Zijian. I saw him being thrown down," another remarked. Wang Yu cast a frosty gaze at Lu Zijian. "Brother, it seems we are not acquainted. Why the hostility?" He had not exerted much force during their encounter, for he was aware that awakened individuals were scarce, and healers even more so. He did not wish to impulsively remove a medical talent from Cloud City S branch. Lu Zijian, unsteadily rising to his feet, seethed with indignation. "Do you not realize what you just did? I have been pursuing Xiaoxin for nearly 6 months, barely managing to speak a few words to her. Yet, the moment you arrive, she approaches you, and you ignore her completely." His jealousy had clouded his judgment. Wang Yu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he observed Lu Zijian, who, despite his glasses, turned out to be utterly consumed by romantic folly. "I apologize, but even amidst a sea of flowers, not a single petal shall cling to me. I know not who Xiaoxin is, and your affections are your own concern. Do not judge others by your standards. Your feelings are your business, and whether I choose to acknowledge someone is mine alone. Yet, should you insist on seeking trouble, prepare to heal yourself." As he spoke, he released a fraction of his aura, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Though it was merely a fragment of his aura, after years of battling ferocious beasts, Wang Yu's presence was imbued with a profound sense of murderous intent. Upon sensing this terrifying aura, Lu Zijian could no longer maintain his arrogance. At that moment, his legs stood frozen, and he was rendered motionless. For in Wang Yu's aura, he seemed to glimpse a scene of countless beastly corpses heaped like mountains. Although he was somewhat infatuated, he was not foolish. He understood that for an individual's aura to carry such an overwhelming malice, one must have slain innumerable beasts upon a battlefield. Observing Lu Zijian's sudden submission, Wang Yu decided not to linger any longer. Before departing, he uttered a final remark. "Infatuation is a condition that requires remedy." Chapter 17 Reunion with Guo Cheng. After parting ways with Lu Zijian, Wang Yu continued his search for Xiao Zhang. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Xiao Zhang. "Apologies, Captain. I forgot to inform you of our exact location. We are waiting for you here at the hospital's reporting hall." Upon reading the message, Wang Yu promptly made his way to the reporting hall. Before long, he arrived in a room reminiscent of a cinema, adorned with a large electronic screen. Several officials from the Yun City branch were gathered there, eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Captain, I'm so sorry for not providing the specific location," Xiao Zhang said, scratching his head in embarrassment as he approached. "It's all right. It hasn't delayed us much. What is the agenda for today?" Wang Yu chose not to admonish him, instead steering the conversation towards their tasks. "Captain, our first stop is to visit our injured comrades in the wards. Following that, we shall inspect the medical personnel and their work conditions. Lastly, we will return here for your concluding report," a tall woman in a black uniform, holding a small booklet, explained. "Understood. Let us commence now." "Gujia," Wang Yu replied, and they proceeded towards the wards where the injured were housed. Their first visit was to a middle-aged man whose arm had been bitten off by a beast while he valiantly defended his comrades. Despite the grievous injury, the arm was nearly restored, thanks to the treatment from awakened medical personnel. "Is the captain here?" the man inquired eagerly upon their entrance. "Yes. The captain has come to see everyone." Gu Jie gestured towards Wang Yu. "Hello. Thank you for your sacrifices in safeguarding our home," Wang Yu said, his voice steady and strong as he stepped forward and gently placed a bouquet of sunflowers on the bedside table. The sunflowers, symbolizing resilience and hope, glistened with morning dew. trembling slightly in the cool air conditioning. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he struggled to sit up. "Captain, you've come to see me personally. I'm truly honored." His voice quivered with emotion, his left hand instinctively clutching the bedsheet. Wang Yu quickly pressed his hand on the man's shoulder, signaling him to lie back down. "Do not move. Your wound has just healed, so take care. You were injured while protecting your juniors, correct?" Wang Yu inquired as he pulled a chair beside the bed, his tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The man nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. That young lad. If he'd been a bit more cautious, I would have. He suddenly faltered, shaking his head with a wry smile. But please do not blame him. None of us reacted in time during the beast's ambush. A brief silence enveloped the room. Outside the window, the sky over Yun City was a dreary gray, resembling a smudged pane of glass. The medical team mentioned your arm will fully recover within 2 weeks, after which you will be arranged for special training. Wang Yu opened the notebook he carried with him, his fingertips gliding over the latest schedule. Really? The middle-aged man suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling with surprise. His injured right hand twitched slightly, a faint itch emanating from beneath the bandages, an indication of nerve regeneration. Could I still continue to fight? Certainly. Wang Yu closed the notebook and rose to his feet. Yun City needed seasoned veterans such as you. He patted the man's shoulder with just the right amount of pressure, conveying strength without causing pain. As he turned, he noticed a photograph tucked in the corner of the bedside table. The middle-aged man standing shoulder to shoulder with a young boy, the backdrop of fiery sunset. They then proceeded to the next ward. Upon opening the door, Wang Yu was greeted by a familiar face, Guo Cheng, the individual he had rescued last time. Guo Cheng quickly stood to greet him. "Captain, you have finally arrived. I was so excited to hear you would be visiting us that I could hardly sleep." Despite still being bound in bandages, Guo Cheng's eagerness to welcome his captain was undeterred. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Your name is Guo Cheng, correct?" Wang Yu pondered for a moment before recalling his name. "Yes, Captain." Guo Cheng straightened his back, his face glowing with excitement. "Thanks to your timely arrival in that battle." His voice suddenly caught in his throat, fingers absently tracing the edges of his bandages. Wang Yu gently patted his shoulder and placed the sunflower bouquet he had brought on the windowsill. The sunflowers unfurled their petals under the sunlight, their faint fragrance wafting through the ward. "How is your recovery coming along?" He pulled up a chair, his gaze sweeping over the bandages on Guo Cheng's chest, where a ferocious wound had once been inflicted by a beast's claws. "The doctor said I could be discharged in 2 days after further observation." Guo Cheng scratched his head. "To be honest, I feel fine now, but the nurse insists I remain in bed." "Huh. If they advise you to rest, then you should indeed take the time to recuperate. Protecting your health is paramount for fighting effectively." Wang Yu chuckled softly, his tone as gentle as a spring breeze. He noticed an open tactical manual on Guo Cheng's bedside, its pages slightly wrinkled from repeated handling. "It seems you have not been idle during your recovery?" "Yes, Captain. I want to learn as much as possible so that I can handle crises better in the next battle." Guo Cheng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he closed the book. Sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting delicate spots of light on his eyelashes. "By the way, Captain, may we request a week off? I wish to return and see my wife and child." Guo Cheng produced a photograph, his eyes filled with longing. "Of course, but is a week not too brief? Since you wish to accompany your family, you ought to spend more time with them. I will grant you a month's leave. Return only when your wife and child are thoroughly delighted." Wang Yu had just reunited with his own family, fully understanding the pain of separation. Thus he empathized deeply with Guo Cheng. Upon hearing this, Guo Cheng was profoundly moved. "Thank you, Captain. Once I have spent time with my family, I will return and dedicate my utmost efforts to safeguarding the borders." He bowed deeply to Wang Yu. Suddenly, Wang Yu recalled a familiar face. "Oh, I remember now. I always felt your face looked familiar. Is your daughter named Guo Xian?" "Indeed. How did you know, Captain? Do you know her?" Guo Cheng asked, his expression filled with curiosity. "I encountered her recently while dining out. She faced a bit of trouble, and I offered her some assistance," Wang Yu replied. Guo Cheng's gratitude towards Wang Yu deepened, accompanied by a flicker of hope. "Captain, I thank you on behalf of my daughter. By the way, Captain, since you have met her, what do you think of her? She is quite adorable, but too naive, making her susceptible to deceitful individuals. Wang Yu recalled the incident with Guo Xian, who easily trusted her so-called friends and was subsequently led to a barbecue restaurant under false pretenses. Upon hearing this, Guocheng could hardly contain a smile. Rest assured, Captain, I will make sure to educate her properly. Well then, let us proceed. We should check on the others. With that, he rose and departed from Guocheng's side, ready to visit the next ward. Chapter 18. The Toxic Warmth. After visiting all the injured, Wang Yu, guided by Sister Gu and Xiao Zhang, arrived at the medical staff's area. Upon seeing Wang Yu approach, the crowd quickly gathered around him. Isn't that the handsome young man from earlier? Why is he walking alongside the leaders? Could he possibly be some prominent figure within the Tianwang organization? They exchanged glances. Recalling the announcement that our Yun City Division's captain was to conduct an inspection today, I heard that our captain is a youth who hasn't yet reached his 20s. Could it be that he is the mysterious captain? With his delicate appearance, if he were indeed our division's leader, I would stand on my head to wash my hair. Everyone was intensely curious about Wang Yu's identity, engaging in fervent discussions. However, one individual stood apart from the crowd, Lu Zijian, the one who had just clashed with Wang Yu. Seeing Wang Yu enter stirred a whirlwind of complex emotions within him. Xiao Zhang surveyed the room, ensuring everyone was present. All right, everyone, please settle down. I trust you are all aware that our Captain Wang has come to visit us today. Without further ado, let us welcome our Captain Wang. With that, Xiao Zhang stepped back, allowing Wang Yu to stand before the assembly. Greetings, esteemed colleagues. The crowd was left speechless, unable to utter a single word. Particularly, the individual who had just boasted about standing on his head was now left agape. Haha, who was it that said they would stand on their head? Others began to tease. Lu Zijian, who had previously worn a displeased expression, felt his heart sink further upon realizing that the person he had offended was none other than the captain of the Yun City Division. All right, everyone. Yes, it is indeed I, your long-anticipated Yun City Division Captain, Wang Yu. I am here today to extend my regards to all of you, which is also my duty as captain. However, I must express my dissatisfaction with your performance. Wang Yu then turned his gaze towards the nurses who had previously surrounded him. As medical personnel, it is unacceptable to engage in unrelated activities while on duty. While it may be understandable to sneak a glance at a handsome man, such distractions not only hinder the recovery of the injured, but also cause me considerable inconvenience. Do you have any idea the extent of the trouble this has caused me? Wang Yu rubbed his forehead, feigning an expression of distress. Now, the entire city's injured are spreading the word that the new captain is quite the handsome fellow. If I wish to conduct a discreet visit in the future, I fear I shall be besieged by fans, unable to move an inch. His words elicited a wave of good-natured laughter from the crowd. The nurse who had previously vowed to stand on her head blushed and stepped forward, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Captain, I shall immediately attend to the medication in Ward 3 and promise not to indulge in any more infatuation. Her exaggerated antics sent those around her into fits of laughter, even causing the stoic Lu Zijian to crack a faint smile. However, Wang Yu suddenly changed the tone of his conversation, pulling a bag of chocolates from his pocket. I have heard that the ladies of the Yun City Division are such workaholics that they often miss their lunch. As the captain, how could one possibly neglect the well-being of their team members? With that, he tossed a chocolate bar to Nurse Gu. Guya, you are responsible for ensuring that everyone halts their work at 3 o'clock every afternoon to indulge in chocolate. Anyone who disobeys shall face a salary deduction. Understood. Gu Jie replied with a smile, catching the chocolate and immediately unwrapping a piece to pop it into her mouth. Captain Wang seems to wish for us to continue working while snacking under the guise of concern, but in reality, he aims to ensure we have the energy for overtime. Doesn't he? Clever indeed. Wang Yu gave her a thumbs up and then, as if performing a magic trick, produced a thermos. By the way, I heard Dr. Liuan Yoiskoi Peritea. He shook the thermos, revealing a vibrant red liquid. Here, I have a special concoction, goji berries, coffee, and chili powder, guaranteed to invigorate and combat fatigue. Lu Zijian glanced at the peculiar thermos, a twitch of disbelief crossing his lips. Captain, this might not be invigorating. It could be lethal. Give it a try. Wang Yu insisted, thrusting the thermos into his hands. Young people should embrace a spirit of adventure. Who knows? You might find yourself treating 3 patients overnight without feeling drowsy. Most importantly, it will allow the ladies to witness your prowess as a man. Soon enough, you will be pursued by women of all kinds. Laughter erupted among the medical staff, some even recording videos. Look, the new captain is poisoning Dr. Liu. Spreading warmth. Liu Zijian's hands trembled as he held the thermos, the ominous reddish-brown liquid gleaming under the lights. The sweet essence of goji berries, the rich aroma of coffee, and the fiery kick of chili powder mingled in the air, creating an unusual fragrance that made his nostrils itch. Yet he dared not inhale deeply. "Captain, is this truly drinkable?" he asked, trembling, catching sight of his colleagues forming a half-circle around him, their phones aimed at him. Wang Yu beamed and nodded. "Of course, it's my personal secret recipe. Look at these goji berries. They're from our city's luminescent variety. The coffee beans were sourced from last month's championship competition, and the chili powder," he lowered his voice, "is a concentrated essence extracted by a fire elemental ability user, ensuring warmth from your toes to the crown of your head." "Ahem. Dr. Liu, don't hold back," Gu Jie urged, distributing the chocolates Wang Yu had given her. "The captain has good intentions. Drinking this will prove your strength as a man." Several young nurses joined in the laughter, some even whistling. At that moment, Liu Zijian regretted provoking Wang Yu. Gritting his teeth, he unscrewed the thermos lid under the scrutinizing gaze of his peers. A spicy aroma surged into his nostrils, and with his eyes closed, he gulped down a generous sip. In an instant, the warmth of the goji berries enveloped him like a gentle wave. The bitterness of the coffee exploded on his tongue, while the chili's heat ignited a fire from his throat to his stomach. The 3 distinct flavors danced chaotically in his mouth, igniting both a sneeze and tears, ultimately merging into a strangely addictive taste. "How is it?" Wang Yu inquired, leaning in with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Liu Zijian wiped the corners of his mouth and suddenly burst into laughter, feeling rejuvenated. Good heavens! If this were to be consumed by those night owls in the emergency room, they might collectively transform into perpetual motion machines. He raised his empty cup in salute to Captain Wang Yu, exclaiming, "Tomorrow, I would like 3 more. The crowd erupted in cheers, with someone shouting, "Dr. Lin is still planning to do a handstand while washing his hair." Amid the laughter, Wang Yu stood at the edge of the nurse's station, his fingertips lightly tapping the metallic surface, producing a crisp sound. His eyes sparkled with mirth, yet his tone shifted abruptly to seriousness. "Dr. Liu, I understand your dissatisfaction. However, the realm of medicine is not governed by whims. I hope you will reflect on this, along with my previous remark." The air suddenly felt thick with tension. Liu Zijian pressed his lips together, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of his cup. He certainly recalled the phrase, "Love-struck brain, it needs treatment. Go ahead and drink." Wang Yu suddenly chuckled, dissipating the solemn atmosphere. He turned and rummaged through Sister Gu's bag, pulling out a mug and pouring half a cup of honey water, a remedy for the spiciness. He declared, "I possess a strong sense of professionalism." Liu Zijian inhaled deeply and tilted his head back, consuming the concoction in one go. The fiery sensation spread from his tongue to his throat, the bitterness of coffee mingling with the sweetness of goji berries, creating a marvelous blend of spiciness. Ultimately, it culminated in a hint of sweetness, much like Wang Yu himself, who, despite his seemingly nonchalant exterior, concealed an unexpectedly warm core. Finally, he flashed a grin at everyone, proclaiming, "The exclusive energy drink of the Yun City Division. Effects, specifically designed to combat all forms of fatigue and discontent." He abruptly ceased his jesting demeanor, his gaze sweeping across every face present. "Remember, you're not treating mere instruments but living, breathing individuals. Any misstep incurs a corresponding consequence." The crowd fell silent in an instant. The expressions of the medical staff shifted from playful to solemn, followed by a resounding wave of applause. Chapter 19. Exchange of skills after completing their inspection. Wang Yu and his companions gradually entered the report hall. Upon entering, they were struck by the scene before them. The once spacious hall was now filled to capacity, with attendees whispering among themselves, seemingly brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming speech. Wang Yu scanned the crowd until he found a vacant seat, finally managing to settle down. No sooner had he taken his seat than the people around him began to murmur. The enigmatic captain, who had always been shrouded in mystery, was finally to deliver a public address, allowing them a glimpse of the man behind the legend. I caught a glimpse of him in the medical room. He was absolutely stunning. Is that for real? Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. The looks were simply extraordinary. Wow, I can hardly wait. Even before the speech commenced, the audience was already engaged in fervent discussions, each topic revolving around the mysterious captain. Meanwhile, the staff in the hall were adjusting the live broadcast equipment. Once everything was ready, Sister Gu stepped onto the stage. Everyone, please settle down. It is my honor to host this conference. First, let's welcome our Captain Wang to deliver an inspiring speech. Let's give him a round of applause. With a wave of enthusiastic applause, Wang Yu slowly rose from his seat and made his way to the podium. Greetings, colleagues and friends. I'm Wang Yu, the captain of the Yuncheng branch. I appreciate your guidance. As soon as Wang Yu stepped onto the stage, silence enveloped the room. Particularly, those who had previously doubted his appearance were left speechless, astonished that the man before them was indeed the subject of their speculation. The other members of Tianwang in the live broadcast room were abuzz with excitement, showering Wang Yu with compliments. Noticing that the crowd remained in a state of shock, Wang Yu cleared his throat to regain their attention. In our missions, we will encounter formidable adversaries and face life and death challenges. Yet we must not falter, for behind us lies the tranquility of Yuncheng and the safety of countless ordinary lives. His words resonated with conviction, as if an invisible force inspired everyone present. I urge you all to continuously enhance your skills and fortify your resolve during training. Only then can we rise to the occasion when danger looms, safeguarding our homeland. Wang Yu's speech elicited waves of applause from the audience, invigorated by his words, their eyes shining with determination. As the speech concluded, the hall erupted once more into fervent applause, and Wang Yu smiled as he descended from the podium. This address had undoubtedly injected a robust sense of motivation into the hearts of many. However, just as Wang Yu was about to return to his seat, a towering man suddenly rose from the crowd. With arms crossed and a booming voice, he declared, "Captain Wang, your speech is indeed inspiring, but words alone are insufficient. I wish to challenge you to a spar, to see if your leadership is matched by your prowess." The surrounding crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed intently on Wang Yu and the man before him. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected challenge that arose immediately after the conclusion of the speech. Yet perhaps it was for the best, as it would allow them to confront their own limitations. "What is your name?" he inquired. "I am Feng Gang, the leader of the combat team in Area 4. Came the response. "Very well. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. Engaging in sparring will enable you to gain a more tangible understanding of your strengths and weaknesses." Wang Yu replied calmly. The group exited the hall and found an open space, where onlookers instinctively formed a circle, eager to witness the impending duel. The burly man launched the first attack, throwing a punch aimed directly at Wang Yu's face. Wang Yu deftly sidestepped, evading the blow effortlessly, and retaliated with a swift strike to the man's shoulder. However, the hit seemed to inflict little damage. "Oh, a defensive ability? Intriguing," he remarked. "Indeed, I have awakened a defensive ability, and no one has ever managed to breach my defenses," Feng Gang declared, a powerful aura radiating from him. Wait, since when has Feng Gang reached the peak of the Xian realm? He is merely a step away from the Earth realm, yet his opponent is a captain-level figure. I have heard that every division captain is at least at the celestial level. But our captain is still so young. Could he truly possess celestial strength? Suddenly, Feng Gang's aura underwent a significant transformation. What had once been a loose, ambient presence around him gradually solidified, resembling a suit of armor enveloping his form. "Captain, my defenses are no longer on the same level as before. You must be cautious," Feng Gang boasted, charging once more at Wang Yu. Wang Yu resolved to abandon his reticence. To command respect, he needed to demonstrate formidable strength. He transformed his finger into a sword, enveloping it with a thread of sword energy. With a flick of his finger, a glimmering silver sword aura erupted forth. slicing through the air and aiming directly at Feng Gang's throat. Feng Gang's pupils dilated in shock, and he hastily sidestepped, the sword energy grazing past his ear and leaving a deep gash in the ground. To his astonishment, the defensive barrier he took pride in rippled as it made contact with the sword energy, subsequently shredding apart like paper. Just as the sword energy was about to strike Feng Gang's throat, Wang Yu promptly retracted it. "I concede," Feng Gang shouted, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. He acutely felt that had Wang Yu wished it, that strike could have easily claimed his life. The spectators held their breath, while the members of Area 4 in the live stream stood frozen in disbelief. They were well aware of the formidable nature of Feng Gang's Earth Spike prison. Once, a mid-tier Earth Realm beast had been ensnared within, losing a significant portion of its battle prowess. Wang Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. The arena fell into a profound silence. The prowess exhibited by this youthful captain far surpassed everyone's expectations, effortlessly breaching the defenses of the peak Xian realm. Defensive abilities are indeed commendable, Wang Yu mused, sheathing his sword and slowly approaching Feng Gang. But remember, true strength does not solely rely on a shield. While your defense is formidable, your offense remains rather singular. Attack and defense are two sides of the same coin. "Thank you for your guidance, Captain. I concede with full conviction," Feng Gang replied, humbled. Feng Gang abruptly altered his previous demeanor. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, and the barrage of comments in the live stream burst forth like fireworks. "Captain, you're incredible. This is undoubtedly a celestial starting point. That sword aura just now, was it from a legendary swordsman? If even Feng Gang cannot withstand it, do we still have hope?" Wang Yu raised his hand to quiet the clamor, and the noise gradually subsided. His gaze swept across the audience, ultimately resting on a few eager young individuals. "Is there anyone else who wishes to try?" No one responded. With someone as formidable as Feng Gang having been so decisively defeated, who would dare to seek their own humiliation, since there were no more challengers? The sparring session came to an end. Seizing the moment, Wang Yu announced, "I have something of utmost importance to declare. Soon, I shall depart from the Yun City branch, and another will take over my position." "What?" A wave of confusion swept over everyone. "The captain is leaving?" "No, please. I have only just met the captain. The thought of never again witnessing the captain's magnificent presence fills me with despair." Observing the crowd's reluctance, Wang Yu felt a sense of comfort. Though he understood their sorrow, he too felt a deep attachment to them and to the culinary delights of Yun City. The mere thought of returning to the Tianwang headquarters, living a leisurely life of sleep and shopping, stirred feelings of anxiety within him. "Damn it, is this even human? Return my emotions to me. If it weren't for my inability to fight back, I would truly want to give him a couple of blows. I support you. Go ahead and give him a few hits." Why the rush? As long as we attain Earth-tier cultivation, we can return to the headquarters." "Exactly. I must diligently cultivate and strive to reach Earth-tier as soon as possible. Then return and infuriate him." Wang Yu smiled at them before turning to leave, leaving them in their vexation. Chapter 20. A crisis approaches after concluding matters at the hospital. Wang Yu returned home and took out his phone to call his family. "Hello. Mom, sister, how are you? You must have arrived home by now." "Child, your sister and I are already home. We've informed the family about your situation. Your grandfather was overjoyed upon hearing the news and even expressed a desire to visit you. However, I told him you have pressing matters to attend to, so I advised against it." "Grandfather? All right, once I finish my tasks, I will return to see you all. I have already identified a successor, and I will be able to come back shortly." "Really? That's wonderful. Remember to let Mom know when you return. She and I will come and pick you up." "I will. Please take good care of yourselves. I'll hang up now." "Yes, you must take care of yourself too, and remember to eat on time." "Goodbye, Mom." After ending the call, he began to ponder how he could persuade Lin Xingwan to agree to take his place in Yun City. What could he do to convince her to assume leadership of the Yun City branch? Surely he couldn't resort to using charm as a bargaining chip. Perhaps he could procure some rare treasures or magical artifacts, or maybe even some heavenly materials. Just as he was lost in thought, a phone call abruptly interrupted him. Noticing it was from Xiao Zhang, Wang Yu promptly answered. "Hello, Captain. Trouble has arisen. We just detected a formidable creature appearing in Zone 1, and estimates suggest its power level is at least that of a commander. The team stationed there might be in danger. Calm down. Inform a team in Zone 1 to refrain from taking any rash actions. I will head there immediately. Understood, Captain. I will notify them at once. With that, Wang Yu swiftly mounted his sword and rushed towards Zone 1. It was peculiar that a commander-level beast would brazenly attack Zone 1. With its intelligence, it would have a higher chance of success in other regions. The borders of Yin City were divided into 7 zones, with Zone 1 boasting the strongest defenses, while the other 6 zones were relatively weaker. The more Wang Yu contemplated, the more he felt a sense of unease, prompting him to extend his spiritual awareness. With his current strength, he was capable of enveloping the entirety of Yun City with his perception. He confirmed that there was indeed only one commander-level beast accompanied by dozens of commander-level creatures advancing toward Zone 1. There seems to be a strange energy fluctuation about 60 to 70 kilometers beyond the border. Could this be related? Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate further on site. Wang Yu soared on his flying sword, cutting through the sky like a meteor, the wind howling fiercely in his ears. As his thoughts surged, the outline of Zone 1 came into view. The alarms blared, their red lights glaring, and the station team stood ready, as if facing a formidable foe. Wang Yu landed among the crowd, and Xiao Zhang immediately approached him. Captain, the beast is just 3 kilometers away, leading a group of commander-level creatures, advancing slowly. Order everyone to retreat within a protective perimeter and refrain from engaging without command. Wang Yu issued his orders while simultaneously activating his spiritual awareness scan. On the distant horizon, a colossal beast, its entire body shrouded in dark crimson scales, steadily advances. Following in its wake are dozens of grotesque creatures, resembling a moving legion of death. Wang Yu turns around and declares, I shall confront that formidable beast, while you all handle the others. Consider it an opportunity for you to hone your skills and gain practical experience. Yes, rest assured, Captain, we will fulfill the mission, they affirm with determination. Wang Yu nods, then charges directly toward the imposing beast. He rides his flying sword, slicing through the air like a meteor, the fierce winds howling past his ears. As he gazes at the distant creature, his brow furrows slightly. The intelligence of this formidable beast far surpasses that of ordinary beasts. It has chosen to attack the heavily fortified Zone 1, clearly with ulterior motives. The giant's claws strike the ground with such force that the earth trembles beneath it. The beasts surrounding it emit a cacophony of roars, as if partaking in some ancient ritual. Activating his spiritual awareness, Wang Yu discovers strange runes flickering along the creature's abdomen, reminiscent of the sealing patterns described in ancient texts. Could it be that a secret realm is emerging? A pang of astonishment strikes his heart. Such realms typically take eons to form, rendering this generation nearly devoid of encounters with them. The emergence of a secret realm, while it does spawn a multitude of beasts, also presents significant advantages. Within these realms, abundant energy gives rise to numerous rare treasures. Ah, so you are beasts that have emerged from that secret realm. No wonder you dare to assault Zone 1 directly. He realizes he must act swiftly. He yearns to delve into the secret realm in search of treasures. Upon the emergence of a secret realm, a powerful seal is invariably placed above, permitting only weaker beasts to emerge. However, as time progresses, the seal weakens until it is entirely dispelled. Everyone, proceed as planned. Wang Yu conveys his orders to the station team via spiritual communication. Subsequently, he gestures with his hand, and his flying sword instantly splits into 9 sword shadows, cascading toward the horde like a silver meteor shower. The higher-tier beasts among them swiftly raise their bone blades to defend, yet the sword shadows, as agile as serpents, penetrate their defenses in an instant. Simultaneously, Wang Yu leaps into action, a sword radiating a white glow appearing in his hand. With a surge of sword energy, he cleaves a crescent-shaped blade of light aimed directly at the giant's head. Break! He bellows, and with that, the brilliance of the falling abyss sword swells, shattering the scales, causing the colossal beast to crash to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining beasts scatter in fear, and the station team seizes the opportunity to counterattack, swiftly clearing the battlefield. After the battle concludes, Wang Yu sheathes the falling abyss sword and gazes at the runes on the giant's corpse, which are gradually dissipating. This sudden assault may merely be a prelude to the impending emergence of the secret realm. Captain, what troubles you? Is there something amiss with this beast? Xiaozhang cannot help but inquire. Xiaozhang, gather everyone and clean this area thoroughly. A secret realm has formed approximately 60 to 70 kilometers beyond the border. I intend to investigate. Should I discover any rare treasures, I will bring them back to enhance your strength. Upon finishing his words, Wang Yu soared towards the direction of the secret realm, leaving Xiaozhang stunned and alone in place. What had the captain just mentioned? A secret realm? If such a place truly existed, wouldn't it be perilous for the captain to venture there alone? Wang Yu continued his flight towards the secret realm, the energy fluctuations along the way growing increasingly intense. Should he discover any valuable treasures within the secret realm, they would serve as a fitting reward for Lin Xingwan, who was poised to take his place. Chapter 21. Treasure Hunt in the Secret Realm. Wang Yu moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaping several times to reach the entrance of the secret realm. Raising his gaze, he beheld a colossal vortex suspended in the sky, seemingly capable of devouring the very heavens and earth. The vortex emanated a profound blue light, the surrounding air distorted into visible ripples, while countless golden runes flickered like fireflies at its edges, both mysterious and eerie. At the center of the vortex, a prominent fissure was evident. It appeared the seal had not yet fully opened. He murmured softly to himself, his eyes fixated on the slender crack at the heart of the vortex. The fissure resembled a ghastly wound, continuously exuding an ancient aura. Wang Yu pointed his sword towards the heavens, an immense surge of spiritual energy enveloping him. The Luo Yuan sword instantly harnessed the might of 1,000 Jun, transforming into a radiant beam that cleaved towards the fissure. The sword's cry resonated through the 9 heavens. Wherever the sword energy passed, the void emitted a sound akin to shattering glass. Suddenly, the fissure at the center of the vortex widened, and blue light surged forth like a tidal wave. An ancient and thunderous roar emanated from the depths of the earth, causing the ground to tremble and scattering the clouds above. A dazzling golden passage gradually took shape amidst the cacophony, each strand of golden light seemingly infused with the power to obliterate worlds. Wang Yu leapt into the passage. Upon emerging from the passage, he was greeted by an expanse of endless forest. The air was thick with a sense of danger, remnants of fierce battles among fierce beasts littering the surroundings. With his first step into this secret realm, Wang Yu felt every pore of his body open wide. The spiritual energy here was so dense it was suffocating, as though he were submerged in an ocean of liquid essence. With each breath, pure energy surged into his meridians like a swarm of ants, consuming him from within. The ground, carpeted with exotic flowers and herbs, shimmered with a gentle light, while ancient trees twisted and turned, their branches entwined with glowing vines, resembling the flow of the Milky Way. Everywhere he looked, spiritual herbs and precious medicines radiated intoxicating brilliance. Some were as translucent as red agate, while others shimmered like blue crystals. He even spotted a few legendary dragons, spore mushrooms nestled in the crevices of stones, exhaling rays of light. However, this tranquility did not last long. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the dense forest in the distance, and several dark silhouettes sliced through the sky, bearing an aura of destruction. Leading the charge was a massive python cloaked in purple scales, its armor shimmering with an otherworldly violet light, and its eyes resembling 2 blood moons. As it flicked its crimson tongue, a caustic mist engulfed the ancient trees, reducing them to ashes. To the left, a fierce tiger with dual wings brandished its deadly claws, glinting with a chilling radiance. The whirlwind created by its wings carried with it shards of stone, akin to a rain of arrows. On the right, a colossal ape charged forth like a mountain, each step cracking the earth beneath it, the resounding thud reverberating painfully in one's ears. Merely a few peak-level beasts, Wang Yu remarked with a cold smile. with a light sweep of the Luoyuan sword. Sword energy cascaded like the Milky Way, instantly carving countless scars into the void. The purple-scaled python's armor shattered beneath the sword, splattering toxic blood. The winged tiger let out a mournful cry as it plummeted to the ground, one of its wings cleanly severed. The colossal ape had its chest pierced by the sword energy, violet lights swirling around the wound, as it angrily pounded the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. The remaining exotic beasts, witnessing the scene, went into a frenzy, yet under Wang Yu's sword aura, they were reduced to a downpour of blood, their very souls crushed by the sword's energy. As he strolled through the chaos, he casually collected the pulsating demon cores from within the beasts. These cores, imbued with pure energy, serve as exceptional aids for breaking through realms. These cores would be returned to the Yun City branch, to be distributed as rewards to those who had merited them. Crossing the battlefield strewn with the carcasses of exotic beasts, Wang Yu continued his exploration deeper into the secret realm. The further he ventured, the more potent the pressure of spiritual energy became, causing the air to thicken like honey. Turning a corner around a steep cliff, he was suddenly met with the sight of a crystalline nine-orifice Linglong ginseng flourishing atop a massive stone. Its roots, sculpted like jade, shimmered with ethereal light, and the misty spiritual energy entwined around its roots formed delicate runes. He carefully transplanted it into a specially crafted jade box, his mind seemingly calculating something. This nine-orifice Linglong ginseng would serve as a bargaining chip, and he was certain that Lin Xingwan would not be able to refuse it. Not only could it enhance one's constitution and accelerate cultivation speed, but it also assisted awakeners in breaking through their bottlenecks. After traversing merely a few miles, he discovered a piece of deep black mysterious iron within a cave. This iron, as heavy as a mountain, felt as light as a feather in his grasp, while the ghostly energy swirling on its surface caused the cave's temperature to plummet. The ghostly mysterious iron was a material for forging divine weapons. The crazed artisans of Tianwang would likely fight tooth and nail for it. Wang Yu chuckled softly, stowing the mysterious iron into his storage ring. What delighted him most was the nirvana sacred lotus found deep within the valley. The petals, swirling with 7 hues of light, resembled ethereal garments of the heavens, while the lotus seeds at its heart radiated a transcendent aura capable of remaking one's physical foundation. The antiquarians of Tianwang often chided him for neglecting his duties. With this sacred lotus, he could barter for a few years of respite. By then, he could return home to accompany his mother and sister, and they would surely have little to say. With a gentle touch of his fingertip, he collected the lotus, roots and soil included, into a specially crafted jade bottle. This secret realm was indeed a land of divine blessings. In just over an hour, his storage ring was filled with more than 20 types of rare treasures, each a relic spoken of only in ancient texts. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the secret realm, a strange wave suddenly emanated from afar, reminiscent of an ancient, slumbering beast awakening. A smile curled at the corners of Wang Yu's mouth. It seemed the true treasures lay ahead. His smile widened as he shattered the void with his sword, dashing toward the source of the disturbance, leaving behind a trail of phantoms that dissolved into the spiritual energy. Chapter 22. From henceforth, the temple shall bear my name. Soon after, Wang Yu arrived at the entrance of a grand hall. Before him stood a magnificent bronze door, exuding an ancient aura, its surface adorned with countless archaic inscriptions meticulously arranged. These characters resembled incantations and seemed to chronicle a bygone history. Each stroke and curve whispered tales of time's relentless passage. As Wang Yu gazed upon these inscriptions, a surge of inexplicable excitement welled within him. The treasures within must be abundant. Upon gently touching the bronze door, the runes suddenly ignited with an ethereal blue glow, triggering the ancient seals. Countless threads of energy began to weave across the door's surface. However, Wang Yu's sword energy was formidable, rendering those seals as fragile as paper, which were torn apart in an instant. The bronze door emitted a deep, resonant rumble as it slowly swung open, releasing a wave of time-worn essence. The moment he stepped through the threshold, Wang Yu's senses heightened dramatically. The interior of the hall was vast, almost suffocating, with a ceiling that seemed to stretch into infinity. Countless starlights cascaded from unknown sources, illuminating this palace reminiscent of a celestial river. The floor was laid with a luminous crystal, each fragment intricately engraved with complex totems, as if he trod upon the spines of innumerable beings. Surrounding him stood 12 colossal pillars, each hosting a petrified beast, their postures fierce and menacing, as if poised to break free from their stone confines at any moment. "Welcome to the Temple of Annihilation," a deep voice resonated from the void, imbued with immense pressure. Wang Yu looked up abruptly, and in the depths of the palace, a massive creature enveloped in crimson-scaled armor hovered in midair. Its size rivaled that of a mountain, and 6 eyes glimmered with various eerie lights, each gaze seemingly capable of piercing the soul. "Is it a royal-level beast?" Wang Yu regarded the creature with indifference, as though this formidable entity bore no weight in his eyes. "Pathetic insect, how did you dare to intrude here?" The beast's voice dripped with disdain, its aura surging like a tidal wave, attempting to crush Wang Yu beneath its oppressive force. Yet, rather than retreating, he advanced step by step, as if its pressure were inconsequential. This secret realm seemed to harbor no welcome for intruders. Wang Yu's voice was as cold as an abyss, and in an instant, his aura erupted, sending tremors throughout the entire palace. The beast sensed the extraordinary energy within Wang Yu, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in its eyes. However, the pride of a royal beast forbade it from tolerating such provocation. Seeking death, it roared, conjuring a blood-red beam from its tail that pierced the void in an instant. Wang Yu sidestepped nimbly as the beam struck the stone pillar, reducing it to mere powder. In quick succession, all 6 eyes unleashed rays of divergent attributes, weaving a net of death. Yet, with a single stroke of his sword, Wang Yu obliterated the incoming assault. The aftermath of their clash plunged the entire palace into chaos, the starlit dome fracturing and the stone pillars crumbling one after another. The beast gradually realized that no matter what lethal technique it employed, it seemed incapable of inflicting harm upon Wang Yu. Yet its scales had begun to shatter, crimson blood spilling upon the luminous crystal ground. Impossible! How could one so young possess such formidable power? The beast could no longer exhibit its arrogance. Before Wang Yu, its attacks were utterly ineffective. In stark contrast, it was now battered and bruised. Wang Yu's sword tip pressed against the creature's throat, the sword's aura seeping into the crevices of its scales like chilling frost. The beast's 6 eyes narrowed sharply, the sanguine glow within them trembling and gradually dimming. Age has never been a measure of strength. Wang Yu's voice was as calm as stagnant water. "You are but a prisoner trapped in this place. Yet you foolishly attempt to judge others from the stance of a king." The creature's neck emitted a sound akin to metal grinding as it forcefully twisted its head, attempting to strike Wang Yu with its horns. However, the sword suddenly erupted with a green radiance, severing its horns with ease. As the broken horns fell to the ground, the entire crystalline surface rippled, and the dormant totem patterns abruptly awakened, transforming into countless crimson tendrils that coiled towards Wang Yu. This was the primordial power of the Temple of Annihilation. The beast let out a hoarse, maniacal laugh. "You have torn apart my restraints, yet have unleashed even more terrifying shackles." The tendrils pierced Wang Yu's flesh, beginning to siphon his vitality. Yet, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Those sanguine energies that surged into Wang Yu's body evaporated like snow in boiling oil. Mysterious golden patterns emerged around him, as if an ancient sword deity had descended upon this realm. "Who on earth are you?" The creature's trepidation finally overshadowed its arrogance. Realizing it had made a fatal error, the young man possessed a forbidden power older and more violent than that of the Temple of Annihilation. Wang Yu's sword suddenly melted into liquid golden light, flowing upwards through the beast's wound. He soared into the air, transforming into a golden thunderbolt that pierced through heaven and earth. The beast's sanguine scales peeled away in layers under the golden light, revealing its writhing flesh core. A royal-level crystal nucleus. Quite an unexpected gain. Is there something else emerging? Must you all appear one at a time? Why can't you just come out all at once instead of interrupting my joy every time I acquire something valuable? Suddenly, ripples emerged from the void deep within the palace, and an altar constructed of white bones slowly materialized. Floating above, it were 99 blood-red eyeballs, with a long sword entwined in black mist at its center. In the name of the Sword Master of Annihilation, I shall quell the calamities of the world. All who defy fate shall be executed. Once drawn, this sword would surely drink the blood of gods and demons. Yet it was merely the remnant of a sealed sword spirit. He sneered as he stepped forward, unaware that he had already grasped the falling abyss sword. Then, Wang Yu unleashed a powerful and fierce sword aura. The black mist of the sword clashed with his own sword energy, producing a joyful hum. The white bone altar crumbled amidst the resonance of the dual swords, and the 99 eyeballs burst into a mist of blood. Wang Yu approached, yanking the sword free. This sword is indeed good. It belongs to me now. Henceforth, the Temple of Annihilation shall bear my name. He swung the sword towards the void, unleashing a wave of black sword energy. The entire secret realm began to tremble and collapse, with all the bizarre creatures within it frantically fleeing. As Wang Yu stepped out of the realm, the blazing sun outside was obscured by a blood-red sword cloud. Behind him, the Temple of Annihilation transformed into a streak of light, merging into the crystal of the sword hilt. It appeared that this Temple of Annihilation had been encapsulated within the sword, which was rather convenient, as it spared me the trouble of searching for its treasures. Turning around, Wang Yu discovered that all the creatures in the secret realm were gazing at him with expressions of anxiety. Ah, I had almost forgotten about you. My strike just happened to release you as well. Although only the remaining creatures were of the kingly tier, neglecting them could lead to considerable trouble. With that, Wang Yu slowly raised the hand that held the Ruoyuan's sword and delivered another strike. Under this blow, all the creatures were reduced to ashes. Chapter 23. The girl who played with fire. Once all matters were resolved, Wang Yu mounted his flying sword, preparing to return. Gliding through the vast night sky atop the falling abyss sword, he gazed down at the dense thicket below. Suddenly, a radiant light captured his attention. This aura felt as if someone had awakened, and the energy was quite formidable. Intrigued, he altered his course towards the beacon of light, situated beyond the borders. This area lay outside the domestic realm, thus evading the scrutiny of the Skynet. At the source of the illumination, a filthy little girl lay on the ground, surrounded by several charred spider-like beasts, all of low rank. The girl struggled to rise, still dazed from the recent fright. The commotion had attracted an intermediate spider-like creature, which now loomed menacingly over her. Just as the beast was about to tear her apart, flames erupted from the girl's outstretched hands, forming two fierce fireballs. The oncoming creature was sent hurtling backward, propelled by the force of the flames. Wang Yu, who had been poised to intervene, now witnessed this astonishing display. A girl playing with fire. How intriguing. The beast, undeterred and uninjured, charged again at the small child. Overcome with fear, she found her legs paralyzed and resigned herself, closing her eyes in anticipation of her fate. However, the expected pain never arrived. When she opened her eyes, she beheld a tall, strikingly handsome figure wielding a sword, standing protectively before her. The fearsome creature had vanished. Turning to the frightened girl, Wang Yu was reminded of his own past. He gently patted her head. "Little sister, are you all right? There is no need to be afraid. The monster has been vanquished, and you are safe now." The girl's gaze met his kind and gentle smile, which felt like a warm ray of sunshine piercing through her desolate heart. At that moment, the pent-up emotions within her erupted. She rushed forward and embraced Wang Yu tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. After a considerable time, the girl finally regained her composure. "Little sister, my name is Wang Yu. What is yours?" I am Lu Yao. Can you tell your big brother where your home is? How did you end up here?" "I have no home." As she spoke, the girl began to weep once more. Through a series of inquiries, Wang Yu learned that her mother had passed away when she was very young, and her father, consumed by alcohol and gambling, often took out his frustrations on her. Eventually, drowning in debt due to his vices, he resorted to selling his daughter to human traffickers. The traffickers, seeking a good price, intended to smuggle her abroad. Lacking a passport and fearing detection, The only option left for the girl was to flee through illicit means. To his astonishment, he encountered an attack by a ferocious beast on the way, leading to the demise of the human trafficker. Wang Yu gazed upon the pitiable little girl, a delightful being subjected to such harrowing experiences, and his heart ached with compassion. Little Lu Yao, how old are you this year? 10, 12 years old. Would you like to come with your elder brother? I will take care of you. I would love to. Thank you, big brother. Little Lu Yao clung tightly to Wang Yu's arm, desperately grasping the only semblance of goodness in this world. For someone who had lived in darkness since childhood, the tenderness and affection exuded by Wang Yu were sensations she had never encountered before. From now on, you shall be my sister, and no one shall bully you. Wang Yu was already contemplating how to deal with Lu Yao's monstrous father. He took her small hand and led her onto his flying sword, preparing to whisk her away from this place. Big brother, are you a celestial being? Upon hearing Lu Yao refer to him as a celestial being, Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha, little Lu Yao, I am no celestial being, but I surpass them in many ways. Lu Yao gazed at Wang Yu with adoration. Little Lu Yao, hold on tight, we're about to take off. Lu Yao quickly wrapped her arms around Wang Yu's thigh, nearly causing him great embarrassment. Due to her petite stature, she barely reached his waist, and her embrace almost ventured into a forbidden zone. Brother, are you all right? Is something wrong? Observing Lu Yao's innocent expression, Wang Yu was about to say something but decided against it. It's nothing. Little Lu Yao, could you perhaps lower your arms a bit? Your embrace makes me somewhat uncomfortable. Obediently, Lu Yao adjusted her grip. Brother, is this better? Much better. Now, let us prepare to return home. Wang Yu soared slowly through the night sky on his flying sword, with little Lu Yao clinging to his thigh like a charming ornament. Given Lu Yao's frail physique, he controlled the speed of their flight to a pace she could comfortably endure. By the way, little Lu Yao, do you wish to cultivate? When I first saw you, I noticed you have awakened the ability to manipulate flames. Perhaps you could become exceedingly powerful in the future. If I become strong, can I help my brother? Absolutely, and it would be a tremendous help. Then I want to cultivate. I want to grow stronger and assist my brother in battling monsters. Ha ha, excellent. From now on, I will personally teach you the art of cultivation. Wang Yu gently patted her little head, growing increasingly fond of this adorable sister. Before long, Wang Yu returned to the previously contested area, where he found Zhang and others waiting below, along with other members of the team who had assembled. Wang Yu descended with Lu Yao. Upon seeing Wang Yu's return, the group hurried to greet him. Captain, you have finally returned. We were just about to come looking for you. Huh? The adorable little girl is the captain. Where did you find her? Wang Yu recounted his encounter with the young Lu Yao on the road, as well as her awakening of the flame ability. Upon hearing his words, the others expressed their profound sympathy for Lu Yao's plight. Noticing the gazes directed at her, Lu Yao instinctively shrank back behind Wang Yu in fear. Captain, are you planning to take her as your disciple? One might say so. Yet in truth, Lu Yao resembles more of a younger sister to me. With that, Wang Yu tossed a storage ring to Zhang. This contains some rare treasures I discovered in the secret realm, which can be distributed as rewards to those who have contributed. There are also some ores suitable for forging weapons, which can be utilized to create formidable arms. Zhang received the ring and peered inside, nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. Wow, Captain, you are truly my savior. I have never encountered such treasures in my lifetime, let alone so many. Rest assured, Captain, I promise to fulfill the task. With the instructions complete, Wang Yu took Lu Yao home. Chapter 24. A new life. Wang Yu returned to the rental apartment with Lu Yao. Lu Yao, please head to the bathroom for a wash while I prepare dinner. He instructed, moving toward the kitchen, only to notice Lu Yao still standing in place. Is there something you don't understand? Brother, I don't have any clean clothes, she replied. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten that? He exclaimed. Why not wear one of my shirts temporarily? It may be a tad large, but it should suffice. All right, Lu Yao nodded. Wang Yu then returned to the bedroom, retrieving a white shirt and a pair of summer shorts. This was mine. The size should be adequate. Wear it for now, and I will take you shopping for new clothes tomorrow. Clutching the garments Wang Yu had offered, Lu Yao stepped into the bathroom to take a shower. Meanwhile, Wang Yu began to prepare dinner. Let me see what ingredients we have at home. A few eggs remain, there's some meat left. And a bit of vegetables as well. I suppose I shall make sauerkraut with minced meat and poached eggs. As dinner neared completion, Lu Yao emerged from the bathroom, freshly washed. Her skin was fair and delicate, complemented by her large, enchanting eyes, rendering her utterly adorable. The only drawback was that the clothing hung loosely on her, giving her an awkward appearance. "Brother, I'm done washing up," she announced. Who would have thought that the previously messy little Lu Yao could appear so charming after a wash? Wang Yu remarked, causing Lu Yao's cheeks to flush a deep crimson at the compliment. "All right, come over and eat," Wang Yu called, sensing Lu Yao's bashfulness and deciding to refrain from teasing her further. He served a bowl of rice to Lu Yao, urging her, "Here, eat up. These dishes are all prepared by your brother." "Thank you, brother." Lu Yao accepted the bowl with both hands, her heart swelling with gratitude at the sight of the meal he had prepared. The pangs of hunger urged her to grasp her chopsticks and dig in, yet she hesitated, fearful that Wang Yu might consider her gluttonous. Noticing her reluctance, Wang Yu assumed she was merely shy about being new to the household, so he offered her an egg. "You're still growing, so eat more." "Thank you, brother." Lu Yao felt reassured and began to eat heartily. After finishing her meal, Lu Yao intended to assist Wang Yu with the cleaning and washing of dishes, but he insisted she relax in the living room for a while. Once he had tidied up, he joined her in the living room, where he found Lu Yao sitting quietly, waiting for him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth. "Brother." Upon seeing him approach, Lu Yao sprang up and embraced him. Wang Yu, charmed by her adorableness, gently ruffled her hair. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Lu Yao nuzzled against it, reluctant to let go until he finally withdrew his hand. "Now, let me share with you the tale of the awakened," he said. Lu Yao nodded, attentive and eager to listen to her brother's account. Wang Yu then explained the origins of the awakened and the beasts, detailing their classifications and subsequently introducing her to the general structure of the Tianwang organization. Upon hearing the revelation, Lu Yao was utterly astonished. Although she had witnessed the existence of extraordinary beasts and Wang Yu's prowess, the specific details still left her in shock. "Brother, does the flame that appeared in my hand earlier mean I have awakened too?" Lu Yao suddenly recalled the moment in the forest when the flame she conjured had repelled the beast. "Indeed, you have awakened, and it is a powerful fire ability," he affirmed. "However, the specific techniques are for you to discover on your own." Nodding resolutely, Lu Yao resolved to train diligently, determined not to disappoint her brother's expectations. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains of the rental apartment, gently rousing Lu Yao from slumber on Wang Yu's bed. Although Wang Yu had suggested she sleep in another room, the young Lu Yao, still shaken from her previous experiences, insisted on staying close to him. Wang Yu, unable to refuse her, thought it was innocuous given their ages. She felt the soft quilt beneath her and glanced down, noticing she was still clad in Wang Yu's oversized white shirt and shorts. The garments enveloped her, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Wang Yu lightly knocked on the door, calling, "Little lazy cat, it's time to wake up. Today, I will take you shopping for new clothes and some daily necessities." He spoke teasingly, hoping to dispel the lingering unease in Lu Yao's eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly sat up. After hastily freshening up, she joined her brother in the kitchen for breakfast. Once they tidied up, they ventured out to the bustling shopping mall on this weekend. Lu Yao clutched Wang Yu's shirt as her bright eyes darted between the various stores. It was her first time encountering such an array of beautiful garments, and she delicately ran her fingers over the light fabrics before quickly retracting her hand, the price tags causing her heart to tighten. Wang Yu, however, would not allow her to hesitate and promptly ushered her into a girl's clothing store. "Try this one," he said, pulling out a pale blue dress adorned with delicate silver stars, resembling the night sky woven into fabric. Lu Yao cradled the dress and slipped into the fitting room, emerging only after a considerable time. Though the hem was askew from her tugging, it did little to obscure her charming visage. "You look lovely, so adorable," Wang Yu's praise made her ears warm. In the mirror, the girl shed the remnants of her previous disarray. The dress transformed her once dull aura into a radiant spirit. She twirled, the skirt sweeping across the floor, as if stirring an imperceptible breeze. During their shopping expedition, Wang Yu also led her to the sports equipment section. Lu Yao found herself entranced by the boxing gloves on the shelf, but Wang Yu swiftly selected a pair in pink and placed them in her hands. The fire ability requires controlled training, starting with foundational fitness, he asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent, yet he discreetly tore off the price tag at checkout. They then visited a mobile phone store, where he purchased a phone and a SIM card for her, ensuring she could contact him easily in the future. Upon returning to the rental apartment in the afternoon, Lu Yao leaned over her desk, the phone screen flickering with a soft glow. She then attempted to summon the flames, slowly extending one finger while recalling the sensation from her previous conjuration. A flicker of flame suddenly leapt forth, swirling into a diminutive vortex within the palm. Wang Yu leaned against the doorframe, quietly observing the interaction between her and her burgeoning abilities. The fire in her hand grew increasingly stable, yet remained no larger than the size of a thumb, akin to a firefly ensnared within a glass dome. Try to envision it flourishing, Wang Yu gently suggested. Lu Yao closed her eyes, the echoes of monstrous roars, the sweltering air of the forest, and the radiant bursts of light from her brother's battles flooded her memory. All these images intertwined in her mind, causing the flame to suddenly surge, prompting an involuntary gasp from her lips. The fire spiraled uncontrollably towards the ceiling, only to be swiftly extinguished by Wang Yu's raised hand. Control your emotions. Focus on the flow of energy, he instructed, his voice remaining calm, yet instilling a sense of trepidation in Lu Yao, causing her palms to sweat. She recalibrated her breathing, and the flames gradually retreated to her fingertips, this time coalescing into a sharp arrowhead shape. "Brother, does this count as a technique?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In the days that followed, the siblings established a semblance of routine. Wang Yu dedicated himself to teaching her the nuances of ability control and foundational combat skills, while Lu Yao took on the responsibility of tidying their living space and preparing simple meals. With a considerate and understanding sister at his side, this way of life seemed rather delightful. Chapter 25. Lin Xingwan. 3 days later, Lu Yao had become adept at manipulating flames, even managing to shape them into various forms. "Brother, look at the new technique I've developed." As soon as she finished speaking, the flames emanating from her phone began to twist and morph, gradually transforming into a sword. Inspired by the sight of Wang Yu wielding a sword, Lu Yao aimed to use her flame-forged blade to vanquish the beasts. Quite impressive. Wang Yu nodded in approval. "You've mastered the control of flames. Now it's time to teach you how to cultivate. Once we awaken our supernatural abilities, our bodies become attuned to the energy present in the air. We enhance our capabilities by absorbing this energy into our bodies. During this absorption process, our physical forms also strengthen, surpassing the limits of ordinary humans." Lu Yao listened intently, eager not to miss any detail of Wang Yu's explanation. In addition to supernatural powers and physical prowess, we must also cultivate our mental strength, known as spiritual awareness. This awareness plays a significant role in combat, enabling us to detect hidden enemies and discern their levels of power. Moreover, we may encounter beasts with unique abilities such as stealth, environmental manipulation, and sensory disruption. The potency of our spiritual awareness will ultimately determine the outcome of these battles. Lu Yao nodded, seemingly grasping the concepts. "So, brother, how do I cultivate my spiritual awareness?" "Do not fret. First, focus on enhancing your cultivation, and your spiritual awareness will naturally improve. Once you reach the spirit stage, I will teach you a method to further strengthen your awareness." "I understand, brother. I will strive diligently to reach the spirit stage as soon as possible. Now, let me teach you how to guide energy into your body." With Wang Yu's guidance, Lu Yao successfully directed energy within herself for the first time, filling her with immense joy. Subsequently, Wang Yu handed her a pale blue ring. "Here, Lu Yao, continue your cultivation with this storage ring. It contains spiritual stones and herbs for your practice." "Brother, what are spiritual stones and herbs used for?" "The energy in the air is limited. To accelerate your cultivation, you need to absorb energy from spiritually enriched items like spiritual stones and herbs." After hearing Wang Yu's explanation, Lu Yao happily accepted the ring, thanked her brother, and resumed her training. Meanwhile, Wang Yu retrieved a glowing red herb from his storage ring. This herb was the Nanshi Linglong ginseng he had discovered in the secret realm. "It is time to have a conversation with my successor," he said, pulling out his phone to make a call. "Hello, is this old Gao?" "This is Wang Yu." It turned out to be Captain Wang from the Yun City branch. "What brings you to call me?" "Ah, I need to discuss something with someone at headquarters. However, as you are aware, I'm the captain of the Cloud City division and cannot be away. Therefore, I must trouble you, esteemed Elder Gao of the headquarters." "Is that so? Then, do tell, who is fortunate enough to catch the eye of our Captain Wang?" "If I recall correctly, her name is Lin Xingwan. I am acquainted with Lin Xingwan. She has recently been transferred from Liangzhou. Moreover, she possesses remarkable talent and has already been taken as a disciple by that woman." He Li Juan, shortly after her return to headquarters. "By the way, what do you intend to do with her? Given your prowess, it seems you do not require assistance from others." When Wang Yu returned to headquarters after his training at the border, he became acquainted with Gao Yang. Thus, Wang Yu has a slight understanding of his own talent and strength, albeit only to a limited extent. "I have pressing matters to attend to in Kyoto, so I must find someone to take my place." "Ah, I see. Nevertheless, it is indeed true that you have been stationed in Cloud City for 3 years. Very well. I understand. I shall inform her and ask her to visit Cloud City for a face-to-face discussion with you. However, whether she agrees depends on her own decision, and I can assist you only to this extent." "Thank you very much." After Wang Yu hung up the phone, he gazed at the 9 orifices Linglong ginseng in his hand. As long as she has not yet ascended to the heavenly stage, she is certain to agree. Meanwhile, Gao Yang arrived at the place where Lin Xingwan was cultivating. "Gao Yang, what brings you here?" He Li Juan, who had just intended to visit Lin Xingwan, encountered Gao Yang at the door. "Nothing much, just a matter concerning Lin Xingwan." "Oh, what business could you possibly have with our Lin Xingwan?" "Never mind. Let's enter and discuss." With that, Gao Yang stepped forward and knocked on the door. Lin Xingwan, thinking it was her teacher, opened the door only to find her teacher and a middle-aged man standing outside. "Teacher, who is this?" "This is Gao Yang, Elder Gao." "Elder Gao, greetings." "Hello, hello. So, you are Lin Xingwan. Truly a peerless talent." "Elder Gao, you flatter me. It is but a mere reputation. May I inquire what brings you here, Elder Gao?" "In truth, it is not I who seeks you, but I am here on behalf of another." Lin Xingwan was perplexed. She had few acquaintances within the Skynet and wondered who might be seeking her. "May I ask which esteemed individual is looking for me?" Elder Gao, being a senior of the Skynet headquarters, inferred that the request must come from another senior within the Skynet. Lin Xingwan pondered. "It is not exactly a senior. It is Captain Wang Yu of the Cloud City division." "What? Wang Yu is he the sword god Wang Yu?" Lin Xingwan stammered in excitement. "Indeed, that is the one." He Li Juan appeared puzzled. "Wang Yu, the one hailed as the most talented individual of the Skynet? Is he not stationed in Cloud City? Why would he seek our Lin Xingwan? It seems he has urgent matters to attend to and wishes to find someone to take over for him." "What? To have our Lin Xingwan rush to Yun City? Are you unaware that she is on the verge of a breakthrough to the heavenly stage? Arriving in Yun City would still allow for cultivation. After all, time is not a constraint. In any case, I have a different opinion. I consent to go." Before He Li Juan could finish speaking, Lin Xingwan immediately agreed. "Xingwan, you are on the brink of a breakthrough. This sudden trip to Yun City." "Teacher, I must go. When I was cultivating in Tianfu, had it not been for his assistance, I would have likely given up long ago, and I certainly would not have achieved what I have now." Observing Lin Xingwan's resolute gaze, He Li Juan realized that her precious cabbage had strayed from the path. "Well, you have your own convictions. As your teacher, I shall support your decision." Gao Yang, who was nearby, exclaimed in astonishment at the unexpected charm of Wang Yu, noting that even a paragon like Lin Xingwan had succumbed to his allure. "Xingwan, when do you plan to go to Yun City?" He Li Juan asked reluctantly. "Tomorrow. After all, Elder Gao just mentioned he seems to have urgent matters. I do not wish to delay him." Upon hearing this, He Li Juan felt utterly despairing. What kind of enchantment had Wang Yu cast upon her? Delaying his urgent affairs. Does that not render your breakthrough a matter of urgency as well? Choosing not to inquire further, for fear of being driven to exasperation, She took Gao Yang and departed. Only Lin Xingwan remained, standing foolishly in place. Chapter 26. The meeting in the residence of Wang Yu in Cloud City. He was still guiding Lu Yao in her training when he unexpectedly received a phone call from Gao Yang. "Hello, Wang Yu. I've resolved the troublesome matter for you." "Is that so, Lao Gao? I didn't anticipate your efficiency to be this remarkable. I thought it would take a considerable amount of time. You really are oblivious. Or are you merely pretending? You've clearly captivated Lin Xingwan to the point of obsession, yet you feign ignorance." Wang Yu was utterly baffled. "Lao Gao, one can eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. When have I ever enchanted her to such an extent? Stop pretending. Lin Xingwan is renowned for her aloofness at our Tianwang headquarters. She has turned down countless suitors. Yet, upon hearing your name, she instantly transformed into a figure of infatuation. She even mentioned that you were aware of it." Wang Yu found himself even more perplexed, desperately sifting through his memories of Lin Xingwan. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall anything pertinent regarding her. "Forget it. Those enamored with me are numerous. Perhaps she has become infatuated after hearing tales of my exploits within the organization. When is she planning to come to Cloud City?" "Upon hearing that you were seeking her out, she was overwhelmed with excitement and is set to depart for Cloud City tomorrow." "All right, I understand." The following day, Wang Yu arrived at the command center of the Cloud City branch, awaiting Lin Xingwan's arrival. Around noon, Lin Xingwan reached Cloud City and was en route to the command center. Throughout the journey, her heart raced with anticipation. Soon, she would come face to face with him. She wondered about the extent of his current prowess and whether he still remembered her. After a brief journey, Lin Xingwan arrived at the command center. The personnel present were momentarily struck dumb upon seeing her. Who was that stunning beauty? I've never seen her before. My heavens, I feel as though I'm falling in love. How can there be such a beautiful girl? Don't overthink it. Just look at her demeanor. She is clearly extraordinary. One individual, undeterred, approached her. "Hello, miss. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Lin Xingwan, regaining her composure, reverted to her usual cool demeanor. "I'm here to see your captain, Wang Yu. Could you kindly escort me to his office?" "Of course, no problem. I will take you there right away." Despite Lin Xingwan's frosty demeanor, he could hardly contain his excitement. As they walked, he inquired, "May I ask what business you have with our captain?" Lin Xingwan was consumed with the thrill of soon meeting the one she had longed for, and paid no heed to his question. The young man, perceiving her disinterest, wisely fell silent. Before long, they arrived at the door of Wang Yu's office. "Miss, we have arrived. The captain is inside. By the way, my name is Ling Feng. May I ask for yours?" However, Lin Xingwan remained unresponsive, her excitement reaching a fever pitch. "After all these years, I am finally able to see you once more." Yet, upon feeling neglected again, Ling Feng appeared to be struck by a profound blow, hastily fleeing the scene. Lin Xingwan gently lifted her hand and rapped softly on the door. Upon hearing a voice from within inviting her to enter, she nervously pushed open the grand office door. As she stepped inside, her gaze fell upon the youthful figure she had long yearned for, seated before the desk and looking back at her. Wang Yu regarded the ethereal and exquisite young lady at the threshold, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes still reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Lin Xingwan anxiously clutched the hem of her garment, her heart racing like a drum, as she feigned composure while approaching him. "Captain Wang Yu, I am Lin Xingwan." Her voice trembled ever so slightly, as if she feared shattering the beauty of this reunion. Wang Yu appraised her from head to toe. It could not recall even the slightest fragment of memory. "Hello, Lin Xingwan. Please, come in and take a seat." He continued, "I apologize for troubling you with this visit. There is a matter I wish to discuss." Lin Xingwan sat down, and upon realizing that Wang Yu did not remember her, she felt no disappointment. "May I inquire what you require of me, Captain Wang Yu?" "I need you to take my place as the captain of the Yun City branch." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingwan's pupils constricted sharply, astonishment washing over her serene countenance. She had assumed her presence was to assist Wang Yu with pressing matters or to fight alongside him. Yet she had not anticipated that he intended to bestow the responsibilities of the Yun City branch upon her. "Captain Wang Yu, is this not rather sudden?" She struggled to suppress the turmoil within, her fingers unconsciously twisting the fabric at her side. The Yin City branch is a vital stronghold for the Skynet. Entrusted with the duty of safeguarding the region, such a heavy responsibility should not be lightly given. Wang Yu leaned back in his chair, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized her with piercing eyes. I observe that your foundation is solid, your energy is concentrated, and you show signs of breaking through. As he spoke, Wang Yu produced a prepared 9-quirk Linglong ginseng. This is the 9-quirk Linglong ginseng I discovered in a perilous secret realm. It can aid you in successfully transcending to the celestial stage. Consider it your reward for assisting me. What do you think? Lin Xingwan was utterly taken aback, realizing that Wang Yu had ventured into a dangerous secret realm to procure the ginseng for her invitation. In truth, even without a reward, I would still assist you. Lin Xingwan murmured softly. What did you say? Oh, it's nothing. I merely meant to say that I accept Captain Wang's request. Truly, then I am most grateful. This 9-quirk Linglong ginseng is yours. Subsequently, I shall guide you in refining it, preparing for your breakthrough to the celestial stage. Then I will trouble Captain Wang. Haha, it is no trouble at all. You have been of immense help to me. Feel free to voice any requests, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Well, I do have a matter I wish to trouble Captain Wang with. Wang Yu observed her bashful demeanor, sensing a familiarity that eluded him. What is it? As long as I am able to assist, I will spare no effort. It's just, I have recently arrived in Yin City and have yet to find a place to stay. Would it be possible for me to stay at Captain Wang's home for a few nights? As Lin Xingwan uttered these words, her face flushed as though it had been roasted to perfection. This, if it were before, Wang Yu would certainly have agreed. But now there is Lu Yao at home, and the rooms are already insufficient. What is the matter, Captain Wang? Is there something inconvenient? If it is inconvenient, I can temporarily find a hotel to manage. No, it's not inconvenient at all. You may stay at my home from now on. Wang Yu pondered, after all. The person has traveled a long distance and has been of great assistance to him. It would be exceedingly impolite to decline even a small favor. Upon returning, I can manage in the living room, allowing Lu Yao and her to occupy the bedroom. After considering, Wang Yu felt that this arrangement would suffice. Then I thank you, Captain Wang, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Not at all. It is I who should express my gratitude. Captain Wang, do you truly not remember me? Wang Yu gazed at her shy eyes, and that familiar sensation intensified. Indeed, there is a sense of familiarity. Could it be that we have truly met somewhere before? Chapter 27. Forgotten memories gazing upon you evokes a sense of familiarity. Could it be that we have indeed crossed paths before? Wang Yu looked at Lin Xingwan, his expression filled with confusion. Back when we were at Tianfu Academy, you once aided me, and since that moment, I have retained your memory. Tianfu Academy. Are you not the girl who could not cultivate? Wang Yu recalled that during his second year of training at Tianfu, a new girl had joined their class. Though she was often reticent, her diligence in cultivation was remarkable. Alas, despite awakening her abilities, Lin Xingwan inexplicably failed each time she attempted to channel energy into her body. Consequently, she endured ridicule from her peers and was frequently bullied. Lin Xingwan had tried numerous times, yet each attempt ended in failure, leaving her spirit profoundly wounded. One day, after class, as she prepared to practice alone, she was intercepted by several classmates who incessantly mocked her. They sought to intimidate her, relying on their superior cultivation, while Lin Xingwan found herself powerless. For the first time since her awakening, despair enveloped her. Unable to cultivate and subjected to derision and bullying, she contemplated relinquishing her identity as an awakened. This scene unfolded before Wang Yu, who happened to pass by, prompting him to intervene and reprimand the bullies. Upon seeing Wang Yu stand before her, Lin Xingwan's long-dormant heart stirred with emotion. After dealing with the group, Wang Yu turned to her, and the memory of her averted gaze left a profound impression on him. Do not allow despair to extinguish the light within you. Since you have awakened, it signifies that you are not inferior to anyone. Observing her despondent expression, he offered a few words of comfort. If you encounter trouble again, feel free to seek me out. I am Wang Yu. With that, he departed, leaving Lin Xingwan staring at his retreating figure, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. From that moment on, Wang Yu's image became etched in her heart. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yu, with his extraordinary talent, ascended to a high level in less than 6 months and was dispatched to the border for further training. Encouraged by his support, Lin Xingwan rekindled her confidence and devoted herself to rigorous cultivation. Years after Wang Yu's departure, she too succeeded in breaking through to a high level and was subsequently assigned to the Liangzhou division for training. Throughout her training, she remained steadfast, having heard tales of Wang Yu's accomplishments from her colleagues. To keep pace with him and to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the future, she trained relentlessly. Reflecting on all that had transpired, Wang Yu was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that the girl who had once struggled to even begin her training would, after several years, be on the brink of reaching the heavenly tier. "Captain Wang, you remember me." Lin Xingwan was filled with excitement upon realizing that Wang Yu had finally recognized her. "Ah, I remember now. I cannot believe how much you have changed after all these years. Had you not reminded me, I would have never guessed that you were that little girl from back then. Thanks to Captain Wang, I found the courage to continue my cultivation journey. Over the years, I have remained steadfast in my practice, which has led to my current achievements. Therefore, when I heard yesterday that Captain Wang Yu was looking for me, I rushed over without hesitation. I had anticipated the opportunity to fight alongside you, only to discover that you were leaving Yun City." As Lin Xingwan spoke, a wave of disappointment washed over her. "That's all right. I merely need you to stand in for me, temporarily. Once I finish my matters, I shall return." Wang Yu reassured her. "When I come back, I promise to grant you a request, provided it is not too excessive." Observing Lin Xingwan's dejected expression, Wang Yu felt as if he had committed a grave error and hastily increased his offer to compensate her. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Lin Xingwan's spirit soared. "Then it's settled, but you mustn't go back on your word." Wang Yu suddenly realized that he might have been a tad hasty. "I, Wang Yu, had never gone back on my word. By the way, what was the reason that initially hindered your cultivation?" "I wasn't sure at first," Lin Xingwan replied. "However, while perusing ancient texts in the library, I stumbled upon a book that detailed a unique method of guiding energy into the body. I later approached a teacher at Tianfu Academy to inquire about it. The teacher informed me that the technique described in that book was utilized long ago, but over time, many new methods emerged, and due to the complexity of this particular technique, it gradually fell out of favor. After numerous attempts and adjustments based on my own circumstances, I finally succeeded in guiding energy into my body. It seems particularly compatible with me, allowing my cultivation speed to surpass that of ordinary individuals." Wang Yu was somewhat astonished, but, upon reflecting on his own situation, found it rather ordinary. "I see. Can others practice the improved method you developed?" "Unfortunately, no. I had previously discussed this with the academy teacher, who later entrusted the method to others for experimentation, yet none succeeded." "Is that so? What? Does Captain Wang wish to try it?" "Not quite. I recently took on a disciple, and I was wondering if she could give it a shot." "What? When did you take on a disciple? Is she male or female? Where is she? Let me see." Upon hearing that Wang Yu had accepted a disciple, Lin Xingwan became quite flustered. If it were a boy, it would be manageable, but if it were a girl... Oh dear, could it be that Wang Yu has a penchant for teacher-student romances? Surely not. Wang Yu is far too upright to engage in such behavior. Lin Xingwan reassured herself inwardly. "Why are you so agitated? Her name is Lu Yao, and she's still just a child. She currently lives with me." Wang Yu was at a loss for words. Lin Xingwan was famously known as the aloof goddess at Tianwang. Were all those rumors merely fabrications? "A child, you say? That is a relief." Lin Xingwan exhaled, feeling reassured. "Oh, by the way, what urgent matter requires you to leave Yun City?" "I had previously lost contact with my family, but recently, my mother and sister found me and enlightened me about the circumstances from that time. Therefore, I have resolved to return home, not only to spend time with them, but also to ascertain if there are any ill-intentioned individuals harboring designs against my family." After hearing Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin recount the events of the past, Wang Yu felt that there must still be many lurking figures wishing harm upon them and the Wang family. Lin Xingwan also rejoiced at Wang Yu's reunion with her family. Unlike Wang Yu, Lin Xingwan had always lived with her parents. Her parents are affiliated with the headquarters of the Skynet, which explains her previous despair due to her inability to cultivate. "Now I understand. You may return home with peace of mind. I will ensure everything remains safe here. When do you plan to leave Yin City? Once your cultivation reaches the heavenly tier, I will also be able to return home with assurance. Very well. I shall strive to break through to the heavenly tier as soon as possible. During that time, I will rely on your support. However, there is no need to rush. Haste makes waste in cultivation. It is better to cultivate with a calm heart and take one's time. All right then, I shall heed Captain Wang's advice. Chapter 28. The future teacher's wife, after concluding their discussion, Wang Yu escorted Lin Xingwan back to his home. As twilight deepened and the city's neon lights began to shimmer, Wang Yu navigated through the winding alleys with Lin Xingwan, finally arriving at the familiar iron gate. Just as the door swung open, Lu Yao, like a delicate butterfly, flitted forward, her youthful sweetness instantly enveloping Wang Yu in an embrace. Brother, you're finally back. I just successfully advanced to the low level. Remarkable. You truly are my sister. As Lu Yao relished her brother's embrace, she caught sight of an exceptionally beautiful older sister standing behind him. Brother, is this beautiful sister the teacher's wife you found for me? She is so pretty. Ahem. Well, Lu Yao, this is a friend of your brother, not the teacher's wife. Lu Yao's unexpected declaration nearly embarrassed Wang Yu to death. Lin Xingwan, however, found herself somewhat charmed by the little girl. Hello, Lu Yao. I am Lin Xingwan, your brother's friend, here to stay with you for a while. All right, let us head inside and chat. Wang Yu led the two into the house, taking on the responsibility of preparing dinner, while Lu Yao entertained Lin Xingwan in the living room. Sister Lin Xingwan, are you really not my teacher's wife? If you didn't tea like my brother, why would you spend the night at his house? Lin Xingwan was nearly overwhelmed by Lu Yao's innocent gaze, her heart melting. You are quite perceptive. Although I am not your teacher's wife yet, I will certainly be your future teacher's wife. Huh, I knew it. The older sister must like my brother. In the dramas, when girls are invited to stay at a boy's house, they usually end up as a couple. Try to watch fewer of those dramas. They're not suitable for someone your age. Lin Xingwan was concerned that Lu Yao might develop misguided notions from watching such shows. You two, hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. In the kitchen, Wang Yu had completed the meal, embodying the essence of a devoted house husband. After washing their hands, Lin Xingwan and Lu Yao took their seats at the dining table, with Lu Yao serving the rice, which she then handed to Lin Xingwan. Here you go, future teacher's wife. Upon hearing Lu Yao refer to her as the teacher's wife, Lin Xingwan promptly lost her composure, quickly covering the girl's mouth. Lu Yao, who did you just call the teacher's wife? Wang Yu, upon hearing Lu Yao's words, nearly succumbed to the urge to give her a playful knock on the head. Lu Yao then realized her faux pas and quickly defended herself. Ha! What teacher's wife? I didn't say that. Brother, you can't slander me. With that, she pretended to eat, occasionally sneaking glances at Wang Yu. Lin Xingwan couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Yao's feigned innocence. This little girl, so full of quirks, was utterly endearing, and the earlier awkwardness caused by her remark had significantly dissipated. All right, let us eat. Wang Yu placed the final dish on the table, the steaming braised ribs exuding a rich and tantalizing aroma. He casually ruffled Lu Yao's fluffy hair, and she gradually emerged from her earlier state of anxiety. The three of them sat around the dining table, bathed in the warm yellow glow of the light. Lu Yao nibbled on the ribs like a little hamster, her eyes occasionally darting between Lin Xingwan and Wang Yu. Lin Xingwan picked up a piece of meat, tender and flavorful, and couldn't help but praise Wang Yu. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Hee, I honed them when I lived alone, Wang Yu replied as he served himself a bowl of soup. Halfway through the meal, Wang Yu suddenly set down his chopsticks. Yao Yao, would you like to try a new cultivation method? Brother, what kind of cultivation method is it? It's an improved technique based on ancient methods by your sister Lin Xingwan. Although the cultivation speed is faster than others, the difficulty is immensely challenging. Since you want me to try, I shall give it a go. Lu Yao replied with a hint of trepidation. She was uncertain if she could succeed and worried that Wang Yu might look down on her in case of failure. Wang Yu noticed her concerns and reassured her. Do not worry. Even if you fail, you will always be my proud disciple and my adorable little sister. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Lu Yao instantly felt invigorated, her confidence restored. Rest assured, brother, I will strive diligently. Seeing the determined expression on Lu Yao's face, Lin Xingwan chimed in. Fear not. I will do my utmost to guide you. Really? Thank you, Sister Lin. I'll be relying on you from now on. Not a bother at all. After all, we will soon be one family, Lin Xingwan murmured softly. Watching the affectionate bond between the siblings, Lin Xingwan began to look forward to their future together. Tomorrow, I will help you break through to the celestial realm. Once you succeed, I will start guiding your cultivation, Wang Yu said, feeling grateful for their presence, which had not only delayed his own cultivation, but had also provided him with invaluable assistance. If I don't help her break through soon, it would be quite ungrateful, he thought. Then I shall trouble you, Captain Wang, Lu Yao replied. Dinner concluded in a relaxed atmosphere, with Lu Yao volunteering to wash the dishes. Wang Yu led Lin Xingwan to the guest room, and as he opened the door, moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a soft silver glow on the bed. You can stay here tonight. The bedding has all been freshly changed. He turned to leave, but was called back by Lin Xingwan. Wang Yu, she said, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, her voice as soft as a feather. Thank you. Get some rest, he replied, quickly turning to exit, his heart inexplicably racing. As the guest room door slowly closed, Lin Xingwan gazed at his retreating figure, letting out a gentle sigh. Outside, footsteps were deliberately softened, as if to avoid disturbing the tranquility of the moment. The following morning, before dawn had fully dispelled the night, Lu Yao was already seated in meditation within her room. Wang Yu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a warmed glass of milk, and upon seeing her surrounded by a swirling aura of spiritual energy, a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Lin Xingwan opened the door and, witnessing the interaction between the siblings, suddenly felt that perhaps she could truly become part of such a life. Sister Lin, come and have breakfast. Lu Yao waved at her, the small braid swaying with her movement. Lin Xingwan responded, suppressing the tumult of thoughts within her. As the breakthrough approached, she needed to maintain her optimal state. Rest assured, when the time for the breakthrough arrives, I will be by your side, ready to address any issues that may arise at the first moment. While you refine the 9-portal Linglong ginseng, I will harness my own strength to help you suppress its potency, preventing any excessive effects that could harm your body. Wang Yu had already gathered some pertinent information regarding the 9-portal Linglong ginseng, understanding its benefits and associated risks. Lin Xingwan nodded in trust, affirming her confidence in Wang Yu. Chapter 29. The Thunder Tribulation. Once all preparations were complete, Wang Yu led Lin Xingwan to a desolate area near the boundary. Here, she could break through to the celestial realm without disturbance, and, with my protection, you can proceed with confidence. When human awakeners reach the celestial realm, it marks a qualitative leap compared to the earth realm. This is the distinction between heaven and earth. However, breaking through to the celestial realm is no easy feat. It is accompanied by the onset of a thunder tribulation, which has claimed the lives of many during their ascension. All right, I entrust this to you. Lin Xingwan sat cross-legged in the center of a space cleared by Wang Yu, on a soft mat woven from ice silkworm silk. Surrounding her were 12 jade discs inscribed with intricate runes, each emanating a faint azure glow, effectively isolating this area from the outside world. Let's begin. Wang Yu stood 3 zhang away, forming a hand seal, the Luo Yuan sword resting across his chest. An aura enveloped him, materializing into a barrier that repelled any approaching beasts or onlookers. Lin Xingwan sat in meditation, placing the 9 orifices Linglong ginseng in her palm. The moment the ginseng made contact with her skin, an overwhelming surge of medicinal power flooded her meridians like a river breaking through a dam. She let out a muffled groan as veins throbbed on her forehead and intricate runes surfaced on her skin, a testament to the spirit energy colliding with her channels. The spiritual energy of the 9 orifices Linglong ginseng had circulated within Lin Xingwan's meridians for 3 complete cycles. At this moment, the spiritual liquid condensing in her dantian shimmered with a deep blue radiance, akin to a pearl in the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, as she was refining the ginseng, Lin Xingwan found herself ensnared in an illusion. In this phantasmagoria, she witnessed Wang Yu pierced through the chest by a sword, sending shockwaves through her heart. Focus and guard your essence. Do not let the medicinal power disturb your mind. Wang Yu's voice rang out, as he flicked his fingers, unleashing golden light that formed a stable barrier of spiritual energy around Lin Xingwan. Recognizing Wang Yu's voice, Lin Xingwan understood that the scene before her was merely an illusory facade. She bit her tongue, using the pain to force herself back to awareness. As the medicinal power continued to refine within her, a phantom core began to take shape in her dantian. Initially ethereal, it gradually solidified under the nourishment of the ginseng, revealing 36 profound patterns on its surface. With each new pattern, a thunderous crack echoed through her bones, her momentum rising steadily. Lin Xingwan slowly opened her eyes, her fingertip gently touching her brow. In an instant, the medicinal power of the 9 orifices Linglong ginseng erupted like a volcanic eruption. Her bones resonated with a crisp sound, while delicate silver patterns emerged on her skin, indicating an oversaturation of spiritual energy. As she synchronized her breathing, energy from the heavens and earth began to converge wildly, forming a visible vortex that whipped her hair and garments into a frenzy. Concentrate your energy and break through the barriers, Wang Yu commanded, thrusting his sword into the ground. The ripples from the vibrating sword instantly activated the surrounding jade disk array, intertwining azure light to completely seal off the Tianwang radius around them. He was acutely aware that the thunder tribulation could strike at any moment, and he had to ensure that Lin Xingwan would not be disturbed during her breakthrough. A muffled sound emanated from within her, as if some shackles had been violently shattered. Her aura began to undergo a transformative change. The spiritual energy, once flowing like a gentle stream, surged abruptly into a roaring river, coursing through every meridian. The 7th aperture, located above the dantian, was slowly opening, marking the quintessential distinction between a celestial level awakener and one of the terrestrial level. With each aperture that opened, a powerful wave of spiritual pressure erupted around her, lifting the sand and stones beneath her feet into the air. Suddenly, the sky darkened, the once luminous moon engulfed by thick, ominous clouds, which began to flicker with purple arcs of electricity. Wang Yu looked up at the firmament, his pupils narrowing slightly. The intensity of this tribulation far exceeded that of a typical celestial level breakthrough. It was likely due to Lin Xingwan's unique abilities, compounded by the overwhelming potency of the 9-aperture Linglong herb. As the first bolt of thunder descended, Lin Xingwan was at the critical juncture of her breakthrough. The purple lightning struck her crown like an enraged serpent, yet was forcefully repelled by the protective barrier activated by the talisman array, exploding into a dazzling display of lightning in the void. Wang Yu swiftly formed seals to reinforce the array, while simultaneously extending a fragment of his consciousness to assess Lin Xingwan's condition. Her celestial aperture was already more than halfway open, silver patterns now crawling across her body like a natural spiritual armor. Xingwan, steady your mind. Wang Yu's voice, infused with spiritual energy, resonated in her ears. The thunder tribulation was a fortuitous opportunity to refine her body, using spiritual energy to guide the lightning's essence, to cleanse her meridians and incinerate impurities completely. Lin Xingwan gritted her teeth, forcibly channeling the tempestuous force of the tribulation into her body. Each strike of lightning sent agonizing groans through her bones, but simultaneously solidified her newly awakened apertures. In her sea of consciousness, a starry sky unfolded, the 7th star gradually illuminating, echoing the descending thunder tribulation above. As the 3rd bolt approached, cracks began to appear in the talisman array. Wang Yu bit his fingertip, smearing his blood upon the sword's blade, causing the Luo Yuan sword to erupt in a crimson glow, spinning autonomously at the focal point of the array. This weapon, which had accompanied Wang Yu throughout his growth, now became the core pivot of the formation, barely withstanding the increasingly dense network of lightning. When the 9th bolt of thunder descended, the entire talisman array shattered with a resounding crash. The purple lightning, imbued with a world-destroying force, surged towards Lin Xingwan. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, her silver patterns flaring brilliantly as she boldly faced the tribulation. Wang Yu's heart raced. This move was exceedingly perilous, yet he understood that it was the only way to fully achieve her metamorphosis into the celestial tier. The lightning engulfed her figure. Wang Yu could only witness countless silver arcs dancing within her, with every meridian being tempered by the thunder. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within Lin Xingwan, her aura soaring dramatically as the seventh aperture was completely connected, shattering the celestial barrier. In that triumphant moment of transcending the tribulation, Lin Xingwan felt as if her body had become part of the starry expanse. She could distinctly sense the flow of spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius, even capturing the presence of a mid-tier exotic beast, 3 zhang, beneath the ground in the distance. The celestial tier not only enhances one's strength, but also offers tremendous benefits to the spirit. As tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Lin Xingwan stood gracefully in the void, a faint golden aura swirling around her. Her seventh aperture was not only fully unlocked, but within its depths, a minuscule star mark was also being nurtured. Having just begun to ascend to the celestial tier, she had already brushed against the threshold of a higher realm. "You have accomplished it," Wang Yu remarked, sheathing his sword, his voice laced with unmistakable admiration. In the distance, the calamity clouds dispersed, and the moonlight cascaded down anew, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only Lin Xingwan remained, utterly exhausted, her garments tattered and ravaged by the thunderous tribulation, a testament to the reality of the recent cataclysm. Wang Yu quickly retrieved a new outfit from his storage ring and set up a small isolation array for her change. Lin Xingwan stepped into the protective barrier, her fingers trembling slightly as she undid the scorched sash. The fabric fell away in fragments, revealing the intricate scars etched upon her skin. Drawing a deep breath, she slowly donned the garments Wang Yu had provided, the cool fabric soothing her singed skin. Outside the array, Wang Yu clutched the healing elixir he had obtained from the secret realm. He exhaled a sigh of relief only when the barrier's spiritual light dissipated, revealing Lin Xingwan once more. At that moment, she appeared transformed. The pale blue gown exquisitely accentuated her curvaceous figure, her long hair loosely gathered by a rubber band, with a few strands dancing in the breeze. What captivated him most was the sharpened brilliance in her eyes, akin to a sword refined through trials, now imbued with a sense of both sharpness and composure. "Congratulations on your successful breakthrough." "Thank you. It is thanks to you that I was able to achieve this breakthrough smoothly." Beneath Lin Xingwan's formidable exterior lay a tender side. From afar, the cries of exotic beasts echoed, and Lin Xingwan furrowed her brow, gazing into the depths of the dense forest. Wang Yu smiled faintly. "You have just broken through, and already an opportunity to hone your skills has presented itself." Chapter 30. The Abilities of Lin Xingwan. Wang Yu smiled faintly. "You had just broken through, and an opportunity to test your skills has presented itself." Lin Xingwan, prepared and resolute, had just ascended to the celestial tier. She craved a battle to assess her newfound strength. From the aura emanating from the creature, it appeared to be a mid-tier elite beast, likely drawn by the energy released during her recent breakthrough. "Leave this to me. It is the perfect occasion for me to experiment with my celestial powers." With a deft touch of her toes against the ground, Lin Xingwan vanished from her position like an arrow released from its bow. "Ah, so you have awakened spatial abilities? No wonder the commotion during your breakthrough was so pronounced." Following her ascension to the celestial tier, Lin Xingwan's comprehension of space deepened significantly. Her perception of distance transcended ordinary understanding. What others deemed near or far was merely a game of her imagination. The mid-tier elite beast, evidently unprepared for such swift human reaction, charged out of the forest, only to find Lin Xingwan hovering 100 meters above it. With her right hand outstretched, the air in her palm warped dramatically, coalescing into a transparent, long sword forged entirely of spatial energy. Spatial slash. Wang Yu stood in bewilderment, realizing that they could all wield swords. First Lu Yao's flame sword, now Lin Xingwan's spatial longsword. As the blade descended, the seemingly delicate strike unleashed a thunderous roar upon striking the beast's obsidian scales. The unique slicing effect of spatial energy caused those formidable scales to peel away like parchment, crimson blood gushing forth in an instant. The beast let out a pained roar, its claws frantically clawing at the ground in search of the elusive adversary. Yet Lin Xingwan had already slipped back into the folds of space. Observing the creature's movements from a multidimensional perspective, she timed her appearances with precision during its moments of vulnerability. Spatial folding and instantaneous displacement. Various abilities flowed effortlessly from her, akin to an artist skillfully applying paint to a canvas. Wang Yu nodded slightly from a distance. Lin Xingwan's combat style was indeed remarkable. The celestial powers had allowed her to truly grasp the essence of space. Techniques that once demanded immense spiritual energy were now as natural as breathing. The beast gradually descended into madness. No matter how it attacked, it could not touch the human who consistently vanished at critical moments. Each of Lin Xingwan's strikes inflicted new wounds upon it. When she leaped from the rift for the 7th time, the beast's scales were marred with cracks, resembling a mirror on the verge of shattering. What the beast did not know was that Lin Xingwan could have dispatched it in an instant. However, she had chosen to hold back, seeking to savor the experience of her celestial prowess. "It is time to conclude this," she murmured, as the space around her began to tremble violently. Countless minuscule blades of space coalesced around her, ultimately forming a brilliant beam of light that pierced directly into the beast's core. The creature's roar abruptly ceased. Its form stood rigid for a moment, then, like a sandcastle scattered by the wind, it collapsed into countless fragments. Lin Xingwan gracefully descended, the residual spatial fluctuations at her fingertips still flickering gently. "How does it feel at the heavenly tier?" Wang Yu inquired with a smile as he approached. "It feels akin to opening a door to a new world," Lin Xingwan replied, gazing at her palm, realizing the potential of spatial power could be harnessed in such a manner. "I never expected you to awaken such a rare spatial ability. You never mentioned it before. You never asked me about my awakened abilities either," Lin Xingwan teased with a playful smile. Wang Yu, however, felt a tinge of disappointment. Witnessing Lin Xingwan's magnificent spatial sword had struck him harder than he anticipated. "What's wrong, Wang Yu? You seem a bit downcast," she observed. "Nothing at all. I'm not envious of your spatial sword in the slightest," he retorted, though his tone belied his true feelings. Lin Xingwan recalled that, due to her deeper understanding of spatial abilities, she had whimsically concentrated her spatial power into an invisible sword during their recent battle. "Perhaps next time, I could channel spatial energy into your sword, so you might experience it too." She offered a comforting smile. "Really? Then I shall look forward to it." Wang Yu's spirits lifted instantly upon hearing this. "Then let's tidy up and prepare to return." Wang Yu retracted the Luo Yuan sword and dispelled the formation, then contacted the cleanup team to come and clear the battlefield. "We ought to head back. Lu Yao has likely been anxiously awaiting our return. I'll also need your assistance in guiding her training." With that, Wang Yu escorted Lin Xingwan back home. As they stepped through the doorway, they found Lu Yao seated cross-legged on the living room sofa, enveloped in a soft layer of flames, resembling a quietly blooming crimson lotus. Upon hearing the door open, Lu Yao's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes suddenly wide with a sparkle of joy. "You're back," she exclaimed, rising to greet them, her gaze lingering on Lin Xingwan a moment longer. She noticed that Lin Xingwan's aura had become even more ethereal, as if she could dissolve into the void at any moment. "Sister Xingwan, have you successfully broken through?" Lin Xingwan nodded with a smile, gently lifting her fingers. A transparent ripple of spatial energy spread through the air, reminiscent of ripples created by a stone tossed into a lake. "Thanks to your brother, I was able to break through smoothly this time. All thanks to the 9-chi Linglong ginseng he gifted me." Her tone carried a hint of playful banter. "What about you? How has your practice been progressing?" Lu Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze to her toes. "I'm still stuck at a bottleneck. My control over the flames still lacks that final finesse." As she spoke, she conjured a pulsating flame in her palm. Yet, the flickering flame alternated between expanding like a sphere and shrinking to the size of a pea, clearly not yet achieving the mastery of effortless manipulation. "Let me take a look." Lin Xingwan suddenly grasped Lu Yao's wrist, closing her eyes as her mental energy wove like threads into Lu Yao's meridians. Lu Yao felt a shiver run through her body as a wave of coolness spread from her wrist, gradually calming the once restless fire energy within her. Your challenge lies in the insufficient taming of spiritual energy. Lin Xingwan released her grip, her eyes shimmering with insights. The flame is a volatile entity, yet you persist in attempting to subdue it with brute force, inadvertently inciting its rebellion. Remember, guide the spiritual energy as one would direct a river, clearing obstacles when necessary, and erecting dams when required. Suddenly, she flicked her fingers, and the flames in Lu Yao's palm astonishingly split into 9 slender streams, intertwining in the air to form a rose woven of fire. Lu Yao stared in awe. The petals of the rose were undeniably composed of flames at varying temperatures, yet the edges were smooth as a mirror, devoid of any disorder. How is this possible? Lu Yao murmured, her eyes ignited by fervent curiosity. This is my improved ancient cultivation method, the Tianwang Ju. Lin Xingwan lightly tapped the void with her fingertips, and innumerable specks of light appeared in the air. Merging into Lu Yao's mind, she guided Lu Yao into a meditative state, and Lu Yao's consciousness seemed to drift into a spiritual realm. She saw countless light points circulating through her meridians, coalescing into a profound cultivation technique. As night deepened, Lu Yao finally slumped onto the sofa, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Brother, Sister Xingwan, I did it. She beheld the fire rose in her palm, albeit crooked, yet barely maintaining its form, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. Wang Yu and Lin Xingwan were equally astonished, hastening to check the state of energy circulation within Lu Yao. It really worked. My sister is indeed a little genius, Wang Yu exclaimed. To achieve success so quickly, I had to exert tremendous effort just to enter the basics. Is there something extraordinary about you, in Lu Yao? Why are only the two of you able to succeed in this cultivation? Although Wang Yu felt joy at his sister's achievement, a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. Lin Xingwan also regarded Lu Yao, sharing Wang Yu's confusion. Never mind, let's not dwell on it. Today is a day worthy of celebration. Not only has Xingwan successfully broken through the heavenly tier, but Lu Yao has also mastered a new cultivation method. Let's go out for a meal. It's on me to celebrate. Hooray! Long live brother! Lu Yao exclaimed, already bubbling with excitement. Chapter 31. Sales Champion Guocheng Wang Yu, accompanied by Lin Xingwan and Lu Yao, arrived at a nearby hot pot restaurant, eager to treat the two to the renowned local delicacies. Today it's my treat, indulge yourselves, he proclaimed. Then I shan't hold back, considering we have toiled all day, not to mention the breakthrough in cultivation and guiding our training, Lu Yao replied, her fatigue evident. I am utterly exhausted from practicing the techniques Sister Lin taught me. You two seem to have forgotten who usually prepares your meals and who assisted you during today's tribulation. Wang Yu remarked, a hint of exasperation on his face. All right. We've all worked hard. Let's raise a toast. Wang Yu lifted his glass. Cheers. Only Lu Yao raised a glass of orange juice, joining in the toast. After the glasses clinked, she gazed expectantly at her brother, awaiting his words. Wang Yu, touched by his sister's understanding demeanor, felt a swell of affection. Let us commence our feast, he declared, serving Lu Yao a piece of meat. Eat well. You are still growing. Lin Xingwan watched eagerly from the side, seemingly anticipating something. Wang Yu, noticing her expression, chuckled helplessly and served her some vegetables as well. You have also worked hard today. Enjoy your meal. After all, as the newly appointed captain of Yun City, you will face even greater challenges ahead. Just as Lin Xingwan was about to feel touched, his subsequent words dampened her spirits. By the way, when do you plan to leave Yun City? Once you complete your duties, I shall be ready to depart as well. Is that so? A twinge of reluctance crept into Lin Xingwan's heart. Hey, brother, are you leaving Yun City? Can I go with you? Lu Yao paused her meal, a flicker of unease crossing her features. Rest assured, I will take you with me to the capital this time and introduce you to my mother and sisters. Upon hearing she would be included, Lu Yao's worries dissipated like mist. Yet, the thought of meeting her brother's family stirred a hint of anxiety within her. She feared they might not accept her. Do not fret. My mother and sisters are very kind. I believe they will take a liking to you. Wang Yu observed her oscillate between joy and concern, and couldn't he help but smile. Lin Xingwan stifled a laugh at Lu Yao's capricious expressions. Just as their conversation flowed merrily, a familiar voice resonated through the air. Captain Wang. Following the sound, Wang Yu turned to find Yuncheng, the man who had previously requested leave to return home, now dining with his family in the same restaurant. Yuncheng, you're here enjoying a meal with your family. Yes, Captain. I owe my gratitude to you for granting me leave. It allowed me to return and spend time with them. Is it you? You're the big brother who saved me that day, spoke Guocheng's daughter, Xian, the little girl Wang you had rescued at the barbecue restaurant. It is you. I did not expect to see you again. Indeed, dear brother, I have yet to express my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance during the last incident. At that moment, a woman beside Xian approached. Thank you, young man. My daughter has told me everything. Without your help, she would have been in grave danger. The speaker was none other than Xian's mother, Su Liping. It was nothing, Andy. After all, I am a youth of this era. It is only natural to lend a hand in such circumstances. By the way, I just overheard my husband refer to you as captain. Are you his superior? Well, one could say that. This left Wang Yu somewhat perplexed, considering his youth. He couldn't very well reveal that he was the captain of the Tianwang Cloud City Division. Could he? Old Gua, is this young man your superior? He appears quite youthful. Our captain is indeed young and accomplished. It's quite reasonable, isn't it? Guocheng hastily explained, internally chastising himself. Although Su Liping still found it somewhat strange, she could not pinpoint any issues and chose to trust Guocheng's fabricated excuse. After addressing Su Liping, Guocheng turned to Wang Yu with Xian in tow. Captain, since you have already met, I shall refrain from further introductions. This is my daughter, Xian. She has just graduated high school with commendable grades, scoring 622 points. Initially, I wished for her to apply to a university in the capital, but she insisted on remaining in Cloud City. My daughter has no particular hobbies. She spends her time drawing and playing the piano. She is exceptionally filial, and her reason for wanting to stay in Cloud City is that she worries my wife and I would feel lonely without her. So, what do you think of my daughter? Guocheng inquired. Xian felt a wave of embarrassment as her father praised her in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu, on the other hand, found himself at a loss for words, internally exasperated at Guocheng's unsolicited promotion of his daughter. Old Gua, you would make an excellent salesperson. You are the epitome of a sales champion. Is that so? So, Captain, what do you truly think of my daughter? She is quite exceptional. Therefore, you must ensure her well-being. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Xian beamed with delight. Seated behind them, Lin Xingwan wore a serious expression, having discerned the implications of Guocheng's remarks. This fellow intends to introduce his daughter to Wang Yu as a prospective daughter-in-law. This she could not tolerate. She promptly stood and embraced Wang Yu's arm, even rubbing against it. Wang Yu, taken aback by Lin Xingwan's sudden display of affection, felt a wave of warmth as he registered the softness against his arm, causing him to lose his composure. At the table, only Lu Yao remained focused on her meal. However, upon witnessing Lin Xingwan rise and embrace her brother, she transitioned into spectator mode. Guocheng and the others also noticed Lin Xingwan, momentarily captivated by her beauty. Once they regained their composure, Guocheng turned to Wang Yu and inquired, I apologize, but I was unaware that Captain Wang was dining with friends. May I ask who this lady is to you? Oh, I am Lin Xingwan, a friend living with Captain Wang. Before Wang, you could finish speaking. Lin Xingwan interjected. What? Guocheng and Guoxin were utterly astonished. Captain Wang, what is this? Guocheng felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. When did the captain start dating? Had I known earlier, I would have asked first. Now, how am I supposed to handle this situation? Guoxin looked at the beautiful sister hugging Wang Yu and couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. After all, this sister had both figure and beauty, and most importantly, they were living together, leaving her no chance. Don't misunderstand. We are merely ordinary friends. Wang Yu shot an exasperated glance at the innocent-looking Lin Xingwan and then explained to Guocheng. Captain, you need not clarify. I understand completely. Young people enjoy a bit of excitement. Wang Yu realized he could no longer clear his name and decided it was pointless to explain further. Unbeknownst to Guocheng, It was precisely his perceptiveness that spared him from potential targeting by their new captain in the future. Chapter 32. The new captain takes office after a few more exchanges. Wang Yu and Yuncheng contemplated inviting the family to dine together, prompting them to request the proprietor to add several more dishes. Initially, Yuncheng intended to decline, but upon learning from Wang Yu that he would soon be stepping down from his role as captain, he decided to accept the invitation in a gesture of farewell. Thus, he brought his family to join Wang Yu and his companions at the table. At the dining table, it was none other than Lu Yao who captured the most attention, with her innocent and charming demeanor as she devoured her meat with gusto. Yuncheng, now wiser, sought Wang Yu's insight regarding Lu Yao's identity. "This is my sister, Lu Yao," he introduced. Given that Yuncheng and Su Liping were also present, Wang Yu refrained from revealing that Lu Yao was his disciple. "Oh, so you're the captain's sister. Greetings, little sister. I am your brother's colleague. Feel free to reach out to me if you need anything," Yuncheng offered warmly. Lu Yao set down her bowl and looked at the man before her. "Hello, uncle." She then greeted Yuncheng and Su Liping, who both found her utterly endearing. As the meal progressed, Yuncheng suddenly recalled something. "Captain, since you are stepping down, have you found a suitable successor?" he inquired. "Indeed, I have already identified your new captain, who will assume the role tomorrow," Wang Yu confirmed. "May I inquire about the new captain's identity?" "Rest assured, I shall not disclose it to others," Yuncheng pressed. "Actually, it is, Just then, Lin Xingwan discreetly pinched Wang Yu. What could this mean? Is she attempting to engage in some game of concealed identities? Wang Yu pondered. "Captain, is something the matter? Is it inconvenient to disclose?" Yuncheng probed further. "Oh, it's nothing. Just that the new captain is rather shy and prefers to keep her true identity under wraps. However, it suffices for you to know that she is quite formidable," Wang Yu reassured. "Little Yu, where are you headed after leaving Yun City?" Su Liping, who had remained mostly silent, inquired with curiosity. "I plan to return home to visit my family. After all, I have been working away for several years and have begun to miss them," Wang Yu replied. "Ah, I see. It appears that little Yu is indeed a dutiful child," Su Liping remarked. "When do you intend to depart, and when will you return to Yun City?" Yuncheng asked, her gaze towards Wang Yu tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yuncheng bore no resentment towards Wang Yu due to his relationship with Lin Xingwan. Rather, she held a sense of admiration and gratitude towards him. She believed that although their relationship might not evolve further, they could still be ordinary friends. "I will likely leave the day after tomorrow. As for how long I will be gone, that depends on the circumstances. In any case, I will certainly return to Yun City," Wang Yu assured. With her cheeks stuffed with braised pork, Lu Yao resembled a little squirrel indulging in her feast. About the new captain, Yuncheng suddenly leaned forward, setting down his wineglass. "Are you truly unwilling to reveal even a hint? Not even a surname?" His gaze shimmered with a probing light, reminiscent of fireflies groping in the darkness. As Wang Yu remained reticent, he could only manage an awkward smile. "Ah, I suppose I was too forward." Yuncheng chuckled sheepishly, raising his glass. "Come, let's toast to Captain Wang's final drink." The clinking of their glasses resonated like a clear signal heralding the commencement of a ritual. Lu Yao, seemingly from nowhere, produced a chicken leg to gnaw on, grease trickling down her chin and into her collar. Lin Xingwan silently offered her a tissue, and the girl hesitated momentarily before accepting it with an awkward thank you. "By the way, Brother Wang," Yuncheng suddenly interjected, her voice as crisp as the sound of ice cracking in midsummer on the day you leave. "May I come see you off?" Her fingertips twisted the ends of her hair, strands intertwining into a small vortex. Before Wang Yu could respond, Lin Xingwan eagerly chimed in, "Of course. The more the merrier." Her smile blossomed like a night blooming cereus, beautiful yet veiled with enigmatic secrets. As the dinner drew to a close, Su Liping rose to settle the bill. Yuncheng halted Wang Yu, who was about to stand. "Stay seated. This one's on us." Amid their polite insistence, Su Liping had already completed the transaction. Watching Yuncheng's family depart, Lin Xingwan suddenly exclaimed, "Tomorrow will be quite lively." Wang Yu frowned at her, yet she simply smiled in response. Time swiftly transitioned to the following day, as Wang Yu prepared to announce the new captain's appointment on the social media platform of Tianwang. Attention all members of the Cloud City Division. An urgent and significant announcement is forthcoming. As of today, I will be stepping down as captain of the Cloud City Division, and Lin Xingwan will assume the role of captain. Upon seeing the message from their captain, the members were left utterly astonished. What? We've only just seen the captain's true form, and now he is leaving? No way. Where shall we find such a handsome and gentle captain again? Yet, the name of the new captain sounded distinctly feminine. Could she be a rare beauty? It seemed plausible, given Captain Wang Yu's remarkable looks. The new captain's appearance could hardly be lacking. Initially, the crowd mourned the captain's departure, but upon learning the name of the new captain, they began to speculate about her beauty. From now on, the peace of Cloud City rests in the hands of this new captain and all of us. I believe that under her leadership, any audacious intruder shall be torn asunder. Following Wang Yu's resignation announcement on social media, the entire Cloud City division of Tianwang erupted in fervor. The news splashed into the chat channels like droplets of water into hot oil, igniting a flurry of astonishment and conjecture. In the conference room, everyone gathered around the holographic projection screen, with Wang Yu's figure enveloped in a stream of data. I know you all have numerous questions. His voice resonated through the noise-canceling headphones, imbued with a unique calmness. Though Lin Xingwan is still quite young, her capabilities are something you can trust completely. Moreover, I will remain vigilant regarding the situation in Cloud City from headquarters. This declaration landed like a boulder in the center of a lake, casting the room in a sudden silence, leaving only the sound of breaths intermingling through the headsets. After all, each division leader must possess at least celestial-level strength. They considered Wang Yu, such a rare prodigy, to be an anomaly, yet now another one has emerged. But why they never heard of her before? Some veteran team members couldn't help but voice their confusion. As a seasoned member, she was intimately familiar with every elite in the division, yet Lin Xingwan seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Only Old, who wore a knowing smile, realizing that Wang Yu had indeed managed to invite Lin Xingwan. However, Lin Xingwan was notoriously aloof towards everyone. How had he managed to win her over? Could it be? Ha ha! Suddenly, the channel erupted with a flurry of notifications. Team members scrambled to send emojis and question marks. Wang Yu silenced the communication, leaving behind a final message suspended in the air. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, the new captain will hold the first strategic deployment meeting. All personnel are to assemble in the conference room. In the afternoon, over a dozen officers sat neatly arranged in the conference room. The projection screen flashed Lin Xingwan's name incessantly, yet she remained unseen. The ticking of the second hand resonated distinctly until the minute hand pointed to 3 o'clock, at which point the automatic door to the conference room glided open silently. Everyone looked up, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. Lin Xingwan stood against the light, her combat uniform accentuating her slender form, her silvery hair tied back, revealing a gracefully sculpted neck. Her face, cold and indifferent, betrayed no emotion, sending shivers through those present. Hello everyone, I am your new captain, Lin Xingwan. I shall refrain from further introductions, she began. Then, she launched into her strategic plans with a voice that sliced through the air like a scalpel, unleashing a torrent of data, coordinates, and tactical proposals. The expressions of the officers shifted from shock to awe, ultimately transforming into respect. As night fell, the neon lights of Cloud City flickered. Wang Yu stood by the apartment window when his phone vibrated unexpectedly. A message from Yuncheng appeared. The new captain. Could it be that girl from yesterday? Accompanying the text was a comically exaggerated, shocked emoji. Wang Yu chose not to respond, merely sending a smirking emoji in return. Upon seeing this, Yuncheng understood everything and felt a tinge of relief. Chapter 33. Departing from Cloud City by the time Lin Xingwan returned home from the meeting, Wang Yu and Liu Yao had already commenced packing their belongings. Yao, have you gathered everything? Do ensure that nothing important is left behind. Everything is ready, brother. Liu Yao neatly folded the last sweater into her suitcase. As she rose, Wang Yu had completed his inspection of her backpack and, satisfied, gently closed the suitcase lid. The two exchanged a knowing smile, as if they were not embarking on a journey thousands of miles away, but rather setting off for each childhood vacation. Upon seeing Lin Xingwan return, Lu Yao thoughtfully vacated the room, granting the pair some solitude. Suddenly, Lin Xingwan grasped his hand. The warmth of her palm startling Wang Yu slightly. Such direct contact was rare between them, as if all their intimacy had dissolved into the mundane aspects of life, becoming an unspoken understanding. She lifted her gaze to meet Wang Yu's eyes, which held a multitude of unarticulated emotions: concern, reluctance, and a deeply buried yearning. "Do you remember the promise you made me?" "Of course, I promised that once I finished my tasks, I would grant you one request. So during my absence, take your time to ponder what you wish to ask, but do refrain from asking for anything too extravagant." Ha ha ha, Lin Xingwan chuckled at his words. "Rest assured, I am not that type of person." Lin Xingwan had no intention of seizing this opportunity to request a romantic relationship with Wang Yu. What she desired was for him to willingly be with her. "Oh, I suddenly recalled something. At Baiyin Temple on Wuwang Mountain, there's a Taoist named Zhang Su. He is also an awakened, yet has not been detected by the Sky Network. He possesses a unique ability known as the Eye of Destiny, which allows him to make predictions. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may seek his assistance." "What? Then why don't you report him to headquarters?" "Isn't there a risk in allowing him to roam freely?" "Fear not. His intentions are not malevolent. He simply dislikes constraints. I have spoken with him privately, and he has agreed to assist me with predictions whenever I face difficulties. Since you say so, I shall defer to your judgment." The following morning, Lin Xingwan deliberately concluded the meeting early and hurried to the airport. The morning light had yet to fully illuminate the clouds, yet the terminal was already bustling with travelers heading in various directions. Upon spotting Lin Xingwan, Lu Yao's eyes sparkled as she rushed forward to embrace her. "Xingwan Jia, why did you arrive so early? Worried you might feel anxious about your flight. We came to see if you needed any last-minute help." Lin Xingwan smiled as she patted her back, her gaze shifting to Wang Yu, who was meticulously verifying the boarding information. Yuncheng, meanwhile, was confirming flight details with the airport staff, though he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Ever since learning the previous night that Lin Xingwan was the new captain of the Cloud City Division and quite possibly Wang Yu's girlfriend, he had been plagued by a foreboding feeling. Gua Xan clutched a generously packed gift bag of snacks for Lu Yao, the bag bulging in her grasp. "All necessary preparations have been made. It is you who must not let our presence impede your important tasks amidst the recent project rush." Lin Xingwan shook her head and retrieved a sandalwood box from her bag. "This is a specialty from Yun City for the mentor. Please assist in delivering it. Additionally, this." She handed Lu Yao a small silk pouch containing a safety talisman, said to be quite effective. "Thank you, Sister Xingwan, and thank you, Sister Gua Xin. Wishing you both a smooth journey." As the boarding announcement echoed through the air, the two stood before the security checkpoint. Lu Yao and Wang Yu's suitcases glided slowly down the conveyor belt, resembling two silent vessels embarking on an unknown voyage. Once aboard the aircraft, Lu Yao, experiencing a plane for the first time, gazed around with childlike curiosity. "Settle down, Yao Yao. The plane is about to take off." Lu Yao obediently took her seat, as Wang Yu fastened her seatbelt and affectionately ruffled her hair. In truth, they need not have taken a flight. Wang Yu could have effortlessly transported Lu Yao to Kyoto on his sword. However, with Gua Xin coming to bid farewell and the desire for Lu Yao to experience modern transportation, this option was abandoned. As the plane began to taxi, Lu Yao nervously grasped Wang Yu's hand. Wang Yu chuckled softly, noting that she was more anxious about the flight than she had ever been riding his sword. Outside the window, the clouds resembled undulating waves, parting in the mist sliced by the wings. Lu Yao's excitement soon captivated the little girl seated next to her, as they leaned together against the window, discussing the shapes of cloud castles. When a flight attendant wheeled the meal cart by, Lu Yao fixated on the neatly arranged meal boxes and suddenly whispered, "Brother, do you think these meal boxes will float in the air while we fly?" Before Wang Yu could respond, the screen embedded in the back of the seat ahead flickered to life, showcasing an airline safety video with a flight attendant demonstrating the proper use of seatbelts. The animated figure remained securely fastened in its seat despite turbulence. And Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. So there truly is a way to keep things from flying about. Once the aircraft entered the stratosphere, Lu Yao's curiosity erupted entirely. She opened the silk pouch containing the safety talisman from Lin Xingwan, revealing not only a talisman embroidered with golden thread, but also a small jade cicada. Sister Xingwan mentioned it had been consecrated and was very effective. She held the jade cicada up to the light, wondering aloud, "Do you think it will glow in the clouds?" No sooner had she spoken than the cabin suddenly jolted with turbulence. The jade cicada slipped from her grasp, tracing a silver arc beneath the dim overhead lights. "Be careful," Wang Yu exclaimed, reaching out to catch it, only to find that another hand had already secured the cicada. The little girl's mother, a woman adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, had remarkably caught the cicada with extraordinary agility. "Little one, take good care of your belongings," she said, her voice resonating with an unusual timbre as she returned the cicada to Lu Yao. Gratefully accepting it, Lu Yao expressed her thanks profusely, while Wang Yu noticed the wooden token she held, emblazoned with a distinctive symbol. It was none other than the insignia of the Tianwang organization, indicating her considerable standing within the headquarters. After Wang Yu expressed his gratitude to her, he paid her no further attention. During dinner, the snack gift package prepared by Gua Xin became the center of attention. Lu Yao unwrapped a package of osmanthus cake and handed it to the girl seated next to her, who, in return, produced a mechanical spider toy from her backpack. "My father made this," the girl proudly said as she pressed the switch, and the spider performed intricate Tai Chi movements on the table. "He says when you encounter interesting people, you should share your most precious belongings." Wang Yu observed the metallic joints of the mechanical spider and suddenly realized it was no ordinary toy. A miniature chip embedded in the spider's abdomen flickered silently, containing a significant amount of energy. Thus, it contained a fragment of the child's father's extraordinary ability, capable of providing protection in times of danger. What a splendid idea. Perhaps next time, I shall create a few defensive charms for my mother, sister, and Lu Yao. He discreetly wrapped the chip in his spiritual energy, causing the spider's movements to come to an abrupt halt. As the girl shook it in confusion, Wang Yu subtly retracted his energy. When the plane passed through the last of the rain clouds, Lu Yao had fallen asleep against Wang Yu's shoulder. He gazed out at the gradually revealing outline of Kyoto, his palm caressing the jade cicada. Before landing, Lu Yao was startled awake by the cabin announcement, rubbing her eyes as she looked outside. The runway of Kyoto Airport unfurled before her like a golden ribbon in the dawn light. Wang Yu carefully tied the safety talisman around her neck. The warmth of the jade cicada against her skin made Lu Yao feel as though stars were cascading upon her heart. The plane soon touched down on the runway, and as it came to a halt and the cabin doors opened, Lu Yao could hardly contain her eagerness to step outside and explore. Chapter 34. Homecoming. Upon disembarking from the plane, the mother and daughter pair had vanished from sight. Although Lu Yao felt a pang of disappointment at not being able to bid them farewell, she swiftly dismissed the thought. This was her inaugural journey with her brother, and the array of novel and curious sights thrilled her heart immensely. Outside the airport, Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin had been waiting for quite some time, alongside a sleek black Maserati. As Wang Yu emerged, Wang Yin eagerly waved, fearful of being overlooked. Hand in hand with Lu Yao, Wang Yu approached them. Though Lu Yao appeared somewhat apprehensive, Wang Yu gently patted her shoulder and offered her a reassuring smile. Seeing her child again, even after a brief separation of less than a month, filled Yang Jingyi with an indescribable longing. She grasped Wang Yu's hand tightly, her eyes scanning his form. Let me have a good look at you," she exclaimed, relieved to see that he was unharmed. Ever since she learned of her son's battles against those monstrous creatures, she had been plagued by nightmares, waking each night in terror. Now, witnessing Wang Yu standing before her, safe and sound, allowed her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Yin gazed at her younger brother with affectionate indulgence, but her attention soon shifted to the shy figure peeking out from behind him, Lu Yao. With her endearing looks and the way she timidly peeked from behind Wang Yu, Lu Yao enchanted Wang Yin completely. "Brother, could this be your illegitimate daughter? It seems I'm about to become an aunt so soon." Yang Jingyi, upon hearing the mention of an illegitimate child, quickly turned to see what Wang Yu was hiding. Indeed, she beheld a charming little girl with pigtails, exuding an undeniable cuteness. Though Lu Yao was already 12 years old, her prolonged malnutrition prior to meeting Wang Yu rendered her petite, resembling a child of merely 7 or 8. At first glance, Yang Jingyi felt an instant affection for Lu Yao. Her initial misconception of Lu Yao being Wang Yu's child was overshadowed by the sheer adorableness of the girl. "Mother, I'm still quite young. How could I possibly have a child?" Wang Yu interjected. "This is my sister, Lu Yao, and she's also my apprentice." Auntie, sister, hello. My name is Lu Yao, and I am my brother's sister." Lu Yao mustered the courage to introduce herself. Subsequently, Wang Yu recounted the circumstances surrounding Lu Yao's journey and the events that unfolded thereafter. Upon hearing Lu Yao's story, both Yang Jingyi and Wang Yan were filled with compassion for her plight. Yang Jingyi, in a surge of maternal instinct, pulled Lu Yao into her embrace. "It seems the heavens have shown me mercy. Not only have I been reunited with my son, but I have also been gifted with such a delightful daughter." Wang Yan, captivated by the adorably naive Lu Yao, yearned to hold her close. As Lu Yao basked in the warmth of Yang Jingyi's embrace, she realized that this kind lady genuinely cared for her, dispelling all of her initial nerves. "Good child, since you are Yuer's sister, you shall henceforth be my daughter as well." Lu Yao's heart trembled violently. This was the second time her soul had been so profoundly stirred, aside from her brother. She cautiously glanced at Wang Yu, who nodded affirmatively at her, and with newfound resolve, she called out, "Mother!" "Yes, dear daughter." Lu Yao's eyes brimmed with tears. This was her first experience of maternal love. "So this is what it feels like. How warm. All right, no more tears. Let me introduce you. This is my eldest daughter, Wang Yan. She will be your sister from now on." "Sister?" "Indeed, little Lu Yao is simply adorable. Come, let sister give you a nice big hug." With that, Wang Yan extended her arms and embraced Lu Yao. Wang Yan had longed to hold her, for who could resist the allure of a sweet, soft younger sister? After relishing that moment, the family of four settled into Yang Jingyi's vehicle, preparing to head home. While seated in the car, Wang Yu suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Mother, how is the Wang family situation currently?" "Do not worry. Through the relentless efforts of your mother and sister, the Wang family's strength now far exceeds that of yesteryears. We are indeed one of the top families in the capital." "Wow, mother and sister are so impressive." Although Lu Yao did not fully grasp the details, she sensed their greatness. Observing Lu Yao's adorable demeanor, Wang Yin could not help but pull her into an affectionate embrace once more. At present, the primary decision-maker of the Wang family is mother, alongside uncle. Although grandfather holds the highest prestige within the family, he no longer concerns himself with family matters. Wang Yin added, "What is uncle like?" "Uncle is quite commendable, loyal, and diligent towards the family. However, his second son, Wang Yu, is exceedingly arrogant and overbearing." "Oh, in what manner is he arrogant?" "Years ago, he declared his intention to venture out into the world. Uncle vehemently opposed this, yet could not dissuade him. After several years away, he recently returned to the family, but he seems transformed, displaying a somewhat dismissive attitude. He often engages in brawls, attacking anyone who displeases him, and no one in the family can persuade him otherwise. Nevertheless, he is remarkably skilled in combat. Since his return, it appears no one has managed to harm him." "I see. Indeed, that is somewhat arrogant. Forget him. If he dares to bully you, just tell your sister, and watch how I discipline him." Upon hearing about Wang Yu realized that his sister would not be able to teach him a lesson. Judging by the changes in Wang Yu, it was highly probable that he was also an awakened one. During his absence, he must have been recruited by the Sky Network. "Rest assured, sister, you know my capabilities. He could never bully me." "True, my brother is quite formidable. From now on, I shall rely on my skilled brother for protection." "Sister Wang Yan, I can protect you too." In the embrace of Wang Yan, Lu Yao softly remarked, "Then I shall trouble my invincibly adorable sister Lu Yao." Wang Yu and Yang Jingyi exchanged gentle smiles. The atmosphere among the family remarkably relaxed and harmonious. They had just learned from Wang Yu that Lu Yao was also an awakened one, yet Wang Yin remained irresistibly captivated by Lu Yao's charming appearance. Soon, the vehicle arrived at a magnificent villa, leaving both Wang Yu and Lu Yao astounded by its sheer size. "This is our home. Welcome back, brother, and my lovely sister. Please come in. Today, I shall let you savor Mother's culinary delights." After many years, the family could finally gather together for a meal. And with the addition of such an adorable little one, their hearts brimmed with joy. Chapter 35. Cousin Wang Yu upon entering the villa. Wang Yu and Lu Yao were once again awestruck by the opulent surroundings. Xiao Yao, we have plenty of rooms in our home. Feel free to choose any two to stay in. There are blankets and everything you need, so you can rest easy. By the way, my mother and I reside on the second floor. If you feel lonely, you are welcome to join us upstairs. There are still many rooms available. Then we shall stay on the second floor. Wang Yu responded, though he was puzzled. But in such a large house, is it just the two of you taking care of everything? Indeed, due to an incident from years past, my mother has always been cautious, even opting not to hire any servants, came the reply. But how do you manage the cleaning? With such a spacious house, two people surely cannot keep up, he queried. The cleaning is handled by a professional cleaning service, which sends someone over daily to maintain a house, she explained. After understanding the situation, Wang Yu and Lu Yao ascended the stairs to select their rooms. Wang Yu chose a room near the staircase, while Lu Yao opted for the one adjacent to his. Once they settled their luggage, they descended to share a meal. As they gazed upon the lavish spread of dishes, Lu Yao's mouth watered. "Come, sit and eat. This feast was specially prepared by my mother for you." At home, Yang Jingyi seldom hired chefs. She preferred to cook herself, only dining out on the rare occasions when her work kept her too busy. Lu Yao, enchanted by the array of delectable dishes, could hardly contain her excitement. Wang Yu chuckled as he observed her eyes nearly leap onto the table, affectionately ruffling her hair. "What a little glutton you are." Noticing Lu Yao's eagerness, Yang Jingyi promptly served her a heaping bowl of food. Lu Yao, shedding her initial shyness, began to indulge herself. After a satisfying meal, she patted her round belly, her mouth still longing for more, though her stomach protested. "Mother's cooking is simply divine. Alas, my stomach cannot accommodate another bite. Otherwise, I would gladly have another bowl," she lamented, prompting hearty laughter from everyone present. "Not to worry. If you wish to eat more, my mother will gladly prepare it for you again," Yang Jingyi assured her. Pleased with her family's appreciation of her culinary skills, she felt her decision to cook for them all these years had indeed been the right one. "By the way, tomorrow we shall take you back to the Wang family to visit your grandfather. He has missed you dearly over the years." "Yes, I am aware, mother. What do you plan for me upon my return to Kyoto?" "I intend to spend some time with you and your mother before heading to the Tianwang headquarters to register," he replied. "Will you be leaving again after that?" Though our country enjoys peace and prosperity, one cannot predict when foreign beasts might launch an assault. Thus, with greater power comes greater responsibility. If one possesses the ability to act, yet chooses inaction, who will continue to protect us? Having served as the commander of the Yuncheng branch for 3 years, Wang Yu had learned much. During this time, he witnessed those who, upon awakening their powers, left their families behind to battle fiercely against the beasts at the borders for the sake of their homeland. He also witnessed those who perished in the jaws of monstrous beasts while valiantly protecting their comrades, as well as those who sacrificed their lives to shield ordinary people. From these experiences, Wang Yu comprehended the significance of his own mission. Thus, despite possessing immense power, he has never resorted to tyranny or looked down upon others. "You have grown, my dear. Go forth and pursue your path. You shall forever be the pride of your mother." Wang Yu rose to embrace her, assuring, "As long as I am here, I will ensure your safety and safeguard the peace of this land." "Brother, I am here too," Lu Yao chimed in. "I will assist you, and once I grow stronger, I will protect you, mom, and sister." All right. We shall rely on you to protect us in the future," Wang Yu teased, gently patting her rounded belly. "Oh, brother, stop it. If you keep touching, I might just throw up." Wang Yu chuckled at her response. "Who told you to eat so much? Look at you. You resemble a little ball now." The following morning, Wang Yu and Lu Yao set out with Yang Jingyi towards the Wang family's ancestral home. After half an hour of travel, they arrived at an ancient yet dignified city. This was the residence of the venerable patriarch, Wang Linhai. "Here we are," This is your grandfather's abode. Today, your uncle's family will also be joining us here. Wang Yu remarked as he gazed upon the historical residence, which, despite its age, exhibited no signs of decay. As they entered the vermilion gates of the Sihiyuan, the polished blue brick pathway gleamed warmly. The intricately carved corridors were adorned with vines that bore witness to the passage of time, yet they flourished vibrantly in the summer sun. The refreshing breeze carried the fragrance of sandalwood, prompting Lu Yao to inhale deeply, a sense of inexplicable serenity washing over her. Your grandfather has a fondness for antiquity. He personally designed this courtyard. Yang Jingyi explained softly, her fingers grazing the delicate cloud patterns on the pillar. Just then, a hearty laughter resonated from within the courtyard, and a sprightly elder approached, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, his features bearing a resemblance to Wang Yu. You are. The elder's eyes shimmered with tears, his wrinkled hands trembling slightly. Wang Yu rushed forward to support the elderly man. Grandfather, I have returned. Wang Linhai's eyes glistened with emotion as he planted his cane firmly on the ground. Good, good. After more than a decade, my grandson has grown into a formidable man. Turning his gaze to Lu Yao, his expression softened. And this little lady is... Grandfather, this is my sister, Lu Yao. Wang Yu then recounted the tale of how he came to adopt Lu Yao as his sister, omitting only their extraordinary abilities. Lu Yao, feeling shy, grasped the hem of her garment, while Wang Yu gently held her hand. Yao Yao, this is grandfather. Finally realizing, she sweetly called out, Grandfather. Wang Linhai erupted in hearty laughter. Ah, how delightful. I did not expect to gain another lovely granddaughter. As the conversation unfolded, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside the courtyard. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, entered the yard alongside an elegantly attired woman, followed closely by a youth with sharp features. The newcomers were none other than Wang Yu's uncle Wang Jinshan, with the young man being his son, Wang Yu's cousin, Wang Yu. Wang Jinshan greeted warmly with a hearty laugh. My dear nephew, you have finally returned. Your father can rest easy now. Uncle, Wang Yu replied courteously. Yet his gaze lingered on Wang Yu, the cousin. This is my youngest son, your cousin Wang Yu, Wang Jinshan introduced. Cousin, Wang Yu acknowledged him. But Wang Yu seemed indifferent to the greeting. Wang Yu, your cousin is greeting you. Don't be stubborn. Wang Jinshan interjected, prompting a response from Wang Yu. Indeed, he possessed the cultivation of the earth stage. After all, how could he have traversed from the border back to the capital without such prowess? However, his demeanor was rather arrogant, and it appeared that an opportunity for a lesson was in order. As a member of the heavenly network, one should not flaunt their abilities in an arrogant manner. Wang Yu contemplated this internally, unaware that he had already been placed on the proverbial menu. Chapter 36. The spider toy. Not long after, other members of the Wang family began to arrive, including Wang Yu's third uncle, his cousin, and his aunt. The courtyard became increasingly crowded, and upon seeing that everyone had gathered, the elder Wang summoned them to take their seats at a large stone table in the center of the yard. He then instructed the servants to inform the kitchen to commence preparations for lunch. While the kitchen busied itself with the meal, the Wang family members engaged in casual conversation. Among them, the most striking were Wang Yu and Lu Yao, their undeniable charm drawing attention effortlessly. Observing the focus on Wang Yu and Lu Yao, Wang Yu's cousin, Wang Yu felt his mood sour. What was so remarkable about a useless individual who had been lost for over a decade and a wild child picked up from outside? Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it still reached Wang Yu's ears. The terms useless and wild child fell from Wang Yu's lips like a grain of mouse droppings dropped in a hot soup, igniting a fire within Wang Yu's heart. He cast a glance at Wang Yu, whose arrogant demeanor resembled a peacock strutting in human attire, yet unable to disguise his acerbic nature. A sly smile crept across Wang Yu's face as a plan began to form in his mind. Since you wish to be the center of attention at this family gathering, I shall craft a splendid performance for you. Yao Yao, I need your assistance shortly, Wang Yu whispered, ensuring only Lu Yao could hear. What do you need help with, brother? Lu Yao inquired. Remember the toy spider that a little boy gifted you on the plane? I would like to borrow it for a moment. Wang Yu recalled the toy spider, aware that it was not merely a plaything, but an artifact crafted by an awakened individual of celestial rank. Lu Yao, remembering the incident, discreetly retrieved the spider from her storage ring and handed it to Wang Yu when no one was watching. As lunch was served, the Wang family members had formed 3 concentric circles around the table. The elder Wang occupied the main seat, with Wang Yu seated closely beside him, akin to a dog eagerly awaiting a bone. Wang Yu and Lu Yao deliberately chose the farthest corner, facilitating their scheme. Dishes such as braised pork, steamed base, and 8 treasure duck were brought to the table. As the servants moved about busily, Wang Yu bent down and quietly placed the toy spider on ground, channeling a thread of his energy into it, causing the toy to spring to life. What's wrong? Lu Yao feigned concern, secretly slipping the spider into the crevice of Wang Yu's chair. Wang Yu, maintaining a calm smile, lifted his head and caught sight of Wang Yu, who was just about to pick up a piece of 8 treasure duck, a smirk forming on his lips. In an instant, Wang Yu's sister-in-law, seated next to him, suddenly slammed her hand on the table. Third uncle, look at that. The gaze of every person turned in unison to the back of Wang Yu's chair. The lifelike spider swayed ominously, its 8 legs tracing eerie arcs through the air. Wang Yu froze, the piece of duck slipping from his chopsticks and plopping into his soup bowl, splattering broth onto his suit trousers. Ah, a spider spirit. Wang Yu's cousin shrieked, leaping on her chair, her high heels clattering against the stone table. Wang Yu sprang up, the back of his suit snagging on the chair's armrest, stumbling forward in a chaotic flurry. In a fleeting moment, Wang Yu gathered a minuscule sword chi at his fingertips. The sword chi was swiftly unleashed, severing one of the legs of the chair upon which Wang Yu sat. Wang Yu, intending to employ his agile movements to avert the impending crisis, was taken aback as Wang Yu offered him no opportunity to do so. He manipulated a toy spider to emit a slender thread woven from spiritual energy, so fine that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. With this thread, he ensnared Wang Yu's foot, effectively immobilizing him. Subsequently, Wang Yu fell to the ground like a decapitated chicken, landing in a most undignified manner. Laughter erupted among the younger members of the Wang family. Even the usually stern elders could not contain their mirth, stifling their laughter behind napkins as their shoulders shook. Wang Yu struggled to rise, his suit now speckled with grass clippings and his meticulously styled hair disheveled, resembling a villain who had just escaped from a film set. "Are you all right, Yu?" the elder Wang inquired, suppressing his amusement as he offered tissue. Wang Yu wiped away the debris from his clothing, casting a fierce glare behind him. "What has transpired? I distinctly sensed a faint energy behind me. How could there be no one there? Moreover, if someone were truly behind me, how could I possibly have missed it?" After some contemplation, Wang Yu deemed it a mere figment of his imagination. Wang Yu, feigning concern, remarked, "Cousin, could it be that this spider spirit is smitten by your dashing demeanor and has come to seek your affection?" Lu Yao struggled to contain her laughter. Her face flushed as she focused intently on her meal. Just as Wang Yu was about to retort, the elder Wang interrupted, "Let us eat. It is but a spider. No need for such commotion." The elder then turned to Wang Yu. "Xiao Yu, what endeavors occupy your time now?" As soon as the elder's words faded, Wang Yu deftly picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks, the glistening morsels wobbling at the tips. "Grandfather," he replied, "I am currently a freelancer, primarily engaged in feng shui consultations, exorcising malevolent spirits, and occasionally dabbling in the capture of the supernatural." He deliberately emphasized the term capture with a theatrical flair, his voice echoing with a hint of operatic resonance. Lu Yao nearly choked on her rice, hastily bowing her head to cough. Suddenly, the youngest daughter of the third uncle could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. Wang Yu's face darkened to an inky shade, his chopsticks slamming onto the table, splattering sauce everywhere. "Grandfather, you must listen to his absurdities. Who believes in such superstitions in this day and age? Clearly, he is not pursuing a proper vocation." Wang Yu fumed, nostrils flaring, just as a rustling sound emanated from beneath the table. He glanced down to see the toy spider, having mysteriously crawled to his feet, its 8 eyes fixated upon him. Encountering the very spider that had humiliated him, Wang Yu aimed to crush it underfoot, intent on avenging his embarrassment. However, as his foot came down, he let out a piercing scream. "Ah, Looking down, he found the spider had vanished, leaving only a nail standing in its place. Wang Yu, with a foot pricked by the nail, hopped about, clutching his injured foot. Laughter erupted once more among the Wang family, their mirth causing them to sway unsteadily, while Lu Yao was brought to tears from laughing. The third uncle was doubled over, slapping his thigh in delight. You are, with your jade tree standing in the wind physique. You must surely be destined to attract the likes of a spider spirit. No? Brother you truly have a special connection with spiders. If you were to be bitten, would you perhaps transform into Spider-Man? Chuckled my little cousin, clutching her belly in mirth. Wang Yu, stifling his laughter, raised his hand. Shall I analyze my cousin's fortune? Perhaps he has indeed caught the attention of some supernatural being. Analyze your own head, Wang Yu retorted, hopping in indignation, only to turn around and discover the spider had vanished. Just as he pondered this, Lu Yao discreetly retrieved the toy spider from her ring and mischievously winked at him. Lunch concluded amidst laughter and joy, and Wang Yu, disheveled and covered in dust, went to change his clothes, casting a fierce glare at Wang Yu as he passed by. Yet, Wang Yu appeared oblivious, engrossed in demonstrating a mobile app to the elder about feng shui. Look here, in the northwest corner of the courtyard, there's a locust tree. It would be fitting to hang a copper bell to ward off evil spirits. Just as he spoke, an urgent ringing of the doorbell echoed from outside, prompting a servant to rush in with news. Sir, old Chun from the Chun family is here, and he brings with him a peculiar wooden box. Chapter 37. The jester King Yu. At this moment, the elder of the Chun family had entered, holding an unusual black box. Following him was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her long black hair cascading down to her waist, striding confidently in high heels, her eyes sparkling as if they contained stars. When she smiled, her eyes and brows danced with warmth and composure, resembling a rare fresh orchid amidst the urban landscape. Having changed into appropriate attire, Wang Yu emerged and was instantly uplifted upon seeing this woman. She was none other than Chun Tingting, the granddaughter of the elder Chun and the future successor of the Chun family. Old Wang, I heard that the child of the Wang family, lost for over a decade, has returned. I came to celebrate this joyous occasion and to discuss that matter with you, the elder Chun stated, his expression growing earnest. Wang Yu, eager to engage with Chun Tingting, found it hard to resist the allure of her beauty and her influential position within her family. Hello, Tingting. My name is Wang Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Initially reluctant to respond to Wang Yu's mischievous gaze, Chun Tingting felt compelled to smile politely, given the presence of their elders. However, this smile inadvertently misled Wang Yu into believing she harbored affections for him. While he remained lost in a foolish grin, Chun Tingting returned to her grandfather's side. Old Wang, this is my lovely granddaughter, Chun Tingting. Tingting, this is your grandpa Wang, the elder Chun introduced them. Hello, Grandpa Wang. Tingting bowed respectfully to the elder Wang. Ah, splendid. No wonder you are old Chen's granddaughter. You exude exceptional intelligence, the elder Wang praised. Thank you for the kind words, Grandpa Wang. By the way, I heard your long-lost grandson has been found. Where is he? Come here, you. The elder Wang called out to Wang Yu. Approaching, Wang Yu bowed to the two elders. Grandpa Chun. The elder Chun regarded Wang Yu with a hint of admiration. Indeed, he is a remarkable child of the Wang family. He bears a resemblance to your youthful self. Chun Tingting gazed at Wang Yu in awe. Is there truly such a handsome man in the world? Now, let us return to the matter at hand. The elder Wang resumed his serious demeanor. The elder Chun mirrored his seriousness. We have located the item for you. It is right here. With that, he placed the box he had been holding before Wang Linhai. Wang Yu's attention was briefly captured by the box. The contents appeared decent. Yet, having acquired treasures of immeasurable worth from the secret realm, Wang Yu regarded the box with indifference. Upon receiving it, Wang Linhai promptly opened it, revealing the Snow Heart Ice Lotus, and it appeared to be of considerable age. What do you think? I expended considerable effort to find this for you. Now, your health may be restored. Early in the morning, Wang Yu discerned that the elder Wang was injured, likely a remnant from his military days. Previously, Wang Yu had learned from other family members that the two elders had met during their service, cultivating a bond akin to brotherhood. It is reasonable to assume that they were aware of the existence of awakeners and the heavenly kings. although they themselves had not awakened. Their military experience afforded them some exposure to these matters, given the collaboration between the government and the Sky Network. Initially, Wang Yu intended to seize an opportunity to present a rare herb he had discovered in a secret realm, but it seemed unnecessary now. Despite his lack of interest in the snow spirit ice heart lotus, he noticed Wang Yu's palpable anxiety. This particular herb was not only a miraculous healing agent, but also aided awakeners in enhancing their cultivation speed. Although Wang Yu longed for it, he refrained from making a direct request out of respect for the two elders' authority. "Oh, old Chun, we have both lived long enough. Perhaps we should leave it for the younger generation." "Old Wang Yu." Old Chun intended to articulate a counterargument, but found himself at a loss. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu sensed an opportunity. If it was to be left for posterity, he undoubtedly was the most suitable candidate, being an awakener himself. "I have pondered this for years, and the future should indeed be entrusted to the youth. Our era has long passed." "Alas, you speak with some wisdom. Even if we were to be healed, we do not have many years left. What then shall we do with this precious herb I have laboriously procured for you? Perhaps it could serve as a dowry for a marriage alliance. Haven't you long desired to unite your granddaughter with our Wang family?" "Indeed, that is an excellent suggestion." Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement. It was a 2-for-1 offer, or rather, a buy-one-get-one free deal. Who in the Wang family could be more fitting than himself, especially since Miss Chun had just smiled at him? Surely, she was infatuated. Ha ha! Wang Yu had already concocted a plan in his mind to recommend himself to his grandfather and the others. As the two elders deliberated on a suitable candidate for the marriage alliance, Wang Yu stepped forward. "Grandfather and Grandfather Chun, I believe no one is more appropriate than I. You are Wang Yu." Old Chen had heard of Wang Yu's exploits, aware that he had recently returned from his adventures. Are you certain you are the most suitable?" Old Wang regarded him with a calm expression, having heard that Wang Yu had become quite arrogant and troublesome since his return. "Because I am." Wang Yu almost let slip a revealing statement, but quickly regained his composure. "What are you?" Old Wang looked at him with curiosity. "Because I am the ideal match for Miss Chun." He then turned to Chun Tingting. "Miss Chun, the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Your radiant smile suggested that you might also harbor some affection for me." Chun Tingting was momentarily taken aback, having mentally rebuked him several times. "When have I ever shown you any affection?" Wang Yu observed this exchange, nearly bursting into laughter. It appeared that Wang Yu was not only arrogant, but also quite narcissistic. At this moment, Chun Tingting stepped forward to clarify. "Mr. Wang Yu, I believe you have misunderstood something. I have never harbored any fondness for you. My smile upon entering was merely an act of politeness. I sincerely apologize for the significant misunderstanding this has caused." Laughter erupted among the other members of the Wang family, nearly reducing them to tears of mirth. Wang Yu, the true fool in this scenario, found himself dumbfounded, realizing that the jester was none other than himself. He stood frozen, his confidence seemingly frozen in an instant. He stared intently at Chun Tingting, desperately searching for any sign of vulnerability in her composed demeanor. Yet all he encountered was a serene indifference. The derisive laughter from the Wang family pierced his ears like needles, intensifying the flush on his already heated cheeks. What did you say?" Wang Yu's voice trembled, unable to fathom that his meticulously orchestrated confession had culminated in such a humiliating manner. Chun Tingting furrowed her brow slightly, her tone resolute. "Mr. Wang Yu, I am very clear about my feelings. Emotions are not a game to be whimsically speculated upon. Please respect my stance and yourself." Her words were as sharp as an icy blade, striking precisely at Wang Yu's deluded pride. The laughter from the Wang family grew increasingly unrestrained. Wang Yu even took out his phone to record the spectacle, deeming it too classic a scene to miss for future enjoyment. The bright glow of the screen in the dimly lit banquet hall felt as if Wang Yu were being stripped bare in public. "Enough. Silence." Suddenly, old Master Wang slammed his hand on the table, the porcelain cup ringing out a crisp sound in the tremor. His furious shout instantly quelled the uproar in the room. "Let's conclude this for today. We shall discuss the marriage alliance another time." Turning to Chun Tingting, his demeanor softened considerably. "I sincerely apologize on behalf of my son for his rudeness." "It's quite all right, Grandpa Wang. I bear some responsibility in this matter as well." Wang Yu moved to the side, his heart now filled with resentment towards this young lady from the Chen family and towards Wang Yu, who had been filming the entire incident. Chapter 38. Heartfelt confessions after the deception. Following the conclusion of this farce, Wang Linhai summoned Wang Yu over. Ah, Xiao Yu, I presume you are still unmarried? To be candid, both your grandfather Chen and I hold you in high regard. Wang Yu appeared somewhat perplexed. Grandfather, what is it that you see in me? Stop pretending, young man. We are optimistic about you becoming my granddaughter-in-law. Though Chen Tingting was reluctant about the prospect of an arranged marriage, upon seeing Wang Yu, she felt a flicker of acquiescence within her heart. Old man Chen's admiration for Wang Yu grew with each glance. Not only was he handsome, but his character was commendable as well. Grandfather Chen, Before Wang Yu could decline, Lu Yao interjected, Brother Wang Yu already has a girlfriend. He cannot enter into a union with Sister Chen. My dear Lu Yao, you are indeed my savior. However, Wang Yu inwardly lamented, when did I ever have a girlfriend? Although he was grateful for Lu Yao's timely intervention, he shot her a resentful look. Who is this charming young lady? Despite his initial annoyance at the interruption, old man Chen's irritation dissipated upon seeing such a delightful girl. Grandfather, this is my sister, Lu Yao. Yao Yao, do greet him. Hello, grandfather. Greeting. You mentioned your brother already has a girlfriend. May I inquire which illustrious family she hails from? To be so fortunate as to be acquainted with such an exceptional young man? The curiosity of the Wang family members surged, drawing them closer. Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin were both astounded, eagerly wishing to learn the identity of Wang Yu's girlfriend. Even old man Wang leaned in with intrigue. Though Chen Tingting felt a tinge of disappointment, she quickly composed herself. After all, it was merely their first meeting, not yet a matter of life and death. She is my brother's colleague, Lin Xingwan. She is the most exquisite woman I have ever encountered, and they have already cohabitated. Brother, how could you? I cannot believe that in the short time I and Mother have not been watching you. You have already found a girlfriend and are living together, Wang Yin exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Lu Yao's shoulders with a mischievous grin. Since you already have a girlfriend, why not bring her home this time for Mother to meet? Precisely. At the very least, allow us to vet her for you. Wang Yu was utterly speechless. There was no way to extricate himself from this predicament. He glanced at the instigator of his troubles. Seeing her brother's gaze upon her, Lu Yao instantly adopted a resolute expression, as if to say, what do you think, brother? I have done splendidly. Xiao Yu, what is this Lin Xingwan like? Where is she from? How did you two meet? What is her family background? The flood of inquiries from the crowd overwhelmed Wang Yu, leaving him at a loss for words. Surrounded by their incessant questioning, he wore a look of helplessness. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Lu Yao peeking from behind the crowd, playfully winking at him, as if to reassure him, Fear not, brother, I am here to support you, which only served to amplify his exasperation. Oh, my dear sister, everyone please be quiet. At last, the venerable Mr. Wang has spoken, his cane striking the floor with a resonant thud. Matters concerning Xiao Yu should be left to him to divulge at his own pace. The elder's authoritative gaze swept across the room, instantly silencing the clamor. Elder Mr. Chen took a delicate sip from his teacup, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Wang Yu. Xiao Yu, since you have found someone dear to your heart, we shall not impose upon you. Mr. Wang's tone was gentle, yet tinged with regret. However, should Miss Lin truly be a suitable match, we must invite her to our home on another occasion. Wang Yu inhaled deeply, activating his storytelling mode. Lin Xingwan is the sole daughter of the Lin Group. We met during a collaborative project at the company. She possesses a fiercely independent spirit and an unwavering passion for design. As he mentioned Lin Xingwan, his voice unconsciously softened. Lu Yao, standing nearby, subtly nodded in affirmation, as if to validate the happiness shared between Xingwan and her elder brother. Suddenly, Wang Yin interjected, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Brother, what stage have you two reached? Wang Yu's ears flushed crimson, about to explain when he was interrupted by Yang Jingyi. Do not jest. Xiao Yu's lifelong matters cannot be trifled with. The mother's tone was stern, yet a smile lurked within her eyes. It was then that Wang Yu realized his mother's gaze was filled with pride, as if witnessing a fledgling finally taking to the skies. Chen Tingting turned slightly towards elder Mr. Chen, offering a slight bow. Grandfather, since Wang Yu has found a suitable match, let us conclude this matter here. Furthermore, even if Wang Yu were without a girlfriend, I would not wish for a marriage alliance. What say you? The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, then turned his gaze towards Wang Yu. It is indeed a fortunate thing for young people to find their own fates. However, matters of marriage require careful consideration. If that Miss Lin is willing, the Chen family will always welcome her. He then turned to Wang Lin Hai. Old friend, it seems today ST will go unappreciated. The two elders shared a hearty laugh, as if everything were well within their grasp. As the storm subsided, Wang Yu felt increasingly uneasy. His mother Yang Jingyi's loving gaze, his sister Wang Yin's teasing remarks, and Lu Yao's knowing expression, all were now surrounding Lu Yao. Eager to extract more information about the relationship between Wang Yu and Lin Xingwan. With quick reflexes, Wang Yu seized Lu Yao from the crowd and fled the scene. Lu Yao, Wang Yu spoke in an interrogative tone. Why did you discuss my relationship with Lin Xingwan with them? And why did you embellish it? When did Lin Xingwan and I become a couple? Brother, don't sweat the small details. Lu Yao, being dragged to a secluded corner of the garden, mischievously blinked her eyes. You see, had it not been for my cleverness, you would still be enduring pressure from Grandpa Chun to marry. Wang Yu was exasperated yet resigned. This girl, seemingly innocent, was in fact quite cunning. He rubbed his temples, forcing himself to remain calm. But now that you've revealed Lin Xingwan's existence, what shall we do in the future? Lies are bound to be uncovered one day. Yet Lu Yao confidently shook her head. Brother, worry not. The boat will right itself when it reaches the bridge. If all else fails, let us seek the assistance of Sister Xingwan. She is so kind-hearted and surely willing to lend a hand. The mere mention of Lin Xingwan caused a suspicious flush to creep upon Wang Yu's ears. He cleared his throat, turning his face away in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Do not entertain any notions about her. She is currently the captain of a Yun City branch and has little time for such trifles. Oh my, has my brother already begun to protect her? Lu Yao teased, inching closer with a mischievous grin. Clearly, he pretended not to care before, but now he grows anxious at the mere mention of her name. You must indeed harbor feelings for her. Wang Yu, flustered and indignant, reached out to ruffle her hair. What does this little girl know? Speak another word, and I may just stop bringing you along in the future. Lu Yao nimbly dodged behind the stone table, playfully raising her hands in surrender. My apologies. My apologies. But brother, have you truly never considered being with Sister Xingwan? Wang Yu hesitated. He was aware that Lin Xingwan had feelings for him and was tirelessly training just to remain by his side. Yet he himself was uncertain of his own affections. Meanwhile, far away in her modest abode in Yun City, Lin Xingwan sneezed. What was that? Could it be that he is missing me? In the living room. Yao Yao, do share with us how Wang Yu and Miss Lin came to know each other. Wang Yin tugged at Lu Yao's sleeve, her curiosity ablaze. Yang Jingyi sat regally on the sofa, appearing dignified while her ears were already perked up in anticipation. Lu Yao's eyes darted as she decided to play along. She propped her chin on her hands, feigning a thoughtful expression. In truth, my brother and Sister Xingwan's story is particularly romantic. That day, the company was working late into the night when suddenly a torrential downpour began. Wait. Wang Yu burst into the living room, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Lu Yao, stop spinning tales. Alas, it was too late. Lu Yao stuck out her tongue playfully at him and continued to embellish the tale. Wow. Wang Yin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. What a scene worthy of a drama. Tears of joy shimmered in Yang Jingyi's eyes. Little Yu has finally come to his senses. Wang Yu felt as though he could weep, wanting to refute her claims, but finding no audience. Even he himself failed to realize that amidst Lu Yao's endless fabrications, he had begun to feel a flicker of affection. Lu Yao, meanwhile, wore a satisfied expression, thinking to herself, Sister Xingwan, it's all set. Chapter 39. The Red Token. Unable to withstand their incessant questioning, Wang Yu decided to take a stroll outside. To his surprise, he encountered the furious Wang Yu. It's you, brat. Wang Yu recalled how he had just humiliated himself, while Wang Yu had been capturing the moment on his phone. You think you can act with impunity just because you are Yang Jingyi's son? This world is far more perilous than you can imagine. People like you will eventually be brought to justice by society. Before that happens, allow me, as your elder brother, to teach you a lesson that you won't soon forget." Instead of feeling angered, Wang Yu burst into laughter. "Ah, you think you're in a position to lecture me? To discipline me?" Wang Yu's dismissive attitude ignited Wang Yu's fury. "Since you're courting death, don't blame me. Rest assured, I shall show mercy, considering our blood ties. I will only leave you incapacitated." With that, he launched a punch towards Wang Yu's face. However, just as his fist was about to make contact, he received a resounding slap to his own face. He had completely failed to perceive Wang Yu's movement, leaving him questioning everything. What just happened? Even without using my abilities, after years of training, how could I be outmatched by a mere waste? Could he be an awakened one? Yet, I cannot discern his cultivation level. Could it possibly surpass mine? No, that's impossible. I must have just been careless. He must only know a bit of martial arts. Reassuring himself, Wang Yu pressed on with his assault. "Don't think that just because your martial skills are somewhat impressive, you can defeat me. This time, I will ensure you learn your lesson." This time, he discreetly summoned a hint of his abilities while suppressing it to avoid detection. Another punch was thrown, but this time, a faint golden light shimmered around his fist. With a slight smile, Wang Yu extended a single finger. What followed left Wang Yu utterly astounded. Wang Yu's punch was effortlessly blocked by that solitary finger. His pupils contracted sharply, his face a canvas of disbelief. He had assumed that the slight enhancement to his abilities would render the outcome of this confrontation inevitable. Yet his opponent had casually neutralized his strike with a mere finger. That seemingly delicate finger transformed into an indomitable barrier, rendering his force ineffective, unable to advance even a fraction. At this moment, Wang Yu realized that Wang Yu was indeed an awakened one, and potentially even more powerful than himself, as he could not gauge Wang Yu's cultivation depth. Who are you?" Wang Yu's voice quivered slightly. It was then that he truly comprehended the depth of the secret concealed within a younger cousin he had always regarded as a failure. A secret that surpassed his wildest imagination. A knowing smile played on Wang Yu's lips as he slowly withdrew his finger, and the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically. The once languid and nonchalant demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by an unfathomable sense of oppression, as if a dormant dragon had finally revealed its might. "Did you not just proclaim your intent to teach me a lesson?" Wang Yu stepped forward, each movement causing the ground to tremble subtly, while the oppressive aura surged toward Wang Yu like a relentless tide. "Now it is my turn." His voice was as serene as water, yet it carried a chilling undertone that sent shivers down the spine. Instinctively, Wang Yu wanted to retreat, but his feet felt as heavy as lead. He forcibly summoned his internal energy, golden radiance coursing through his fists once more, though this time the light appeared notably dimmer than before. "Do not presume that your theatrics can intimidate me. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of my martial arts." This martial prowess was precisely the ability Wang Yu had awakened. He let out a low growl as he launched his attack. However, in response, Wang Yu delivered a seemingly ordinary chop with his hand. Yet, Wang Yu felt an imminent threat of death emanating from it. That was Wang Yu's sword intent, as he wielded his hand like a sword, enveloping it in sword energy. Under this force, Wang Yu's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. Wang Yu retracted his sword energy, although he yearned to teach him a lesson. The presence of the Wang clan members in the courtyard posed a risk of exposure. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Yu staggered backward, his question still unvoiced when Wang Yu's subsequent action interrupted him. He slowly raised a hand, striking Wang Yu's face with a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. Wang Yu was sent flying by the slap, followed by a sharp sting radiating from his cheek. Consider this slap a reminder. Refrain from being so arrogant in the future. Should you dare to speak ill of my sister again, I will ensure you experience true despair. Could it be that you were responsible for what occurred at the banquet? Wang Yu suddenly recalled witnessing Wang Yu and Lu Yao being so well received at the gathering, prompting him to mutter a disparaging remark. Little did he know that it would lead to a series of embarrassing events. "Who exactly are you?" "What do you mean, who am I?" "A member of the Heavenly Network. Should you not already know? You are also a member of the Heavenly Network?" "Indeed. Then what is your cultivation level? How can someone of your age be so formidable?" "That is not something you need to concern yourself with." Just know that if you dare to wield your strength to bully others again, I will make you regret awakening your abilities." Wang Yu's gaze was frosty as he regarded him. Wang Yu was compelled to take a step back by the oppressive aura, yet he stubbornly refused to show weakness. "As a fellow member of the Heavenly Network, by what right do you chastise me? Perhaps your position is even inferior to mine." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly erupted, golden fist radiance accompanied by a gale aimed directly at Wang Yu's heart. This time, he held nothing back, channeling his abilities to the fullest, and his fist even bore a scaly pattern. However, Wang Yu did not move a finger. He merely revealed a wooden token at his waist, which shimmered with an ethereal light, manifesting an invisible barrier that swallowed the golden fist radiance entirely. This was the identity token of a Heavenly Network member. Wang Yu's attack vanished like a cow into the sea, creating not even a ripple. The red token. The identity tokens of the Tianwang members begin with the most basic black, held by the Tianfu students. Following this is the white token, possessed by those who have formally joined Tianwang and commenced their training at the borders. Subsequently, the colors progress to orange, blue, and red. Even the lady he encountered on the plane bore merely an orange token, signifying her status as a member of Tianwang's headquarters. The blue token is reserved for the elders of Tianwang, while the red token is exclusively held by the supreme leader of Tianwang and a select few special members. These exceptional individuals are not solely defined by their formidable strength. They must also have made significant contributions to both Tianwang and the nation to be deemed worthy of such a token. To his knowledge, there are currently only 3 special members within Tianwang. Wang Yu recognized that what he held was a token of a high-ranking member, and his complexion instantly turned ashen. How many secrets had this cousin concealed? Now utterly incapacitated on the ground, he felt an immense psychological blow. Wang Yu possessed merely an orange token, signifying his status as an ordinary member of the headquarters. This meant that he had not only insulted his superior, but had also laid hands on a leader. And thus what awaited him was an expanse of unending darkness. Chapter 40. Yi Mingqiang Wang Yu, sensing the occasion had reached its conclusion, turned to depart. The actions of Wang Yu would inevitably attract the attention of those responsible for addressing such matters. Thus, a vibrant family gathering came to a splendid end. However, upon returning home, Wang Yu was destined to endure the relentless inquiries from his mother and sister. A night devoid of conversation ensued. The following day, Wang Yu arrived at the headquarters of Tianwang to report for duty. As he alighted from his vehicle, he beheld a towering skyscraper adorned with the insignia of Tianwang Group. This was indeed the headquarters, cleverly disguised as an ordinary company to maintain secrecy from the world. Although it appeared unremarkable from the outside, its interior boasted state-of-the-art equipment. Among its sophisticated apparatus was an anomaly detection system, which, connected to satellites in orbit, left no awakened individual with a place to hide. It had been several years since his last visit, and nostalgia washed over him as he recalled the scenes of his initial arrival after his training. "Halt! Please present your identification." "Ah, you are Mr. Wang Yu. Did you not go to assume the role of captain in Yin City? What brings you back so soon?" Wang Yu regarded the man, remembering that he had been the gatekeeper during his registration before heading to Yin City. Quite some time had passed, and he had spent 3 years in Yin City. Recently, he had found a successor, and thus returned to register on their behalf, as she was still occupied in Yin City. "Ah, I see. Please come in. Would you like me to show you the way?" No, it's quite all right. I've been here several times before." With that, Wang Yu strode into the building, leaving the middle-aged man with a look of perplexity. "Brother, it seems you know that person well. You referred to him as the captain of Yin City. Was that true? He looks to be barely in his 20s. Indeed, he has held the title of captain in Yin City for 3 years now." "What?" Upon entering the building, Wang Yu arrived before the door of an office marked with the words Office of the Commander. He lightly knocked on the door. "Come." Wang Yu opened the door to find a middle-aged man seated within, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his beard unkempt. This man was none other than the supreme leader of the Tianwang organization, Commander Yi Mingqiang. "Ah, young Wang Yu, you have finally arrived. I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time." The commander remained as he always had, engrossed in work, neglecting even his personal appearance. Alas, With a multitude of affairs awaiting my attention each day, I scarcely find the time to attend to such matters. Let us dispense with pleasantries for now and address the pressing issues at hand. Surely, you are aware of the purpose of my visit? Indeed, for the registration. You need only to sign here. With that, Yi Mingxiang retrieved 2 forms from his desk. The names written above are Wang Yu and Lin Xingwan. I truly did not expect that the cold and aloof girl, who was solely focused on her cultivation, would be won over by you. Pray tell, how did you manage to enchant her so thoroughly? Enchant? Wang Yu looked perplexed. Throughout his interactions with Lin Xingwan, there had been no signs of such enchantment. You feign ignorance, yet Elder Gao has informed me otherwise. He told me that when Lin Xingwan learned it was you seeking her out, she abandoned her preparations for a breakthrough and traveled directly to Yun City to find you. And yet you claim she is not bewitched? I cannot be blamed. I only met her during our childhood at Tianfu Academy. Back then, she was bullied by others due to her inability to cultivate, and I merely intervened to assist her. After that, I left Tianfu for training and never saw her again. I see. Then you must treat her well, for she has waited for you all these years, remarked Yi Mingxiang with a smile directed at Wang Yu. All right, I understand. Here, take it. It's all signed. Wang Yu seemed to have grown accustomed to others teasing him and Lin Xingwan as a couple. He found a chair and sat down. I come to reminisce, and yet you offer me no tea? Yi Mingxiang, observing this brazen fellow, felt no anger. He rose to brew 2 cups of tea and handed one to him. How does it taste? This tea is quite good, fragrant, rich, and refreshing. I meant to ask how your 3 years as the captain of Yun City have been. Yi Mingxiang retorted with a glare. Oh, you were asking that? You should have said so earlier instead of making me think of elaborate phrases to describe your tea. Yi Mingxiang was exasperated. I personally brewed the tea for you, and you dare to complain? And it was merely 2 words. These 3 years in Yun City have been exhausting. Not only did I battle numerous formidable beasts, but I also had to oversee the training of subordinates and command them in battle. In summary, my contributions have been immense, so you must prepare some fine rewards to honor my efforts. As Yi Mingxiang listened to Wang Yu recount his achievements, he felt a rising tide of frustration. You little rascal, do you think I am unaware of everything? If you know, then why ask? Hurry and prepare my rewards. Yi Mingxiang was nearly beside himself with rage. Had he not been unable to overpower Wang Yu, he would have been tempted to give him a good thrashing. Yi Mingxiang was one of the few in Tianwang who recognized Wang Yu's true strength. In his mind, Wang Yu was a veritable monster. After cultivating for over a decade, even some of the older veterans in Tianwang could not match him. And what rewards do you seek? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu felt a glimmer of hope. I did not ask for much. Simply a handful of century-old spirit herbs and a few years of vacation would suffice. Yi Mingxiang stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Can you believe the words you just uttered? Do you truly expect me to accept such a staggering number of century-old spiritual herbs? In all my years, I have never encountered so many at once. A few years of holiday would hardly suffice. What if unforeseen circumstances arise, requiring your intervention? What do you propose? I could offer you 2 century-old herbs, but the maximum I can grant for your holiday is merely 1 month. Ah, very well, very well. Who am I to deny such a reasonable request? He reluctantly acquiesced. Yi Mingxiang glared at him, his fists poised, ready to unleash their wrath. All right, I shall cease my jesting. Thank you kindly, I must take my leave. As he watched Wang Yu's departing figure, Yi Mingxiang let out a resigned sigh. This little troublemaker has returned. It seems my peaceful days are once again at an end. Chapter 41. The Cunning Strategist. Ah, by the way, there's one more thing I forgot. Upon seeing Wang Yu suddenly return, Yi Mingxiang's sturdy form quivered. What mischief do you have in store now? Fear not. This time, it is merely a trivial matter. I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of Lin Xingwan's teacher, Li Juan. Wang Yu recalled his promise to Lin Xingwan to deliver some items to her teacher when he departed from Yuncheng. What? Are you so eager to meet the parents already? No. Lin Xingwan asked me to bring back some local specialties for her teacher. I see. Well then, He Chonglao has no pressing tasks at the moment and should be at home. Her residence is located at. Having learned the exact location of Li Juan's home, Wang Yu wasted no time in heading there. Soon he arrived at the entrance of a villa. Those from Kyoto are indeed different. They all reside in grand villas. Wang Yu approached and rang the doorbell several times. Greetings. May I ask which individual you are seeking, sir? Hello, I am here to see Ms. Li Juan. May I have your name, please? My name is Wang Yu. Very well. Please hold on a moment while I announce your arrival. After the maid departed, Wang Yu retrieved the local specialties entrusted to him by Lin Xingwan from his storage ring, some beauty-enhancing herbs, and a few spiritual medicines for cultivation. Inside the villa, Li Juan was on the phone with Lin Xingwan. What? So you haven't managed to win him over yet? Oh dear. Xingwan, you must take action. You must understand that Wang Yu is exceptionally talented, and many women will undoubtedly be drawn to him. If you do not clarify everything with him soon, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Just as Li Juan was fervently advising, the maid rushed in. I must go for now. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. After hanging up, she turned to the maid. What is it? Has something happened? Madam, there's a young man outside who wishes to see you. What is the name of this young man? He claims his name is Wang Yu. Li Juan sprang to her feet in excitement. What? Wang Yu? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Bring him in. Certainly, madam. After the maid left, a sly smile crept across Li Juan's face. It seems that my precious disciple's happiness rests upon my shoulders. After waiting outside for a few minutes, Wang Yu saw the maid return and picked up the items. Ready to enter. Under the maid's guidance, Wang Yu arrived in the living room. Li Juan was seated on the sofa, her face adorned with a welcoming smile. You've arrived. Little Yu, come and sit. Greetings, He Chong Lao. I apologize for the intrusion. Not at all. I was hoping for your visit. Here are some specialties from Yuncheng that Xingwan asked me to bring you. Saying this, he presented the items to Li Juan. Thank you for making this trip. Xingwan is indeed thoughtful. I have already heard about the matters concerning Xingwan from her. Although she is not my biological daughter, over the years of our companionship, I have come to regard her as my own. Therefore, you may inquire about anything concerning her. I am well acquainted with all aspects of her life, even the number of moles on her backside or when relatives are visiting. Wang Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, Is it appropriate to ask such questions? Li Juan, noticing Wang Yu's labias embarrassment, smilat feverega. Xingwan's parents have been abroad, engaged in combat support, which is why I have been by her side all these years. After all, her mother is my dear friend, and since my husband perished in battle, I have treated her as my own daughter. In our current world, nations are beset by the threat of monstrous creatures, with some weaker countries facing the peril of annihilation. Consequently, Huagua has assembled an international aid team, tasked with assisting nations unable to resolve the crisis posed by these beasts. Xingwan's parents are part of this initiative. During her initial awakening, when she struggled to make any progress in her training and appeared despondent, I was quite alarmed. Thankfully, it was your presence that rejuvenated her spirit. Elder He, your words are too severe. Xingwan's accomplishments are entirely a result of her own diligence. While effort is indeed a contributing factor, the primary reason lies in your encouragement, which helped her navigate through her challenges. Wang Yu intended to say more, but Li Juan did not afford him the opportunity. Our Xingwan has never been particularly loquacious. I recall when she was 5, she wet the bed and did not confide in me. Instead, she quietly washed the sheets herself. On another occasion, she forgot to bring toilet paper and, rather than calling for me, remained in the bathroom for several hours. Little did Lin Xingwan know that her teacher had divulged every embarrassing moment of her past. Upon hearing these amusing anecdotes from her childhood, Wang Yu could not contain his laughter. Once composed, a question arose in Wang Yu's mind. Why was Elder He sharing these embarrassing stories with me? Elder He, will Lin Xingwan be upset that you have revealed these indiscretions? At that moment, Li Juan flashed a cunning smile, which startled Wang Yu. Xiao Yu, you must take responsibility for our Xingwan. Wang Yu was taken aback, thinking, what difference is there if you know all of Xingwan's secrets? If you are not responsible, how will she ever find a partner? Wang Yu exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that Elder He was indeed quite shrewd. In a bid to extricate himself from the situation, he hastily promised to take responsibility for Lin Xingwan before making a swift exit. Li Juan watched Wang Yu's flustered retreat, her smile unabashed. Indeed, it all depends on the teacher. The path has been laid before you. The rest is up to you, Xingwan. He had to keep an eye on Xingwan, ensuring that no other woman would snatch her away. Wang Yu, emerging from the villa, wore a look of reproach. Indeed, there are no free lunches in this world, nor are there unwarranted whispers of gossip. It would be wise to limit interactions with Elder He in the future. However, he was taken aback by the numerous hidden chapters of Lin Xingwan's past. Nevertheless, considering the challenges faced by Elder He decided to refrain from harboring any resentment towards her. After learning about Lin Xingwan's childhood from He Lijuan, Wang Yu developed a certain admiration for her. Having grown up without her parents and shouldering all burdens alone to avoid troubling others, perhaps being with her would bring much joy to his future life. Yet, recalling the incident where Xingwan, in her effort not to inconvenience Elder He, found herself trapped in the bathroom, he couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 42. The first battle. Upon returning from He Lijuan's villa, Wang Yu dedicated his days to guiding Lu Yao's training at home. It must be said that the Tianwang formula taught by Lin Xingwan indeed possesses remarkable qualities. Presently, Lu Yao has ascended to a high-tier cultivation level, marking her formal graduation. Yao, your cultivation has now reached the high tier. Soon, I shall take you to engage in practical combat training, Wang Yu proclaimed. Meanwhile, in Yun City, Lin Xingwan reclined on Wang Yu's bed, enveloped in the remnants of his lingering aura. Just as she became lost in this sensation, a phone call interrupted her reverie. Reluctantly, she retrieved her phone and, upon seeing that it was from the command center, quickly regained her composure. Hello, this is Lin Xingwan. Is there an issue? Captain, we have detected a P-class beast in Zone 2. It appears to be voraciously consuming other beasts, aiming to break through to the king level. I understand. I will head there immediately. Be careful, Captain. After hanging up, Lin Xingwan swiftly made her way toward Zone 2, her figure vanishing from sight. Indeed, this was the manifestation of her spatial abilities. However, the distance she could traverse through spatial transfer was contingent upon her own strength. With her current celestial tier prowess, she could only shift a maximum of over 50 kilometers. After executing the spatial transfer 3 times, Lin Xingwan swiftly arrived at Zone 2. Her form materialized dramatically above a desolate expanse of gravelly terrain following her 3rd transfer. Extending her consciousness across the region, she pinpointed the exact location of the beast. The wind howled through her hair, yet it could not dissipate the gravity etched upon her brow. The P-class beast wreaked havoc in a valley 10 kilometers to the northwest. It was a colossal python, its body enveloped in dark crimson scales, exceeding 30 meters in length. With every breath, it expelled a nauseating black mist, while the corpses of surrounding beasts shriveled at a visibly alarming rate, consuming other beasts to ascend to the king level. Lin Xingwan murmured, as she subtly summoned the power of space at her fingertips. Her spatial abilities were not merely for displacement. They encompassed the profound manipulation of spatial dimensions. At this moment, she lifted her right hand, and ethereal blue patterns began to emerge in the void. These patterns spread like ice fissures, ultimately intertwining into a translucent diamond-shaped mirror. Spatial anchor point, she intoned, and the mirror erupted in a blinding blue light, locking the space within a 100-meter radius. This was her original tactic, deploying spatial anchor points within the battle zone. It not only prevented the beast from escaping, but also allowed for rapid withdrawal in desperate circumstances. The roar of the giant python grew closer, the ground trembling beneath its slithering form like a drum. Yet, Lin Xingwan's figure vanished enigmatically, only to reappear directly above the python's head. Unbeknownst to her, a long sword of purest white had materialized in her hand, its blade adorned with intricate, arcane runes. As her spatial abilities reached their zenith, her aura surged dramatically, the oppressive presence of a celestial tier warrior bearing down upon the giant python. The giant python appeared to sense an imminent threat, its tail sweeping violently, creating a gust that shattered the surrounding rocks into dust. Yet, Lin Xingwan's form resembled a leaf unanchored, swaying amidst the tempest, yet never falling. Spatial collapse, she suddenly shouted, causing the space before the giant python to twist abruptly. The trajectory of the tail's attack was forcibly folded, reversing back toward its own head. The giant python emitted a pained hiss, its scales glowing with a dark crimson aura, as black mist surged from its orifices. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xingwan thrust her sword like a shooting star toward the python's vulnerable spot. However, just as the blade was about to touch the scales, an unexpected transformation occurred. The python's scales began to writhe and reassemble, forming a layer of black-red crystalline armor. The sword struck, producing a resonant clash of metal. Crystallized defense? Lin Xingwan's pupils constricted as she retreated swiftly. She had encountered this ability in the command center's database, a special defensive mechanism that elite beasts might awaken during their breakthroughs. At this moment, the crystalline armor spread across the python's body at a visible pace, and a chilling wave emanated from the black mist. She had to interrupt its breakthrough. Biting her finger, she mixed her blood with spatial energy, inscribing a blood-red sigil in the void. This was a forbidden technique she had devised by merging the Xian Yuanju with spatial abilities, the Spatial Annihilation Curse. It forcibly tore apart the spatial structure surrounding the target, causing irreversible dimensional damage. The moment the sigil was completed, the entire valley space began to tremble. Sensing a fatal threat, the massive serpent attempted to burrow into the ground. However, Lin Xingwan was prepared. The spatial anchor points she had previously set in place activated at this moment. The land within a 100-meter radius was forcibly anchored, completely obstructing the python's burrowing skill. Shatter for me. She lightly tapped the void with her jade foot, and the blood-red sigil cascaded down upon the giant python like a meteor shower. Tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the crystalline armor, and a chilling wail echoed from the black mist, as if lamenting from another dimension. Just as Lin Xingwan believed victory was within her grasp, a blinding white pillar of light erupted from within the python, soaring into the heavens. The cracks of the spatial annihilation curse began to heal slowly in the presence of the white light. This, resonance of the laws? Her expression shifted dramatically. The power of the laws signified a king-level beast, and this giant python had forcibly triggered fragments of the laws in its dying moments. Under the illumination of the white light, Lin Xingwan found herself seemingly immobilized, the speed of her spatial abilities diminishing by 30%. The python's pupils turned golden, and its tongue flickered, exuding a chilling intent to kill. "Human, you have successfully provoked my wrath," the giant python's maw uttered in a deep, hoarse voice. This did not particularly concern her. Elite beasts could articulate human speech even at the commander level. Lin Xingwan forcibly gathered her spatial energy. 36 spatial nodes manifesting around her like stars in orbit. "Even if your laws have just begun to form, I shall slay you here." She formed hand seals, causing the 36 nodes to suddenly contract, forming a singularity of space compressed to the utmost extreme. This is her ultimate technique, the spatial collapse cannon, which utilizes her own being as a sacrifice to compress spatial energy, wielding sufficient power to rend apart royal-level defenses. The crystalline armor of the colossal serpent ultimately succumbed before the singularity, shattering with a thunderous roar. With a resounding cry that echoed through the air, the immense body of the serpent finally collapsed to the ground. As the dark mist dissipated, a core crystal radiating an ethereal glow was revealed. Lin Xingwan waved her hand to collect the crystal, then turned to survey the remnants of the battle. Although the initial confrontation had ended in victory, one must remain vigilant. Fortunately, it had not fully transcended to royal level. Otherwise, with my early-stage heavenly rank strength, facing it would have been dire. The monstrous beast had forcefully broken through to the royal level under Lin Xingwan's overwhelming threat. While its energy level had indeed reached the royal tier, it had not undergone the tribulation of lightning, and thus its physical form did not match that of a true royal. It seems I cannot afford to be complacent. I must quickly acclimate to the power of the heavenly rank and expedite my cultivation. With that, Lin Xingwan's figure vanished once more from the spot. Chapter 43. The business prodigy. Since Liu Yao had reached a high level of cultivation, Wang Yu began to seek a suitable place for her to hone her skills. After all, mere cultivation without practical experience would be futile. Initially, Wang Yu intended to take her back to Yun City for training, but having only just left, returning so soon would render his efforts meaningless. Thus, he resolved to lead Lu Yao to another location for her development, while also alleviating some pressure on them in the process. As Wang Yu pondered which branch to take Lu Yao to, Wang Yin suddenly approached him. "Brother, have you heard? Recently, Wang Yu has mysteriously vanished, and no one knows what happened." "Oh, sister, you're talking about that matter? Rest assured, that fellow is quite well. He has merely engaged in labor somewhere." "Labor? You may not be aware, but Wang Yu is also an awakened and possesses strength at the Earth tier level. He simply made a mistake. Even members of the Skynet headquarters must face corresponding consequences." "What? That guy is also an awakened? No wonder those he fought had no chance to retaliate. He held such a secret. Since the last incident, Wang Yu had been taken away by the enforcement department of the Skynet headquarters, which is responsible for dealing with those who misuse their power. After being detained, he was assigned to the Western Frontier branch to continue guarding the border. However, this did serve as a reminder to Wang Yu that the Western Frontier might indeed be an excellent place for training. Never mind that fellow. His absence has made his family considerably quieter, saving them from his troublemaking antics. By the way, brother, would you like to accompany me to the company? After all, it will soon be in your hands, and experiencing it beforehand would be beneficial." Wang Yu replied, "Sister, aren't you all aware of my identity? Moreover, I am not capable of managing a company. Perhaps you should continue to oversee it." All right. Consider it a labor of love to help you manage the company. However, it is best if you at least pay a visit." "I understand. I will accompany you shortly." Before long, Wang Yu followed Wang Yin to the Huashan group. "Brother, do not underestimate this company," Wang Yin said as she led him into the Wang family group building, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. "This is the economic lifeline of our Wang family. Those impeccably dressed individuals may appear robotic, yet each one is astute." As Wang Yu trailed his sister through the corridors, several individuals nodded and greeted Wang Yin, addressing her as Miss. He noticed that their gazes lingered on him longer, as if his presence proclaimed him as the future heir. Hey, what are you staring at?" Wang Yin abruptly halted, hands on her hips, as she confronted a passing department manager. "My brother's face is not for everyone to gawk at. There's a fee for that, you know." The manager, startled, quickly lowered his head. "I apologized, Mississippi. I merely did not expect the second young master to be so young." What is wrong with being young?" Wang Yin proudly draped her arm over Wang Yu's shoulder. "My brother is a commercial prodigy. Today he is here to teach you how to navigate the world. How to conduct business." Wang Yu, visibly exasperated, murmured softly, "Sister, your words make it sound like I'm here to disrupt things." In the conference room, a group of executives sat upright, their eyes fixed on the projection screen, filled with dense data reports. Wang Yin waved her hand dismissively and turned off the projector. "Stop pretending. I know you all privately refer to Wang Yu as the mysterious second young master and doubt his ability to take over the group. He is right here, so feel free to speak your mind." A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his spectacles and said, "Second young master, regarding the energy project in the Western Xinjiang branch, we suggest pausing investment due to the unstable situation there." Before Wang Yu could respond, Wang Yin slammed her hand on the table, interrupting him. "Pause what? My brother is just about to gain experience in Western Xinjiang. Let us restart the project. He'll oversee it personally, so you won't have to analyze endlessly." The executives exchanged glances, and Wang Yu's lips twitched. Was his sister bringing him to the company just to shoulder the blame for the project? Nevertheless, this presented a perfect opportunity to take Lu Yao on a trip to the Western Xinjiang branch. Of course, these executives were unaware that Wang Yu's idea of gaining experience was entirely different from theirs. Sister, to be honest, I know nothing about business." Wang Yu timidly raised his hand. "That is perfectly fine." Wang Yin retrieved a book titled 300 Tricks for Business Beginners, adorned with cartoon stickers on the cover. "I studied this overnight. Now I'll teach you. First, you must learn to dominate the room with your presence, like this." She suddenly straightened her back and shouted with a volume that rivaled a lion's roar. "This project must proceed. Anyone who opposes, it can go dig in the mines." The conference room fell into silence. Even the sparrows outside were startled enough to drop from the sky. Wang Yu silently turned his face away, pretending not to know this sister of his. Ahem, second young master, the bespectacled man said, steeling himself to continue if we restart the project. The budget may need to increase by 30%. At it, Wang Yin declared exuberantly, my brother's training expenses are worth every penny. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Yu. Wait, the Western Xinjiang branch. Was it Tianwang you sent there? Indeed, Wang Yin nodded. What? Are you thinking of visiting him? Wang Yu smirked. No, I mean, since Wang Yu is there, why don't we let him take charge of the project? ISNT, he an Earth Tier Awakener? He'd be perfect as free labor. The two plotted quietly, and while the others were oblivious to their discussion, Wang Yu's mischievous grin hinted that it was certainly not a good sign. After the meeting, Wang Yin patted Wang Yu's shoulder with satisfaction. As expected of my brother, a true commercial genius, and he knows how to utilize resources effectively. She suddenly pulled out her phone, revealing a picture of Lu Yao. But sending Lu Yao all the way there for training, won't that be too dangerous? Sister, rest assured, you are well aware of my capabilities. With my presence, there will be no issues. Indeed, my younger brother is unparalleled in the world. You all must return swiftly. For both Mother and I shall miss you dearly. By the way, why haven't I seen Mother today? Is she not at the company? She has gone out to negotiate a project and is not expected to return until evening. Very well. May I take my leave now? Certainly. All that needed to be said has been expressed. Then I shall take my leave. I still need to discuss this matter with Lu Yao. Upon returning home, Wang Yu found that Lu Yao had completed her training. Seeing him arrive, she quickly ran over and embraced him. Brother, you have finally returned. I finished my training and didn't see you. I thought you had sneaked out to play without me. Is your brother really the kind of person who only knows how to play? Never mind. Let's get back to the main topic. I have found a training ground for you. We can set off in a couple of days. Really? Where are we going? Lu Yao's face lit up with excitement. After training at home every day, she felt she might burst with anticipation. This time, we are heading to the western frontier, where I will take you to the battlefield for practical experience. When shall we depart? We will leave once Mother and the others return. I will discuss it with them, and we can set off. Chapter 44. The commander's unanticipated affection for Lolis upon Yang Jingyi's return. She informed Lu Yao about the upcoming training expedition to the western frontier. Although reluctant, Yang Jingyi did not oppose the idea. She understood the burdens her son would bear and could only ensure that Wang Yu had no lingering concerns. After resolving matters with their parents and sister, Wang Yu escorted Lu Yao to the headquarters of Tianwang. Upon seeing Wang Yu's arrival, Yi Mingxiang's earlier good spirits vanished. What brings you here again? And with a child in tow? Commander, allow me to introduce my sister and disciple, Lu Yao. Yao Yao, this is our esteemed commander of Tianwang, Yi Mingxiang. Hello, Commander. Ah, greetings. The moment Yi Mingxiang laid eyes on Lu Yao, he was utterly enchanted by her adorable appearance. Well now, when did you acquire such a delightful disciple? Come here, little sister, let uncle give you a hug. Yi Mingxiang beamed with what he believed to be a benevolent smile, hoping it would encourage Lu Yao to oblige him. However, to Lu Yao and Wang Yu, his self-perceived geniality appeared as the sinister grin of a lecherous uncle. Wang Yu shot him a disdainful glance. Commander, perhaps you should rein in your enthusiasm. It's becoming quite hard to bear. Lu Yao, frightened, scurried behind Wang Yu. Seeing Lu Yao's reaction, Yi Mingxiang's heart felt as though it had shattered. Ah, dear child, I apologize. Did I frighten you? Please, don't hide from uncle. Wang Yu observed Yi Mingxiang's frantic attempts to ingratiate himself, akin to discovering a new world. He had not anticipated that the commander harbored a fondness for Lolis. Ha. It was only then that Yi Mingxiang remembered Wang Yu's presence, and, recalling his earlier demeanor, his face flushed crimson. Ahem. Wang Yu, you didn't see anything just now, did you? Ha. Wang Yu found Yi Mingxiang's feigned ignorance utterly amusing. Alas, I must apologize, Commander. It was simply irresistible. I couldn't help myself. Enough. Yes, I confess, I have a penchant for Lolis. Is that against the regulations of Tianwang? Does it violate any laws? What is so amusing about it? Yi Mingxiang laid bare his truth without pretense. All right, I won't laugh anymore. I still need to discuss serious matters with you. What serious matters? Why are you always so troublesome? Wang Yu knew that his visit would not bode well. Commander, what's with that attitude? Be careful, or Lu Yao may choose to ignore you in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingqiang was alarmed. He quickly shifted his tone. My sincerest apologies. Mr. Wang Yu, I spoke too loudly just now. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. How may I assist you? Wang Yu and Lu Yao exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at the transformation of their commander. A wicked thought suddenly sprouted in Wang Yu's mind. It seems I have discovered a weakness in that fellow, Yi Mingqiang. Henceforth, it will be far easier to demand rewards from him. The transformation of Yi Mingqiang rendered Lu Yao utterly astonished. She never anticipated that she could strip this commander of the sky net of all his temper. This is exactly how it should be. Yet I still prefer the rebellious demeanor you displayed just moments ago. Wang Yu, do not take advantage of the situation. Yao, what is it you wish to say? Yi Mingqiang executed a dramatic change of countenance. Wang Yu, having had his fill of amusement, thought it was time to address serious matters. If there were games to be played, they could wait until their return. Our dear Yao has now ascended to a higher echelon, and thus I wish to take her to the western frontier for some practical training to enhance her combat experience. I see, but wait. What? You intend to take Yao to the western frontier? She is still so young. What if she gets hurt? As a seasoned aficionado of young girls, he could not bear to witness any harm come to them. Wang Yu felt somewhat exasperated. Even a connoisseur of young girls ought to have some limits. This fellow was simply beyond redemption. Why are you so anxious? Am I not accompanying her? With me by her side, nothing in this world can harm her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture. Alas, since you have said so, I shall refrain from further objections. I will inform the captain of the Western Frontier Division. Once you arrive, you can seek him out directly. Thank you kindly, then we shall not impose further. Just as Wang Yu and Lu Yao prepared to depart, they were abruptly halted by Yi Mingqiang. Wang Yu, my dear brother, come here. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Why the mystery? Could you possibly relay a message to your sister, requesting that this uncle be allowed to embrace her? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu nearly struck him with a sword. Get lost. You think too highly of yourself. Just look at that lecherous expression on your face. If I were to allow you to embrace her, I fear it would leave her with psychological scars. Nonsense. How could someone as benevolent and gentle as I ever be a lecherous uncle? You truly possess no self-awareness whatsoever. I cannot fathom how you interact with children. Enough of this. We must take our leave. With that, he hastily grasped Lu Yao's hand and exited the premises, fearing Yi Mingqiang might approach them again. Yi Mingqiang watched the two escape, puzzled, and took out a mirror to inspect his reflection. No problem. I clearly possess a benevolent demeanor. Perhaps I'll have another chat with little Lu Yao next time. Once outside the building, the two could no longer contain their laughter. Brother, is that uncle truly the commander of the Skynet headquarters? He hardly seems to fit the bill. It is all thanks to my adorable sister that this hypocritical fellow revealed his true self. Yao, it will be best for you to keep your distance from him in the future. Yes, I shall heed my brother's advice. Wang Yu gently patted her little head, and Lu Yao succumbed completely to the charm of her brother's affectionate gesture. By the way, brother, did you not previously mention that in order to embark on a journey to the border, one must attain a certain level of cultivation, specifically the Earth rank, before departure? If that is the case, we would be away for quite some time, and what would become of mother, sister, and sister Xingwan? Fear not. For students of Tianfu, it is indeed necessary to reach the Earth rank. However, your situation is distinct, as you're under my direct tutelage. The duration of your stay is entirely at my discretion. Is that truly the case? That is splendid news. Otherwise, I would have been uncertain as to when I could ever reach the Earth rank. So, brother, how long do you anticipate our journey will last? If no extraordinary circumstances arise in the Western frontier, I should be able to return once you achieve the spirit rank. Indeed, I will strive diligently. Wang Yu looked at Lu Yao and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 45. Departure from the Western frontier on the eve of their journey. Wang Yu became almost obsessed with preparations. He scoured every outdoor equipment store in the streets and alleys of Kyoto, purchasing windbreakers, high SPF sunscreen, and even a foldable camping chair for the two of them. Wang Yu envisioned that with the camping chair, he could recline comfortably while watching his sister battle the exotic beasts. Given the significant temperature fluctuations in the western frontier, he ensured that his sister had ample warm clothing to fend off the cold. While he explained their needs to a store clerk, Lu Yao was leaning over the counter, drooling over local delicacies displayed on the shelves. Ultimately, their luggage was filled with an eclectic assortment: Lu Yao's snacks and comic books, alongside Wang Yu's windbreakers, sunscreen, and a camping chair. Extending his hand, Wang Yu stored all these items in his storage ring. In the interest of time, he decided against flying with Lu Yao and instead planned to soar directly to the western frontier on his sword. After bidding farewell to Yang Jingyi and Wang Yan, the siblings set off for their destination. Due to Lu Yao's limited endurance, Wang Yu refrained from flying too swiftly. As they traversed the clouds, Lu Yao insisted on flying lower. As night fell, she suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, look! The stars are like jewels strewn across the desert." Wang Yu gazed down, marveling at the vast Milky Way intertwining with the undulating Gobi below, as if heaven and earth had merged at that moment. They arrived in the western frontier well past midnight, greeted by a dry wind that carried a texture starkly different from Kyoto's humid air. Just as Wang Yu took out his phone to contact the driver awaiting them, Lu Yao excitedly pointed toward distant lights. "Look, those rooftops are decorated, just like in a fairy tale." While waiting for their ride at the pickup point, a local young man approached, offering them freshly baked naan, just out of the oven. "Try the flavors of the western frontier." Lu Yao took a bite, her eyes squinting in delight as the crispy meat and sesame aroma enveloped her senses, exclaiming it was even more delicious than snacks. Once settled in their hotel, Wang Yu spread out a map to plan their itinerary for the following day. The map displayed a zoning layout of the western frontier's border, delineating the areas they would need to guard into 12 distinct sectors. "Tomorrow, we will first visit the Western Frontier Division to report to the captain here." I just glanced at the zoning map and noticed that the beasts in Sector 6 are not very formidable, making it quite suitable for your training. "Brother, will I be able to fight those beasts tomorrow?" Lu Yao inquired eagerly. "No, tomorrow we will simply check in with the captain here and then rest. I'll also take the opportunity to explain what to be mindful of when engaging with the exotic beasts." On the desolate Gobi of the western frontier, the dry wind howled, carrying sand and gravel, while the lights of distant towns flickered in the night. Wang Yu and Lu Yao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of their hotel room, gazing at this mysterious and barren land. Their journey was not merely to fulfill a guarding mission. It was also vital for Lu Yao's transformation into a true awakened being. "Brother, are there really beasts suitable for me to fight in the Sector 6 you marked on the map?" Lu Yao leaned over the edge of the bed, her finger gliding back and forth across the red areas on the map. Wang Yu enlarged the map projection onto the wall, revealing a three-dimensional partition map that glimmered softly under the light. According to the data, the 6th area had recently seen a surge in advanced beasts known as wind howlers. These creatures, swift yet possessing relatively weak defenses, provided an excellent opportunity for practicing evasion and precision strikes. Engaging in precise attacks would also aid in enhancing one's control over flames. With a gentle tap of his fingertip on a virtual icon, the ecological information of the wind howlers instantly filled the wall. Lu Yao's pupils dilated sharply, the sight of their sharp fangs and rapid movement patterns igniting a mix of excitement and anxiety within her. "Tomorrow, we shall first proceed to the Western Frontier Branch to collect our equipment." Wang Yu retrieved a specially designed wind-resistant coat from his storage ring, its nanofiber material shimmering with a ghostly blue hue under the moonlight. This unique coat was specially sourced for you at headquarters. It can withstand wind blade attacks. Try it on and see how it fits. The moment Lu Yao donned the coat, the fabric conformed to her figure, and the energy patterns at the cuffs began to swirl, enveloping her wrists like liquid metal. After a brief moment of rest, the sky began to lighten with the first signs of dawn. Wang Yu hovered on his sword atop the hotel rooftop. Although this was not Lu Yao's first experience flying on a sword, she still nervously clutched her brother's garment. As the flying sword pierced through the clouds, the sun's golden rays cascaded down, gradually revealing the contours of the Gobi Desert. The crisscrossing ravines resembled scars upon the earth, while the distant snow-capped mountains loomed hazily in the morning mist. Upon reaching the Western Frontier Branch, The massive alloy complex lay dormant like a steel behemoth amidst the desert. The intelligent screens in the reception hall continuously updated the activity data of the various beasts, with a red alert icon flashing wildly in the third area. The branch leader, Chen Xiao, approached with purposeful strides, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and long hair. "You must be Mr. Wang Yu and young Miss Lu Yao," he exclaimed. "Knight Bright General has already briefed me on the specifics. Mr. Wang Yu, there has been unusual activity from the Wind Howler Pack in the 6th area last night, and we are preparing to enhance our patrols. Coincidentally, my sister requires practical experience." Wang Yu presented Lu Yao's Sky Network member token to Chen Xiao, a request made by Knight Bright for Lu Yao. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lu Yao's somewhat youthful visage. Though they are merely advanced beasts, their attack speed is not something ordinary advanced beasts can match. "Are you certain she can handle it?" Lu Yao straightened her back, flames coalescing in her palm. "I will prove my strength." "Oh, she has awakened the ability to manipulate flames. It seems I have indeed underestimated young Miss Lu Yao," Chen Xiao remarked. At this moment, Wang Yu interjected, "Rest assured, I will remain by her side, ready to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise." Chen Xiao regarded Wang Yu, aware of the legends surrounding him, understanding his formidable prowess. "Then you may proceed to collect your equipment. Once all preparations are complete, you can set off." The process of acquiring equipment was a harmonious blend of technology and fantasy. Lu Yao received a pair of holographic tactical goggles, capable of real-time analysis of beast movement trajectories. As Lu Yao had yet to embark on her mental cultivation, she needed to rely on the equipment to uncover the hidden beasts lurking in the shadows. When Lu Yao and her companion were fully equipped and stepped out of the armory, they were met by Old Li, the guide sent by Chen Xiao, who awaited them at the entrance. This middle-aged man, with his dark complexion, bore 6 signal flares of varying colors affixed to his waist. In the event of danger, a red signal would be fired, prompting our arrival within 3 minutes. Once all preparations were complete, Wang Yu began to impart crucial combat precautions to Lu Yao. Firstly, she must not be deceived by the sights before her. Certain beasts excel in concealment and misdirection. Secondly, it was imperative to remain vigilant and observe the surroundings during battle, watching for any lurking creatures poised to strike. Lastly, after the skirmish had concluded, a thorough inspection of the vicinity was essential to ensure no adversaries had escaped unscathed. Lu Yao listened intently to Wang Yu's instructions, determined not to overlook any detail. Chapter 46. Lu Yao's first battle. Shortly thereafter, Captain Chen Xiao dispatched a message, informing Wang Yu and his team of the emergence of 5 advanced wind pack wolves in Zone 6. Upon receiving this news, Wang Yu promptly took Lu Yao to Zone 6, aware that these were merely advanced beasts of limited strength. Should the members of the Sky Net stationed there inadvertently eliminate them, Lu Yao would lose her opportunity for practical experience. With urgency, Wang Yu and Lu Yao mounted their flying sword, swiftly traversing the skies toward Zone 6. The scorching sun pierced through the clouds, casting a golden sheen over the desolate landscape of the western desert. As Wang Yu stood upon his flying sword, his garments billowed in the fierce wind, while an anxious Lu Yao trailed behind him. Clad in a fiery red combat suit, she bore 2 specially crafted daggers at her waist, and flickering flames danced restlessly at her fingertips. "We're nearing Zone 6, Yao Yao. Remember the precautions I taught you," Wang Yu cautioned, easing the speed of the flying sword as his gaze swept over the undulating sand dunes below. In the distance, 5 gray shadows darted nimbly between the rocks, embodying the unique grace of the advanced wind pack wolves. These beasts, sleek as aerodynamic blades, bore metallic sheen on their fur, and their piercing vertical pupils were utterly chilling. "Understood," Lu Yao replied, tightening her grip on the daggers, a bead of sweat forming in her palm. She was acutely aware that her brother's words held truth. The training at home paled in comparison to the realities of the battlefield. In this moment, her chest heaved not with simulated data, but with the fervor of real blood coursing through her veins. The howls of the wind pack wolves drew closer, imbued with a predatory excitement. Wang Yu suddenly descended, lightly touching down on the sand, as the flying sword transformed into a streak of light and vanished into his sleeve. Remember, in actual combat, the foremost priority is to assess the enemy's strength. The wind pack wolves are swift, yet fire has a restraining effect on their metallic fur, he instructed, conjuring a lounge chair that materialized on the ground. I shall observe from here. Unless faced with a life-and-death situation, I will not intervene. With that, he reclined comfortably. Lu Yao nodded, grateful for her brother's company during her training, though she couldn't shake the feeling that he was perhaps being a tad too relaxed. Turning her focus back to the approaching wind pack wolves, her fire abilities erupted forth. A vivid crimson flame surged from her palms, etching scorching patterns into the sand like a spider's web. The 5 wolves closed within a 10-meter radius, with the largest among them leading the pack. Adorned with 3 spiraled rings of scale armor around its neck, this was the leader of the wind pack wolves, the Iron Scale Wolf King. Despite being merely a group of advanced beasts with limited intelligence, they sensed a profound fear emanating from Wang Yu, compelling them to target the small girl before them. Come fort, Lu Yao exclaimed, summoning a 3-meter-long fire whip that lashed toward the wolf pack. However, at the moment the whip was about to strike, the Iron Scale Wolf King deftly sidestepped and rolled, its scales radiating a green light to form a protective shield. The impact of the fire whip resonated like a bell, sending sparks flying back toward Lu Yao. Yao Yao, your ability lacks sufficient solidity. Wang Yu's voice resonated within the barrier. Biting her lip, Lu Yao compressed the flames into the shape of a dagger and hurled it anew. This attack was swifter, yet the Wolf King effortlessly swatted it away with its forepaw. Seizing the opportunity, the pack of wind wolves launched an assault, for ordinary wind wolves pouncing from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, their claws slicing through the air with a fierce gale. Lu Yao was compelled to simultaneously conjure 4 walls of fire for defense, the consumption of her abilities exceeding her expectations. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she suddenly realized that the Wolf King had stealthily circled behind her, its slitted eyes glimmering with cunning. This is bad. The girl turned to unleash flames, but the Wolf King leapt preemptively, and at the moment of impact between its iron-scaled armor and the fire, a powerful pulse wave erupted, forcing Lu Yao back 3 steps. In combat, anticipation proved more crucial than mere technique. Wang Yu's voice remained composed. Lu Yao took a deep breath, striving to stabilize the turbulent flow of energy within her. Suddenly, she closed her eyes, her fiery senses extended outward. The movements of the wolf pack slowed in her perception, the rhythm of the iron-scaled wolf king's breathing, the energy flow within its armor, every detail sharpened in her mind. Found it. Lu Yao opened her eyes, and the flames coalesced into fine needles, accurately piercing the gaps in the Wolf King's armor. The iron-scaled Wolf King let out a chilling howl as cracks appeared in its protective shell. The 4 ordinary wind wolves, witnessing this, lunged at Lu Yao, only to be ensnared by her fiery chains, which she then hurled against the rocky wall. Under the intense heat, the stone melted into magma, and as the wind wolves struggled, their fur began to char. Yet, the Wolf King's counterattack was even more ferocious. Its entire body transformed to a dark azure hue, a whirlwind of gales erupting from it, dispersing much of Lu Yao's flames. She was forced to retreat, the fiery dagger gradually warping under the pressure of the storm. Yao Yao, infuse the flame energy into the dagger. Wang Yu prompted. Lu Yao suddenly realized, channeling the remaining flames into the dagger at her waist. The moment she infused the flame energy, the 2 specialized daggers erupted with a blinding crimson glow. The dark red patterns on their surfaces seemed to activate, morphing into flowing veins of magma. With a flick of her wrist, the daggers flew from her hands, trailing intertwined flames through the air. The iron-scaled Wolf King sensed the impending danger. Its azure armor swelled, forming a hemispherical barrier of defense. However, Lu Yao's fiery daggers did not strike in a straightforward manner. As they approached the Wolf King, they abruptly altered course, slithering around the edges of its armor like serpents. With 2 sharp clangs, the daggers precisely pierced the gaps in its scales, sending sparks flying as the Wolf King let out a thunderous roar. Excellent. This is the rhythm. Wang Yu sat up slightly in his recliner, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Lu Yao's anticipatory perception and ability control had begun to take shape in combat. Seizing the moment, the four ordinary wind wolves lunged once more, but she moved like a flickering flame, pivoting around her daggers. The fire, drawn by the daggers, formed a spiraling net of blades. Before the wind wolves could touch her, they were seared, shrieking as they fell to the sandy ground. The Wolf King's retaliation grew increasingly violent. Its surrounding azure winds coalesced into tangible blades, raining down upon Lu Yao. Yet, the girl no longer braced for impact. She compressed the remaining flame energy into a core, transforming herself into a streak of crimson light that weaved through the gaps between the wind blades. Each evasion was executed with utmost precision. As the wind blades brushed against her fiery battle attire, the fabric emitted a special coating that repelled the chill. Yao Yao, the moment has arrived. Wang Yu's voice suddenly heightened. As Lu Yao came to an abrupt halt while moving at high speed, her twin daggers fused into a flaming longsword. At that moment, the iron-scaled Wolf King was momentarily vulnerable. Its armor energy stalled from the continuous release of wind blades, revealing a fleeting 0.3-second gap in its chest and abdomen scales. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, Lu Yao thrust the flaming longsword, like a shooting star, directly into the fissure. The iron-scaled Wolf King emitted a heart-wrenching howl as its azure scales shattered like glass. Lu Yao pursued relentlessly, unleashing a burst of fiery energy that manifested as a circular shockwave, propelling the remaining wind wolves several meters away. As the pack struggled to rise and escape, she deftly manipulated the flames to erect a firewall in the sand, effectively severing their retreat. The battle concluded within 10 minutes. When the last wind wolf fell in the molten sand pit, Lu Yao finally succumbed to exhaustion, kneeling on one knee and gasping for breath. Nearly depleted of energy, the back of her combat suit was drenched in cold sweat. She glanced up at Wang Yu, who remained leisurely reclined in his chair, idly toying with a piece of jade. The combat score was 78. Wang Yu chuckled softly. The prediction accuracy was 90, but your energy allocation only garnered a score of 65. Remember to reserve 3 points of energy for a trump card next time. With a snap of his fingers, a pale blue energy wave surged forth, instantly alleviating Lu Yao's fatigue. In the distance, the corpse of the iron-scaled Wolf King suddenly shimmered with spatial ripples as a crystal emanating a ghostly blue light floated out from its chest cavity. This was an exotic beast core? Lu Yao's pupils constricted. High-level exotic beasts seldom possess cores due to their relatively low power. Particularly, the core of the Wind Wolf King, imbued with dual energies of wind and fire, was a treasure for ability users. Wang Yu, however, languidly extended his hand, and the core flew into his palm of its own accord. Consider this a reward. But remember, the real battlefield offers no such grace period for adaptation. No sooner had he spoken than an eerie hum resonated from the horizon. Lu Yao looked up to see dozens of gray shadows materializing through the dust storm. Their size double that of the wind wolves encountered earlier, their vertical pupils aglow with an uncanny purple light. Those were general-level exotic beasts. The smile faded from Wang Yu's face, the recliner vanished in an instant, and a flying sword shot forth from his hand. He swiftly lifted Lu Yao, ascending into the air amidst a thunderous roar. What a bothersome nuisance. Can't they see I am teaching my sister to fight? How dare they interrupt? As he spoke, Wang Yu brought his fingers together and deftly sliced through the void. A razor-sharp sword energy erupted forth, instantly cleaving the approaching general-level exotic beasts in two. Chapter 47. Anomaly. Following this practical exercise, Wang Yu focused on providing guidance to Lu Yao regarding her combat shortcomings. Leaning against the weathered alloy wall, he observed Lu Yao, who was tirelessly practicing her sword techniques in the distance, a thoughtful furrow etched between his brows. Although Lu Yao could conjure a sword from her flames, she lacked any semblance of swordsmanship. This sister, who always wore her hair in a high ponytail, fought like a reckless fawn, her strikes fierce yet devoid of structure. Possessing agility but lacking in foresight, the errors he had meticulously dissected last night replayed in his mind like a continuous loop. Thus, Wang Yu began to personally instruct Lu Yao in the art of swordplay, imparting to her some foundational techniques he had mastered. The following day, having grasped the sword techniques Wang Yu had taught her, Lu Yao was eager to put her skills to the test once more. With the dawn barely breaking, she roused her brother from his slumber. "Brother, thanks to your meticulous guidance yesterday, I feel ready to take on the world again. Let us seek out some today. I promise I'll impress you." Wang Yu, still disoriented from being pulled from his dreams, noticed the remnants of sweat on Lu Yao's neck. The morning light cast a soft golden hue around her, her eyes sparkling brilliantly, as if the stars from last night had become entranced within them. He sighed silently, handing her a thermos of warm milk and a piece of bread. "First, replenish your energy. Your muscle endurance can only sustain high-intensity combat for 2 hours." Lu Yao quickly devoured the breakfast her brother had prepared, her stomach growling after a night of rigorous training. Seeing her enthusiasm, Wang Yu could not refuse her request. After gearing up, the siblings set off to the location of their previous encounter. Regrettably, there were no in sight today. Wang Yu led Lu Yao to several other regions. But strangely, there was an absence of any beastly presence. He immediately extended his consciousness over the area, even probing the depths of the earth. It still found no trace of. How peculiar. Could they be on holiday? He mused, having traversed every corner without encountering a single creature. The day's circumstances felt exceedingly abnormal. Lu Yao frowned, staring at the desolate expanse beneath her feet. Just yesterday, this battlefield had been alive with roars and bloodshed, yet now, even the most basic gray wolf beast was nowhere to be found. Wang Yu felt a deep sense of confusion, for in the realm of the law of survival dictated that the weak must become prey for the strong. Lesser beasts typically sought refuge in human territories, consuming humanity to grow stronger. Wang Yu's consciousness had spread like a tidal wave, encompassing a 100-mile radius. He could even detect subtle tremors in the underground rock layers, but sensed no vitality from any. This was not the expected condition of a world governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. It felt as if the entire ecological chain had been momentarily suspended by some enigmatic force. In search of clarity, Wang Yu approached a member of the Skynet stationed in the area. "I fought here for 5 years, and I can honestly say I have never encountered a situation like this. Indeed, although formidable beasts of higher ranks seldom make an appearance, those of lower ranks seem to intrude upon our realm daily. Could it be that these creatures are concocting some insidious plot? Today's events evoke a sense of foreboding within me. Perhaps you are overthinking this. Despite the considerable intelligence possessed by beasts of higher ranks, their previous absence raises questions." The group engaged in fervent discourse surrounding this perplexing matter. "Very well. I shall investigate this incident further. You must promptly inform Captain Chinshao." Observing that they were equally perplexed, Wang Yu resolved to venture with Lu Yao beyond the borders to explore the situation. However, once they departed, the remaining individuals, who had been intensely debating, now bore enigmatic smiles. As the duo surveyed the vast expanse from above, Wang Yu extended his spiritual awareness, meticulously probing the entirety of the area. Indeed, he uncovered some clues. His consciousness spread like an invisible net, enveloping the wilderness beyond the borders. Lu Yao held her breath, fixated on her brother's tightly shut eyes, cognizant that Wang Yu was employing an extraordinary perceptive ability to investigate the region. The morning breeze rustled their garments, and the surrounding stillness was unsettling. This deathly silence stood in stark contrast to the cacophony of violence that had echoed across the borders just the day prior. "What have you discerned, brother? Have you found anything?" Lu Yao inquired softly, her voice tinged with uncontainable anxiety. Wang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light shimmering within his pupils. Seizing Lu Yao's wrist, their forms vanished in an instant. They reappeared high above a valley several kilometers away. "Look below." Wang Yu's voice was as frigid as ice. Lu Yao leaned over the edge, gasping in astonishment. The valley teemed with a multitude of beasts, ranging from lowly gray wolves to colossal beasts of rank, such as the earth-splitting rhinoceros. They stood eerily motionless, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Even more bizarrely, hovering above each creature were black crystals the size of fingernails. These crystals formed a complex network, reminiscent of some malevolent neural web. What are they being controlled by? Lu Yao stammered, trembling as she articulated her suspicion. Wang Yu nodded, drawing forth the Luo Yuan sword and delicately severing one of the black crystals. In that instant, a nearby armored pig jolted awake, unleashing a thunderous roar. The surrounding beasts, akin to a chain reaction, began to stir, transforming the valley into a turbulent sea of chaos. Be careful, brother. Yet Wang Yu was swifter. With a single hand raised, he froze the entire valley space. The rampaging beasts were abruptly paused, their snarling faces forever captured in a moment of fury. With a gentle wave of his other hand, thousands of black crystals simultaneously shattered, dissipating into plumes of smoke. A tide of beasts is brewing, Wang Yu declared as he released the spatial confinement, allowing the awakened creatures to scatter in all directions. These crystals are a form of advanced mental parasite capable of manipulating the thoughts and actions of the beasts. A formidable beast has begun amassing horde, poised to launch a meticulously organized assault. Lu Yao's delicate face glistened with cold sweat. She had never witnessed her brother's expression so grave. What shall we do now? Should we inform Captain Shun, Xiao, and the others? Wang Yu shook his head. The upper echelons of Skynet have been infiltrated. The members I inquired about earlier exhibited a barely perceptible crimson glint in their pupils. They too are under control. What? Lu Yao felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Wang Yu grasped her hand reassuringly. Do not panic. Your brother is here, after all. Gome, we must head to the core control area. Since there is a cunning individual orchestrating a grand scheme, let's turn the chessboard over. The siblings' figures sliced through the air, heading deep into the desolate borderlands. Chapter 48. With me here, there will be no danger. Wang Yu soared through the desolate desert at the border with Lu Yao, his consciousness sweeping over every inch of land like a radar. Whenever he detected an uncontrollable beast, he would swiftly eliminate it with a single stroke of his sword. The swirling sands carried an ominous aura around them, and Lu Yao clenched her fists, her palms slightly damp with sweat. She understood that the true peril was far more treacherous than the controlled beasts they faced. There, Wang Yu suddenly halted, his golden pupils fixed upon a seemingly inconspicuous sand dune deep within the desert. Under the scrutiny of his consciousness, the dune revealed distorted spatial fluctuations, akin to a reflection beneath the water's surface, exuding an eerie sense of illusion. As the siblings descended, the grains of sand parted, unveiling a spiral staircase leading to the depths below. A foul stench and the metallic scent of blood assaulted them. Instinctively, Lu Yao drew closer to Wang Yu. Yet he remained unfazed, even wearing a chilling smile. It appears our adversary is aware of our approach. Following the staircase, they descended 300 meters into the earth, where the space opened up dramatically. A terrifying hall constructed from heaps of flesh and blood greeted their eyes, with countless beasts piled upon one another like a grotesque mountain of decay. At the center hovered a colossal scorpion of peak prowess, its 100-meter-long body glistening with a ghostly blue sheen, its 6 compound eyes swirling with crimson runes, and its tail entwined in black mist, the very architect of the impending beast tide. Humans, the Scorpion King's voice grated like metal against metal, its 6 eyes locking onto Wang Yu. Just a mere brat and an inexperienced girl, daring to thwart my plans. Wang Yu positioned the Luo Yuan sword across his chest, its blade shimmering with a sanguine ripple. No, it is your greed that betrays you. It is impossible for you to evade my notice. Amassing such a horde of beasts. Are you aiming for the king level? The Scorpion King slammed its massive pincers onto the ground, causing the cavern to tremble. Clever humans. Yet, you always meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Wang Yu smiled faintly. If you were to break through to the king level, or even the emperor level, and remain docile, who would care about your existence? But the truth is, you could never remain compliant. Before the words left his lips, the Scorpion King's tail shot forth, enveloping the area in a cloud of black poison. Lu Yao, sensing the imminent danger, felt a pang of worry, yet she witnessed Wang Yu's figure becoming illusory like mist. The poisonous fog passed through his afterimage, while his true form appeared above the Scorpion King, with the Luo Yuan's sword wielded to unleash a pressure that tore through space. The Scorpion King mysteriously vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Lu Yao, its pincers aimed at her vulnerable back. Spatial displacement? Just as the pincers neared her, a sword materialized behind Lu Yao, blocking the lethal strike. Your ability reminds me of a friend, but with your command over spatial power, you are not even worthy of her little finger. He then turned to Lu Yao. Sister, watch closely. Let me show you how to wield a sword. With a thunderous crack, Wang Yu's sword light solidified, striking like a bolt of lightning, precisely piercing the Scorpion King's body. Viscous blue blood sprayed forth as the Scorpion King let out a piercing wail. This is impossible. What manner of creature are you? Even the mightiest among your kind should not be able to breach my defenses with such ease. The severely wounded Scorpion King erupted with pillars of black light, and all the controlled beasts detonated simultaneously, unleashing a tempest of blood mist and energy that engulfed the cavern. Lu Yao was swept away by the shockwave, only to find herself firmly embraced by Wang Yu upon regaining her senses. Rather than retreating, Wang Yu advanced, transforming into a golden radiance amidst the energy storm, his ninefold sword aura converging to pierce the core of the Scorpion King. Annihilation. With a fierce cry, Wang Yu's sword light and the Scorpion King's core were simultaneously obliterated into a black hole. The space fell into a brief silence before the entire cavern began to collapse. As the siblings broke through the earth, the last anguished roar of the Scorpion King echoed from below, gradually dissipating in the swirling sands. The desert returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. The beasts and humans once under her control were liberated from their fates. Little did they realize that the poison of her mental control could transform into parasitic entities, embedding themselves within other beasts. Furthermore, this contagion could spread, explaining how it managed to manipulate those in the distant reaches of the Sky Network. Wang Yu wiped the blood from his sword, his golden eyes reflecting the remnants of the setting sun over the desert. Thankfully, the root of the problem had been eradicated. Otherwise, the entire border would have succumbed to her puppet dominion. Lu Yao gazed toward the distant horizon and suddenly inquired, "Brother, if an imperial beast were to appear in the future, could we prevail?" Wang Yu gently patted her head, his golden eyes mirroring the twilight. "As long as I am here, they shall never possess an emperor. And if one does arise, it shall only be the wraith beneath my sword." The wind and sand rose once more, their figures receding like meteors streaking across the dim sky. The pair returned to the Western Frontier Division and recounted their tale to Commander Chen Xiao. Within the command room, holographic projections flickered with a pale blue hue. After hearing Wang Yu's account, Chen Xiao drummed his fingers on the metallic table, a furrow of contemplation creasing his brow. The spatial displacement and parasitic nature of the mental toxin. The Scorpion King's evolutionary trajectory exceeds the existing database. He summoned a three-dimensional sand table, the desert terrain undulating within the virtual light. If such a method of control proves contagious, a reassessment of the border's beast management strategy may be warranted. This beast, how audacious to infiltrate our defenses in such a manner. If it were to ascend to a king level, the entire border would be reduced to ruins. Despite Chen Zhao's mid-tier celestial strength, he recognized the limitations of solitary power. Should the Scorpion King lead the controlled beasts and humans in an assault, he lacked confidence in his ability to resolve the situation. He turned to Wang Yu and his sister, his eyes filled with admiration. "Thanks to your timely discovery, the consequences could have been dire. You have accomplished a great feat. I will promptly submit a report to headquarters." The soldiers ensnared by the Scorpion King's mental toxin began to awaken one by one, and Wang Yu chose not to eradicate the controlled beasts entirely. After all, if they were all eliminated, those assigned here for training would have no opportunity to practice. Yet, it was indeed regrettable that the Scorpion's crystal core had been accidentally destroyed. Wang Yu felt an immense sense of regret, for that Scorpion had devoured countless exotic beasts, and its crystal core was undoubtedly invaluable. Alas, had he known better than to show off in front of his sister. In his attempt to impress her, he had elevated the power of his final strike to the royal tier, Otherwise, he would not have so easily breached the scorpion's formidable exoskeleton. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, feeling rather bored, took out the spider toy she had previously acquired to amuse herself. However, when Chen Xiao glimpsed the toy in Lu Yao's hands, he was instantly thrown into a state of agitation. Wasn't this the very toy he had crafted for his daughter? How had it come to be in little Lu Yao's possession? Chen Xiao recognized the toy at once. It was a special creation he had made for his daughter's safety when he was appointed as the commander of the Western Frontier Division. Chapter 49. Overjoyed Chen Xiao looked at Wang Yu, his expression laden with curiosity. Wang Yu, where did you procure this toy for your sister? Wang Yu glanced at the toy in Lu Yao's hands, which was the same one gifted by a little girl on the plane. Oh, you are referring to that spider toy. It was given to us by a little girl during our flight from Yun City to Kyoto. I see, Chen Xiao replied, a pang of melancholy washing over him. Alas, my prodigal daughter, after much effort, I crafted this protective talisman, only for it to be given away so easily. Captain Chen, what troubles you? Is this toy something you made? Wang Yu inquired, examining the energy within the toy once more, discovering it bore a resemblance to Captain Chen's own. Indeed, it was a creation from my daughter. As I am in the Western Frontier, unable to be by her side, I fashioned this spider toy for her. I infused it with a hint of my tempestuous powers, so it could safeguard her in times of peril. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao felt a wave of guilt wash over her. I am so sorry, Uncle Chen. I didn't realize this was made especially for your daughter. Once we return, I shall seek her out and return this toy to her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, guilt flooding her heart like a tidal wave. No, there's no need for that. Chen Xiao quickly waved his hand, a hearty yet bittersweet laughter escaping him. Since she has already gifted it to you, you should cherish it. Once our mission concludes, I shall create another. At that time, I would appreciate your help in delivering it to her. And do spend some time with her on my behalf. Wang Yu patted Chen Xiao on the shoulder, offering comfort. Captain, do not be too despondent. Lu Yao has been making rapid progress lately. With your talisman by her side, we can execute our mission with much more assurance. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Yao. Come, sister, let us return and adjust ourselves, then we shall seek out some exotic beasts to hone our skills. Originally, he intended to take Lu Yao to practice against some exotic beasts, but due to the scorpion incident, she had not had the opportunity. Lu Yao nodded earnestly, carefully stowing the spider toy in her backpack, following Wang Yu towards the training grounds in the back mountain. After a session of guidance from Wang Yu, the siblings soared once more into the battlefield. Wang Yu led Lu Yao to a rocky clearing, inhabited by several high-level windwing lizards, which were ideal adversaries for her current level of training. Remember, the windwing lizards are exceedingly swift. Anticipate their movements when they attack. No sooner had Wang Yu's words left his lips than a green shadow darted from behind the rocks. Lu Yao swiftly sidestepped, her dagger tracing a fiery arc. A wall of flames erupted around her, diverting the lizard's attack trajectory. Seizing the opportunity, her fiery dagger expertly pierced the creature's joint, bringing the battle to a swift conclusion within 5 minutes. Well done. Wang Yu regarded his sister with admiration. However, be mindful of your energy allocation next time. Should its attack power be greater, your firewall would falter under pressure. The siblings consecutively challenged 3 formidable exotic beasts, all of which were effortlessly vanquished by Lu Yao, gradually instilling a sense of confidence within her. Suddenly, a soldier-level leopard-shaped exotic beast appeared before them. Initially, Wang Yu intended to advise Lu Yao to retreat, but she seemed to be carried away by her own pride. Do not worry, brother. I am terrifyingly strong now, and this soldier-level beast is just what I need. Observing Lu Yao's eagerness, Wang Yu conceded, if you wish to test your mettle, then go ahead. Lu Yao conjured flames into a long sword of fire, employing the sword techniques her brother had previously taught her. Flame Dragon Piercing Strike. Infusing all her energy into the sword, it transformed into a dragon shape, the blade morphing into a dragon's head, aimed directly at the beast's skull. Just as the dragon's head was about to make contact, the exotic beast vanished in a flash, leaving Lu Yao's strike to merely collide with the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nonetheless, the might of the attack was notable. Once the dust settled, the impacted ground had formed a deep crater, How fast is this beast? Why can't it just let me land a hit? I even wasted my ultimate move. Lu Yao lamented, still rooted in place, much to Wang Yu's chagrin. Suddenly, the vanished beast lunged at her with a claw. She quickly erected a wall of fire to defend herself, channeling all her energy into it. Although she managed to withstand the onslaught, the force still sent her sprawling. The beast, sensing its advantage, lunged again with another claw. Now, Lu Yao felt utterly drained. The previous battle had depleted most of her energy, and the exertion of the firewall left her weak. Realizing she was outmatched, she looked to her brother for help. "Brother, save me," before the beast could react. It was swiftly dispatched, its head severed from its body. Wang Yu regarded Lu Yao with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. "You thought yourself a titan when you were merely a teddy bear. Did you finally grasp your limits? Trying to challenge foes beyond your reach without even breaking through to the spirit level. Do you fancy yourself a dragon?" Ashamed, Lu Yao lowered her head, feeling deeply remorseful for her earlier arrogance. "I'm sorry, brother. I let my pride get the better of me. It is good that you recognize your error. Return and train diligently. Once you have acquired sufficient strength, you may challenge mightier adversaries." On the journey back to the base, she caressed the spider toy in her backpack, resolving in her heart to become stronger and not to disappoint her brother's expectations. Wang Yu guided her through training, meticulously addressing her shortcomings during combat. "Your principal mistake was not the weakness of the firewall, but rather your course control over the flow of energy. When you gathered the fire element, your power spilled forth chaotically, lacking any structure. A true flame warrior can weave energy as if it were a thread around their fingertips, erupting like a volcano when needed and retracting like a candle wick when required." Lu Yao bit her cracked lips, gazing down at her trembling hands. She recalled the moment she unleashed the flame dragon piercing strike, when her energy had surged forth like a wild stallion, nearly exhausting all her vital essence. If the attacking power of the leopard-like beast were to strengthen even slightly, she would be unable to sustain the wall of flames before her. Wang Yu abruptly raised his hand, and a sharp sword materialized within his grasp. "Yao Yao, infuse your flames into the sword I hold." Without hesitation, Lu Yao complied, channeling her fire into the blade. The flames coalesced at its tip, yet they did not blaze with the same ferocity as Lu Yao's own. Instead, they transformed into a supple flame cord, weaving and entwining along the sword's body, ultimately manifesting as a resplendent fire sword. As the blade lightly touched the ground, the debris was neatly sliced into precise facets, leaving no trace of charring. Upon closer inspection, he remarked succinctly, "Fire is not mere brute force, it is an art." Lu Yao held her breath, fixated on the fire sword. She suddenly realized that the fire elements manipulated by her brother possessed a certain rhythm, like the ebb and flow of the tides, akin to the pulsation of a heartbeat. Although the flames were indeed burning, they emanated a sense of enduring tranquility, as if the fire itself breathed. "Give it a try," Wang Yu said, extending the fire sword to her. The moment Lu Yao grasped it, the heat surprisingly felt gentle. She endeavored to replicate her brother's technique, weaving the energy as if crafting fabric. Initially, the flame cord disintegrated within her palm, yet Wang Yu's voice remained steady as an anchor. "Slow down. Feel the pulse of the elements. Your consciousness must lead the energy like a shepherd guiding a flock." When the first tendril of flame finally took shape at her fingertips, Lu Yao's eyes brimmed with tears. She had at last touched upon another form of fire, not the explosive blaze born of fear, but a living entity that obeyed her like a creeping vine. Those flame tendrils swirled within her palm, gradually weaving into a vibrant spark. "Not enough." Wang Yu shook his head. "A true warrior can accomplish this transformation in the blink of an eye between life and death. Had the leopard-like beast ambushed you while you were weaving the fire sword, you would have been reduced to ashes." Lu Yao's heart sank, and the flames instantly dissipated. "Starting tomorrow, every morning, you shall practice energy convergence in the sand." Wang Yu rose, retrieving training equipment from his backpack. With this blunted dagger, inscribe 100 distinct trails of flame upon the dunes. Should there be even the slightest deviation, begin anew. Lu Yao bit her lower lip, accepting the dagger wrapped in thick cotton cloth. Pain and defeat are the nourishment of transformation, he suddenly declared. Lu Yao's gaze lifted sharply, a stubborn flame igniting within her eyes. Chapter 50. The tool Wang Yu during a brief interlude in Lu Yao's training. Wang Yu made his way to the outpost manned by his cousin Wang Yu. Wang Yu was still on guard duty when suddenly someone approached him. Wang Yu, you may take a break. I will take over for you. Why? Isn't it's still too early? After the last incident, Wang Yu had noticeably tempered his demeanor. A significant figure is seeking you. He is currently waiting at the command post. A significant figure? Is it Captain Chun Xiao? No, but it seems he is quite well acquainted with Captain Chun. Very well, I understand. I shall head there now. Upon arriving at the command post, Wang Yu felt a familiar wave of forgotten dread wash over him as he beheld the figure seated within. You, what are you doing here? Aren't you in Kyoto? My cousin has arrived. Come, take a seat. Wang Yu's throat constricted as he regarded his cousin, Wang Yu, lounging on the sofa in the command post. This esteemed member of the Skynet, adorned with a red insignia, was casually tapping his fingers on the table, his white shirt starkly contrasting the military green sofa. Cousin, it seems you are quite enjoying your time stationed at the frontier. Wang Yu flashed a grin, revealing his prominent canines. Captain Chun Xiao treats you well. This command post sofa surpasses even the luxury of our conference room. Wang Yu clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped indentations. Just days prior, he had been apprehended by a group claiming to be the enforcement team and was taken to the Skynet headquarters, where they enumerated several charges against him. Subsequently, he had been dispatched to this remote location, forced to engage in battles against encroaching beasts daily. After a brief respite when the beasts had vanished, he had hoped for a reprieve, only to find himself tasked with menial chores, including laundry, cleaning, and guard duty. Such indignities were unbearable for someone of his caliber. Though seething with anger, Wang Yu dared not express it. Any outburst would only lead to a harsher reality. Speak, what is it that you require of me? Wang Yu placed his hat on the table, the brim making a crisp sound as it struck the surface. He was acutely aware that his cousin would not have ventured to the frontier without reason. This member of Skynet was of the same rank as their superior. Suddenly, Wang Yu pulled out a stack of documents from his pocket and slammed them onto the coffee table. As the papers scattered, the words Equity Transfer Agreement became visible. Wang Yu's pupils dilated in shock as he reached for the documents, only to have his cousin firmly restrain his wrist. Why the rush? Allow me to finish. My family's company has tasked me with overseeing a newly developed project in the Western region. As you know, I find those financial statements utterly confounding. Wang Yu shrugged, then produced a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, resting them on the bridge of his nose. Thus, I conceived a brilliant plan. You shall take charge of this project. Your salary will remain intact, and there will be additional bonuses. What do you think? Wang Yu's lips twitched involuntarily. I won't have to continue my guard duty here. Wang Yu chuckled. Of course not. But should a crisis arise, I will need you to return for support. He recalled the time when Wang Yu had unwittingly landed him in a predicament during a family gathering, and a sense of wariness began to rise within him. You wouldn't be trying to trick me again, would you? How could I? You're my cousin after all. I'm more than eager to assist you, and moreover, I can speak favorably on your behalf to the headquarters regarding the company project, facilitating your swift return from this exile. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes brightened considerably at the prospect of leaving this place. Deal. He seized a pen and flamboyantly inscribed his name on the agreement. And before the ink had dried, he heard Wang Yu clap and laugh heartily. I knew my cousin would be loyal. Starting tomorrow, you shall be my chief steward. With a smirk, he thought he had found his trusty aide, allowing him to focus all his energy on cultivating Lu Yao's skills. As night descended, Wang Yu, who had intended to sleep, was suddenly roused by a gruff voice. The visitor was none other than Chun Xiao, the commander of the Western Frontier Division. Adorned in a specially designed camouflage uniform, he bore a gold-plated lighter at his waist, resembling a husky that had strayed into a wolf pack. Come, Wang Yu, let us spar. You came all this way just to fight me at this hour? Wang Yu's face darkened, clearly reluctant. I've heard tales of your prowess in the past, and knew you to be formidable. However, after witnessing this recent incident, my respect for you has grown immensely. I cannot resist the urge to engage in a friendly duel and ascertain the extent of our strength disparity. The night was as dark as ink, and the military base on the borders of the western frontier lay shrouded in silence. Wang Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes, gazing at the commander before him, who was fixated on him with an intense gaze, seemingly intent on burning away his drowsiness. Wang Yu stifled a yawn, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the sword at his waist. A light chuckle escaped him, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, yet Chun Zhao's indomitable spirit reminded him of comrades he had known in Yun City. Chun Zhao wielded the power of the Tempest, rumored to summon hurricanes of unprecedented ferocity capable of rending steel. As for Wang Yu, though undefeated in the way of the sword, he seldom revealed his true capabilities before others. "Are you certain you wish to spar with me?" Slowly, he drew the Luoyuan sword, and as the blade emerged from its sheath, the air shimmered with subtle ripples. Chun Zhao's pupils constricted, yet he raised his chin defiantly. "Of course, if you can best me, this royal-grade crystal core in my possession shall be yours." This core had been obtained a year prior during a battle at the border, taken from a storm lizard that had just attained royal status. Deal. Wang Yu had been lamenting his failure to acquire a scorpion's crystal core previously. Now, a superior prize lay before him. He lightly tapped the sword's tip against the ground, the blade's energy carving a serpentine fissure into the earth. Chun Zhao inhaled deeply, and a tempest suddenly erupted around him, his camouflage attire rustling fiercely. As his power surged, a sandstorm swiftly took shape, sweeping towards him with jagged stones in tow. Wang Yu remained motionless, the sword sheath held across his chest. At the moment the raging winds collided with the sheath, they dissipated into nothingness. With a flick of his wrist, the Luoyuan sword burst forth with blinding azure light, its brilliance coalescing into a tangible form, reminiscent of a cascading galaxy. Chun Zhao's complexion changed dramatically as he unleashed his wind manipulation ability to its utmost limit, transforming it into a tornado to counter the sword's radiance. Upon their collision, a deafening roar erupted, while wind blades and sword energy intertwined to form a net. The immense commotion attracted a multitude of spectators. The soldiers observing from a distance of 100 meters stood in stunned silence, captivated by this extraordinary clash. Although Chun Zhao's wind manipulation was unparalleled in its ferocity, it was consistently thwarted by an unseen barrier that dissipated its force whenever it approached within 3 feet of Wang Yu. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Chun Zhao's tornado was cleaved in two by the sword's brilliance, dissipating into nothingness. Wang Yu sheathed his sword with a fluid motion, as graceful as the flow of clouds. "You have lost," he declared. Chun Zhao stood frozen in place, and, after a prolonged silence, he could only manage a bittersweet smile and a shake of his head. "The disparity is indeed vast. No wonder the commander holds you in such high regard. You possess such strength at such a young age. Here, take this. A wager is a wager. This royal-class crystal core is now yours." Wang Yu accepted the stone, emanating a gentle green glow. His spirits lifted immensely. Chapter 51. The 9-turned spirit flame. Wang Yu took the stone, radiating a faint green light into his hands, his heart brimming with joy. This royal-grade crystal core would be reserved for Lin Xingwan. Perhaps it would aid her in advancing her cultivation. With that thought, he stored the crystal core within his storage ring. It seemed that in future encounters with formidable beasts of a superior rank, he ought to exercise a gentler approach, lest he find himself bereft of even a single crystal core. His prowess had reached a point where he no longer required such artifacts for enhancement. Hence, during each encounter with powerful beasts, Wang Yu would obliterate them in a single strike, leaving not a trace behind. The following morning, Lu Yao burst into Wang Yu's room, her face alight with excitement. "Brother, I succeeded already?" Observing Lu Yao's disheveled appearance, it was evident that she had spent the entire night in rigorous training. Wang Yu chuckled gently, brushing the grime from her face. "You're already at the pinnacle of the high tier. It seems you're on the verge of breaking through to the spirit tier. Hee. It's all thanks to your guidance and the techniques Sister Xingwan taught me that I could advance so quickly. First, go wash up. After training all night, you look as if you've rolled in coal." Once she had cleansed herself, the young girl emerged looking entirely refreshed. Wang Yu carefully examined Lu Yao's spiritual power, noting that her late-stage high-tier energy was several times denser than that of an ordinary high-tier practitioner, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Hee. Last night, I had a moment of enlightenment and developed a few new techniques. Do you want to see, brother? Lu Yao twirled with pride, her skirt fluttering in the breeze infused with the fragrance of the Qingling grass. After a night of cultivation, her mastery of fire abilities had become more adept, and she was eager to demonstrate a new ultimate move to Wang Yu. With her palm facing outward, a brilliant red flame suddenly manifested, only to instantaneously split into 9 finer streams of fire, each entwined with emerald green spiritual energy patterns. Brother, this is my new technique, combining the Xian Yuan Ju with my fire abilities, and I call it 9-turn spirit flame. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly as the 9 flames wove together in the air. Lu Yao clenched her fists in excitement, the 9-turn spirit flame dancing at her fingertips like a lively serpent. Wang Yu nodded lightly, his fingertip brushing against the void, allowing the trajectories of the flames to manifest with exquisite clarity in his consciousness. The division of the fire into 9 streams was indeed a brilliant concept. Yet the integration of the spiritual energy patterns with the fire's core remained insufficiently thorough. He flicked his finger, sending a wisp of sword energy into the core of the flames, causing the red fire to burst forth with a green radiance. Try reversing the flow of the Xian Yuan Ju, using fire as the guide and spirit as the pivot. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with understanding as she adjusted her spiritual energy accordingly. In an instant, the 9 flames coalesced into tangible forms, transforming into 9 interwoven fiery swords, their red patterns spreading like veins within the crimson blaze. Wang Yu chuckled softly. Now this technique truly possesses a spirit's resonance. The next morning, the siblings stepped out of the command center and returned to the border battlefield. Lu Yao's spiritual energy fluctuations were nearing the threshold of the spirit tier, while Wang Yu deliberately suppressed his own aura, lest he frighten away the nearby beasts. They made their way directly to the border's desolate battlefield, Lu Yao's silver eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. There, they encountered an early-stage, earth-armored beast of the soldier rank. Wang Yu pointed towards the lurking beast atop the distant hill, its carapace forged like dark iron, an ideal adversary for honing fire-based abilities. Let us choose it, he declared. It appeared quite resilient, perfect for testing the potency of my new techniques. Lu Yao lightly tapped her toes, and a 9-turning spiritual flame coalesced into a net of blades, enveloping the beast in a tempest of fire. The earth-armored beast roared, stirring the ground beneath it, yet its heavy armor became an encumbrance at that moment. Lu Yao's fiery blades weaved through the cracks of its shell, crimson spiritual patterns subtly infiltrating its interior. Wang Yu observed with folded arms, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Lu Yao had absorbed his guidance and even innovated the technique of spiritual fire corrosion. After a fierce battle lasting a mere quarter of an hour, the earth-armored beast finally revealed its fatal weakness under the relentless assault of flames. Lu Yao sprang forth, merging her 9 swords into a radiant beam of light that precisely pierced the heart of the beast. As the creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, she felt her spiritual energy undergo a profound transformation, breaking through the initial barrier of the spirit level as if it were mere paper. Had he broken through? Wang Yu approached with a smile, only to see Lu Yao's delicate face turn pale, the exhaustion of her spiritual energy evident. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, he infused her with soothing energy, calming the turmoil within her meridians like a spring breeze bringing rain. Suddenly, a series of urgent sounds pierced the air, and several disheveled figures were seen fleeing in panic. The high-tier, crimson-scaled serpent. Lu Yao's pupils constricted. Those 10 or so massive red serpents, adorned with scale wings, were indeed fearsome beings at the pinnacle of the warrior level. Brother, Lu Yao's silver eyes turned cold, and the 9-turning spiritual flame ignited once more. Sit down and consolidate your cultivation. Consider this giant serpent your first opponent in breaking through the spirit level. As he spoke, Wang Yu cast a sudden icy glare at the fierce serpent, which immediately froze in place, paralyzed by his imposing aura. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yao clenched her fists, channeling her initial spirit energy like a tidal wave. Gradually, a searing light enveloped her, growing ever more intense. With a soft exclamation, the flames dissipated, and Lu Yao slowly opened her eyes, attuning herself to the changes within her energy. "Brother, I am ready now. Leave the next part to me." With his approval, Lu Yao lightly touched the ground, and the 9 turning spiritual flame instantly consolidated around her into 9 crimson long swords. As her thoughts flowed, crimson spiritual patterns danced across the blade's surfaces, writhing as if alive. The young woman leapt into the air, her garments fluttering like petals infused with the fresh scent of qingling grass, transforming her into a blazing meteor. Wang Yu retracted his aura, and the previously prostrate crimson-scaled serpent now rose. The serpent emitted a piercing shriek as it unfurled its scale wings and dove downwards. Unfazed, Lu Yao advanced, weaving a fiery net with her spiritual flame swords to intercept the serpent's assault. She discerned that although the serpent's scale wings were tough, there were subtle weaknesses at the joints, presenting an opportune moment to utilize the spiritual fire corrosion technique. "Break for me!" Lu Yao cried out, and the 9 fiery swords suddenly split into 72 streams of light, entwining around the serpent's body like ethereal snakes. The crimson flames seeped through the gaps in the scales, while the emerald spiritual patterns rapidly corroded the structure of its hide. Several crimson-scaled serpents writhed in agony, only to discover that their struggles accelerated the encroachment of the flames. Wang Yu observed the battlefield from a distance, nodding slightly. Lu Yao not only adeptly employed her self-created spirit erosion technique, but also seamlessly integrated the flow of the Xian Yuan formula with her fiery abilities. The seemingly random trajectories of fire were, in truth, in harmony with a profound array structure. Suddenly, the crimson-scaled serpent, enduring the torment of the flames, forcefully broke through the fiery net. Its scaled wings surged towards Lu Yao, carrying a scorching wave of heat. The young woman's countenance shifted slightly, yet she remained composed. She swiftly summoned all her spirit flame swords, forming a swirling shield of fire before her. As the colossal serpent collided with the shield, Lu Yao leveraged the recoil to drift backward while covertly channeling her reversed spirit energy, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. Not yet sufficient. Wang Yu's voice resonated in her mind, laced with a hint of amusement. The true killing move often lies in the most unexpected of places. Lu Yao's spirit jolted as she recalled her brother's guidance from last night's training, to use fire as a guide and spirit as the pivot. In a moment of clarity, she reversed the flow of her 9-turn spirit flame just before the Serpent King's second assault. The spirit energy that was originally eroding from the outside and was instantly transformed to detonate from within. The young girl formed seals with her 10 fingers, sending 72 streams of fire deep into the Serpent King's scales. In the next instant, a blinding azure radiance erupted from the vast body of the crimson-scaled serpent. Verdant spirit energy patterns spreading like a web across its form, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the shower of shattered scales, Lu Yao stood suspended in the air, her initial stage spirit energy fluctuations becoming increasingly solidified. To her delight, she realized that this life-and-death struggle had elevated her mastery over spirit energy to a new level. Indeed, Wang Yu approached slowly, lightly tapping Lu Yao's forehead, channeling a wisp of dissipating spirit energy into her meridians. However, the true battlefield is ever-changing. Remember to observe your surroundings during an attack, and check for lurking enemies. Yes, Lu Yao nodded earnestly, her silver eyes igniting with fervent battle intent. The smoke of war still lingered in the distant border battlefield, yet the silhouettes of the brother and sister had become the most resplendent dawn upon this desolate land. Chapter 52. What is your relationship? The imposing alloy doors of the command center slid open silently amidst the fluctuations of spiritual energy, allowing Wang Yu and Lu Yao to step inside. Dozens of communications officers were urgently coordinating, their voices intertwining in the air like electric currents. There were abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the direction of the Scorpion King's lair. Minister Chun had led a team out half an hour ago, and now communication was silent. Is that Mr. Wang Yu? What has happened? Where is Captain Chen Xiao? Just moments ago, we dispatched several officials to investigate the area where you previously battled the Scorpion King. The reports indicate that a centipede king of royal caliber has appeared there. It seems to have some connection to the Scorpion King, as it was drawn to the ruins shortly after the latter's demise. What? A centipede? But they are not of the same species. How could there be such a connection? Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. How could a scorpion and a centipede be intertwined? Even he, despite his extensive experience, found it perplexing. While there might be some correlation, it need not necessarily indicate that kind of relationship. It could also be one of symbiosis or competition. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Therefore, Captain Chun personally led the charge to eliminate this aberrant beast. Yes. And he instructed me to let you know to hurry over once you return. I understand. I will head there immediately. Lu Yao's silver eyes swept over the data, flickering at the intelligence station, her fingertips instinctively tightening around her brother's sleeve. However, Wang Yu merely chuckled softly, tucking the loose strands of the young girl's hair behind her ear. Yao Yao, you stay here and wait for my return. This time, Wang Yu did not intend to take Lu Yao with him. She did not protest, but obediently nodded. A sword light streaked across the sky as Wang Yu stood upon a flying sword, his garments billowing in the rush of wind. The scenery below receded like a flowing river, his gaze fixed on the area shrouded in poisonous mist, the former lair of the Scorpion King. That Chen Xiao, he truly is a bit impulsive, Wang Yu mused, a slight smile playing on his lips while a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. With a flick of his fingers, he increased the speed of the flying sword, the air splitting with a sharp whistle. As he pierced through the veil of toxic fog, the sight before him caused his brow to furrow. The land within several miles had turned into a charred wasteland, the surface riddled with crisscrossing ravines. A few members of the Sky Net lay sprawled at the edge of the battlefield, clearly incapacitated. Wang Yu administered antidotes to them before soaring back into the air. In the center of the battlefield, a colossal centipede, measuring over 100 meters in length, reared its forebody, its black exoskeleton glinting coldly in the sunlight. Its hundreds of legs resembled sharp sickles, each movement etching deep gashes into the ground. Most horrifying were the pincers on its head, continuously dripping corrosive venom that sizzled upon contact with the earth, releasing a noxious smoke. Chen Xiao, Wang Yu's gaze sharpened as he spotted a familiar figure kneeling 10 paces from the Centipede King. Chen Xiao's battle attire was tattered, and his left arm bore an unnatural purplish-black hue. The Centipede King emitted a piercing shriek, its pincers raised high, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Suddenly, a resonant sword sound reverberated across the battlefield. Wang Yu's flying sword arrived with remarkable swiftness, interposing itself above Chen Xiao's head just before the pincers could descend. The seemingly ordinary blade clashed with the colossal pincers, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. A shock wave erupted from the point of impact, sending surrounding debris flying. The bystanders, caught in the blast, were also propelled away. How infuriating! There were far too many injured nearby. It seemed prudent to restrain oneself. Yet, gazing at this grotesque creature, he yearned to strike it down until not a remnant remained. The Centipede King let out a pained howl, retracting its pincers as though shocked. A deep gash appeared on its formidable claw, from which green ichor flowed profusely. Just in time, Chen Xiao coughed up a mouthful of black blood, straining to lift his gaze towards the descending figure. This adversary was far more formidable than the intelligence suggested. One must be wary of its. Before he could finish his thought, Chen Zhao's eyes widened in alarm. Enraged by its injury, the Centipede King began to thrash its segmented abdomen, launching countless venomous spines like a torrential downpour towards the two men. More terrifying was its exhalation of a thick, toxic mist, which began to corrode even the rocks in its path. Wang Yu's expression remained unfazed. With a gesture of his left hand, he summoned a faint golden barrier that enveloped Chen Xiao, himself, and numerous injured individuals in an instant. The poisonous spines struck the barrier, producing a sound reminiscent of rain on banana leaves. Yet they failed to create even the slightest ripple. The corrosive mist surged outside the barrier, unable to penetrate it. "You should rest," Wang Yu said, tossing a small jade vial to Chun Xiao without turning back. The vial contained a potion that could temporarily suppress the toxin. "Once you've recovered sufficiently, evacuate everyone here." Chun Xiao accepted the vial, watching as Wang Yu proceeded with an air of nonchalance towards the frenzied Centipede King. Its carapace can deflect most spiritual attacks. "We've tried." Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating his understanding. At that moment, the Centipede King had adjusted its stance, dozens of tentacles shooting forth from its maw, each possessing the power to pierce mountains. These tentacles twisted and turned in the air, assailing Wang Yu's vital points from various angles. Such theatrics, Wang Yu chuckled lightly, waving his hand casually. The flying sword traced a simple arc in the air, severing all tentacles at their roots, and a fountain of green ichor erupted forth. The Centipede King let out a deafening roar, its severed tentacles writhing on the ground as if animated by a life of their own, crawling towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu brought his fingers together and made a gentle motion. The severed tentacles spontaneously ignited, turning to ash in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him began to heave, as the Centipede King had stealthily buried a portion of its body underground. It suddenly erupted from the earth, its gaping maw aimed directly at Wang Yu's legs. Wang Yu merely stomped his foot lightly. This seemingly casual action triggered a seismic upheaval, the ground within a 100-meter radius undulating like waves. The Centipede King was forcibly thrust from the earth, its massive form twisting and struggling in midair. Chun Xiao and the others stood agape, astonished. "Wow, is this guy really that formidable?" At this moment, Chun Xiao comprehended the reason behind Wang Yu's instruction to evacuate everyone. There was a certain intrigue in the air. Wang Yu gazed upwards at the struggling giant beast, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The Centipede King was not only physically formidable, but also wielded earth-based spiritual power with remarkable proficiency. It was no wonder it could severely injure a master like Chun Xiao. The Centipede King crashed heavily to the ground, yet immediately coiled its body into a defensive posture. Its exoskeleton shimmered with enigmatic runes, and the toxic gas drifting in the surrounding air surged towards it with fervor. Wang Yu could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy in this area was rapidly being contaminated, transforming into toxic attribute energy suitable for the Centipede King. "Wang Yu, it is altering the environment." Chun Xiao, having regained his composure after taking medicine, exclaimed anxiously. The previous lair of the Scorpion King had already been transformed into a toxic domain. The longer they lingered here, the more advantageous it would be for the beast. He then led everyone away from the location. As if to corroborate Chun Xiao's words, a purple-black mist began to rise around the Centipede King, with a noxious liquid seeping from the fissures in the ground. Wang Yu's expression turned serious. He made a gesture with his right hand, and the flying sword returned to his palm. The blade ignited with a pure white light, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding murky toxic mist. "I had intended to indulge you a bit longer," Wang Yu murmured as he caressed the sword, his tone turning cold. "But it seems you, vile creature, have overstepped your bounds." Sensing a lethal threat, the Centipede King abruptly coiled its body into a spiral, releasing a torrent of toxic gas from the crevices of its exoskeleton. These toxic vapors crystallized in mid-air into countless minute poisonous needles, raining down upon Wang Yu. Simultaneously, hundreds of its legs plunged into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Wang Yu stood his ground, merely tapping the tip of his sword against the ground. An invisible wave emanated from him, and all the incoming poisonous needles froze in mid-air, disintegrating into powder at a distance of 3 feet. The trembling of the earth ceased abruptly as the wave passed, as if forcibly suppressed by a power of a higher order. Roaring in defiance, the Centipede King unleashed a guttural growl, suddenly revealing its grotesque maw, where a sphere of highly concentrated venom coalesced in its throat. This venomous orb gleamed a disquieting deep purple, flickering with arc-like sparks of light, evidently its ultimate move. Yet, At that moment, Wang Yu made an unexpected maneuver. He sheathed his sword, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly prepared to take the blow with his bare body. The venomous sphere shot forth, corroding the air in its wake. Just as it was about to strike Wang Yu's chest, a slender hand effortlessly intercepted it. The deadly toxin, potent enough to corrode gold and iron, writhed in his palm, yet could not inflict the slightest harm upon that seemingly ordinary hand. Is this all? Wang Yu tilted his head, applying a slight pressure with his fingers. The venomous orb, as if compressed by an unseen force, swiftly diminished in size, ultimately condensing into a droplet of crystalline purple liquid suspended at his fingertip. For the first time, fear flickered in the lantern-like eyes of the Centipede King. It instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find that the surrounding space had been sealed off without its knowledge. Its massive form resembled an insect trapped in a cage, unable to move even a single leg. Wang Yu advanced slowly, and with each step he took, fine cracks appeared upon the carapace of the Centipede King. By the time he stood before the colossal beast, its seemingly indestructible shell was marred by a web of fissures, from which green bodily fluid incessantly seeped. "What is your connection to the Scorpion King?" Wang Yu questioned, fixing his gaze upon the compound eyes of the Centipede King, his voice unassuming yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The Centipede King thrashed violently, emitting an incomprehensible hiss from its mandibles. Wang Yu shook his head suddenly. The drop of venom at his fingertip glimmered with a blinding violet light. "If you choose not to speak, so be it." A white beam of sword light sliced silently through the heavens. The creature's cries were obliterated in the ensuing roar. Its shell began to disintegrate from the core, the chitinous plates crumbling to dust. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious entity completely vanished from existence, leaving not a trace behind. Only the gentle breeze, stirred by the swordsman sheathing his blade, caressed the desolate valley. Chapter 53. Trial completed. Wang Yu surveyed his surroundings. The recent strike had dispelled the toxic gas as well. Gazing down from above, the poisonous mist in this area resembled a vast, dark purple ring. He released his fingers, and the droplet of highly compressed venom plummeted to the ground. Upon contact with the earth, the toxic fog within a 100-mile radius was entirely absorbed, forming a pristine, spherical space. "Wait! Oh no! My crystal core!" Wang Yu turned back to the spot where the Centipede King had been. All that remained was a colossal pit. The aberrant beast and its crystal core had been reduced to dust. Far away, a dilapidated castle lay in ruins. 1,000 miles from Huagua, within its confines, sat a man cloaked in black. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. "Cursed be it! First my Scorpion King, and now even the Centipede King. Wang Yu has consecutively slain 2 of my beloved pets. You truly are an exceedingly perilous individual." After the battle concluded, Wang Yu returned to the command center with the others. "Brother, you have finally returned." As soon as Lu Yao saw Wang Yu, she rushed towards him. She clutched his arm tightly, scrutinizing him for any signs of injury. "I'm fine," Wang Yu replied with a smile. "By the way, Captain Shun, there is something I haven't mentioned. My sister has broken through to the spirit level. Her trial is thus complete, and I intend to take her home." Upon hearing this, Chun Zhao's eyes flickered with surprise and admiration. "She has advanced to the spirit level so swiftly? Miss Lu Yao's talent is indeed remarkable." Lu Yao, feeling a bit shy, lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "It's all thanks to my brother's guidance." Wang Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "This girl has worked hard on her own as well." Standing at the entrance of the Western Frontier branch, Lu Yao lightly twirled a strand of her hair, her gaze filled with reluctance. Wang Yu tousled his sister's hair again and chuckled. "What's the matter? Reluctant to leave? Didn't you always complain about the harsh winds and sand here? Wanting to return to headquarters?" "Not at all," Lu Yao pouted. "I simply think that Captain Shun and the others are quite nice, and this is where I fought my first real battle." A glimmer of pride crossed Wang Yu's eyes. The young woman before him had grown capable of standing on her own, having even achieved a breakthrough to the spirit level in the battle just 3 days prior. "Wang Yu, Lu Yao," a rugged voice called from the entrance of the branch. Chen Xiao strode forward, accompanied by several team members. This captain of the Western Frontier Branch was a burly figure, a scar running from his brow to his chin, a remnant from a battle with a terrestrial beast 2 years prior. Captain Chun, Wang Yu nodded in greeting. Thank you for your care during this time. Chen Xiao heartily patted Wang Yu's shoulder. No need for pleasantries. If it weren't for you, our branch would have suffered greatly this time. He turned to Lu Yao, his eyes reflecting admiration. This little girl has made rapid progress, advancing to the spirit level in just a few days, far surpassing our performance back in the day. He cast his gaze towards the distant area where a battle had recently transpired. The toxic mist had completely dissipated, allowing sunlight to once again grace the land. That Centipede King is extraordinary, Wang Yu remarked solemnly. It bears a striking resemblance in energy to the Scorpion King from our last encounter. Chen Zhao's expression immediately turned grave. Similar to the Scorpion King? Wang Yu nodded. Either these two aberrant beasts share a subordinate relationship, or they are being manipulated by the same force. Wang Yu retrieved a small jade vial from his bosom and handed it to Chen Xiao. This is an antidote pill crafted from the venom sac of the Centipede King. It proves remarkably effective against ordinary poison-type aberrant beasts. Chen Xiao accepted the vial, carefully stowing it away. Take care. The Western Frontier Division will always welcome your return. The team members also stepped forward to bid farewell. Lu Yao, with reddened eyes, embraced each person. Several members had come to her aid during her solitary night training, and there was even a kind-hearted older sister who would bring her food. Observing his sister's interactions, Wang Yu felt a smile unconsciously tug at his lips. He gazed up at the sky, unmarred by clouds, a splendid day for a journey. Let us depart, Yao Yao, he softly urged. By the way, Wang Yu, I'll leave this to you. Chen Xiao handed a toy beetle to Wang Yu. I must say, Chun, your taste seems a bit off. Toys for children should not be either spiders or beetles. What do you know? Allowing children to play with such things fosters courage. Just please ensure this reaches my daughter. Understood. The two ascended on their flying sword, their figures gradually diminishing against the vast expanse of the Gobi. Chen Xiao remained rooted in place, watching until they vanished beyond the horizon. Captain, who exactly is Wang Yu? A new team member could not restrain their curiosity. That Centipede King is a pinnacle-level aberrant beast, even beyond the captain's capabilities. And yet Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze, speaking with profound significance. He is the nation's sword, and a nightmare for certain insects. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated castle 1,000 miles away, a man in a black cloak wiped the blood from his lips. Why do you think this is the end? He chuckled coldly, retrieving a pitch-black crystal core from his robe. The plan has only just begun. On the other side, as Wang Yu was traversing the path, he abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as he looked skyward. Brother, what is wrong? Lu Yao queried, puzzled. Wang Yu shook his head. It's nothing. Perhaps just a fleeting illusion. Yet he secretly heightened his vigilance, his spiritual energy quietly circulating within. I can't shake the feeling that someone is whispering my name from behind. Yao Yao, on our journey ahead, no matter what occurs, stay close to me. Do you understand? Lu Yao sensed the seriousness in her brother's tone and nodded earnestly. Understood. The two continued their flight, the setting sun stretching their shadows long and slender. Chapter 54. Lu Yao's resolution. Upon returning to Kyoto, Wang Yu and his sister Lu Yao made their way home. On a summer afternoon in Kyoto, sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm glow on the bluestone path, while the air was suffused with the fragrance of locust flowers. Standing at the doorstep, Wang Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar scent that he had long missed. He turned to his sister, who was gazing up at their villa. How does it feel to be back home? He inquired softly, reaching out to gently pat her head. Lu Yao shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. It feels somewhat unreal. When I left, I thought I would be away for quite a long time. I didn't expect to return so soon, less than half a month after my journey in the West. The expedition had transformed Lu Yao far beyond his expectations. Not only had she made significant strides in her cultivation, but her character had also undergone remarkable changes. There was now a newfound determination in her brow, and her movements exuded a calm confidence. Wang Yu stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. Almost simultaneously, hurried footsteps echoed from within the house. The door creaked open, revealing the delighted face of Wang Yan. Brother, Yao Mei. she exclaimed, disregarding her poised demeanor as she enveloped them both in a warm embrace. You're finally back. Mother has been fretting daily. I thought my ears would wear out from her incessant worrying. Wang Yu stumbled back a step, laughing as he patted her back. Sister, take it easy. I can hardly breathe. Wang Yan released them, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she scrutinized them closely. Was it very difficult in the West? Did you sustain any injuries? Her gaze lingered more on Lu Yao, keenly noticing the subtle shifts in her demeanor. Come in, don't just stand there at the door. Wang Yan urged, quickly pulling out her phone to inform Yang Jingyi of their return. Upon receiving the news, Yang Jingyi canceled all her engagements and rushed home. Yeah. Yang Jingyi's voice trembled slightly. When she caught sight of her children seated in the living room, her eyes brimmed with tears. Wang Yu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Mother, I have brought Lu Yao back safely. However, Lu Yao dashed into Yang Jingyi's embrace, her voice choked with emotion. Mom, I missed you so much. Yang Jingyi held Lu Yao tightly, her heart aching. My dear Yao, you have endured so much. She lifted her gaze to Wang Yu, her eyes filled with tenderness. Wang Yu offered a gentle smile, subtly shaking his head to indicate that all was well. With a sigh of relief, Yang Jingyi took both of their hands, examining them closely. Let me have a good look at you both. Lu Yao's gaze was resolute and clear, the innocence in her brow replaced by a newfound composure. Good. Yang Jingyi murmured, her heart filled with both pride and concern. Please sit for a moment. I will prepare your favorite dishes. At that moment, Wang Yin approached. Yao Mei, I prepared several new outfits for you, all in the latest styles from Kyoto. The harsh winds of the West have surely rendered your old clothes unwearable. Thank you, sister, Lu Yao replied with a grateful smile as Wang Yin led her upstairs. At lunchtime, the kitchen was indeed bustling with a sumptuous array of dishes. Yang Jingyi incessantly served food to the two, her eyes brimming with affection. Eat more. Strengthen your body. Wang Yu smiled graciously, accepting his mother's goodwill, while also noting the change in Lu Yao's eating posture. No longer did she devour her meal ravenously. Instead, she savored each bite like a refined lady. This transformation had been inconceivable before. Yao, Yang Jingyi observed her daughter's change and tentatively inquired, How are you adjusting to the West frontier? Lu Yao set down her chopsticks and responded earnestly. Initially, it was quite challenging. The wind and sand were overwhelming, the climate arid, and the cuisine completely different. She paused briefly before continuing. However, the locals are very warm-hearted, and my older brothers and sisters at the branch have taken great care of me. Wang Yu interjected at the right moment. Yao has performed remarkably well. The captain at the branch mentioned her exceptional talent and rapid progress. Really? Does that mean our family will soon boast another female warrior? Wang Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she looked at Lu Yao. A blush crept onto Lu Yao's face at the praise. After dinner, the living room was suffused with a delicate fragrance of tea. Lu Yao set her cup down and fixed her gaze on Wang Yu with unwavering determination. Brother, I wish to apply to Tianfu Academy for training and study. Her voice, though soft, rendered the entire room silent. Yang Jingyi's teacup quivered slightly in her hand. Yeah, you've just returned. Wang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Tianfu Academy? The premier institution for awakened ones. Wang Yu had mentioned Tianfu Academy to them before and knew that he had been discovered by the Skynet when he first awakened and subsequently trained there for a period. He regarded his sister thoughtfully, a faint smile gracing his lips. During my time in the West Frontier, I came to deeply recognize my shortcomings. Lu Yao clasped her hands on her knees, her knuckles turning slightly white. Brother has also said that my potential in fire-type abilities is significant, but it requires systematic training. Yang Jingyi's eyes flickered with concern, but, Mom, Lu Yao interrupted her mother unusually. I want to be able to assist brother on the battlefield. This statement left Yang Jingyi momentarily stunned. She turned to Wang Yu, seemingly seeking his support. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu felt it was reasonable. After all, he was not well-versed in fire-type abilities. He could at most teach her how to wield a sword. Yet, the sword forged from flames fundamentally relied on fire. To unleash its true power, specialized guidance from a teacher proficient in fire abilities was essential. Wang Yu gently set down his teacup. Tianfu Academy is indeed the most suitable place for Yao Yao. He then turned to his sister. However, you have already reached the spirit tier. Wouldn't it be somewhat unfair to the others there? I understand, Lu Yao replied, her eyes ignited with determination. I merely wish to learn some combat knowledge and pick up a few formidable techniques. Wang Yu gazed at his sister's resolute expression and sighed softly. Yao has truly grown up. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved an ancient jade slip from his pocket. Having made your decision, here it is. Lu Yao took the jade slip, feeling the powerful surge of spiritual energy within it, and looked up in astonishment. What is this? This is a set of sword techniques tailored for your fire-related abilities, Wang Yu explained. Familiarize yourself with it first. There will be more opportunities to learn once you enroll. Lu Yao grasped the jade slip tightly, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and determination. Thank you, brother. I will not disappoint you. She then turned her gaze to Yang Jingyi and Wang Yan. Though Yang Jingyi felt reluctant, she understood this was the best choice for her daughter. Yaya, you must decide for yourself. Wang Yan also expressed her support for Lu Yao's decision. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yao looked at Wang Yu. Brother, may I report to the academy tomorrow? Yao Yao, have you truly thought this through? Wang Yu asked softly. Lu Yao gazed at the brother who had saved her and provided her with a warm home, nodding firmly. Brother, I do not wish to remain forever sheltered under your wings. I desire to grow stronger, strong enough to fight alongside you. Then I shall entrust this to you in advance. Wang Yu fell silent for a moment before gently tapping her forehead with his hand. A golden light penetrated her brow. What is this? Lu Yao felt new information flooding her mind. This is a set of fire-based combat techniques I discovered in a palace within a secret realm. Called 9 Transformations of the Flame Phoenix, Wang Yu explained. Wait until you reach the earth level before attempting to practice it. For now, just remember it. Wang Yu referred to the palace that was previously known as the Temple of Annihilation in Yuncheng, but it should now be called the Sword God Temple. After Wang Yu stored that palace within his sword, all the treasures, spiritual herbs, and even the martial arts manuals inside became accessible to him. Lu Yao nodded earnestly, tears of emotion glistening in her eyes. Brother, once I reach the earth level, I will come find you. Wang Yu gently patted her head, saying, Then I shall eagerly await that day. Chapter 55. Tianfu Academy. On the following morning, Lu Yao, struggling to hold back tears, implored, Mom, sister, please don't be this way. I am not leaving forever. Yang Jingyi embraced her daughter tightly, reminding her to keep in touch and to reach out if she needed anything. Wang Yan handed her sister a small bag filled with various trinkets and clothes that might come in handy at the academy. Finally, Wang Yu approached Lu Yao and gently patted her shoulder, advising her to remember that the path of cultivation is long and that she should not rush for quick results. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to contact me at any time. Lu Yao took a deep look at her family before turning to follow Wang Yu into the vehicle. As he observed her in the car, a flicker of complex emotions passed through Wang Yu's eyes. He was aware that from this day forth, his sister would embark on her own journey. As her elder brother, he felt a mix of pride and concern. Lu Yao had already attained the spirit stage in her cultivation, surpassing the academy's admission criteria. However, this posed no difficulty for Wang Yu, given his connection with the head of the heavenly network. Furthermore, he had also discovered Knight Mingxiang's greatest weakness, leaving him unperturbed about whether Knight Mingxiang would lend assistance. While lost in thought, Wang Yu cast a mischievous glance in Lu Yao's direction. Shortly thereafter, he brought her to Knight Mingxiang's office. Knight Mingxiang was engrossed in reviewing documents and did not lift his head upon hearing the door open. What is it this time? Just leave the documents on the table, he said. Knight Chief, it's been a while. Wang Yu cheerfully exclaimed as he ushered Lu Yao inside. Knight Mingxiang looked up, nearly losing his glasses, and sprang to his feet, flustered as he adjusted his tie. You again? Have you returned from the western frontier so soon? Alas, what can we do? Our Lu Yao is a prodigy. She broke through to the spirit stage in just a few days, far surpassing certain individuals in their youth. Though I shan't name names, he concluded with a teasing lilt, glancing at Knight Mingxiang's reddening face and stifling a chuckle. Knight Mingxiang clenched his pen, his knuckles turning white. You cheeky brat, are you so certain I will assist you? My sister Lu Yao has already reached the spirit stage. Wang Yu pushed Lu Yao forward, eager for response. Hey, are you even listening to me? I haven't even agreed to help you yet. Your audacity knows no bounds. Knight Mingxiang interjected before Wang Yu could finish his thought. Wang Yu smirked. Yao Yao. Upon hearing her name, Lu Yao tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Hello, Uncle Knight. Knight Mingxiang sputtered tea all over, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Wang Yu leaned closer to Knight Mingxiang and whispered, My sister has a particular fondness for mature and composed gentlemen. Truly. Well then, what do you wish to discuss with me? Precisely. My sister Lu Yao, with her spirit stage cultivation, wishes to enter Tianfu Academy for training. That is not permissible. The academy has regulations that prohibit those who have reached a higher cultivation stage from remaining for training. Yi Mingxiang spoke assertively. Yet his gaze frequently wandered towards Lu Yao, who held a particular admiration for the esteemed head of the Tianwang. If our illustrious leader is unable to assist with such a trivial matter, Wang Yu continued to incite. Really? Yi Mingxiang's eyes brightened, and he cleared his throat. Well, regulations can indeed be flexible. Yi Mingxiang promptly straightened his posture, his hair radiating brilliance. In that case, I shall personally call the president of Tianfu Academy. 5 minutes later, having concluded his call, Yi Mingxiang announced, All right, Wang Yu, I have successfully communicated the matter. Thanks to my relentless efforts, the president of Tianfu has consented to Lu Yao's enrollment. He then turned to Lu Yao. Yao Yao, should anyone bully you at the academy, just mention my name. Wang Yu promptly poulet, Yi Mingying aside. Enough, we are pressed for time. Wait. Yi Mingxiang suddenly produced a pink rabbit. Little one, this is for you. Just as Lu Yao accepted the hairpin, Yi Mingxiang rushed into the restroom, exclaiming with delight, Ah, it's so adorable. On the vehicle to the academy, Lu Yao gazed at the hairpin, perplexed. Brother, is this esteemed leader, all right? Wang Yu stifled a laugh. He has his peculiar days, about 30 of them each month. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Wang Yu recalled something. By the way, never wear overly cute dresses in front of Yi Mingxiang. Why? Just trust me on this. After leaving the headquarters, Wang Yu guided Lu Yao towards Tianfu Academy. Nestled amidst towering mountains, the academy's ancient buildings were shrouded in mist. As Wang Yu soared on his flying sword, guiding Lu Yao through the academy's outer barrier, her eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, are those cranes floating in the air? She pointed at several elegant white birds gliding outside. Wang Yu glanced over, a slight smile gracing his lips. Those are spirit beasts belonging to some of the academy's instructors. Anyone who awakens the talent to command beasts can form a contract with them. Once bonded, these animals will heed their master's commands and share the same cultivation level. Moreover, as their master's capabilities grow, so too will the beast's strength. Lu Yao shrank her neck slightly, unable to conceal the excitement in her eyes. Dressed in a light blue dress with her hair simply tied in a ponytail, she radiated youthful vitality. The two descended slowly in the square before the academy's main entrance. As they landed, a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue uniform approached briskly. Captain Wang, it's an honor to finally meet you, he said with a slight bow. I am Zhao Ming, the director of the External Affairs Office at Tianfu Academy, sent by the president to welcome you. Wang Yu nodded and turned to Lu Yao. This is my sister, Lu Yao. She will be a new student at your academy, starting today. Zhao Ming's eyes widened slightly as he regarded Lu Yao, recognizing the unusual spiritual energy emanating from her. Spirit-level cultivation? He inquired in a lowered voice. Wang Yu calmly positioned himself in front of Lu Yao, stating, The Knight Chief must have already conferred with the Dean. Zhao Ming immediately grasped the implication, a smile spreading across his face. Of course. Please follow me. The Dean is awaiting your arrival. As they traversed the expansive stone pathway of the academy, Lu Yao found herself utterly captivated by her surroundings. To her left lay a medicinal garden, where an array of exotic flowers and herbs emitted a faint, ethereal glow. On her right was the training ground, where dozens of students diligently practiced fundamental combat techniques, vibrant threads of spiritual energy intertwining in the air. Brother, this place is immense, Lu Yao whispered in awe. Wang Yu affectionately tousled her hair. There will be ample time to familiarize yourself gradually. Remember, it is vital to maintain a low profile here and refrain from revealing your full capabilities too readily. Lu Yao nodded obediently, though her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Chapter 56. Su Qingxue. The dean's office is situated at the pinnacle of the stargazing tower, the highest point of the academy. Upon entering, an elderly man with white hair, yet a vigorous spirit, stands before the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the entire academy. Dean Lin. Wang Yu offers a slight nod. The elder turns around, his gaze sharp as lightning, momentarily resting on Lu Yao, before dissolving into a warm smile. Is this the prodigious young lady personally recommended by the Knight Commander? Indeed remarkable. Lu Yao, feeling somewhat anxious, greets, "Good day, Dean." Dean Lin gestures for them to take a seat, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, as a cup of steaming tea materializes before each of them. Captain Wang. Technically speaking, Lu Yao's spiritual level exceeds the Academy's admission standards. However, since the Knight Commander has personally intervened, I shall extend this courtesy. Nonetheless, he pauses, his expression turning serious. The Academy has its regulations. Lu Yao must conceal her true capabilities and can only present as a mid-tier practitioner. Otherwise, it may lead to unnecessary complications. Wang Yu nods in agreement. Of course, Yao Yao is very sensible and will not cause any trouble. Furthermore, Dean Lin continues. Given her exceptional circumstances, I have arranged for her to directly enter Class A, under the special guidance of mentor Su Qingxue. At the mention of Su Qingxue's name, Wang Yu's brows furrowed ever so slightly. Mentor Su? Isn't she? Indeed, Dean Lin replies with a knowing glance at Wang Yu. I believe this is the best arrangement for Lu Yao. After leaving the dean's office, Lu Yao curiously inquires, "Brother, who is Mentor Su? Is she formidable?" Wang Yu's expression becomes somewhat complex. She is my former mentor. Her abilities are quite impressive, but her temperament, well, it is rather unique. Just then, a cool voice emanates from behind. Wang Yu, is this the first lesson you imparted to your sister, discussing mentors behind their backs? Lu Yao turns to see a woman clad in a white robe standing at the corridor's end. The woman appears to be in her late 30s, yet possesses a youthful aura that rivals those in their 20s. Her features are exquisite, yet her demeanor is frosty. Her long hair cascades down to her waist, exuding an air of aloofness. Wang Yu rarely exhibits embarrassment. Mentor Su, it has been a long time. Su Qingxue disregards him, striding directly toward Lu Yao. Up close, her eyes reveal a rare crimson hue, as if harboring a blazing world within. Lu Yao, her tone remains icy, yet it carries an almost imperceptible softness. Come with me. I will take you to your dormitory. Lu Yao looks at her brother, uncertain. Wang Yu sighs softly. Go on. Mentor Su will take good care of you. As he watches the two depart, Wang Yu's relaxed demeanor gradually fades. With Mentor Su in charge, Lu Yao's training will undoubtedly be secure. He turns and walks toward a hidden structure deep within the academy. The guards at the entrance salute and permit him entry. Inside the building, a breathtaking sight unfolds. A massive, three-dimensional projection hovers at the center, displaying the distribution of power among the various nations of Blue Star. Wang Yu, you have arrived. An elderly man, stooped and frail, emerged from the shadows. He was one of the few venerable elders within the Sky Network. Individuals who had once made immense contributions to the organization and the nation, only to retreat into seclusion to dedicate themselves to the art of cultivation. During Wang Yu's time of training in Tianfu, he had garnered the attention of this Elder Mo due to his extraordinary talent. Elder Mo himself had awakened to the sword, yet his innate abilities paled in comparison to those of Wang Yu. In the days that followed, Wang Yu would visit Elder Mo daily to engage in discussions about cultivation. Otherwise, given Su Qingxue's capabilities, she would be unable to teach him the art of swordsmanship. Wang Yu nodded, Elder Montak. It has been far too long. Elder Mo shook his head, lamenting, the years have not been kind. Even I cannot discern your cultivation level now. Wang Yu smiled modestly, responding, You flatter me, Elder. Had it not been for your guidance back then, I would not have achieved what I have today. Elder Mo stroked his graying beard, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. It is commendable that the youth knows gratitude. However, your visit today is likely not merely for reminiscing. Wang Yu's expression turned serious as he nodded. Elder Mo, I have brought you a valuable gift. With that, a radiant lotus flower, emanating a spectrum of colors, appeared in Wang Yu's hand. It was the Nirvana sacred lotus he had discovered in the secret realm of Yuncheng. This is the Nirvana sacred lotus. Young man, where did you find such a rare treasure? Elder Mo inquired. While I was in Yuncheng, a secret realm suddenly manifested, and it was within that realm that I discovered this, Wang Yu explained. What? A secret realm? Why did you not inform us? Elder Montag exclaimed. What could I do? If the beasts within that secret realm were to escape, they would pose no threat to me. But what about others? Those creatures are not something they could handle. Wang Yu replied. Indeed, Elder Mo conceded. Then I shall accept this Nirvana sacred lotus as a token of your tuition for my previous guidance. Wang Yu, who had initially appeared amiable, now wore a frown. Oh, old man, you truly bask in the sunlight when given the chance. Tuition? With the scant knowledge you imparted, it would be a struggle just to slay a general-level beast. How can you even say such a thing? All right, I shall not argue with you, young lad. Were it not for your significant contributions to the Sky Network back then, I might have been tempted to slap you right now. Elder Mo gazed meaningfully at the Nirvana sacred lotus in his hand, contemplating its potential to significantly increase the success rate of breaking through to the Imperial tier. Meanwhile, Lu Yao followed Su Qingxue through a bamboo grove. The remnants of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Master, where are we headed? Lu Yao inquired cautiously. To Lingxi residence, Su Qingxue replied without turning her head. It is a peaceful environment, suitable for cultivation. Lu Yao quickened her pace to keep up. Have you known my brother for a long time? Su Qingxue's footsteps subtly hesitated for a moment. Over a decade ago, he too was my student. Then you must know him quite well. Lu Yao's eyes brightened. My brother never speaks of his past. In summary, he is exceptionally formidable and also holds a red token. A red token? What is that? By the way, you have yet to receive your token. With that, he produced a white token. This token, according to the Academy's regulations, is typically black for the students of Tianfu. However, since your capabilities have surpassed those of ordinary students, you have been granted this white token. Henceforth, this will serve as your identification and status within Tianwang. He then briefly explained the significance of the token colors. Does my brother also possess a red token, which means he is a special member? Indeed, 6 years ago, a mysterious foreign organization unleashed a beast tide at the border using a certain form of psychological manipulation. The situation was dire, and the border was nearly overrun. The person dispatched by headquarters for assistance was Wang Yu, who effortlessly quelled the catastrophic beast tide. He also eradicated those responsible for instigating the tide, ultimately reaching their stronghold. However, it seems that the leader of that organization was not present there. Tianwang has been pursuing his whereabouts for years, but due to the international context, little progress has been made. It is precisely because of this remarkable achievement that Wang Yu became one of the only 4 red token holders in Tianwang. Chapter 57. The Fiery Buttocks. It was precisely due to this remarkable achievement that Wang Yu became one of the 4 esteemed holders of the red token within the Sky Network. Who are the other 3, aside from my brother? Lu Yao inquired with curiosity. One of them is the current head of the Sky Network, Yi Mingxiang. The other 2 are venerable elders who made significant contributions in resisting the invasion of the alien beasts. One is Elder Mo, who is currently in seclusion, practicing within our academy. The other is Elder He, who I have heard suffered grave injuries and later retreated to his family to live in seclusion. Lingxi residence is nestled deep within the Yuncheng mountain range, built harmoniously with the surrounding landscape. From a distance, the blue-tiled roofs and white walls are partially concealed among the lush mountains, resembling a delicate ink wash painting. Lu Yao followed Su Qingxue as they ascended the winding mountain path. Teacher Su, why is Lingxi residence constructed at such a high altitude? Lu Yao asked, wiping the sweat from his brow, breathless. The selection of this site emphasizes hiding the wind and gathering energy. The surrounding mountains embrace this place, and the winding streams create a natural gathering of spiritual energy. You will feel it once we arrive, Su Qingxue explained. As they rounded a ridge, a breathtaking view unfolded before them. A cluster of well-ordered buildings lay nestled against the mountainside, with a crystal-clear stream meandering through the center. The gentle sound of flowing water sparkled in the sunlight, while both sides of the stream were adorned with lush bamboo and various flowers, filling the air with a subtle fragrance of flora. "We have arrived," Su Qingxue announced, halting her steps and gesturing ahead. "This is Lingxi residence." Lu Yao's eyes widened. Contrary to his imagination of a resplendent mansion, Lingxi residence exuded a quaint elegance, primarily consisting of two-story wooden structures, with intricately carved cloud patterns adorning the pillars. "Follow me. I will take you to register," Su Qingxue said, leading Lu Yao across a stone arch bridge that spanned the stream, where several koi fish swam gracefully beneath. Beyond the bridge lay the main courtyard of Lingxi residence, where a plaque with golden characters on a black background hung above the entrance, inscribed with the 3 characters for Lingxi residence. Within the courtyard, several students clad in white uniforms were bustling about. Su Qingxue brought Lu Yao before a stern-looking steward, approximately in his 50s. "Steward Lin, this is the new outer disciple, Lu Yao. I kindly request that you arrange for his accommodation." Steward Lin scrutinized Lu Yao for a moment before retrieving a thick ledger from the table. He made a few notations and then produced a jade token, handing it to Lu Yao. "This is your room token. With it, you may access all areas of Lingxi residence. Your accommodation is in room 12 of Zhiyan Pavilion. Morning practice is at the hour of the rabbit, and teachings commence at the hour of the dragon. Your mentor will inform you of the specific rules." Steward Lin's voice was flat and devoid of emotion. After his remarks, he returned to his paperwork. "Sukingsui and Tinyuth. Lingxi residence is divided into different areas based on cultivation level and status. The outermost right side is designated for female students, like your Zhiyan Pavilion. The left side houses male students in Songtao Pavilion, while the central area, closest to the source of Lingxi, is where the mentors reside in Meishua Lodge. Should you have any questions, you may find me in room 8 of Meishua Lodge." Lu Yao nodded respectfully, carefully attaching the jade token to his waist. Leaving the main courtyard, Su Qingxue led Lu Yao eastward along the stream. Along the way, they observed numerous students either meditating by the creek, practicing swordplay amidst the trees, or gathering in small groups for discussions. Each individual appeared deeply focused, and the entire Lingxi residence was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility and concentration. "Here we are. This is Zhu Yuncheng." Su Qingxue indicated a row of quaint cottages nestled within the bamboo grove. Zhu Yuncheng comprises over 100 independent cabins, each approximately 2 zhang square, with a small platform at the entrance adorned with stone tables and benches, constructed entirely of green bamboo. The cottages feature roofs thickly thatched with straw, exuding a rustic yet elegant charm. "This is room 12, Su Qingxue announced as she pushed open the bamboo door of the central cabin. All buildings in Lingxi residence have undergone special treatment, ensuring warmth in winter and coolness in summer, along with excellent sound insulation, making them ideal for quiet cultivation. Upon entering, Lu Yao found the interior simply furnished: a bed, a bookshelf, a writing desk, a chair, alongside a bathroom and necessary living amenities. "All right, you can start unpacking. If you have any questions, feel free to find me," Su Qingxue said before departing. While Lu Yao examined the modest bamboo cabin, her fingers grazed the bamboo writing desk, relishing the cool sensation that met her touch. The bamboo forest outside rustled gently, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of foliage. Although simple, this truly was a splendid place for cultivation. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the serenity. Lu Yao turned in confusion, and before she could respond, the bamboo door was forcefully pushed open, slamming against the wall with a loud thud. At the entrance stood 3 girls clad in white uniforms, led by a young woman who appeared to be around 17 or 18. With an attractive visage tinged with arrogance, her long, dark hair was tied high with a red ribbon. 2 girls, seemingly her followers, flanked her, one with a round face and a plump figure, the other tall and slender. "Are you the new arrival?" The leading girl scrutinized Lu Yao with undisguised disdain. "I heard you were personally recommended by mentor Su Qingxue." Lu Yao blinked, offering an innocuous smile. "Yes, I am Lu Yao. May I ask who you are?" Lu Shi, ranked 23rd among the students of Tianfu Academy. The girl lifted her chin haughtily. I heard you moved into the best room, number 12, right? That room is situated near the source of the Lingxi, where the spiritual energy is most abundant. Understanding now that they were drawn by the allure of the room, Lu Yao sighed inwardly. Encountering such matters on her first day was indeed troublesome. I wasn't aware it was the best room. She maintained her smile. It was assigned by Elder Lin. Lu Shi scoffed. Don't play coy. What right does a newcomer have to occupy such a prime location? Stepping closer to Lu Yao, she warned, if you were wise, you'll go find Elder Lin to change rooms otherwise. Otherwise what? Lu Yao tilted her head, innocently inquiring. A flicker of anger flashed in Lu Shi's eyes as she abruptly raised her hand, a ball of orange-red flame coalescing in her palm. Otherwise, I shall allow you to experience the fury of flames. Lu Yao nearly erupted into laughter internally. Fire abilities? Had she not stumbled upon her area of expertise? How impressive! Lu Yao feigned a visage of fear and admiration, retreating a few steps. Sister Lu's fire abilities were truly formidable. Lu Shi, clearly relishing the flattery, wore a smug smile upon her lips. Now you understand the gravity of the situation? Go and change rooms at once. However, Lu Yao bit her lip, pretending to hesitate. I genuinely adore this room. The view of the bamboo grove outside is simply delightful. And enough with the idle chatter. Lu Ruyin interrupted impatiently, the flames in her hand intensifying. I shall warn you one last time. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lu Yao's eyes as she raised her hands in feigned terror. All right, I concede. Sister Lu, please do not incinerate me. Just as she was about to retract her flames in triumph, Lu Yao's fingers subtly curled behind her back. Huh? She suddenly noticed the flames in her hand dancing uncontrollably. What was happening? The fire, as if animated, leapt from her palm, tracing an arc in the air before landing upon the hem of Lu Shi's skirt. My skirt! Lu Shi shrieked, frantically swatting at her dress. But the flames not only failed to extinguish, they advanced up the fabric instead. Strangely, the fire only consumed Lu Shi's clothing, leaving the surrounding bamboo, furniture, unscathed. Lu Yao feigned panic on the side. Oh my! Sister Lu, your dairy is ablaze. Quickly, put it out. Lu Shi's two lackeys scrambled to assist, but the flames, as if possessing a will of their own, suddenly leapt onto the sleeve of the round-faced girl. My sleeve! The round-faced girl screamed, jumping up in alarm. As the tall girl attempted to aid her, another small flame jumped onto her hair. My hair! The tall girl, in terror, slapped at her head. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Lu Shi spun in place, trying to extinguish the fire on her skirt, while the round-faced girl frantically waved her flaming sleeve and the tall girl bounced about like a startled rabbit. Lu Yao stifled her laughter, pretending to be in a state of panic. Oh dear, how could this happen? Sister Lu, your fire abilities are so potent that they are beyond your control. Silence! Lu Shi shouted in exasperation, finally dousing the flames on her skirt, yet several large holes had been burned into the fabric. More tragically, a portion of her meticulously styled hair had been singed, emitting a burnt odor. Her two lackeys fared no better. The round-faced girl's sleeve was nearly completely destroyed, and the tall girl's bangs were singed and curled, resembling something struck by lightning. You! Lu Shi glared fiercely at Lu Yao, convinced she was the culprit. Lu Yao widened her eyes, feigning innocence. Me? How could that be? I have only just enrolled. I cannot even wield fire yet. She pointed to the rules of the academy displayed on the wall, emphasizing that dueling among students was strictly prohibited, with severe penalties for violators. Lu Shi's face turned a shade of green with fury, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was she who first resorted to threats. Should the matter escalate, it would serve her no advantage. Let us depart. Lu Shi gritted her teeth and declared, turning to leave. Observing the hasty retreat of the three, Lu Yao could no longer contain her laughter. Playing with fire, are we? Should you dare to cause trouble again, I shall let you experience the scorching sensation of a fiery reprimand. Lu Yao shook her head, murmuring softly, while simultaneously brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming life at the academy. Chapter 58. the Chen family banquet having completed the arrangements for Lu Yao's enrollment. Wang Yu found himself enjoying a rare period of leisure. These past few days, apart from spending time at home with his mother and sister, he had been engaging in light banter with Yi Mingqi at headquarters, leading a rather pleasant life. One day, Wang Yin unexpectedly sought out her brother. "Little brother, seeing you so free lately, would you care to accompany me to a banquet?" "What sort of banquet is it? If it's a matchmaking event, I shall decline." "Honestly, sister knows you have a girlfriend. How could I possibly take you to such a place?" "It is, in fact, a banquet hosted by the Chen family to celebrate the 80th birthday of old Master Chen." "The Chen family. Wait, Chen Xiao also shares the surname Chen. Could he be related to this Chen family?" "Oh dear, I just remembered he had asked me to deliver a toy beetle to his daughter." Wang Yu suddenly recalled that Chen Xiao had entrusted him with a task. "Sister, does this Chen family include a person named Chen Xiao?" "Chen Xiao. I seem to have heard of him. He is reputed to be the younger brother of Chen Peng, the current head of the Chen family. However, it appears no one has seen him for ages. It is known that he left the family long ago and returned later with his wife and child. I believe his wife is named Xiangning Xue, and their daughter is Chen Xiaoyu. Not long after, he disappeared again, and no one knows his whereabouts. When his family inquired about his wife, she merely stated he had important matters to attend to, and nothing more." "Ah, I see. In that case, I shall attend the banquet." "What's the matter, brother? Do you know Chen Xiao? Could it be that he is?" "Indeed, but sister, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential." "Understood. I am attending the Chen family banquet, mainly on Chen Zhao's behalf, to deliver an item. Then, let us wait until mother finishes work this evening, and we should go pick her up together." As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, Wang Yu stood before the wardrobe, adjusting the collar of his black suit in the mirror. This bespoke suit had been thoughtfully prepared by his sister, Wang Yin, who insisted that one must dress appropriately for such occasions. "Xiaoyu, are you ready? Mother should be finishing work soon." Wang Yin opened the door and was momentarily taken aback by her brother's upright figure. "Wow, I didn't expect my brother to look quite dashing in formal wear." Wang Yu turned around with a resigned smile. "Sister, please don't tease me. This bow tie is choking me. You'll get used to it." Wang Yin approached and adjusted the bow tie's position for him. "Tonight, the Chen family banquet will gather many of Jiangcheng's elite. You must not bring disgrace to the Wang family." "I'm merely delivering an item and leaving thereafter," Wang Yu shrugged. "I have little interest in such social gatherings." Wang Yin sighed. "You're always so unconventional." However, she lowered her voice, "I have heard that the Zhao family will also be in attendance tonight. They have been targeting us in business lately, so you must be cautious." A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Wang Yu's eyes, but it quickly faded. "Rest assured, I shall not cause trouble unless they go too far." The two drove to the company, where his mother, Yang Jingyi, was already waiting downstairs. Dressed in an elegant, deep blue qipao, she exuded grace. Once she entered the car, they set off toward the most prestigious private club in the capital, Yuncheng Mountain Villa, the venue for the Chen family's banquet that evening. As they traveled, Wang Yu gazed through the car window at the city's shimmering neon lights, his thoughts drifting to the enigmatic beetle toy. Before departing, Chen Xiao had solemnly entrusted it to him, insisting that it be personally delivered to his daughter, Chen Xiaoyu. Though the toy appeared ordinary, Wang Yu sensed a faint energy pulsating within it. Suddenly, Wang Yan's voice drew him back to reality. Yuncheng Mountain Villa was ablaze with lights, its entrance filled with an array of luxurious vehicles. Uniformed attendants respectfully opened the car door for them and guided them into the grand hall. Upon entering, the opulent decor and the throng of elegantly dressed guests made Wang Yu feel somewhat uneasy. Instinctively, he tensed his body, attuned to his surroundings. This was a reflex born from being an awakened one. "Mrs. Wang, Miss Wang, welcome." A middle-aged man approached them. It was Chen Peng, the current head of the Chen family. His gaze fell upon Wang Yu. This is my younger brother, Wang Yu," Wang Yin introduced. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Peng's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. "Ah, so it is young Master Wang. I have long heard of your esteemed name. My father has often spoken of you, and indeed, you possess an extraordinary demeanor." Wang Yu nodded politely. "Hello, Uncle Chen." After exchanging pleasantries, the trio entered the banquet hall. Yang Jingyi was soon surrounded by several colleagues from the hospital, while Wang Yin was drawn away by business associates. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu scanned the room, searching for the figures of Chun Zhao's wife and daughter. "Excuse me, do you know where Chun Zhao's wife and child might be?" Wang Yu inquired of a passing waiter. The attendant hesitated. "I apologize, sir, but I'm not quite sure. However, if it's a child, they should be in the children's area." A gentle voice chimed in from behind him. A female attendant smiled and explained, "Are you looking for her for a specific reason?" Wang Yu nodded. "I have something to deliver on behalf of her father." Her expression suddenly turned cautious. "Mr. Chun Xiao?" It has been quite a while since we last heard from him. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the far end of the banquet hall. Wang Yu keenly sensed that the atmosphere where his mother and sister were located was amiss. "Forgive me, I will seek Miss Xiaoyu later." He hastily apologized to the attendant and hurried towards the source of the disturbance. In the crowd, Wang Yin was encircled by several young men. The leader, clad in a lavishly tailored suit, wore an arrogant smile. "Zhao Mingyuan, please show some respect," Wang Yin said with a cold demeanor. "Why so serious, Miss Wang?" Zhao Mingyuan waved a champagne glass nonchalantly. "I merely wish to invite you for a dance." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Wang Yu's eyes as he prepared to step forward, only to be preempted by a young woman in a red gown who positioned herself protectively in front of Wang Yin. "Zhao Mingyuan, are you bullying others again?" Her voice rang clear and assertive, demanding attention. "Sun Lily? This is none of your business," Zhao Mingyuan replied, his brows furrowing. "How can it not be my business?" Sun Lily retorted, hands firmly on her hips. "Aunt Yang is my mother's close friend. If you dare show disrespect to her daughter, you are challenging the Sun family." The atmosphere tensed, neither side willing to yield. Wang Yu observed discreetly and noted a tall, expressionless man standing behind Zhao Mingyuan. He appeared to be an ordinary bodyguard, yet there was something about him that suggested he was a skilled fighter. "What is going on here?" A commanding voice shattered the stalemate. Chen Peng approached, accompanied by several family elders. Zhao Mingyuan immediately donned a smile. "Uncle Chen, it's merely a small misunderstanding with the Wang family." Chen Peng's gaze swept across the assembled crowd before finally settling on Wang Yin. "Miss Wang, I apologize for the lack of hospitality." Wang Yin nodded slightly. "Uncle Chen, you are too kind." The commotion subsided, but Wang Yu noticed that the bodyguard continued to scrutinize him intently. "Are you Wang Yu?" Sun Lily suddenly stepped in front of him, examining him closely from head to toe. Wang Yu inclined his head politely. "Hello, Miss Sunday. I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance on behalf of my sister." Sun Lily scoffed. "Who helped you?" "I did it for Aunt Yang." She lowered her voice. "But you should be cautious. Zhao Mingyuan has recently hired many skilled bodyguards." A chill ran down Wang Yu's spine, though he maintained a composed "Fade. Thank you for the warning." As the banquet continued, Wang Yu seized an opportunity to discreetly leave the main hall, following the earlier young lady's directions to the children's area. After traversing several corridors, he arrived at a relatively quiet small hall where a few children played. In the corner, a familiar figure caught his eye. A little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, sat alone, fiddling with a plush toy. It was the same girl he had met on the plane with Lu Yao. She bore a resemblance to Chen Xiao, yet her expression was unusually serene, starkly contrasting with the boisterous children around her. "Are you Chen Xiaoyu?" Wang Yu crouched down and gently inquired. The girl looked up, eyeing him warily. "You're the big brother from the plane. I'm Wang Yu, a friend of your father's." He retrieved a beetle toy from his pocket. "He asked me to give this to you." Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Daddy!" She snatched the toy and hugged it tightly to her chest. "Is he okay? When will he come back?" Wang Yu felt a pang in his heart. He is safe, but he cannot return just yet. He hesitated for a moment. "What about your mother?" "Mom is outside, helping to entertain the guests." Xiaoyu caressed the beetle toy before suddenly lowering her voice. "Daddy said that every toy he makes contains a beautiful stone." Wang Yu gazed in astonishment as the little girl deftly twisted open the abdomen of the beetle toy, extracting a stone that emanated a radiant green glow. This stone possessed the remarkable ability to store the energy of awakened beings, akin to the crystalline cores of otherworldly beasts. However, the capacity of such stones to retain energy pales in comparison to that of the crystalline cores. Upon discovering a stone identical to the one found in the previous spider toy, Chen Xiaoyu was finally convinced of the truth of Wang Yu's words. Chapter 59. Zhao Mingyuan's nightmare, Wang Yu gazed intently at the green energy stone in Xiaoyu's hand, his brows furrowing slightly. This special mineral, which stores the energy of awakened beings, appeared to ordinary individuals as merely a beautiful stone. Yet for some, it was a rare and valuable treasure. Big brother, do you recognize this stone? Xiaoyu, perceptive to the change in Wang Yu's expression, clutched the energy stone tightly in her small hand. Daddy said it's our secret. Wang Yu crouched down to meet the little girl's gaze. Indeed, I recognize it. Your father is quite remarkable to have crafted such an intricate object. He gently stroked the beetle toy. You must keep this toy safe and ensure that no one sees the stone inside. All right? Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, then suddenly lowered her voice. Big brother, can you fly? Wang Yu's heart jolted. This seemingly innocent question struck right at the heart of an awakened one's abilities. Why do you ask? Because Daddy can. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once I saw him floating in the garden, just like Superman, but he told me not to tell anyone. As Wang Yu pondered how to respond, a commotion erupted from the banquet hall, followed by the sharp sound of shattering glass. His expression turned serious as his perception instantly expanded. This disturbance originated from the direction of his sister, Wang Yan. Xiaoyu, you stay here and play. I'll check what's happening. Wang Yu instructed hurriedly before striding towards the source of the noise. As he traversed the corridor, his instincts had already honed in on the crux of the conflict. Zhao Mingyuan, flanked by 3 bodyguards, had cornered Wang Yin and Sun Lily. A shattered goblet lay on the floor, red wine spreading like blood across the carpet. Sun Lily, when did your Sun family become the watchdogs for the Wang family? Zhao Mingyuan's voice dripped with derision. Sun Lily's cheeks flushed with anger. Zhao Mingyuan, you, young Master Zhao, Wang Yin interjected, gripping Sun Lily's arm, her tone steady. Tonight is the Chun family's banquet. Causing trouble here benefits no one. Zhao Mingyuan scoffed. What's wrong? Are you afraid? I've heard that your Wang family has encountered quite a few accidents with the project in the eastern part of the city lately. He emphasized the word accidents with a pointed insinuation. Do you require assistance from the Zhao family? A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. The Eastern Project was a key endeavor her sister had been overseeing. Indeed, there had been a series of unfortunate events involving worker injuries and stolen materials last week. It appeared the Zhao family was behind it all. No need. Wang Yu emerged from the crowd, positioning himself next to his sister. The affairs of the Wang family will be resolved by the Wang family. Zhao Mingyuan scrutinized the plainly dressed Wang Yu, a scornful smile curling his lips. Oh, isn't this the young master of the Wang family who has been missing for years? I heard you've been struggling out there, unable even to afford a meal, and now you return to live off your family? A few of Zhao Mingyuan's lackeys erupted in a mocking laughter. Wang Yu, rather than fuming, merely smiled in return. Young Master Zhao, your concern for my personal affairs seems to suggest an infatuation with me. Alas, I have no interest in men, especially those of your well-fed disposition. Laughter erupted in the banquet hall, suffused with a palpable tension. Zhao Mingyuan's face turned ashen. His bodyguard stepped forward, only to be halted by the butler sent by Chun Peng. Esteemed guests, I kindly ask that you extend a favor to the Chun family, the butler said. His demeanor, both courteous and commanding. The elder will soon deliver his address. Zhao Mingyuan shot a malevolent glare at Wang Yu, lowering his voice to a menacing whisper. We'll see about that. With that, he departed, accompanied by his entourage, visibly disgruntled. Sun Lily, her brow furrowed in concern, grasped Wang Yan's arm. Wang Yan, you shouldn't have provoked him. The Zhao family has been gaining momentum lately. Moreover, you haven't brought many bodyguards tonight. This could lead to trouble once the banquet concludes. She whispered. The Zhao family has recently recruited numerous skilled fighters, including individuals from martial arts clans. Just last month, the bodyguard captain from the Li family was sent to the ICU by one of their men. Wang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. While ancient martial artists posed little threat to awakened individuals, they certainly endangered ordinary people like his sister. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to eradicate this latent danger. Suddenly, he recalled the gadget Chen Xiao had crafted. When we return, I shall create some protective talismans for mother and sister, he resolved. Thank you for the heads up. He nodded at Sun Lily, grateful for her earlier assistance to his sister. Before Sun Lily could respond, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed, signaling the commencement of the elder Chen's speech. Seizing the moment, Wang Yu disengaged from the conversation and melded back into the crowd. After the address concluded, he noticed Zhao Mingyuan casting dark glances in his direction, while the expressionless bodyguard behind him maintained a vigilant stance. Wang Yu's perceptive faculties assessed the man. His muscularity exceeded that of an average human, and his breathing was steady, indicative of a seasoned fighter. Yet he lacked the distinctive energy fluctuations of an awakened individual. As the banquet neared its end, Wang Yu suggested in a hushed tone, "Mom, sister, perhaps it's time for us to return." His concerns were not for his own safety, but rather to present Zhao Mingyuan with an opportunity. Remaining in the hall would deter any aggressive actions from him. Yang Jingyi nodded in understanding. "That sounds good. I have work tomorrow." As the trio bid farewell to the Chun family, Wang Yu noticed Xiao Yu being led by a young woman, gazing at him from a distance. He subtly nodded in acknowledgement. The woman was likely Chun Zhao's wife, Shang Yingxue. As they departed from Yuncheng Mountain Villa, the night had deepened. No sooner had the Wang family's vehicle exited the estate's gates than Wang Yu's senses detected two black sedans stealthily trailing them. "Sister, and Mom go ahead. I'll take care of the pursuers," he instructed. Yang Jingyi and Wang Yin exchanged glances, aware of Wang Yu's capabilities, and readily acquiesced to his suggestion. With calm resolve, Wang Yu alighted from the car and positioned himself before the ominous black vehicles. 8 imposing figures emerged from the cars, led by Zhao Mingyuan's bodyguard. Under the moonlight, the man expressionlessly flexed his wrists, producing a disconcerting cracking sound. "Young Master Wang, our young master wishes to have a chat with you," the bodyguard rasped, his voice grating like sandpaper. Upon disembarking, he deliberately feigned a state of anxiety, addressing the assembled figures with, "Gentlemen, let us converse amicably." But it was too late. With a chilling sneer, the bodyguard interjected, "Young master, Zhao has decreed that you shall forfeit a leg as interest." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 8 figures lunged forward simultaneously. A glint flashed in Wang Yu's eyes as he evaded their grasp with an ethereal grace. To the ordinary observer, it appeared as though he narrowly escaped peril. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he maintained his speed just shy of the human limit. With a resounding crack, Wang Yu's hand sliced through the air, striking precisely at the nerve cluster of one assailant, who crumpled to the ground. In a swift motion, he executed a sidekick, sending another burly man hurtling 3 meters away like a rag doll. "This lad has trained." The bodyguard leader's expression shifted dramatically, rallying his comrades for a collective assault. The remaining 5 converged upon Wang Yu, yet he danced between them like a fish gliding through water, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy. Within a mere 10 seconds, groans of the incapacitated thugs littered the ground, leaving only the bodyguard leader still standing. Who are you?" Cold sweat beaded on the leader's brow. As a retired special forces operative from a lineage of ancient martial arts, he had never encountered such a formidable display of skill. Wang Yu approached with deliberate steps, his voice as frigid as ice. "Enough. Now tell me, where is Zhao Mingyuan? Or perhaps I shall seek him out myself." With that, Wang Yu flicked his fingers, and the incapacitated foes found themselves bereft of a leg. His keen perception allowed him to pinpoint Zhao Mingyuan's location, leading him towards the garage. Soon, he arrived at a spot where a Ferrari awaited, and with a single footfall, he pressed down upon its hood. The force of his step crumpled the front, causing the rear to lift, suspended in midair. Wang Yu understood that even if he dealt with Zhao Mingyuan today, future troubles for his family would persist. What he desired was a deterrent effect, one that neither overexposed his capabilities nor jeopardized his family's safety. Meanwhile, within the vehicle, Zhao Mingyuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. Although he had suspected Wang Yu was skilled, he had not anticipated such extraordinary prowess. Not only had Wang Yu dispatched his men, but that singular kick was beyond the reach of even the most accomplished martial artists from ancient lineages. Retrieving his foot from the car's hood, the rear slammed heavily to the ground. Wang Yu's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he advanced toward the Ferrari. Inside, Zhao Mingyuan's complexion had drained of color, his hands clenching the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. Wang Yu, what do you intend to do?" should you harm me, the Zhao family will not let you go unpunished. Zhao Mingyuan shouted, his voice betraying a tremor. A cold smile curled at the corners of Wang Yu's lips as he gently tapped on the car window. Young Master Zhao, how considerate of you to send someone to escort me at such a late hour. With a crisp crack, the tempered glass shattered beneath his fingertips like fragile ice. Zhao Mingyuan watched in terror, trembling as though caught in a tempest. What? What do you want? I warn you. Wang Yu swiftly yanked the car door open, dragging Zhao Mingyuan out as effortlessly as one might lift a chick. Zhao Mingyuan's legs grew weak, and he collapsed to the ground, an unknown liquid seeping out continuously. Young Master Zhao, I have little patience for trouble, Wang Yu murmured softly, his voice barely above a whisper. I hope today marks the last of such incidents. With that, he gently placed a hand on Zhao Mingyuan's shoulder. Instantly, a chill shot up Zhao's spine, akin to a frog ensnared by the gaze of a venomous serpent. I understand, Zhao Mingyuan stammered, his body quivering, cold sweat saturating his back. Observing his compliant demeanor, Wang Yu lifted his foot once more and delivered a sharp kick to Zhao's leg. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the night. Consider this leg a token of my apology. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction before turning to stride toward the estate's exit, leaving Zhao Mingyuan alone, clutching his leg in terror, repeatedly exclaiming, Monster! Monster! The night breeze rustled his clothing, and the moonlight cast elongated shadows upon the ground. He understood that after this night, Zhao Mingyuan would never again dare to covet the Wang family's fortunes, for Wang Yu had become an indelible nightmare in his life. In the distance, the faint sound of a police siren echoed. Wang Yu smiled subtly, his figure gradually fading into the embrace of the night. Chapter 60 The Protective Necklace. By the break of dawn the following day, Wang Yin received the news. Not only had the troubles plaguing the project she had devoted herself to been resolved, but the Zhao family had also provided generous compensation for their prior losses. She rose from her seat and approached the window. 3 months prior, the project she had invested her heart and soul into was suddenly besieged by the Zhao group. Accidents plagued the construction site, land approvals were stalled, and suppliers collectively breached their contracts. An array of coincidences had nearly driven the project to the brink of despair. Yet now, in the span of a night, all issues had dissipated into thin air. Has the legal department confirmed the documents? Wang Yin inquired, turning to her colleague. Today, she wore a deep blue suit that accentuated her fair complexion, exuding an air of competence intertwined with elegance. Yes, they have confirmed that everything is entirely legal and valid. The Zhao family even included an apology letter. Xiao Lin responded, handing her the letter. Strangely, the 3 major suppliers who had abruptly halted their collaboration had all called that morning, expressing their willingness to resume partnership and accept our new terms. Wang Yin accepted the letter, the signature of Zhao Jianya, the chairman of the Zhao group, glaringly evident. A wave of astonishment washed over her. What exactly had her brother done to Zhao Mingyuan last night to compel the typically overbearing Zhao group to yield? Very well, if there is nothing else, you may leave, she instructed, and Shaolin nodded before exiting the office. Wang Yin returned to her seat, her thoughts a tangled web. She picked up her phone, hesitated briefly, and dialed a number. Sister? Came a clear male voice from the other end. Xiao Yu, what did you do last night to make the Zhao group bow down? Wang Yin asked, her previously tense expression softening involuntarily. Wang Yu chuckled lightly, responding with an air of ease. What could I have done? Perhaps they simply had a change of heart. Well, since you prefer not to disclose it, I shan't pry further as long as it doesn't adversely affect you, she concluded, ending the call and pondering the implications. Meanwhile, in a VIP ward of a prestigious private hospital on the other side of the city, Zhao Mingyuan lay in a hospital bed, his right leg encased in plaster and suspended in midair, his face marked with bruises. His father, Zhao Jianya, stood by the window, his countenance dark and foreboding. Even now, Zhao Mingyuan appeared dazed, mumbling incessantly, Monster, please don't kill me. Zhao Jianya turned to a burly man beside him, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Do you have any idea who that person was last night? Apologies, Mr. Zhao. All we know is that he is Yang Jingyi's son and Wang Yin's brother. Beyond that, We have no information, the man replied. Fools! Zhao Jianya hissed, his voice low. To have killed so many of you with such terrifying power, and you tell me you know nothing? What good is your so-called ancient martial family? The imposing man dared not speak further, wary of offending the influential figure. Zhao Jianya glanced at his son, who remained in a stupor, and closed his eyes. It seemed prudent to avoid any further entanglements with the Wang family in the future. The ward fell into an oppressive silence. After Wang Yu hung up the phone with his sister, a subtle smile graced his lips. The affairs of the Zhao family had been resolved. Yet he was acutely aware that this world was far more perilous than he had imagined. In the early morning, Wang Yu chose not to linger at home, but instead took a taxi to the antique market in the eastern part of the city. This bustling marketplace, teeming with numerous jade shops, was the ideal location for him to seek suitable materials. The antique market was a cacophony of voices, with an array of stalls crowding the narrow alleys. Wang Yu slowed his pace, his gaze flitting between the display windows of each shop. Ordinary jade could not contain his power. What he required was a raw stone imbued with a hint of spiritual essence. Boss, how much for this piece of jade? Wang Yu paused in front of a small shop named Yuan Pavilion, pointing at an uncarved piece of jadeite. The shopkeeper, a lean old man in his 60s, glanced up to assess Wang Yu. You have a good eye, young man. This is old pit jade, non-negotiable, priced at 200,000. Wang Yu did not haggle. Instead, he extended his hand to lightly touch the stone's surface, closing his eyes to feel it. A faint spiritual essence seeped from within the stone, though tenuous. It was undeniably present. He opened his eyes. I'll take it. Card, please. The elderly man, clearly taken aback by the young man's decisiveness, hesitated before accepting the credit card. Once the transaction was completed, the old man could not restrain his curiosity. Young man, what do you plan to do with this raw stone? A gift for someone special, Wang Yu replied with a gentle smile, carefully placing the jadeite into his backpack. After leaving the antique market, Wang Yu visited a few jewelry stores, selecting 2 platinum necklaces. With everything prepared, he finally took a taxi back home. As he pushed open the door, the house was enveloped in silence. His mother, Yang Jingyi, and Wang Yan were still at work. Wang Yu walked straight to his room, retrieving a sandalwood box from his storage ring. Inside lay a thumb-sized transparent crystal, the very stone used by Chun Xiao when crafting toys earlier. Wang Yu took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged as he placed the jadeite and crystal before him. He whispered an incantation, forming hand seals as a wisp of pale, golden sword light emanated from his fingertips, entwining around the 2 stones. Under the influence of the sword light, the jadeite began to levitate, its surface melting away like snow under the sun, revealing exquisite carvings. The crystal was then embedded in the center, enveloped by a flowing golden gem. Finally, Wang Yu infused his own sword energy into the creation, and the 2 jade pendants took shape. They resembled droplets of water, with golden patterns flowing within, almost alive. Done. These 2 protective necklaces not only could withstand lethal attacks, but also bore 2 drops of his blood. In the future, should the wearers find themselves in peril, he would be able to sense it through their bloodline connection. He carefully placed each necklace into 2 exquisite silk boxes. Just as he finished, the sound of a door opening echoed from downstairs. Xiaoyu, are you home? His mother, Yang Jingyi's voice called from below. Mom, I'm upstairs. Wang Yu replied, putting away 1 silk box and carrying the other as he descended the stairs. Yang Jingyi was at the entrance, changing her shoes, and upon seeing her son, a warm smile illuminated her face. How could you bear to stay at home today? Wang Yu approached his mother and presented her with a beautifully adorned box. Mother, this is for you. Yang Jingyi, taken aback, accepted the box with curiosity. What is this? Upon opening it, the jade pendant shimmered under the light, casting an enchanting glow. How exquisite! Yang Jingyi carefully took out the necklace. Did you buy this for me? I crafted it myself, Wang Yu replied. He assisted his mother in fastening the necklace around her neck. Mother, promise me you will never take it off. Yang Jingyi gently touched the pendant resting against her chest, suddenly sensing a warm current emanating from it, invigorating her spirit. This feeling is peculiar, as if it can protect you, Wang Yu declared, gazing earnestly into his mother's eyes. Trust me, no matter what happens, Wearing it will ensure your safety. Yang Jingyi stared at her son in astonishment. Mother understands. This is a gift from my son, and I shall never remove it. After a brief pause, she added, "Oh, I have a gift for your sister as well. Is she at the office now? She should be. She has been busy with that project lately." Yang Jingyi continued, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, Xiaoyan called this morning and mentioned that the project's issues have been resolved. And she said you were the one who helped." Wang Yu remained composed. "Mother, I will go to the office to see my sister and return before dinner." Leaving home, Wang Yu hailed a taxi to the headquarters of Huaxing Group. On the way, he sent a text to Wang Yin, indicating he needed to meet her. At the top floor of the Wang Group building, Wang Yin had just concluded a meeting. Upon reading her brother's message, her brow furrowed slightly. She returned to her office and instructed her secretary, "When my brother arrives, let him in directly." Half an hour later, Wang Yu stood at the entrance of Wang Yin's office. "Come in," Wang Yin called out without looking up at the sound of knock. Wang Yu entered, finding his sister deeply engrossed in reviewing documents. The sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, accentuating her poised and capable demeanor in a deep blue suit. "Sister," Wang Yu softly called. Only then did Wang Yin look up, her stern expression instantly softening. "Xiaoyu," she said, rising and walking around her desk. "What brings you here so suddenly?" Wang Yu shook his head and produced another ornate box. "This is for you." Wang Yin accepted the box and, upon opening it, discovered a jade necklace identical to their mother's. Surprise flickered in her eyes. "This is a talisman," Wang Yu succinctly explained. "Wearing it can save your life in critical moments." Wang Yin picked up the necklace, her gaze filled with suspicion as she looked at her brother. "When did you make this?" Despite her skepticism, she adorned herself with the necklace. In an instant, a refreshing aura coursed through her body, banishing the fatigue from her recent overtime work. "This," Wang Yin marveled as she gazed down at the pendant on her chest. Wang Yu looked at her intently. "Promise me, you will never take it off." Seeing her brother's rare seriousness, she nodded. She reached out to touch the pendant and suddenly asked, "Does mother have one too?" "Yes. I must take my leave now." Wang Yu withdrew his gaze and reminded, "Remember my words, never remove the necklace." Wang Yin nodded and suddenly stepped forward to embrace her brother, saying, "No matter what happens, you will always be my brother." As she watched her brother's departing figure, Wang Yin instinctively grasped the pendant hanging from her chest. Chapter 61. The Peril of Cloud City. Within the villa of the Wang family in the capital, Wang Yu sat cross-legged, surrounded by a visible, faint golden aura. In the deep autumn, withered yellow leaves disintegrated into fine dust 3 feet away from his body, scattering into the air. Wang Yu was engrossed in studying the black sword obtained from the secret realm of Cloud City, as well as the enigmatic palace within. Just as he prepared to rise, his specially designed satellite phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. This number was known to only a select few, and each ring signified a momentous event. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, retrieving the phone. With a screen displayed the name Yi Mingxiang, the commander of Skynet. "Cloud City is in trouble," came the urgent voice of Yi Mingxiang from the other end, a rare tone of haste in his usually composed demeanor. 3 hours ago, a massive tide of beasts suddenly emerged around Cloud City, breaching 3 outer defense lines. Wang Yu instinctively tightened his grip. Cloud City. This name immediately conjured thoughts of the girl who stood guard at the borders in his stead. "What about Lin Xingwan?" he inquired directly, his voice steady but noticeably quickened. "The division in Cloud City is putting up a fierce resistance, but the situation is grim." Yi Mingxiang paused momentarily. "Xingwan is personally leading the front line." The sound of papers rustling came through the line as he continued. "Satellite monitoring indicates that the source of this beast tide appears to be a peak-level royal beast, with energy readings exceeding recorded levels by more than 3-fold. There is also a possibility of encountering even stronger beasts. 3 special operations teams have been dispatched from headquarters, but they won't arrive for at least 2 hours." "I understand," Wang Yu replied succinctly, his gaze already directed towards the southwest. "I am leaving now." Without further pleasantries, Yi Mingxiang simply stated, "I leave it to you," before disconnecting the call. There was no need for superfluous words between them when the commander of Skynet personally called for assistance. It signified that the situation had escalated beyond the capacity of conventional forces. Wang Yu stowed the phone and retrieved his regular mobile device from his pocket. Without hesitation, he swiftly typed 2 brief messages. Mom, I have an urgent mission and will be away for a few days. Do not worry. Sister, please take care of Mom. I will contact you after the mission concludes. After sending the messages, Wang Yu did not wait for a reply. With a flick of his right hand, he formed a seal, and a brilliant beam of sword light erupted from his fingertips, tracing a perfect arc in the air before landing at his feet. As the golden light faded, a long sword, entirely resembling jade, revealed itself, the Luo Yuan sword. Rise! With a soft command, the Luo Yuan sword levitated 3 feet off the ground, the blade quivering slightly, emitting a clear, melodious hum. Wang Yu stepped onto the sword, his right hand pointing forward. Cloud City, full speed ahead. With a whoosh, the sound of air being sliced echoed as Wang Yu's figure vanished instantaneously, leaving only the swirling leaves, stirred by the sword's energy, to drift gently to the ground. The capital lies over 1,500 kilometers from Cloud City, yet for Wang Yu, who can soar through the skies on his sword, it is merely a fleeting journey. High above, his robes billow in the wind, and the mountains and rivers beneath him retreat like a flowing stream. His expression remains tranquil, but his gaze is notably sharper than usual. The name Lin Xingwan lingers in his thoughts. What a fool she is, facing trouble without a word to me, insisting on bearing the burden alone. The sword energy cleaves through the clouds, and Wang Yu accelerates further. He seldom finds himself in haste. In this world, there exists no problem he cannot resolve, nor any person he cannot save. Yet, at this moment, an unfamiliar urgency compels him to channel his spiritual energy with increasing fervor. Suddenly, a frown creases his brow. Even at a distance of several hundred kilometers, he senses the abnormal energy fluctuations emanating from the direction of Cloud City. This is no ordinary beast tide. The twisted and frenzied characteristics of the energy resemble a spatial rift. Wang Yu's expression hardens. If indeed the beast tide is a consequence of a spatial rift, then the situation is far more dire than he had anticipated. Ordinary anomalous creatures are merely drawn by the energy, but a spatial rift suggests intentional malfeasance, likely heralding the emergence of even more formidable beasts. With this thought, he quickens his pace once more. He forms seals with his hands, and the Luo Yuan sword bursts forth with blinding golden light, its speed surging as it leaves a long golden trail in the air. Meanwhile, at the outer third defense line of Cloud City, the team leader shouts, "Captain!" A dozen elite beasts have surged through the eastern breach. A young team member, bloodied and hoarse, exclaims. Lin Xingwan wipes the sweat from her brow. An invisible blade of light in her hand flares anew. Team 3, follow me. The rest of you, hold your positions. Her white uniform is stained with blood and dirt, and a deep wound mars her left arm. Yet, she seems impervious to pain, leading 5 members toward the breach. As the only celestial awakener in the Cloud City division, Lin Xingwan's spatial light blade possesses formidable combat prowess. However, 3 continuous hours of intense battle have nearly depleted her spiritual energy. A beast, resembling a giant wolf yet clad in scales, lunges at the youngest female team member. Lin Xingwan darts forward, her light blade tracing a graceful arc, severing the beast's head cleanly. Be careful, Xiaoyu, she calls, pulling the terrified team member, who has collapsed in fear, to her feet. Focus, your barrier ability is crucial for our defense. Xiaoyu nods tremulously, raising her hands to conjure a faint blue energy barrier that temporarily seals the breach. But Lin Xingwan knows this is merely a brief respite. She gazes into the distance, where a dark mass of beasts is gathering on the horizon. More ominously, a faint purple crack in the sky is slowly but steadily widening. When will headquarters send reinforcements? She inquires of the deputy captain through her communicator. Not for at least another hour and a half. The deputy captain's voice is laden with despair. Captain, our combat and spiritual energy supplements are nearly depleted. The artillery of the ordinary troops is nearly ineffective against those above grade B. Lin Xingwan bit her lip tightly. She was acutely aware that with the current strength of the division, it would be difficult to hold out for even another hour. Yet, as the captain, she could not display any signs of wavering. Notify all team members, she commanded calmly. instructing the evacuation of nearby civilians to the underground shelter, and initiating the countdown for the division's self-destruction protocol. If the defense line were to collapse, at the very least, these abominable creatures must not spread into the city. A few seconds of silence lingered on the other end of the communicator. "But Captain, what about you?" Lin Xingwan gazed at the dimming blade of light in her hand and softly replied, "I will hold firm till the end." After ending the communication, she turned her gaze towards the direction of the capital, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. It had been over a decade since she last saw that person. They had only managed to reunite with great difficulty. Sometimes, she would wonder if she had been a bit braver back then, perhaps. "Captain, the rift has changed." A teammate's exclamation jolted her from a reverie. Lin Xingwan looked up to see the violet rift in the sky suddenly expand, an overwhelming pressure emanating from within. Following that, a gigantic claw emerged from the fissure, followed by a second. A colossal beast over 30 meters in length was struggling to squeeze through the rift. A creature of royal caliber. No, perhaps at the pinnacle of royal. Lin Xingwan's complexion instantly turned pale. Such a level of beast was something even all the special operations teams at headquarters would find challenging to confront. And now, it was just her and a group of utterly exhausted team members. "All personnel retreat." Lin Xingwan decisively commanded, "I will hold it off." "Captain, this is an order." Lin Xingwan spoke sternly, unleashing the last remnants of her spiritual energy. The spatial blade erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, illuminating the area for hundreds of meters around. With tears in their eyes, the team members retreated, while Lin Xingwan stood resolutely at the forefront of the defense line, directly facing the terrifying beast that had fully emerged from the rift. It resembled a lizard, yet boasted 3 pairs of eyes and 6 legs. Its body cloaked in glimmering black scales that shimmered like metal. "Come on, big fellow," Lin Xingwan murmured, adopting a combat stance. She was acutely aware that her chances of victory were nearly non-existent, but if she could buy even a single additional minute for the civilians to evacuate. The beast let out a deafening roar and lunged toward Lin Xingwan. She nimbly dodged, leaving a deep gash on the beast's forelimb with her light blade. However, this only enraged the creature further, intensifying its assaults. 3 minutes later, Lin Xingwan's spiritual energy was entirely depleted. The blade flickered a few times before vanishing, and she knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The beast loomed over her, baring its cavernous maw. "Is it to end here?" Lin Xingwan closed her eyes, the figure of the always calm and collected person surfacing in her mind. Chapter 62. The sword is drawn. The emperor falls. Is it coming to an end? Lin Xingwan closed her eyes, and the image of that always composed figure floated in her mind. At this critical moment, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens like a shooting star, striking the giant beast's head with unerring precision. The beast let out a pained howl, staggering backward several steps. Lin Xingwan opened her eyes in astonishment, only to see a tall figure standing before her, his white trench coat billowing in the fierce wind. "Apologies for my tardiness," Wang Yu said without turning, his voice resonating clearly in Lin Xingwan's ears. "Leave the rest to me." Tears streamed down Lin Xingwan's cheeks in an instant. She wished to say something, but the overwhelming fatigue and sudden release of tension made her vision blur, and she collapsed forward. Wang Yu swiftly caught her, producing a small jade vial and administering a fragrant pill into her mouth. He then raised his right hand, summoning the Luo Yuan sword back to him. Facing the enraged beast charging toward him, he simply waved his hand forward. A golden sword aura sliced through the heavens, cleaving the very fabric of space itself. The beast froze in place, then slowly slid down a perfectly diagonal line, splitting in two as it crashed to the ground. With a single strike, he had vanquished the king-level beast that had plunged the entire Cloud City branch into despair. Only then did Wang Yu turn to look at Lin Xingwan, whose face was streaked with tears. His gaze lingered momentarily on the wound on her left arm, his brow furrowing slightly. "You sustained serious injuries. Rest for a while," he murmured. "When you awaken, everything will be over." With that, he gently laid her on the ground, surrounding her with a fierce sword aura to ensure her safety. Wang Yu rose, his gaze fixed on the surging tide of beasts and the menacing rift in the sky. His expression sharpened, and a terrifying aura began to radiate from him. Since they have come, let us eliminate them all. The Luo Yuan sword floated before him, beginning to divide. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. And in the blink of an eye, thousands of golden swords filled the sky, shining like stars. With a command from Wang Yu, countless light swords descended like a torrential rain, each one striking a beast with pinpoint accuracy. Within mere seconds, the battlefield was cleared. But this was not the end. Wang Yu looked up at the spatial rift, his gaze icy as he observed the deepening void. A presence more terrifying than before was slowly approaching, as if some colossal entity sought to tear through space and descend upon this realm. Suddenly, the rift twisted violently, and a massive beast claw shot forth, its tips glinting with a chilling light. With just one claw, the surrounding air erupted in a sharp explosion, as if it were being torn asunder. Following closely, a grotesque head emerged from the rift, its crimson vertical pupils locking onto Wang Yu, a low growl emanating from deep within its throat. Finally willing to show yourself? Wang Yu murmured to himself, his expression remaining composed. The giant beast fully broke free from the confines of the rift, its enormous body casting a shadow over the land. Enveloped in a cloak of pitch-black scales, each plate entwined with an eerie dark mist, the creature unleashed a deafening howl that reverberated through the earth, fracturing it as distant ruins were reduced to mere dust. Lin Xingwan, in her unconscious state, slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly disturbed by the overwhelming terror emanating from beast. With a mere gesture, Wang Yu summoned an invisible barrier that enveloped her, shielding her from the tumultuous waves of the outside world. How dare mere ants gaze upon this sovereign? The colossal beast spoke with a voice that thundered like the sky, laced with boundless arrogance and disdain. Wang Yu offered no response, but slowly raised the falling abyss sword in his hand. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a clear and resonant hum, as if it were answering its master's battle intent. Seeking death, the beast roared with fury, lunging downwards, its massive paw descending with the force of annihilation aimed directly at Wang Yu. Yet, he simply waved his sword with a gentle motion. A radiant beam of sword light sliced through the heavens, and in that moment, time seemed to freeze. The beast's roar abruptly ceased, its action suspended in midair, and for the first time, a flicker of terror appeared in its crimson eyes. In the next instant, the sword light pierced through its form, silently and effortlessly. The creature's scales, flesh, and bones were torn apart like fragile paper under the might of that strike. Its body split in two, dark mist billowing wildly, unable to withstand the destructive force contained within the sword light. No, possible. The remnants of the beast crashed to the ground, dispersing into a cloud of dark mist. A pitch-black crystal core fell from its body, only to shatter into dust upon contact with the lingering aura of the sword light, leaving behind a wisp of uncanny black mist that lingered. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, raising his hand to capture the elusive black mist within his palm. The mist writhed around his fingertips, as if alive, emitting a faint, mournful howl. Why does this feel somewhat familiar? He murmured, a hint of gravity flashing in his gaze. Could it be? He looked up towards the gradually closing rift in space, his eyes deep and fathomless. It seemed that some things were destined to remain unchanged. Wang Yu contained the black mist and turned to approach Lin Xingwan. Her pallid complexion had regained a hint of color, the medicinal herbs rapidly mending her injuries. In the distance, the surviving warriors stood in a daze, as if caught in a dream. They had scarcely discerned how Wang Yu had acted. The terrifying, despair-inducing royal beast had been obliterated into nothingness. Wang Yu lifted Lin Xingwan into his arms, surveying the ravaged battlefield with a soft sigh. It is over. He inhaled deeply, his hands forming seals, as spiritual energy surged around him like a tidal wave. The falling abyss sword spiraled above his head, emitting a clarion call, as if in harmony with its master's will. Seal, Wang Yu commanded in a low voice, and the falling abyss sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, charging towards the rift in space. As the blade passed, golden runes entwined like chains, stitching the rift inch by inch. The stormy clouds above began to dissipate. Sunlight streaming through, illuminating the scarred battlefield. The winds gradually calmed, leaving only the distant, sporadic wails of the remaining beasts. Wang Yu retracted the falling abyss sword and turned once more towards Lin Xingwan. She remains in a state of unconsciousness, yet her breathing has stabilized, and the wound on her left arm gradually heals under the influence of medicinal elixir. He gently brushes away the dust from her cheek, a flicker of compassion illuminating his eyes. Wang Yu. Lin Xingwan's eyelashes flutter slightly, as if sensing his presence. I am here, he whispers, clasping her hand tenderly. At that moment, hurried footsteps echo from a distance. Survivors from the Yun City branch rush in, their expressions filled with astonishment upon witnessing the scene. It's Lord Wang Yu. He has returned to save everyone. Someone exclaims with excitement. Wang Yu rises, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice calm yet authoritative. The beast tide has receded. Everyone should clean up the battlefield and return to recuperate. To be on the safe side, I will remain in Yun City as well. Yes, they respond in unison, swiftly mobilizing. Wang Yu bends down to lift Lin Xingwan, instructing a nearby medical team member. She requires further treatment. Take her to the medical station. Inside the medical station, Lin Xingwan gradually opens her eyes, her vision settling upon the pristine white ceiling. She attempts to move her body and discovers that the pain in her left arm has significantly diminished. You're awake? A familiar voice reaches her ears. Turning her head, she sees Wang Yu seated by her bedside, holding a cup of warm water. You have been here all along? Lin Xingwan asks, a hint of surprise in her tone. Wang Yu nods, extending the water towards her. How do you feel? Much better, she replies, accepting the cup, hesitating momentarily before inquiring. What about the strange beasts? They have been dealt with. Wang Yu replies nonchalantly. The spatial rift has also been temporarily sealed, but the threat still lingers. Lowering her gaze, she tightens her grip on the cup. I'm sorry. I was too weak and couldn't protect everyone. Wang Yu gently pats her shoulder. You have done remarkably well. His tone, unexpectedly gentle, warms Lin Xingwan's heart. She raises her head, meeting his gaze, and suddenly feels an unnameable shift within her. What are your plans moving forward? She asks softly. Wang Yu stands, walking to the window to gaze into the distance. This beast tide was not a mere coincidence. It was orchestrated. Therefore, to ensure safety, I will remain stationed in Yun City with you. Lin Xingwan throws off the covers, her excitement bubbling over really. Wang Yu turns to look at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Of course, and this is indeed my duty. Had I not troubled you, you would not have been injured. The thought of Wang Yu staying in Yun City fills her with an indescribable exhilaration. Chapter 63. You Deserve at the dawn of Cloud City arrived with an exceptional tranquility. It has been over half a month since the beast tide. My lord Wang Yu, have you kept watch all night again? A familiar voice emerged from behind. Wang Yu did not turn around, but merely nodded slightly. Although the exotic beast had retreated, the fluctuations in space had not yet completely settled. Moreover, most of the combat personnel were recuperating, so it was prudent to have someone vigilant. Lin Xingwan approached him, the morning breeze tousling the wisps of hair that framed her face. Her left arm had healed completely, though it occasionally ached on gloomy, rainy days. Yet at that moment, her gaze was fixed on Wang Yu's handsome profile. You should take a rest, she said softly, her voice laced with undeniable concern. With you here in Cloud City, it is already quite safe. Only then did Wang Yu turn his head, his eyes landing on her face. The rays of the rising sun illuminated Lin Xingwan's delicate features, casting a gentle, golden hue upon her. For some reason, Wang Yu felt a slight stirring in his heart. I am fine, he replied, diverting his gaze, though his tone was markedly softer than usual. But you, having just recovered, why are you outside in the wind? Lin Xingwan smiled shyly. I am completely well now. And she paused, gathering her courage. I wanted to come see you. The words left her lips, and her ears instantly flushed crimson. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Since you are here, walk with me for a while, he said, taking the lead along the city wall. Lin Xingwan hurried to keep pace, and the two walked side by side, their shadows elongated by the morning light, intertwining on the cobblestones. In the days that followed, Wang Yu indeed remained in Cloud City. By day, he assisted with reconstruction efforts. By night, he kept watch over the locations where spatial rifts had once appeared, alert for any signs of disturbance. Lin Xingwan had almost become his shadow, her busy figure always in sight, no matter where he went. One evening, while Wang Yu was reviewing reports at the temporary command post, Lin Xingwan entered, carrying a bowl of steaming soup. "Wang Yu, I made some nourishing soup. Would you care to try it?" she asked, carefully placing the bowl on the table, wary of spilling any. Wang Yu looked up and noticed Lin Xingwan's cheeks slightly flushed from the steam, along with the faint burn marks visible on her fingertips. His brow furrowed as he set down the documents. "Did you make this yourself?" "Yes, I used some herbal ingredients. It should aid in restoring your strength," she replied, nervously twisting her fingers. "It might not taste very good. It's my first attempt." Wang Yu lifted the bowl, taking a gentle sip. The flavor was indeed not remarkable. The herbal essence was overpowering and somewhat salty. Yet, he continued to drink until the bowl was empty. "It is quite delicious," he declared earnestly as he set down the bowl. "Thank you." Lin Xingwan's eyes sparkled instantly, akin to stars suddenly igniting in the night sky. Just as she was about to respond, Wang Yu suddenly reached out, gently grasping her wrist. "What happened to your hand?" he inquired, pointing to the red marks on her fingertips. "Ah, it's nothing, just a minor mishap while making soup." Lin Xingwan attempted to withdraw her hand, but Wang Yu tightened his grip slightly. He retrieved a small jade vial from his bosom, dispensing a small amount of a crystalline ointment, and gently applied it to her burn. The soothing salve instantly alleviated the searing pain. "Be more careful next time." Lin Xingwan felt her heart race, her cheeks flushing. I just wanted to do something for you." Wang Yu observed her bashful demeanor, stirring a tender emotion deep within him. He released her hand and spoke softly. "I appreciate your kind intentions. Now, go rest. We have work tomorrow." In the stillness of the night, Wang Yu stood alone beneath the celestial canopy, idly toying with a radiant crystal core in his hand. This was a royal beast core. He had one from Commander Chun Shao of the Western Frontier, an invaluable treasure. Under the moonlight, it appeared as though liquid coursed within the core, emitting an enchanting azure glow. This should help her break through her bottleneck. Wang Yu murmured to himself, envisioning Lin Xingwan's diligent training. He was aware that she had been stuck at the mid-tier of the celestial stage for quite some time, and this crystal core contained enough energy to propel her to the pinnacle of her level. The following morning, Wang Yu took the rare initiative to visit Lin Xingwan's room. Since her arrival in Cloud City, she had been residing in his home. When she sleepily opened the door and beheld Wang Yu standing in the morning light, she nearly gasped. "Vuank igriku." Flustered, she hastily arranged her tousled hair and attire. "Is something the matter?" Wang Yu shook his head as he produced the crystal core from his embrace. "This is for you." Lin Xingwan blinked in surprise, and upon realizing what he held, her eyes widened in astonishment. As a practitioner, she instantly recognized it as a royal beast core of exceptionally high quality. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it." She fervently waved her hands. However, Wang Yu firmly grasped her hand and placed the core into her palm. "It will aid you in breaking through to the pinnacle of the celestial stage. Your current strength is insufficient to confront crises akin to the last one." Lin Xingwan felt the weight of the core in her hand, a burden not only of physical mass, but also of its profound significance. A royal core was a coveted treasure for countless practitioners. Yet here was Wang Yu, so effortlessly bestowing it upon her. "What? Are you so kind to me?" she inquired softly, unable to meet his gaze. Wang Yu paused for a moment before replying, "Because you deserve it." Those words ignited warmth in Lin Xingwan's heart. She clutched the core tightly, and when she raised her head, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Thank you." Wang Yu nodded, turning to leave, but then hesitating. "Be cautious during the refining process. The remnants of the fierce beast within the royal core are quite potent. If you encounter any irregularities, notify me immediately." "Understood." Lin Xingwan nodded vigorously, watching Wang Yu's retreating figure, filled with sweetness and determination. A day later, she commenced the process of refining the crystal core. In the training chamber, she sat cross-legged, the core hovering before her, emanating a soft blue light. As she practiced her technique, the energy within the crystal core began to be extracted, flowing gently into her meridians. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, the energy nourishing her body like a gentle stream. However, at a critical juncture in the refinement process, the crystal core suddenly trembled violently, unleashing a surge of fierce intent. Lin Xingwan cried out in pain, feeling a malevolent aura surge towards her mind. Before her eyes, the terrifying phantom of a monstrous beast materialized. It was the remnant of the crystal core's original owner, retaliating with wild ferocity. Gritting her teeth to endure, she found the remnant's power overwhelming, her consciousness beginning to blur. Just as she felt she could no longer hold on, the door to the training room was flung open, and a familiar figure darted to her side with lightning speed. "Calm your mind." Wang Yu's deep voice resonated in her ear. Simultaneously, a warm hand pressed against her back, a rich and pure source of spiritual energy flowing continuously into her body. With Wang Yu's assistance, Lin Xingwan felt an immediate alleviation of her pressure. She focused her spirit, guiding the two streams of energy to jointly suppress the remnant within the crystal core. After nearly an hour of a fierce tug-of-war, the remnant was finally obliterated completely. The crystal core transformed into a torrent of pure energy, washing through every meridian in her body. As the last trace of energy was absorbed, Lin Xingwan erupted with a powerful wave of spiritual energy she had successfully broken through. In fact, she had ascended 2 levels, reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly stage. I did it. Overwhelmed with excitement, she turned around, only to stumble forward in exhaustion, falling directly into Wang Yu's embrace. Wang Yu caught her steadily, observing her pale yet radiant face with a glint of admiration in his eyes. "Well done." It was only then that Lin Xingwan realized she was being held by Wang Yu, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, yet reluctant to leave the warmth of his embrace. Stealing a glance upward, she discovered Wang Yu gazing at her, his eyes filled with a softness she had never encountered before. Thank you," she stammered, her heart pounding like a drum. Wang Yu gently helped her to a seated position. "Go rest. You need to stabilize your newfound realm after such a breakthrough." In the days that followed, Wang Yu began personally guiding Lin Xingwan in her training. Every morning, they would spar in an open area outside the city. Wang Yu deliberately suppressed his strength, engaging with Lin Xingwan and pointing out the deficiencies in her techniques. Chapter 64. The Void Instant Prison Kill. As the dawn light gently emerged, a thin mist enveloped the clearing outside the city. Lin Xingwan felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her sword slicing through the air, aimed directly at Wang Yu's throat. Yet, just as the tip of her blade was about to make contact, Wang Yu's figure flickered, effortlessly evading what seemed to be a fatal strike. Too slow. Wang Yu's voice resonated from behind her. Lin Xingwan could scarcely comprehend how he had moved. She swiftly turned, sweeping her sword horizontally, only to once again find nothing but empty air. 37 attacks, 37 misses. Gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently, the hand gripping her sword began to tremble ever so slightly. She was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between herself and Wang Yu. Yet she had not anticipated that even when he suppressed his cultivation to match her level, she would still be unable to graze the hem of his garment. "Let's take a break." Wang Yu sheathed his wooden sword and seated himself upon a stone nearby. He appeared calm and composed, as if their previous intense sparring had merely been a casual stroll in the park. Lin Xingwan bit her lips stubbornly, shaking her head. "Allow me to try once more." Wang Yu's penetrating gaze fell upon her, seemingly able to discern her every thought. "Xingwan, do you understand where the issue lies? Is it that my speed is insufficient?" Lin Xingwan replied uncertainly. "Not entirely." Wang Yu rose and stepped into the center of the clearing. "Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the heavenly stage, placing you among the elite of your peers. However, your techniques," he shook his head, "they are overly simplistic, lacking in variation, and most importantly, devoid of soul." "Soul?" Lin Xingwan furrowed her brow in confusion. Without providing a direct answer, Wang Yu suddenly launched into action. The foundational sword techniques in his hands seemed to come alive. The trajectory of his blade flowed like water, each movement imbued with an ineffable rhythm. Lin Xingwan was entranced. She had never imagined that the fundamental swordplay she practiced daily could manifest such formidable power. As Lin Xingwan favored using spatial transformation with her sword, she had indeed practiced the basic techniques. "Do you see?" Wang Yu declared, lowering his sword. "Cultivation is the foundation. But combat skills are the bridge that transforms that cultivation into tangible combat power. Your current state resembles a vessel brimming with water, yet possessing only a tiny outlet, unable to unleash its full potential." Lowering her gaze, Lin Xingwan felt a mix of shame and urgency. She recognized the truth in Wang Yu's words. Since beginning her training under him, her cultivation had soared, yet her combat skills remained stagnant at the foundational level. "What should I do, Teacher Wang?" She lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a fervent desire. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu suddenly reached into the void, and a pitch-black sword materialized before them. The blade bore no embellishments, save for a peculiar gemstone at the hilt. The entire sword emanated a disquieting aura, as if it consumed the very light surrounding it. "What is this?" Lin Xingwan felt an overwhelming pressure from the sword's presence, instinctively retreating a half-step. "It is called the Sword of Oblivion, and it is one of my treasure blades." Wang Yu gently caressed the sword's body, a nostalgic glimmer flickering in his eyes. However, of greater significance is the small world contained within it. Lin Xingwan's eyes widened in astonishment. "A small world? Is it akin to a storage ring?" Wang Yu smiled faintly. "Far more intricate than that. Within it lies a temple, originally named the Temple of Oblivion, which I discovered in a hidden realm beyond the borders of Cloud City. I subsequently subdued it and made some modifications, renaming it the Temple of the Sword God. It houses an array of martial arts techniques I have collected over the years." As he spoke, he held the Mo Yuan before his chest, the sword tip tracing a perfect circle in the air. The space within the circle began to warp, gradually forming a pitch-black vortex. "Follow me." Wang Yu grasped Lin Xingwan's hand and stepped into the vortex. The sensation of spinning caused Lin Xingwan to close her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself standing before a magnificent palace. The palace was constructed entirely of an unknown black stone, soaring into the clouds. A statue of a sword-wielding figure stood majestically at the entrance, its sword tip pointed towards the heavens. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the statue bore a striking resemblance to Wang Yu, a testament to his alterations. "This is the Temple of the Sword God." Wang Yu's voice echoed in her ear. "The martial techniques within vary in strength and difficulty. You must find the one that suits you best." Lin Xingwan swallowed hard, her heart racing. She had never imagined she would have the opportunity to engage with such profound martial arts. Wang Yu pushed open the heavy temple doors, revealing an interior space far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. Countless orbs of light floated in the air, each orb faintly revealing a scroll or ancient tome within. These orbs, each represents a martial technique, Wang Yu clarified. They possess their own sentience and resonate with suitable practitioners. Do not rely on your eyes. Instead, feel with your heart. Lin Xingwan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and allowed her consciousness to slowly expand. Initially, she could only sense the vague energy fluctuations surrounding her, but as time passed, the orbs began to display distinct colors and temperatures within her awareness. Some were as fiery as flames, others as frigid as ice, some as weighty as mountains, and others as light as the breeze. She moved forward slowly, guided by her intuition. Suddenly, an unusual pull emanated from her right side, a sensation both familiar and foreign, as if it were beckoning her. Lin Xingwan opened her eyes and walked toward that direction. Among the multitude of orbs, one particularly captivated her attention. Unlike the others, which emitted a steady glow, this one pulsed with light and darkness, akin to breathing. Even more intriguingly, its color continually shifted, at times as deep as the night sky, and at others as transparent as crystal. Wang Yu this. Lin Xingwan pointed toward the special orb. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Yu's eyes. Void instant prison kill. Are you certain you are interested in it? It It is calling to me. Lin Xingwan expressed uncertainty, yet a powerful impulse surged within her, urging her to reach out and touch the luminous orb. Wang Yu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This combat technique was exceptionally unique and perilously dangerous. Although I have not practiced it myself, this palace has imparted all relevant information regarding these skills to me. It involves the manipulation of spatial laws, with an exceedingly high level of difficulty. A moment's carelessness could result in self-recoil. Lin Xingwan hesitated, her hand hovering in midair. Just then, the orb unexpectedly flew toward her, gently swaying before her, as if inviting her. It seems it has chosen you, Wang Yu remarked, a hint of astonishment lacing his voice. The fact that this combat technique recognizes its master is an extraordinarily rare occurrence. Summoning her courage, Lin Xingwan extended her finger to touch the orb. In an instant, the orb transformed into countless particles of light that surged into her body. An immense stream of information imprinting itself in her mind. She witnessed a myriad of scenes flash before her, voids shattering, sword lights weaving through the air, enemies meeting their demise before they even had time to react. Lin Xingwan clutched her head, the sudden influx of information inducing excruciating pain. Wang Yu promptly placed his palm against her back, a gentle force aiding her in stabilizing her mind. Relax, do not resist. Allow the information to settle naturally. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xingwan slowly regained her composure. She opened her eyes, discovering a complete method for cultivating the combat technique now residing in her mind. Every detail vividly clear. Is this the void instant kill? Her voice trembled with excitement. Wang Yu nodded. It appears that it truly has a connection with you. The essence of this combat technique lies in the concepts of void and instant kill. When cultivated to perfection, one can briefly merge with the void, achieving an effect akin to teleportation. Moreover, every sword strike is lethal and nearly impossible to defend against. Lin Xingwan attempted to recall the contents of the technique. Although much of it still eluded her understanding, even the parts she grasped sent waves of exhilaration through her. However, the most perplexing aspect remained the images she had just witnessed. Yet, Wang Yu regarded her with a serious expression. The path of cultivation will be exceedingly arduous. Are you certain you wish to pursue it? There is still time to reconsider. I can assist you in selecting a combat technique more suited for beginners. Lin Xingwan did not hesitate in the least. No, Wang Yu. Since it has chosen me, I am determined to master it. I fear no difficulties. Wang Yu gazed into her resolute eyes, finally revealing a hint of an approving smile. Very well, from the day after tomorrow, we shall officially embark on the cultivation of void instant kill. However, before that, he gestured toward the palace entrance. You need to run home first. You must arrive before sunset, or you shall miss dinner. Lin Xingwan, shouldn't you be the one cooking? I have taken care of you for so long. It seems only reasonable for you to prepare a few meals. Chapter 65. The villain falls to excessive words. The hero triumphs with decisiveness on the following evening. Wang Yu returned to the site where the royal-level beast had met its demise. Lin Xingwan accompanied him to this location. Is there an issue here? Wang Yu inquired, surveying the deep pit left in the ground. When I vanquished that royal beast, its crystal core was surrounded by a wisp of dark energy. Although the core was destroyed, I managed to reclaim that trace of dark energy. As he spoke, Wang Yu extended his hand, revealing a hazy black energy floating in his palm. Is this it? Lin Xingwan observed the dark energy in Wang Yu's hand, and after a moment of probing with her spiritual sense, she remarked, this energy bears a resemblance to the power utilized by that organization we encountered before. That organization? Are you referring to? Lin Xingwan appeared to recall something significant. Indeed, the unfortunate organization that I single-handedly dispatched at their headquarters, Wang Yu boasted, hands on his hips. Regrettably, their leader fled swiftly. Otherwise, I would have eliminated him as well. I heard that you infiltrated their headquarters alone and eliminated their forces in one fell swoop. However, their leader was absent at that time, which allowed him to survive. Precisely. If it is indeed him, it makes sense. He seems intent on seeking me out. Wang Yu chuckled as he gazed down at the wisp of black energy. I was just lamenting my inability to locate you. And here you are, delivering yourself right to me. This fellow appears to underestimate me. Thinking he is safe, Wang Yu mused, his expression shifting to a devious grin. Xingwan, do you know what reverse tracking means? Lin Xingwan responded. What are you planning? Wang Yu replied. I have discreetly planted a little gift within this dark energy. Should he dare to reclaim it, I can follow the signal and eliminate him. With that, he snapped his fingers, and the dark energy erupted into countless tiny luminescent particles, dissipating into the air. Lin Xingwan sighed. Your methods resemble those of a telecom scammer. Wang Yu retorted, this is called strategy. I found you. Lin Xingwan interjected. Are you really going to trace him through the network? Wang Yu flashed a grin. Let us go. I'll take you to confront him. Before Lin Xingwan could fully comprehend the situation, Wang Yu grasped her hand, and with a swift motion, they soared into the air. Before departing, Wang Yu ensured that he left a trace of sword energy along the defenses of Yun City, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. A few minutes later, the two arrived at a foreboding valley, shrouded in black mist, where a dilapidated black palace loomed in the distance. Lin Xingwan frowned. This place feels ominous. Yet Wang Yu was exhilarated, rubbing his hands together. After hiding for so long, I've finally found this old turtle. Let us go in and take a look. As they stepped into the black mist, countless grotesque specters lunged at them, claws bared and menacing. Lin Xingwan was about to draw her sword, but Wang Yu waved her off. Don't be alarmed. Watch this. He took a deep breath and bellowed. Where is your leader? Tell him to come out and face his reckoning. The black mist suddenly solidified, and the specters stood frozen, seemingly taken aback by such audacious intruders. Lin Xingwan exclaimed, Wang Yu, how dare you come here? A chilling voice echoed as a figure in a black robe emerged from the depths of the palace. Red light flickering beneath the mask. Wang Yu scrutinized him and suddenly chuckled. Oh, ISNT, this the leader of that organization from back then? After all these years, you've fallen so low that you can't even afford a proper headquarters? The black-robed man, seething with rage, retorted, Wang Yu, you annihilated my organization back then. Today, I demand blood for blood. And our organization is called Dark Abyss, not that whatever organization. Wang Yu casually dug at his ear. Oh well, good luck with that. Enraged, the black-robed man unleashed a surge of dark energy, shaking the entire valley. I have sacrificed my soul to gain supreme power. My cultivation has reached the imperial level. You are doomed. Wang Yu turned to Lin Xingwan and whispered, You see, villains always love to deliver such lines. It's utterly cliché. Lin Xingwan couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Could you take this seriously? The black-robed man shouted as he charged forward, the black mist transforming into a colossal claw, slamming down. Wang Yu sighed and waved his hand smack. The black-robed man was swatted away like a fly, crashing heavily into the mountainside. Lin Xingwan could only stare in disbelief. The black-robed man struggled to rise, terror etched on his face. In no way. I have already. Wang Yu approached and yanked off his mask. All right, enough with the theatrics. Your meager strength is no match for even my pet. The black-robed man could only stare in shock. All right, it's time to end this. Wang Yu gathered golden light in his palm, and the black-robed man cried out in fear, No, you can't kill me. I still have Bang. Wang Yu crushed him, and the dark mist dissipated immediately. Lin Xingwan remarked, Could you not let him finish his sentence? Wang Yu shrugged. Villains perish from their verbosity. Heroes triumph through decisiveness. Lin Xingwan discreetly glanced at Wang Yu's profile, her heart racing unexpectedly. This unpredictable fellow was surprisingly charming even in battle. Wait, what was she thinking? She pinched herself to regain focus. So is it resolved? She asked, feigning calmness. Wang Yu stretched lazily. Resolved. Let us head back for hot pot. Lin Xingwan responded. Could you be a bit more serious? She endeavored to maintain a stern facade, but couldn't help but notice the outline of his abs as he stretched. Suddenly, Wang Yu grinned and draped an arm around her shoulders. In life, happiness is paramount. Besides, I'm invincible. What is there to fear? Lin Xingwan instantly stiffened. This proximity was too close. She could catch a whiff of the faint scent of sunshine emanating from him. Wait, why was she smelling him? Forget it. I won't argue with someone as unreasonable as you. She stammered, her ears subtly turning crimson. Let's go. I'll treat you to hot pot. Wang Yu casually draped his arm over her shoulder, completely oblivious to her peculiar demeanor. I know a place where the exceedingly spicy broth is particularly exhilarating. You'll feel like your backside is breathing fire after eating. Lin Xingwan took a deep breath, attempting to calm her racing heart, suddenly reminded of another matter. Don't even think about escaping. Wang Yu had already whisked her back to Yun City, standing at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Lin Xingwan internally lamented. Here we go again. This scoundrel doesn't even consider my feelings while flying on his sword. Though I am not Lu Yao, my abilities are not nearly at your extraordinary level. But he is holding my hand. Boss, 2 orders of the extreme spicy broth and 10 plates of brain matter. Wang Yu ordered with grandiosity. Looking at the steaming pot of red oil before her, Lin Xingwan sighed in resignation. She subtly shifted her stool closer to Wang Yu. Hey, why is your face so red? Wang Yu suddenly leaned in. It's too spicy. Lin Xingwan panicked and grabbed her cup, downing the water in haste. But the broth hasn't even arrived yet. Is it wrong to have a premonition that it will be unbearably spicy? Lin Xingwan, flustered and indignant, plunged an entire plate of brain matter into the pot, splattering the red oil directly onto Wang Yu's face. Wow, are you attempting to commit murder? Cough, cough, murder your teammate? Wang Yu wiped his face. Hearing the repressed word, Lin Xingwan's face immediately turned as red as the broth. She lowered her head and began to eat vigorously, only to be overwhelmed by the spice. Her eyes brimming with tears, Wang Yu unexpectedly handed her a glass of chilled sour plum soup. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Lin Xingwan accepted the cup, her fingertips accidentally brushing against Wang Yu's hand, causing her to retract as if shocked. Oh my gosh, when did this blockhead become so flirtatious? Gathering her courage, she asked, next time, can we go out to eat together again? Of course. Wang Yu replied readily, then added, but you'll be treating Lin Xingwan. Chapter 66. The Slayer of Sin. As the two were enjoying their meal, Lin Xingwan suddenly noticed that Lu Yao seemed absent from Wang Yu's side. Where's your sister Lu Yao? She usually clings to you, doesn't she? It's surprising that you only just noticed her absence after all these days. Lin Xingwan remarked, It has seemed that way. She has gone to Tianfu Academy to cultivate. Wang Yu continued to eat, pondering, Tianfu Academy? But wouldn't it be better for you to teach her? That's her decision. And in truth, I cannot instruct her on enhancing the power of her flames. I can only teach her a couple of sword techniques. At that moment, Wang Yu's phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, Wang Yu, we found him. All right, I understand. Just send me his location. Wang Yu's tone was as cold as ice. Lin Xingwan, standing beside him, felt the palpable aura of murderous intent and shivered involuntarily. She had never witnessed such a side of Wang Yu. The usually jovial and carefree youth now radiated a chilling hostility. Wang Yu, what is the matter? Who did you just find on the phone? Lu Yao's biological father. Her biological father. Lin Xingwan gasped, recalling the man who had abused her since childhood and sold her to traffickers. Wang Yu nodded slowly, unhurriedly. So what are you planning to do? Lin Xingwan hesitated, but Wang Yu's expression revealed his intentions. Until now, he had refrained from taking action, preoccupied with guiding Lu Yao in her cultivation. However, with Lu Yao absent, I'll go with you, Lin Xingwan declared resolutely. After all, Lu Yao was also her sister, and she could not remain idle while seeking vengeance for her. Wang Yu studied her for a few seconds before breaking into a grin, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. All right, but don't be so scared that you wet your pants. Who would do that? Lin Xingwan's face flushed crimson, but she felt a sense of relief that he had not dismissed her offer. The next morning, Wang Yu took Lin Xingwan flying on his sword to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Yun City. This place had once been a chemical plant that had gone out of business and had now become a gathering spot for all sorts of riffraff. The air was thick with a noxious blend of chemical agents and decaying food, causing Lin Xingwan to wrinkle her nose as she instinctively leaned closer to Wang Yu. According to the intel, that scoundrel has been active around here. Wang Yu lowered his voice, tracing an obscuring symbol in the air. This way, even if a massive explosion occurs, no one will notice a thing. Lin Xingwan nodded, her heart pounding like a drum. She had only ever killed beasts, but had never taken a human life. What made her more uneasy was the realization that she felt no fear. Instead, there was a strange anticipation. Was it the thrill of acting alongside Wang Yu? Or perhaps her own desire to see the one who harmed Lu Yao face justice? The interior of the factory was even more dilapidated than she had imagined, with corroded pipes and shattered glass scattered everywhere. Wang Yu navigated the shadows with the agility of a cheetah, while Lin Xingwan struggled to keep pace with him. In the distance, muffled voices and laughter mingled with the crisp sound of glass clinking. Over there, Wang Yu gestured towards a half-open iron door, from which dim light seeped through the crack. The two approached silently, peering inside through the narrow opening. Within the room, 5 or 6 individuals were gathered, enveloped in swirling smoke. A gaunt middle-aged man, cigarette in mouth, animatedly recounted something, spitting as he spoke. His sunken eyes and high cheekbones painted the picture of a typical addict, yet a disturbing glimmer flickered in his murky gaze. That man was Lu Xiaotao, the despicable father of Lu Yao. Wang Yu's voice whispered in Lin Xingwan's ear, his warm breath sending a chill down her spine. She scrutinized the man, searching for any resemblance to Lu Yao, yet all she found was a face ravaged by drugs and sin. It was hard to fathom that such a pure and innocent girl could emerge from such a bloodline. Thus, children are best sold. Lu Xiaotao's voice suddenly rose, laced with repugnant excitement. Especially girls. The younger, the more valuable. Those wealthy individuals simply adore. Wang Yu's grip on his sword hilt tightened, and Lin Xingwan could even hear the faint groan of the metal under pressure. I sold a worthless one 10 years ago for a mere 500. Had I known, I would have raised her longer. Now, I could fetch a good price. I've heard some places specifically seek 12 to 13-year-olds. Wang Yu sprang into action. The iron door was flung open with an invisible force, crashing against the wall with a deafening roar. Before the occupants could react, Wang Yu appeared before Lu Mingyuan like a specter, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Lu Xiaotao, Wang Yu's voice was chillingly soft. It seems you still remember the daughter you sold. Only then did the others in the room register the situation, with some reaching for bottles and others drawing knives. Lin Xingwan swiftly formed a seal, conjuring an invisible barrier that trapped the assailants inside. What the hell is happening? Why can't we get through? Lu Xiaotao's feet dangled off the ground, his complexion shifting from red to purple as he clawed desperately at Wang Yu's iron grip, terror filling his eyes. What? Who are you? He managed to stammer. I am the Avenger, here to punish the guilty. Wang Yu released his grip, and Lu Xiaotao crumpled to the floor like a pile of refuse, coughing violently. Wang Yu crouched down, retrieving a photograph from his pocket and waving it before Lu Mingyuan's eyes. Do you recognize her? Your daughter, Lu Yao. Lu Xiaotao's pupils constricted sharply, quickly morphing into a grotesque smile. That worthless child? Huh, she is still alive? Wang Yu's gaze turned icy. He rose and planted his foot on Lu Xiaotao's hand, the sound of cracking bones echoing painfully in the tense air. Lu Xiaotao emitted a wretched wail, his face smeared with mucus and tears. I won't kill you just like that. That would be too merciful. At last, Lu Xiaotao grasped the gravity of the situation and struggled to crawl backward. Wait, I can explain. I was in debt. I had no choice. No choice. Wang Yu chuckled, though his smile sent a chill down Lin Xingwan's spine. Is it no choice to strike your own daughter after drinking? Is it no choice to sell her to those traffickers? He abruptly seized Lu Xiaotao by the collar, dragging him to a metal table at the center of the room. Scattered across the table were syringes, white powder, and several used small umbrellas. Lin Xingwan turned her face away, her stomach churning. Xingwan, go wait for me outside, Wang Yu suddenly commanded, his voice eerily calm. Lin Xingwan turned back to meet his gaze, which was usually filled with warmth but now appeared as dark as ink, unfathomable. She sensed what was about to transpire. Her rational mind urged her to leave, yet a more potent emotion kept her rooted in place. No, she heard herself say, I will stay. Wang Yu regarded her for a few seconds, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately nodded. He turned to Lu Xiaotao, and a long sword had inexplicably appeared in his hand. Do you know, when I first brought her home, she would have nightmares every night, trapped in a dark room, listening to people outside discussing how much they could sell her for. Lu Xiaotao trembled, a wet patch forming in his pants. Please, I know I was wrong. I can make it up to her. Make it up? Wang Yu scoffed. Very well, do it in your favorite way. The scene that followed would be etched in Lin Xingwan's memory forever. Wang Yu's movements were so swift they were almost imperceptible, yet each strike precisely avoided vital areas. Lu Xiaotao's screams echoed through the abandoned factory, but no one dared to intervene. Lin Xingwan stood frozen, watching the blood gradually saturate the ground. She ought to feel fear. She should stop Wang Yu, yet a voice within her whispered, he deserves this. When Lu Xiaotao had been reduced to a mass of mangled flesh, Wang Yu finally ceased. He rose, his white attire astonishingly unblemished by blood. The other individuals trapped in the room, having never witnessed such a scene, were rendered speechless with fear. Then, with another swift stroke, those who had been kept outside were transformed into a mist of blood, dispersing in the air. These people were merely associated with Lu. Wang Yu remarked, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Wang Yu, she softly called. Observing the icy demeanor in his eyes, Lin Xingwan summoned her courage and embraced him, the force nearly rendering her breathless. With her nose tinged with emotion, she gently caressed his back. Now, Lu Yao is very fortunate, having a brother like you. Wang Yu gradually calmed, reciprocating her embrace. Let us return. After a long while, Wang Yu finally released her, his face regaining its usual smile. Xingwan, thank you for coming, Wang Yu said softly. Thank you for not looking at me with that kind of gaze. Lin Xingwan understood precisely what he meant, that gaze akin to one reserved for a monster. She halted her movements and met his eyes directly. Wang Yu, you are the kindest person I have ever known. Wang Yu was taken aback, then burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the desolate factory. Kind? I just turned someone into minced meat. Precisely, Lin Xingwan replied earnestly. It is because you care so deeply for Lu Yao that you would act in such a manner. I understand. Wang Yu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a complex expression Lin Xingwan had never witnessed before. He gently caressed her cheek. Let us go. That was all he said, as he took her hand and led her outside. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows of the two on the ground. She tightened her grip on his hand, resolute in her decision not to let go. Chapter 67. The Reluctant Behemoth upon returning home. Lin Xingwan was eager to commence her training in Void Instant Prison Kill. She inhaled deeply, attuning herself to the subtle resonance between her inner spiritual energy and the intricate runes. Are you ready? Wang Yu's voice resonated from behind her, bearing an unusual seriousness. Lin Xingwan turned to see Wang Yu grasping the pitch-black sword, the Demise sword, its blade entwined with crimson patterns. A flicker of ethereal blue light danced along the sword's edge, as if it could cleave through the fabric of space itself. Yes, she affirmed with a resolute nod, her eyes shimmering with determination. Wang Yu flicked his wrist, and the Demise sword traced a flawless arc in the air. With a blade pointed, space itself was torn asunder, revealing a swirling black vortex. He grasped Lin Xingwan's wrist gently, whispering, "Stay close to me." They found themselves once again before the Sword God Temple. Due to the immense power of this divine technique, practicing it outdoors would create too much commotion, Wang Yu explained, his fingers tapping lightly to conjure a silver barrier around them. I will establish a protective barrier, but during the practice of Void Instant Prison Kill, you must personally experience the force of spatial rending, so the barrier cannot completely shield you from the pain. Lin Xingwan settled into a cross-legged position, placing the jade slip upon her knees. As her spiritual energy flowed into it, the runes on the jade slip illuminated, transforming into a silver torrent that surged into her brow. In an instant, she felt her consciousness drawn into a peculiar realm. Here, there was no distinction between up and down, left and right. Countless silver threads wove into a net, each representing a fissure in space. Void Instant Prison Kill is divided into 3 levels. Wang Yu's voice echoed in the void. The first level, Space Rending, allows one to tear through space to create an attack. The second level, Instant Prison, enables short-range spatial jumps. The third level, Void Kill, banishes foes into the chaotic currents of the void. You are to cultivate the most fundamental space, rending now. Naturally, these insights were imparted to him by the will of the Sword God Temple. With closed eyes, Lin Xingwan focused her mind, attempting to touch the silver threads with her spiritual energy, guided by the jade slip. The moment she made contact, a surge of excruciating pain shot from her fingertips, as if countless needles had pierced her simultaneously. She gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she did not waver. The power of space cannot be governed by ordinary spiritual energy. Wang Yu's voice was close at hand. You must first acclimate your spiritual energy to the void's energy. This process will be fraught with agony. As a day passed, Lin Xingwan's fingertips bore numerous tiny wounds, the marks of the backlash from the spatial force. Yet, to her delight, she discovered a sliver of silver light beginning to merge with her spiritual energy, and the once hostile spatial threads gradually lessened their repulsion towards her. Excellent. Now attempt to guide this power. Wang Yu stood behind her, forming hand seals. A gentle stream of spiritual energy flowing into Lin Xingwan to help her stabilize the restless spatial energy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xingwan formed a complex hand seal before her chest. As the spiritual energy circulated, a slender silver light coalesced at her fingertips, laboriously carving a 3-inch-long rift in the air. With a sudden pop, the rift collapsed, and the backlash forced her to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Do not rush," Wang Yu said, supporting her wavering form. It was already commendable that she could create a rift for the first time. Thus, day after day, Lin Xingwan tirelessly trained within the small world of the Annihilation Sword. Each failure brought new insights, and every pang of pain solidified her spiritual energy further. Wang Yu remained by her side, assisting her whenever her energy became chaotic and providing her with elixirs to replenish her strength during her exhaustion. On the evening of the 7th day, Lin Xingwan suddenly opened her eyes, her hands moving swiftly like butterflies weaving through flowers as she formed seals. This time, her movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. As the final seal was completed, her fingers pointed forward like a sword. Whoosh! A 3-foot-long spatial rift materialized in response, slicing through the distant void with the precision of an invisible blade. The edges of the rift shimmered with a perilous silver light, lingering for 3 full breaths before gradually healing. She had succeeded. Lin Xingwan turned to Wang Yu with delight, only to see his expression shift dramatically. "Be careful." Wang Yu's figure flickered, instantly appearing before her, the Annihilation Sword raised protectively across his chest. Almost simultaneously, the recently healed spatial rift began to twist violently. A colossal claw, covered in black scales, emerged from within, striking fiercely at the two. Boom! The claw collided with the Annihilation Sword, producing a deafening explosion. This was the Void Devourer, a formidable beast that had been sealed within the Sword God Temple. At that moment, the will of the Sword God informed Wang Yu that it seemed he had inadvertently opened a portal to the void while practicing the Void Instant Kill, releasing the creature. Lin Xingwan's pupils constricted as she beheld the massive claw, which was the size of a grinding stone. The dark scales were interlaced with eerie purple patterns, distorting the very fabric of space around them. Lin Xingwan quickly retreated, her heart pounding like a drum, yet a flicker of battle intent ignited within her eyes. Having just comprehended the realm of rending space, she was in dire need of practical experience to hone her skills. Her hands moved swiftly to form seals, silver light swirling at her fingertips as she abruptly slashed forward. Void Instant Kill, rending space. Whoosh! A 3-foot-long spatial rift sliced towards the colossal claw, leaving a deep gash upon the scales. Purplish-black blood gushed forth, corroding the ground with wisps of black smoke. Roar! The Void Devourer howled in pain, its rift suddenly widening. A grotesque head emerged from within, crimson vertical pupils, interlocking fangs, and 3 curved bone horns atop its head, radiating a suffocating aura of slaughter. Lin Xingwan's breath caught momentarily, but she quickly steadied her mind, her form flashing as she struck once more. Her hands moved in rapid succession, weaving multiple silver rifts into a net that ensnared the devourer. However, a glint of mockery flashed in the creature's eyes as it swiped its massive claw, shattering the spatial rifts with ease. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a purplish beam of light that obliterated everything in its path, even the air itself. This is bad. Lin Xingwan hurriedly dodged, yet she was still grazed by the residual force, a sharp pain radiating from her left shoulder. Xingwan, Wang Yu furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene, only to see her grit her teeth and rise, her eyes brimming with combat fervor. Come again. She endured the agony, her hands forming seals with increasing speed, her spiritual energy surging wildly. A swirling silver vortex coalesced before her, an advanced application of the Void Splitter. Go! The vortex howled forth, colliding with the second beam of light from the devourer, shattering it into fragments. The residual force continued unabated, crashing violently against the beast's head, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist. The Void Devourer was utterly enraged, its massive form squeezing through the rift, towering 10 zhang high, obscuring the sky. It howled in fury, its scales standing on end, as countless purple motes gathered in its maw, evidently preparing a fatal strike. Lin Xingwan, as complexion paled, her spiritual energy nearly depleted, yet she stubbornly stood her ground. At that moment, a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Well done. Leave the rest to me. Wang Yu's voice was calm and soothing. He stepped forward, the desolation sword casually raised, even remaining sheathed. Silence. With a mere utterance of those two understated words, the entire space abruptly froze. The colossal form of the Void Devourer suddenly stiffened, fear flickering for the first time in its crimson, slitted eyes. The purple light emanating from its mouth extinguished in an instant, as if snuffed out by an unimaginable force. However, Wang Yu suddenly had another thought, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, with a flick of his fingertip, an invisible sword energy pierced the creature's brow. The beast howled in agony, its body rapidly shrinking, ultimately transforming into a streak of black light, drawn into the Desolation sword. Shortly thereafter, a miniature version of the Void Devourer sprang forth from the sword, appearing rather adorable. It resembled a lion cub, albeit in a shade of purple. It scampered over, nuzzling against Wang Yu's feet. This, Lin Xingwan was taken aback. Wang Yu turned, a slight smile playing on his lips. The Sword God Temple could use a gatekeeper, and it is perfectly suited for the role. He then exchanged a meaningful glance with the little creature. Moreover, for you, it will serve as a splendid sparring partner. Upon hearing this, the little creature instantly became agitated. Am I now a free labor? This feels somewhat like being forced into service. Chapter 68. A visit to Master Zhang the small beast, transformed from the Void Devourer, nuzzled against Wang Yu's feet, emitting a soft whimper, completely devoid of its earlier ferocity. Lin Xingwan's taut nerves finally relaxed, allowing her to feel the dizziness brought on by her depleted spiritual energy. Her legs weakened, threatening to give way beneath her. Be careful. Wang Yu, with swift reflexes, caught her waist, a gentle stream of spiritual energy emanating from his palm to alleviate her discomfort. You have exhausted your spiritual energy. You need a rest. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Before she could finish her sentence, another wave of dizziness washed over her. Wang Yu sighed and bent down to lift her effortlessly into his arms. Stop being stubborn. I shall take you to recuperate. Put me down. I can walk by myself. Lin Xingwan's cheeks flushed as she struggled to free herself. Silence. Wang Yu commanded in the same tone, causing the small purple beast to immediately flop onto the ground in a mock death, which elicited an involuntary laugh from Lin Xingwan. What was once a garden for cultivating spiritual herbs within the Sword God Palace had been transformed by Wang Yu into a natural hot spring, the air thick with steam and faint medicinal aromas. He gently placed Lin Xingwan on a stone bench by the spring and retrieved several jade vials from his storage ring. Remove your outer garment and immerse yourself in the spring. He turned his back to her. The infusion of spiritual herbs in this water will benefit your injuries. After a moment's hesitation, the searing pain in her shoulder compelled her to relent. She quickly shed her outer robe, stepping into the warm water clad only in her undergarments. The soothing currents enveloped her body, and the medicinal properties seeped through her skin, alleviating much of her pain. As the healing liquid touched her wounds, she couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. "Bear with it. The pain will soon subside." Wang Yu's voice came from behind her, accompanied by the soft sound of herbs being ground. Stealing a glance over her shoulder, Lin Xingwan observed Wang Yu skillfully milling various spiritual herbs into powder. His movements surprisingly adept. Sunlight filtered through the mist, illuminating the focused contours of his profile. In that moment, she realized that this man, who often exuded an air of inscrutability, appeared remarkably approachable. "Have you seen enough?" Wang Yu suddenly spoke, still not turning around. Lin Xingwan hastily faced forward, her head submerging into the water, leaving only her eyes visible. "Wah, who's looking at you?" Wang Yu chuckled lightly, sprinkling the prepared powder into the hot spring. "After soaking for another half-hour, we shall be ready to depart." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Lin Xingwan to her swirling thoughts in the spring. As Wang Yu exited the hot spring area, the small purple beast eagerly trailed after him, affectionately weaving around his feet. He crouched down, gently ruffling the beast's head, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Half an hour later, Lin Xingwan emerged from the spring, having changed into fresh attire, her complexion significantly restored. She spotted Wang Yu standing beneath an ancient tree in the courtyard, gazing contemplatively into the distance. "Do you feel better?" Wang Yu sensed her presence and turned to face her. "Yes, thank you." Lin Xingwan nodded slightly, feeling a bit uneasy as she brushed her still damp hair tips. The medicinal spring was indeed miraculous. Wang Yu's gaze lingered on her shoulder for a moment, affirming that her wound had begun to heal before he spoke. "Have you kept in touch with Zhang Su, the Taoist priest I recommended to you?" Lin Xingwan's eyes brightened. "Master Zhang has been of immense help. Last month, we were ambushed by demonic cultivators, and thanks to his foresight, we were able to prepare in advance. Otherwise," her voice trailed off, clearly haunted by the memory. "Just as I suspected," Wang Yu remarked with a slight smile, acknowledging the unique insight of the old priest's destiny-seeing ability. After a brief contemplation, he suddenly proposed. "Since your injuries are no longer severe, why not accompany me to Wuwang Mountain? I have some matters to discuss with Zhang Su." "Now?" Lin Xingwan asked, surprised. "We shall set off tomorrow," Wang Yu replied, glancing at the sky. "For today, you should rest and recover your spiritual energy." The next morning, the two embarked on their journey to Wuwang Mountain. A small purple beast transformed into a streak of light, morphing into a little purple kitten that adorably nestled on Wang Yu's shoulder. Standing at the bow of the boat, Lin Xingwan gazed at the churning sea of clouds beneath and couldn't help but inquire, "How did you come to know Master Zhang?" Wang Yu chuckled softly. "I happened to see him fortune-telling by the roadside, and that's how we became acquainted." Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Baiyun Temple on Wuwang Mountain. Just as they were about to enter, a young Taoist priest emerged to greet them. "Welcome. Our temple master has been expecting you for quite some time. Please follow me." Under the guidance of the young priest, they entered the parlor. There, they saw a figure clad in a black and white Taoist robe, sporting a long beard that lent him an air of ethereal wisdom. "Greetings, Master Zhang. It's been quite a while since our last meeting," Wang Yu said. Zhang Su stroked his long beard and narrowed his eyes. "Wuyang Tianwang, I calculated the omens, and today indeed foretold the arrival of noble guests. It has proven true." Wang Yu, grinning, clasped his hands in respect. "Your foresight is truly remarkable, Master." "Humph." Zhang Su waved his whisk and turned to enter. "Come in. The tea has gone cold." Lin Xingwan discreetly tugged at Wang Yu's sleeve, whispering, "Master Zhang doesn't seem to welcome us." Wang Yu blinked. "Not at all. Old Zhang is merely expressing his joy. The more he acts this way, the happier he is inside." Just then, Zhang Su stumbled slightly, nearly tripping over the threshold. Once inside the inner chamber, they found 3 cups of steaming tea arranged on the table. With a stern expression, Zhang Su declared, "Sit down, drink your tea, and let us get to business." Wang Yu lifted his teacup and took a sip, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "What exquisite tea! Master, you've brought out your finest Yunwu Lingya. Truly generous of you." Zhang Su's fruta. "How do you know this is Yunwu Lingya?" "Just a guess. Wang Yu replied, grinning like a sly fox. But now I'm certain. Zhang Su, Nze, glared with his beard bristling. You. Lin Xingwan hurriedly intervened. Taoist, please do not be upset. Wang Yu merely enjoys jesting. At that moment, the small purple creature leaped down from Wang Yu's shoulder, approached Taoist Zhang Su's feet, and sniffed curiously, only to suddenly sneeze. Taoist Zhang Su glanced down, and his eyes widened in surprise. This is my newly acquired pet. Wang Yu casually lifted the small creature. Isn't it adorable? Chapter 69. Taoist Zhang Su is once again deceived. Taoist Zhang Su fixed his gaze upon the purple little beast perched on Wang Yu's shoulder, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had just sensed a hint of threat emanating from the feline. No, impossible. It must be an illusion. Just as he stood there in disbelief, Wang Yu leaned closer and whispered in his ear. No, it is not your imagination. What? What are you doing? Trying to scare me to death? Am I not merely addressing the doubts in your heart? How do you know what I'm thinking? Does it require any thought? It is clearly written all over your face. Then when you said it wasn't my illusion, what is this purple cat? It was originally an ancient ferocious beast that had been sealed away. I subdued it, and through my gentle caress, it has come to submit to me. What? You mean a ferocious beast? Those only exist in legends and are 1,000 times more dangerous than. Taoist Zhang Su gazed at the purple kitten in terror, trembling involuntarily. Indeed. But really, is there any need for such fear? Did I not say it has already been tamed? Furthermore, how did you acquire knowledge about ferocious beasts? Wang Yu inquired, puzzled, as he himself had only learned of ferocious beasts from the Sword God Temple. Have you forgotten what I awakened? The moment I laid eyes on this cat, I felt a trace of danger. Using my destiny eye, I calculated the result and discovered the truth about ferocious beasts. It nearly frightened me to death. Oh, your destiny eye seems quite useful. Enough of that. Speak. What brings you to me this time? I must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of bad luck to encounter you. Wang Yu merely chuckled mischievously in response. Yet encountering you, Taoist Zhang, is akin to discovering a great treasure. Lin Xingwan, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. What are you two talking about? Did you not know each other normally? Taking a deep breath, Taoist Zhang Su suppressed the turmoil within and feigned calmness as he stroked his beard. Normal acquaintances? Young friend Wang Yu, you deceived me terribly last time. Taoist Zhang Su snorted coldly, though a touch of helplessness lingered in his eyes. You claimed to be an ordinary person, yet turned around and extracted my secrets, even making me work for you. The purple kitten beside Wang Yu perked up at this. Wang Yu smiled and clasped his hands together. You exaggerate, Taoist. I merely sought to foster our friendship. Besides, you have assisted me on several occasions. I have not treated you poorly, have I? I arranged for resources for your cultivation, and look at your current prowess, now at the spirit level. You're only a minuscule bit weaker than I. Taoist Zhang Su's expression darkened. Are you comparing my spirit level to your little Karami? Why not compare an ant to an elephant? Lin Xingwan, listening in confusion, could not help but ask, what are you two talking about? Taoist Zhang Su sighed. Miss Lin is unaware that this young friend Wang Yu, despite his seemingly harmless demeanor, is in fact, remarkably handsome and exceptionally skilled. Wang Yu took the opportunity to wink at Lin Xingwan, saying, the Taoist priest is praising me. Taoist Zhang Su, infuriated, let his beard bristle. You. All right. Wang Yu waved his hand, his expression suddenly turning earnest. Taoist, I came here primarily to express my gratitude for your contributions to Yun City. As for this matter, there's really not much to it. After all, I reside here, and my temple is situated here as well. Thus, aiding Yun City is tantamount to aiding myself, so... Taoist Zhang Su chuckled greedily. Therefore, as for rewards, I wouldn't mind receiving a few crystal cores or spiritual herbs. My demands are modest. A handsome grade crystal core would suffice, and a century-old spiritual herb would be adequate. Wang Yu gazed at his shameless demeanor, feeling somewhat irritated yet inexplicably familiar. I can provide you with the crystal core, but you won't be able to utilize the spiritual herb, so you'll have to find a way on your own. With that, he tossed him a crystal core. Hey, I won't quibble over the spiritual herb, but what do you mean by giving me a general grade one? This is at the pinnacle of the general grade, just a step away from the handsome grade. Moreover, with your cultivation level. Even if I were to give you a handsome grade crystal core, you wouldn't be able to refine it. It could even harm you. Seeing him so rarely serious, Taoist Zhang Su reined in his emotions. Alas, fine, a general grade will have to do. It's better than nothing. As Taoist Zhang Su received the crystal core and was about to tuck it into his sleeve, he suddenly noticed an inscription on it. Exclusive for Zhang Su, resale prohibited. Wang Yu, what does this mean? Taoist Zhang Su's beard bristled in anger. Wang Yu feigned innocence. I just wanted to prevent you from trading it for wine. So I specially engraved an anti-counterfeit mark for you. Taoist Zhang Su. His hand gripping the crystal core trembled slightly. Lin Xingwan could no longer contain herself and chuckled, covering her mouth. Wang Yu, how can you play tricks on a Taoist, even when giving a gift? Wang Yu shrugged. This is called considerate service, exclusively customized. The little purple beast also meowed, seemingly mocking Taoist Zhang Su. Taoist Zhang Su took a deep breath, attempting to calm his emotions. Very well, I concede. However, he suddenly squinted, revealing a cunning smile. Since you were so generous, why not assist me with a small favor? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, the Taoist has another request. Taoist Zhang Su stroked his beard. Recently, I have been concocting a batch of elixirs and lack a primary ingredient, heavenly stargrass. Wang Yu, the corner of his mouth twitched. Taoist Zhang Su smiled. Young friend Wang Yu, you must have it, right? It's in that black sword of yours. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yu was already holding a black longsword. To his surprise, Taoist Zhang Su had even anticipated that. Wang Yu, speechless, gazing at the sky. The little purple beast suddenly leaped onto the table, patting Taoist Zhang Su's hand with its paw. Then the little feline emitted two soft meows, as if to say, Old man, you have quite the audacity. Zhang Su, the Taoist priest, felt a chill run down his spine under its gaze and forced a chuckle. Ahem. Just a jest, merely a jest. Wang Yu sighed. Taoist priest, if you truly require spiritual herbs, I might be able to assist you. However, it would be wise to refrain from coveting items from the Sword God Temple. Zhang Su pursed his lips, conceding, all right, then tell me, what spiritual herbs can you procure for me? Wang Yu pondered for a moment, then retrieved a vibrant green herb from his robe. How about this? By Ling Shun, though it pales in comparison to Tianxing Chao, is still a rare treasure. This was something Wang Yu had acquired from Yi Mingqi upon his return to the capital. Zhang Su's eyes sparkled, and he reached for it eagerly. Excellent. This will do. Yet, Wang Yu suddenly withdrew his hand. Hold on, Taoist priest, this is not a gift. Zhang Su felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Wang Yu, with a grin, declared, You must promise me that whenever I seek your divination, it shall be complimentary. Zhang Su was taken aback. The priest's blood pressure surged once more. Lin Xingwan, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, interjected, Wang Yu, you are being rather unfair to the priest, aren't you? Wang Yu retorted, Not at all. This is simply a fair exchange. Zhang Su gritted his teeth. Wang Yu, you truly are. At that moment, the purple little beast mewed, seemingly advising, Accept your fate, old man. Zhang Su sighed deeply. Very well, I concede. This by Ling Shun is mine, and from now on, divination shall be without charge. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Deal. Lin Xingwan observed the playful banter between the elderly priest and the youth, unable to suppress a smile. You two are truly a pair of natural adversaries. Wang Yu protested. Who is paired with him? Zhang Su retorted, Bah, I am not paired with this brat. Both exclaimed in unison. Humph. The purple little beast chimed in. Meow. Chapter 70. The Unfathomable Fate After a Spirited Exchange of Words. Taoist Zhang Su realized that engaging in lengthy conversations with Wang Yu was unwise, lest he inadvertently fall into the latter's traps. Well, the matters at hand have been addressed. Do you wish to stay for lunch? Zhang Su, feeling increasingly exasperated with Wang Yu, began to issue a subtle dismissal. That's a splendid suggestion. I've yet to dine at the Taoist temple. However, I believe Taoists abstain from meat, so perhaps I shall pass. Upon hearing this, Zhang Su's temper flared. Preposterous. It is monks who forsake meat. If you are uninformed, it is best not to speak out of turn. Wang Yu, observing the Taoist's vexation, could not help but chuckle, though he quickly composed himself and said earnestly, "All right, enough jesting. In truth, I have another matter for which I seek your assistance." Zhang Su regarded him with a sidelong glance. "What is it?" "Recently, Yin City has been unnaturally tranquil, and I cannot shake a sense of unease." Wang Yu stroked his chin. "Could you perhaps divine whether there will be any significant crises looming over Yin City?" With a light huff, Zhang Su replied at last, "You speak with some seriousness." He closed his eyes, fingers forming intricate seals. As a faint golden vertical line materialized at his brow, an indication that his eye of fate was in operation. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a look of ease upon his countenance. "Rest assured, there will be no major crises in Yun City for a considerable time." "That is a relief." Wang Yu sighed in relief. At that moment, Lin Xingwan, who had been quietly observing, suddenly interjected, "Taoist, since you have made a calculation, why not also peer into Wang Yu's fate? I have always found this fellow to be quite enigmatic. Moreover, your talents are indeed extraordinary. It is rare for someone of your age to have reached such heights in cultivation." Although Wang Yu had consistently refrained from disclosing his true level of cultivation, she could still sense an aura of profundity emanating from him. Wang Yu quickly waved his hands. No. There is no need for such calculations." Zhang Su, however, was intrigued. "What is this?" Feeling apprehensive? "Apprehensive? I am merely of the opinion that it is unnecessary," Wang Yu retorted, eyes wide. Lin Xingwan, with a playful smile, urged him, "If it is truly unnecessary, then what harm is there in having it calculated?" Faced with the persistent gazes of both, Wang Yu resignedly sighed. Fine. But let me make it clear, whatever the outcome, do not be overly astonished. However, you must suppress your spiritual awareness, otherwise, I shall be overwhelmed before I even glean anything from you." Zhang Su recalled their first encounter when he had attempted to employ the Eye of Fate on Wang Yu, a memory that still sent a shiver down his spine. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed his mind and withdrew his mental defenses. Zhang Su nodded, once more activating the Eye of Fate, his gaze piercing like lightning toward Wang Yu. Yet, at the very moment his consciousness brushed against the currents of Wang Yu's destiny, the scene before him shifted dramatically. In the boundless void, a colossal sword radiating a divine aura stood resolutely. The blade was entwined with countless arcane symbols, each one seemingly embodying the profound truths of heaven and earth. With merely a fleeting glance, Taoist Zhang Su was beset by an indescribable aura of pressure, as if he were on the verge of being utterly crushed. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, and he staggered backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Taoist!" Lin Xingwan exclaimed, rushing to support him. Wang Yu, startled, hurried forward. "Are you all right?" Zhang Su trembled as he raised a finger toward Wang Yu, his eyes filled with dread. "You? Who exactly are you?" Wang Yu, bewildered, replied, "Me? I'm just Wang Yu." Shaking his head, Zhang Su's voice became hoarse, impossible. "That sword, that is—" Before he could finish, another spurt of blood erupted, and he fainted. Lin Xingwan anxiously turned to Wang Yu. "What on earth is happening?" Wang Yu scratched his head, offering a wry smile. "I really don't know." Silently, he retrieved the Luo Yuan sword, a vague understanding dawning upon him that what Zhang Su had witnessed might be connected to this blade. The Luo Yuan sword had manifested in his grasp since his awakening. Although it had posed some initial difficulties, it was undeniably shrouded in profound mysteries. Observing the unconscious Zhang Su, Wang Yu sighed. "It seems my lunch plans are dashed." Lin Xingwan shot him a fierce glare. "At a time like this, you're still thinking about lunch?" She hurriedly laid Zhang Su down on a nearby mat, her brow furrowed. "His breath is erratic, his spirit is in turmoil. What did you make him see?" Wang Yu shrugged innocently. "I truly don't know. Perhaps it's just a special constitution?" Lin Xingwan regarded him with suspicion, clearly unconvinced. The awakened fate eye of Zhang Su could discern even the destinies of powerful awakened beings with a mere glance. How could it nearly spell his doom merely due to a special constitution? Wang Yu chuckled nervously, about to deflect the conversation, when suddenly Zhang Su's body convulsed violently. His eyes flew open, revealing golden patterns swirling within his pupils, akin to ancient runes in motion. His voice turned low and raspy, as if some force compelled him to speak. "Do not pry. Those who oppose shall perish." As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to tremble violently, blood escaping from the corners of his mouth once more. Lin Xingwan's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly retrieved a blue pill from her robes, pried open Zhang Su's mouth, and placed it inside. Simultaneously, she concentrated her spiritual energy, pressing her fingertip to his forehead to stabilize his spirit forcefully. Wang Yu, observing this, furrowed his brow and murmured, "Is he suffering backlash?" Lin Xingwan did not respond, completely absorbed in her efforts to stabilize Zhang Su's condition. After a moment, his breathing finally steadied, yet his face remained ghostly pale, indicating significant depletion of his vitality. Gradually, he opened his eyes, gazing at Wang Yu with a mixture of fear and complexity, his lips trembling as he spoke. "Wang Yu, your fate is simply beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to bear." Wang Yu fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "Thus, I implore you, do not calculate my destiny." Lin Xingwan glanced at Taoist Zhang Su, then at Wang Yu, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Master, what exactly did you see?" Taoist Zhang Su offered a bitter smile and shook his head. "I cannot speak of it, nor do I dare to." He turned his gaze toward Wang Yu, his voice hoarse, warning that the secrets you carry, once revealed, would unleash consequences that no one could withstand. Wang Yu shrugged and feigned nonchalance. "It can't be that exaggerated, can it? I am merely an ordinary person." "An ordinary person?" Taoist Zhang Su coughed twice, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. "Can an ordinary person cause the eye of fate to nearly shatter? Can they invoke a backlash upon me?" "Wang Yu, who exactly are you?" After a moment of silence, Wang Yu merely smiled. "A person who wishes to avoid trouble." Lin Xingwan fixed her gaze upon him and suddenly remarked, "Yet your very existence is the greatest source of trouble, is it not?" Wang Yu did not respond, instead gazing out the window, where sunlight bathed his profile, casting a profound shadow. "There are certain secrets for which I too seek answers." Chapter 71. An unexpected journey. After departing from the Baiyun Temple, Lin Xingwan found herself stealing glances at Wang Yu, her thoughts unspoken. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two, intertwining on the stone path. "If you have something to ask, then ask." Wang Yu suddenly halted, turning to face her. Lin Xingwan nearly stumbled into his embrace, hastily retreating a half step, her cheeks flushed. What exactly did Zhang Daosher see?" Wang Yu lowered his gaze to the Luo Yuan sword in his hand, its blade shimmering softly with a golden hue in the evening light. "I am uncertain, but it likely pertains to this." He gently caressed the sword's surface, adding, "Since my awakening, this sword has accompanied me. But it seems—" Lin Xingwan reached out to touch it, only to be repelled by an invisible force a mere inch away. "It is indeed extraordinary." Wang Yu offered a wry smile as he sheathed the sword. "That is why I strive to keep my secrets from prying eyes." Zhang Daosher was an unexpected encounter. Upon returning to the Tianwang division, twilight had settled. The moment Wang Yu stepped into the hall, he sensed a powerful and familiar aura. A woman clad in a deep blue uniform stood with her back to them, facing the mission panel, her long black hair neatly styled into a bun. "Teacher?" Lin Xingwan gasped. The woman turned, appearing to be in her early 30s, her expression stern yet elegant. Her eyes, amber like Lin Xingwan's, bore a sharper intensity. A blue token, signifying her status as an elder of the Tianwang headquarters, hung at her waist. "Elder he." Wang Yu inclined his head slightly. Li Juan's gaze swept between the two, finally resting on Wang Yu. "Hello, Wang Yu. It is a pleasure to see you again. And Xingwan, how have you been? Have you missed me?" "Teacher, what brings you here?" Lin Xingwan stepped forward, linking her arm with Li Juan's. Li Juan retrieved a document from her bosom. "There have been fluctuations in the nearby secret realm, and I need you both to lead an exploration team. The headquarters has assigned me to temporarily oversee the Yun City division." "A secret realm?" Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "The last occurrence was in Yun City, wasn't it?" "Indeed," Li Juan confirmed with a nod. "Moreover, the energy fluctuations this time are even more pronounced." The headquarters believes that you two, possessing the highest talents, are the most suitable for this mission. A glimmer of excitement flitted across Lin Xingwan's eyes, only to fade swiftly. But Yin City, with me around, there is no need for concern, Li Juan reassured, giving her shoulder a pat, then casting a meaningful glance at Wang Yu. Prepare yourselves tonight. You will depart early tomorrow morning. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wang Yu opened the door to find Li Juan already seated on his sofa. Elder he asked warily, closing the door behind him. Is there something you need? I have heard quite a bit about you, and I must admit, I am intrigued by how you have cultivated your abilities. Despite not yet reaching 20, you possess such formidable strength. However, I'm only concerned about one matter. She stood, locking her gaze with Wang Yu's. Can you guarantee Lin Xingwan's safety? Wang Yu paused momentarily before nodding earnestly. Of course, as long as I am here. I will not allow her to come to any harm. Then, that is reassuring. Li Juan approached the door and paused before departing. That child has admired you since she was little. Are you aware of this? Wang Yu felt a warmth rise to his ears. I know. She has been without her parents since childhood, and I have raised her single-handedly. Li Juan's voice softened suddenly, more affectionate than that of a biological mother. So, do not let her feel sorrow. The door closed gently, leaving Wang Yu standing alone in the center of the room, the Luo Yuan sword on the table, trembling slightly, as if echoing his intricate emotions. The following morning, Lin Xingwan awaited at the entrance of the branch office, accompanied by 2 lightweight travel bags. She donned a nimble black combat suit today, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding an air of vitality. Good morning, Wang Yu approached, carrying only a simple backpack. Is this all you are bringing? Lin Xingwan queried in surprise. Wang Yu patted the Luo Yuan sword at his waist. One person, one sword is sufficient. Li Juan emerged from the building, handing Lin Xingwan a small box. Be careful on your journey. Once you arrive in Haidu, remember to report your safety daily. Lin Xingwan accepted the box, opening it to reveal a pair of exquisite earrings. This is a communicator? The latest developed psionic communicator, immune to the disturbances of secret realms. Li Juan assisted her in putting them on, explaining that the red button was for emergency assistance, while the green was for regular communication. She turned to Wang Yu. The head of the Haida branch is named Li, a stubborn old man. If you encounter any trouble, contact headquarters directly without going through him. Wang Yu nodded, understanding. Suddenly, Li Juan reached out to adjust Wang Yu's collar, a gesture of intimacy that left both of them momentarily stunned. Take care of yourself. And Xingwan. Her voice was unusually gentle. Lin Xingwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Teacher, all right, it's time to leave. The people at the Haida branch are waiting for you. Li Juan stepped back, her expression returning to one of seriousness. On the journey to Haidu, Lin Xingwan kept her head bowed, while Wang Yu discreetly observed her profile. Sunlight cascaded on her long eyelashes, casting delicate shadows. Your teacher cares deeply for you. Wang Yu broke the silence. Lin Xingwan lifted her head and forced a smile. She has always treated me like a child. That is because she values you. Wang Yu paused, adding just as, I value you. Lin Xingwan abruptly turned to him, her eyes wide. What? What did you say? Wang Yu feigned interest in the scenery outside. Nothing. They boarded Wang Yu's flying sword, the cloud city gradually shrinking beneath them. Lin Xingwan suddenly grasped Wang Yu's hand. What is it? Wang Yu felt a tremor in her palm. I'm a bit afraid of heights, she whispered, her voice barely audible, eyes tightly shut. Wang Yu chuckled softly, clasping her hand reassuringly. With me here, you shall not fall. Lin Xingwan secretly opened one eye, catching sight of Wang Yu's smiling profile, her heart racing unexpectedly. She recalled Li Juan's words from the previous night. If you like him, tell him, life is fleeting, do not leave regrets. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage. Wang Yu. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind surged forth. The winds are upon us. Hold on tight. Wang Yu swiftly enveloped Lin Xingwan in his embrace, as the Luo Yuan sword unsheathed itself, hovering around them to form a golden barrier. Within the clouds above, eerie purple lightning flickered ominously. This is no ordinary wind. Wang Yu squinted, recognizing it as a leakage of secret realm energy. Lin Xingwan looked up from his embrace. We haven't even reached Haidu yet. Clearly, the situation is more urgent than we had anticipated. Wang Yu tightened his grip, reassuringly stating, Fear not, I am here. The two stood upon the flying sword, advancing rapidly through the tempest of energy, while Lin Xingwan leaned against Wang Yu's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Suddenly, she felt that perhaps this unexpected journey might not be so bad after all. Chapter 72. The secret realm of the Dragon Palace. Wang Yu maneuvered his flying sword through the tumultuous energy storm and finally landed on the helipad of the Haida branch. Lin Xingwan lifted her head from his embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she continued to clutch his sleeve tightly. We have arrived, Wang Yu gently reminded her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Only then did Lin Xingwan, as if awakening from a dream, release her grip and hurriedly tidy her slightly disheveled hair. She gazed up at the imposing structure before them, the main building of the Haida branch, elegantly streamlined. Its exterior was adorned with a special blue alloy that shimmered like rippling waves under the sunlight, resembling a colossal fortress rising from the sea. How magnificent! She marveled. Let us go, Wang Yu said, sheathing the falling abyss sword, naturally taking her hand in his. Captain Li is likely already awaiting our arrival. As they stepped into the grand hall, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The spacious hall was bustling with people of various complexions, all conversing in different languages as they moved about. Warning messages in multiple languages scrolled across electronic screens, and a palpable tension filled the air. Why are there so many people? Lin Xingwan asked, astonished as she surveyed her surroundings. It seems the situation is more intricate than we anticipated, Wang Yu remarked. His brow furrowed as his gaze swept over several teams of awakeners, evidently from abroad. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man approached them with purposeful strides. Clad in a deep blue uniform, adorned with the Haidu branch's emblem, his sharp, eagle-like eyes were concealed beneath thick brows. Wang Yu, Lin Xingwan. His voice was deep and powerful. I am Captain Li Peiguang of Haidu. Wang Yu inclined his head slightly, acknowledging him. Captain Li Peiguang scrutinized them, his gaze lingering momentarily on the falling abyss sword at Wang Yu's waist. Li Wan sent you two youngsters here? His tone was laced with evident skepticism. Lin Xingwan straightened her posture. Captain Li, we are specially dispatched from headquarters. Enough, follow me, Li Peiguang interrupted impatiently, turning on his heel without a moment to spare for their introductions. Exchanging a glance, Wang Yu and Lin Xingwan quickened their pace to catch up. After traversing several corridors, they arrived at a spacious conference room. A massive holographic projection occupied a significant portion of the room, displaying a three-dimensional map of Haidu and its surrounding waters. A particular sea area was conspicuously marked in red, dotted with several flickering points of light. Seat. Li Peiguang gestured for them to take their seats while he positioned himself in front of the projection. The situation is urgent, so I shall be direct. He pulled up several satellite images. 3 days ago, abnormal energy fluctuations were detected in the East China Sea international waters. Initially, we believed the emergence of the Azure Sea secret realm had opened prematurely, but soon realized the matter was far more complicated. As the images zoomed in, a strange purple vortex appeared over a certain sea area. The energy readings far exceed those of conventional secret realms, and Li Peiguang switched the display, revealing reports from witnesses who claimed to have seen this. The new image faintly depicted the colossal outlines of ancient and mysterious structures beneath the water surface. Wang Yu suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Is this the Dragon Palace secret realm? Li Peiguang raised an eyebrow. Do you recognize it? I have encountered it in ancient texts before. Wang Yu approached the projection, scrutinizing the indistinct images with great care. It is said that the Dragon clan constructed a grand palace complex in ancient times, which subsequently sank beneath the sea as their power waned. Lin Xingwan gazed at Wang Yu in astonishment. How do you know about this? And does the Dragon clan truly exist in this world? Certainly, however, if one insists on categorizing them, the Dragon clan can be regarded as a type of ferocious beast. Wang Yu remained silent, shifting his focus back to Li Peiguang. The more troubling matter is the location of this secret realm. Indeed, Li Peiguang's expression darkened, as it is situated right at the maritime boundary between our country and our nation and K-Nation. According to the International Spiritual Affairs Convention, all three nations possess the right to send personnel for exploration. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open, and a young team member rushed in, flustered. "Captain, the advance teams from our nation and K-Nation have already arrived at the port." Li Peiguang cursed under his breath. "Damn it, they're indeed swift." He turned to Wang Yu and Lin Xingwan, listening intently. "This operation is particularly sensitive. In addition to exploring the secret realm, you must also guard against spiritual practitioners from other nations." He pulled up a list. "Our nation has dispatched the Shadow Flow team, led by Sato Kenichi, an awakened ninja of the heavenly tier, skilled in assassination and illusion techniques. K-Nation has sent the White Tiger team, led by Jin Zixuan, a powerhouse of strength, who is said to be on the brink of reaching the imperial threshold." Lin Xingwan gasped in shock. "They are all formidable experts." Not only that, Li Peiguang continued, according to intelligence reports, several major Western nations have also sent observers. This exploration of the secret realm has transformed into an international competition. Wang Yu pondered. What could be hidden within the secret realm that warrants such attention from so many nations? Li Peiguang fell silent for a moment, finally revealing the most crucial information. "A week ago, we detected a unique frequency of the Dragon Source crystal amidst the energy fluctuations." "What?" Lin Xingwan exclaimed. "The legendary imperial-grade spiritual material?" "Precisely," Li Peiguang nodded. "If we can indeed locate the Dragon Source crystal, it would signify a qualitative leap in our nation's spiritual technology development. That is why the headquarters has dispatched both of you elite members." Wang Yu suddenly inquired, "What about the other members of our team? They're already waiting for you in the preparation room." Li Peiguang glanced at the time. "You have half an hour to familiarize yourselves with one another before departure." Remember, his gaze sharpened. In the secret realm, trust no one but your own. After leaving the conference room, Lin Xingwan quietly asked Wang Yu, "What do you think of Captain Li?" Wang Yu contemplated. Though his demeanor is stern, he is indeed a responsible leader. The two entered the preparation room, where three young individuals were already waiting. One tall, thin young man wearing glasses was adjusting a piece of equipment. A girl with a ponytail was polishing a long knife, and a burly youth was doing push-ups. "Greetings, I am Wang Yu, and this is Lin Xingwan." Wang Yu introduced briefly. The three immediately halted their activities, the bespectacled youth adjusting his glasses. Chun Ming, a technician, spoke with a hint of shyness. The girl with a ponytail laughed brightly, introducing herself. Zhao Yucheng, specializing in close combat. With a flick of her wrist, a long blade traced a graceful arc in the air. The burly young man rose to his feet, towering at nearly 6'3". Zhang Taizhan, the defensive specialist. He patted his robust chest. Lin Xingwan smiled warmly, greeting everyone. "Pleased to meet you all." Zhao Yucheng regarded the two with curiosity. "So, you're the elite sent from headquarters? You seem even younger than I am." Zhang Taizhan scratched his head, innocently stating, "I heard Miss Lin Xingwan has already reached the celestial tier. Is that true?" Just as Wang Yu was about to respond, an alarm resonated throughout the entire division. Li Peiguang's urgent voice came through the intercom. "Attention, all personnel. The entrance to the secret realm has opened ahead of schedule. Proceed to the dock immediately. I repeat, proceed to the dock immediately." The five sprang into action. Chun Ming hurriedly gathered his equipment. Energy readings have suddenly surged. The entrance may close at any moment. Upon their arrival at the dock, chaos reigned. Dozens of speedboats were poised for departure, with teams of spiritual practitioners from various nations scrambling to board. In the distance, a massive purple vortex spun slowly, its diameter several hundred meters. Li Peiguang commanded loudly from the command platform. "Everyone, board the boats according to the designated groups. Maintain communication." As Wang Yu's team boarded their speedboat, they noticed two other boats, distinctly adorned, approaching from different directions. One was painted a dark crimson, with several men clad in black ninja attire standing at the bow. The other was white, flying the flag of Country K. "Those are the teams from Country R and Country K," Lin Xingwan whispered. Wang Yu observed a stern man with short hair from the R Country team, who was fixated on them. Their eyes met, igniting an invisible spark. "Is that Kenichi Sato? He doesn't seem all that impressive," Wang Yu muttered. At that moment, the center of the vortex erupted with blinding light. The sea churned violently, forming a waterspout that shot skyward. Everyone was awestruck by the magnificent yet terrifying sight. "Hold on tight," the speedboat driver shouted, as they surged towards the vortex. Just before entering, Wang Yu grasped Lin Xingwan's hand firmly. "No matter what happens, don't let go of my hand." The next second, the world spun wildly. When Wang Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an unfamiliar beach. Two suns hung in the azure sky, and in the distance loomed magnificent palaces, shimmering with golden light under the sun. The waves lapped at the shore, carrying peculiar purple foam. "Is this the Dragon Palace secret realm?" He surveyed his surroundings, only to be struck by a disquieting realization. Lin Xingwan and the other team members had vanished. Chapter 73. The Dragon Source Conflict. Wang Yu stood upon an unfamiliar beach. Sensing his surroundings and confirming that Lin Xingwan and the other team members had completely vanished, it appeared they had been scattered by spatial turbulence. He murmured to himself, pressing his right hand against the Luo Yuan sword at his waist, determined to locate them swiftly. Suddenly, the sea in the distance roiled violently, and a colossal shadow erupted from the water. It was a 100-meter-long dragon, its dark green scales glistening coldly under the twin suns. Its golden vertical pupils fixated intently on Wang Yu at the shore. "Human, intruder of the Dragon Palace, die!" The dragon roared, its massive jaws opening wide, unleashing a torrent of water imbued with terrifying energy. Wang Yu's gaze turned icy as he lifted his right hand. The Luo Yuan sword was drawn in an instant, a brilliant beam of sword light slicing through the heavens. A mere little dragon dares to be audacious. The sword light collided with a water column. Rather than a cataclysmic explosion, the water was cleaved asunder, transforming into a mist that enveloped the air. The sword light continued unabated, directly severing the dragon's head. "How is this possible?" The dragon's eyes widened in disbelief as its head slowly detached, its immense body crashing into the sea, causing towering waves to surge. Wang Yu sheathed his sword, not casting a glance at the dragon's lifeless form. He closed his eyes, emanating an invisible aura of sword energy, sensing the life forces within a 100-mile radius. Found them. His eyes flew open, casting his gaze toward a distant cluster of palaces where Xingwan's presence lingered, though it seemed she was in peril. Meanwhile, within a crystal palace on the periphery of the Dragon Palace, Lin Xingwan found herself surrounded by 3 ninjas from Country R. Her back pressed against a crystal column, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Little girl, hand over the intelligence you possess, and I can grant you a swift death." The leader, Sato Kenichi, sneered coldly, his kunai glimmering with an eerie blue light. Lin Xingwan bit her lip. "You Shadow Clan members are truly despicable, preying on the isolated." "All's fair in war," Sato Kenichi signaled, and the 3 ninjas launched their assault simultaneously. 3 dark figures emerged from the ground, writhing toward Lin Xingwan's legs like living creatures. With a scoff, she formed hand seals, spatial shift. At the moment the shadows were about to reach her, Lin Xingwan's figure vanished, reappearing 10 meters away, quickly creating distance. She formed hand seals once more. Spatial cut. An invisible rift tore toward one of the ninjas. The man reacted swiftly, executing a substitution technique, but still lost his left arm, blood gushing forth. "Baka!" Sato Kenichi roared in fury. "All together. Do not give her a moment's respite." The 3 ninjas formed hand seals simultaneously, plunging the entire hall into darkness as countless shurikens shot forth from all directions. Lin Xingwan evaded through rapid spatial jumps. But soon her complexion paled. Her spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. "This cannot continue," she gasped, contemplating an escape plan. Just then, a beam of sword light cleaved through the ceiling, sunlight pouring into the chamber. A familiar figure descended from above, landing before Lin Xingwan. "Wang Yu!" she exclaimed joyfully. Wang Yu turned back and offered her a slight smile. "Apologies for my tardiness." Sato Kenichi, eyeing the suddenly appeared youth with suspicion, asked, "Who are you?" The one who will end your lives, Wang Yu replied in a tone devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. Arrogant, Sato Kenichi retorted with a bitter laugh. Attack together. The three ninjas simultaneously unleashed their most potent jutsu, Shadow Dragon Strangulation. Three colossal dragons formed of shadow roared as they surged towards Wang Yu. Without even drawing his sword, Wang Yu simply waved his hand. Three streams of sword energy materialized out of thin air, instantly shattering the shadow dragons. The backlash sending the three ninjas crashing against the crystal wall. Coughing up blood, Sato Kenichi widened his eyes in disbelief. What kind of power is this? Wang Yu approached him slowly. Is this all the skill the ninjas of the Arc Kingdom possess? Sato Kenichi's face twisted in rage as he abruptly produced and tore open a scroll. Forbidden technique. Shadow explosion. Instantly, the shadows within the grand hall surged violently, coalescing into a massive black sphere that radiated devastating waves of energy. Wang Yu, be careful, Lin Xingwan exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Wang Yu remained unfazed, a mere parlor trick. He shaped his fingers into a sword and lightly tapped, shattering the sphere. A thread-thin stream of sword energy pierced through the black orb, and the seemingly terrifying shadow explosion technique dissipated as if it were a puncture balloon. Impossible. Sato Kenichi crumbled. This is a forbidden technique. Wang Yu ceased his words and swung his sword. Sato Kenichi felt a chill at his throat, and in the next moment he lost consciousness. The other two ninjas, sensing the impending doom, immediately activated their escape techniques. Thinking of fleeing? Wang Yu scoffed, and two streams of sword energy shot out, pinning the pair to the ground. After vanquishing his foes, Wang Yu turned to Lin Xingwan. Are you unharmed? Shaking her head, her eyes filled with admiration, she replied, You saved me once again. Wang Yu smiled. What are the others? We were scattered upon being transported here. Lin Xingwan expressed her concern. I sensed Chen Ming and the others to the southeast, but their presence is faint. Wang Yu nodded. Let us regroup with them first, then seek the dragon's source crystal. Just as they stepped outside the grand hall, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. A five-clawed golden dragon ascended from the central palace, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the entire secret realm. A royal-grade, ferocious beast. Lin Xingwan's complexion paled. This is troublesome. Yet Wang Yu displayed an excited smile. At last, a worthy opponent has arrived. The golden dragon noticed them, its enormous eyes flashing with disdain. Ants, how dare you trespass in the forbidden realm of the Dragon Palace? It unleashed a torrent of golden dragon breath, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Wang Yu swiftly wrapped his arms around Lin Xingwan's waist, instantly transporting them 100 meters away. The spot they had just occupied was scorched into a deep pit by the dragon breath. Stay here, Wang Yu said, releasing Lin Xingwan as he drew the falling abyss sword. I shall confront it. Be careful, Lin Xingwan called out anxiously. Wang Yu stepped into the air, leaving a trail of sword marks with each stride. The golden dragon, upon witnessing the situation, was filled with fury and swung its massive tail in a sweeping motion. Sword domain, activate. Suddenly, countless sword shadows emerged around Wang Yu, creating a sword domain with a diameter of 100 meters. As the dragon's tail entered this realm, it was mercilessly sliced by countless sword energies, its sturdy scales tearing apart as if made of paper. Roaring in pain, the golden dragon bellowed, Human, you seek death. It radiated with a brilliant golden light, transforming into a formidable figure donned in a golden crown and a majestic dragon robe. A golden spear materialized in its hand, the tip aimed directly at Wang Yu. To compel me to take form. You have ample reason to be proud, the golden dragon declared coldly. Now, witness the true martial arts of the dragon clan. Wang Yu remained silent, merely raising the falling abyss sword, its tip pointing resolutely at the dragon. One sword is sufficient. Both combatants struck simultaneously. The dragon's spear, akin to a dragon itself, stirred the spiritual energies of the heavens and earth. Wang Yu's sword light, like a rainbow, severed the very fabric of reality. With a thunderous crash, the moment their weapons clashed, the entire secret realm trembled. Lin Xingwan was compelled to conjure a spatial barrier to withstand the shockwave. As the brilliance faded, Wang Yu stood resolutely with his sword, while the golden dragon bore a penetrating wound in its chest, golden blood gushing forth relentlessly. What? What sort of sword technique is this? The golden dragon gasped in disbelief, gazing at its wound. Nameless, Wang Yu replied coolly, a technique of my own creation. The dragon's body began to disintegrate, transforming into shimmering motes of golden light that dissipated into the air. In its dying breath, it roared defiantly, "Human, the dragon clan will not spare you." Wang Yu sheathed his sword and turned his sword back to Lin Xingwan's side. "It is dealt with." Lin Xingwan stared in astonishment. You killed a royal beast? Was it truly that simple? Wang Yu shrugged. It underestimated me. At that moment, shouts echoed from a distance. Wang Yu, Xingwan. The two turned to see Chen Ming, Zhao Yucheng, and Zhang Taizan rushing towards them. Although their clothes were somewhat tattered, they appeared unscathed. Wonderful. You're all safe. Lin Xingwan exclaimed joyfully as she approached them. Chen Ming adjusted his glasses, speaking excitedly. We have located the dragon's source crystal. It lies within the underground chamber of the central palace. Zhao Yucheng added, however, there are formidable restrictions there that we cannot unravel. Zhang Taizan scratched his head. Moreover, the K-Nations team is also heading in that direction. Wang Yu nodded. We must act swiftly. Let us proceed immediately. The group hastened towards the central palace. Along the way, Lin Xingwan quietly inquired of Wang Yu, what did that golden dragon mean when it said, the dragon clan will not spare you? With a profound gaze, Wang Yu replied, the dragon clan indeed existed in ancient times, and they were incredibly powerful. However, they are likely few in number now, posing little threat. Upon arriving at the central palace, they beheld the K-Nation's White Tiger team assaulting the chamber door. Team leader Jin Zai Sun exuded an overwhelming aura, each punch causing the door to tremble violently. Cease at once, Lin Xingwan commanded. We discovered the dragon's source crystal first. Jin Zai Sun turned, sneering, little girl. There are no rules of priority in a secret realm. He gestured for his subordinates to continue their assault on the door, threatening, if you don't want to die, then get lost. Wang Yu stepped forward, declaring, I shall give you 3 seconds to depart. Arrogance. Jin Zhaixuan, enraged, had long heard tales of a prodigious swordsman from Huagua, and today he sought to test his mettle. His muscles swelled, skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, and his aura surged to the threshold of imperial rank. The white tiger diamond body. Wang Yu shook his head. 3. Jin Zhaixuan roared as he charged, his fist slicing through the air. 2. His fist was but an inch from Wang Yu's face. 1. The Luo Yuan's sword was unsheathed. A flash of sword light cut through the air, leaving Jin Zhaixuan frozen in his striking pose. Moments later, his body split apart, blood gushing forth. Captain, the members of the K-Nation team stared in horror at the scene. Wang Yu coldly asked, is there anyone else who wishes to try? The remaining members of the White Tiger team, pale as death, hastily fled, carrying Jin Zhaixuan's lifeless form. Turning towards the secret chamber door, Wang Yu said, now, let us see what this dragon source crystal truly is. He cleaved the door open with a single stroke of his sword, and the group entered the chamber. In the center floated a golden crystal the size of a fist, radiating a gentle yet potent energy. This is the dragon source crystal. Chen Ming exclaimed excitedly as he retrieved a specially crafted container. It was said to contain the purest energy of the dragon clan, serving as the core material for forging imperial-grade spiritual artifacts. Just as he was about to collect the dragon source crystal, the entire chamber trembled violently. A chilling voice echoed from all directions. Foolish humans, daring to covet the treasures of the dragon clan. The ground split open, and a black dragon, even larger than the previous golden one, emerged from the earth, its crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. The true pinnacle of imperial rank. Lin Xingwan's voice quivered. We are finished. Yet Wang Yu smiled. Now this is intriguing. Gripping the Luo Yuan sword, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy that soared skyward. Stand back. This one is mine. The black dragon opened its massive jaws, dark energy swirling within. Die ants. Wang Yu stood firm, his eyes ablaze with sword intent. Countless beams of sword light erupted from within him, coalescing in the air into a colossal sword that clashed head-on with the dragon's dark breath. Chapter 74. Secrets of the Dragon Clan. The collision of the colossal sword and the dark breath resembled two celestial bodies colliding, unleashing cataclysmic power. The entire dragon palace trembled violently. Coral pillars crumbled, and luminous pearls embedded in the walls cascaded like rain. An energy storm surged forth, shattering the crystal dome. As seawater gushed in through the fissures, creating countless violent water vortices. Retreat, Lin Xingwan commanded sharply, her delicate hands swiftly forming seals, conjuring a translucent barrier before the group. Chun Ming and the others were shielded behind the barrier, yet they could still feel the fierce winds lashing against their faces, causing pain. Zhao Yuqing gripped her long sword tightly, her knuckles turning white, the scabbard trembling incessantly. Her gaze remained fixed on the eye of the storm, her voice hoarse. This level of combat, we cannot even approach. Zhang Tieshan's eyes widened like bronze bells, his bronze visage illuminated and shadowed by the residual energy of the battle. Is Brother Wang Yu truly only at the heavenly tier? This might have already surpassed. The energy readings had breached the threshold. Chun Ming adjusted his shattered glasses, his monitoring device blaring frantically, the screen ablaze with crimson, at least peak Emperor level. No, perhaps even higher. At the center of the storm, Wang Yu stood amidst the chaos, his azure robes fluttering, black hair swirling in the turbulent winds. The Luo Yuan sword emanated a resplendent azure light, cleaving through the black dragon's breath. The shockwave sliced through the air, leaving several crimson marks on the dragon's fearsome visage, dark golden blood dripping into the sea, igniting into burning golden flames. Human, the black dragon roared, fury and astonishment intertwining, its voice reverberating through the ocean floor. You dare to injure me? Wang Yu hovered in midair, the Luo Yuan sword producing a clear, resonant hum, ancient runes materializing along its blade. A slight smirk graced his lips. Just an old mudfish. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? If I wished to kill you, you would have long since been reduced to nothing but bones. No sooner had he spoken, Wang Yu's sword tip suddenly shifted. In an instant, a multitude of sword shadows manifested in the void, each one solid and shimmering with starlight. The sword shadows coalesced into a torrential downpour of blades, enveloping the black dragon within 100-foot radius. Arrogance! The black dragon bellowed, thrashing its massive form, its ebony scales glimmering with an eerie light. Dragon Clan's secret technique, Xianming armor. Black energy coalesced into armor upon its surface as the sword rain struck, erupting sparks that illuminated the entire underwater realm. Merely a petty trick, Wang Yu scoffed, suddenly altering his sword's momentum, causing all sword shadows to converge. A singular, exquisitely refined beam of sword light plummeted like a meteor, piercing the gap in the black dragon's forehead armor. With a splatter, dragon blood gushed forth like a spring. The black dragon howled in agony, its tail sweeping with tremendous force, leveling the surrounding palaces, reducing countless treasures to dust. Amidst the rising clouds of smoke, Wang Yu's figure appeared ghost-like upon the black dragon's back, his sword pointed directly at the glimmering dark scale. It is over. Hold on. A cool, feminine voice suddenly resonated, clear yet softly penetrating the ears of all present. Wang Yu's sword momentum faltered slightly, as he beheld a figure in a moon-white gown materializing from the corner of the chamber, the space around her rippling like water. Her forehead adorned with glistening jade-like horns. Her eyes shimmering like stars. She exuded a pure aura of the dragon lineage. Each step, she took unfurling lotus-like ripples upon the ground. The black dragon, upon witnessing her, prostrated itself, lowering its majestic head. Your Highness, the princess. This human seeks to seize the dragon's source crystal. The maiden gently lifted her delicate hand, a soft power cradling Wang Yu's sword. Might you lend me your ear, esteemed friend? Lin Xingwan hurriedly approached Wang Yu, her gaze fixated on the woman. Wary, be cautious of deceit. Yet Wang Yu sheathed his sword, his gaze profound as the ocean. You bear no malice. The woman nodded slightly, her jade fingers brushing against the coral affected by the battle, miraculously restoring the shattered fragments to their former glory. I am Ao Qingshuang, the princess of this dragon palace. Her eyes fell upon the suspended dragon source crystal, a glint of sorrow surfacing within them. This is not an ordinary spiritual material, but rather the essence of the dragon pearl forged after my father's demise. Chunming adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming with insight. Ancient texts record that dragon pearls are the essence of the dragon clan. Thus, indeed, Ao Qingxuang tenderly caressed the dragon source crystal, her fingertips trembling slightly. A millennium ago, a peculiar fissure abruptly appeared in this realm. The immense spiritual power emanating from it revitalized this planet. Once nearly devoid of spiritual energy, she gazed upward at the shattered crystal dome, seemingly piercing through time to behold the scenes of yore. Although the resurgence of spiritual energy ushered in an era of cultivation, it also birthed ferocious beasts. 3 centuries prior, these abominable creatures launched a massive assault on the Dragon Palace. To safeguard the dragon lineage, my father detonated the Dragon Pearl, sealing the palace and isolating those monstrosities. At this, she shot a cold glance at the trembling black dragon. Now that the seal is weakening, these fools only covet power, utterly oblivious to the impending calamity. Wang Yu, deep in thought, regarded the subtly trembling Luoyuan's sword in his hand. No wonder the secret realm has emerged without a single beast appearing. As time progressed, the seal was nearing its breaking point. Suddenly, Ao Qingxuang knelt on one knee, her gown unfurling like petals. Esteemed friend, your mastery of the sword is divine. I earnestly implore you to aid me in reinforcing the seal. In return, the treasures of the Dragon Palace shall be yours. Lin Xingwan discreetly tugged at Wang Yu's sleeve. Could this be a trap? Just as Wang Yu was about to respond, the ground trembled violently, and a chilling roar echoed from afar. The sound resembled countless insects scuttling through one's bones. Ao Qingxuang's expression changed drastically. This is not good. Someone has tampered with the outer seal. Upon arriving at the periphery of the Dragon Palace, the sight before them was suffocating. Hundreds of awakened individuals from various nations were embroiled in chaotic combat, the brilliance of myriad spells staining the seawater with ominous hues. Beneath their feet, the ancient altar lay cracked, viscous black mist seeping through the fissures. Several ninjas from country are ensnared by the black fog, visibly withered, ultimately transforming into grotesque skeletons. Cease this at once. Ao Qingxuang commanded fiercely, her voice imbued with the unique authority of the Dragon Clan. You are unleashing disaster. Yet the frenzied awakened ones remained oblivious to her words. Wang Yu's gaze sharpened as he beheld Li Pei Guang, drenched in blood, besieged by 3 figures clad in black robes, their garments embroidered with a blood-red inverted cross. They were members of the Western Dark Council. Zhao Yucheng recognized them instantly, drawing her long blade with fierce resolve. They were deliberately inciting conflict, seeking death. Wang Yu pointed his sword, unleashing 3 streams of sword energy that cascaded down like the Milky Way, severing the heads of the 3 black-robed assailants in an instant. He swiftly caught the falling Li Pei Guang. What has transpired? Li Pei Guang coughed up blood, a grotesque wound on his chest, emanating dark energy. These scoundrels, they used illusions to deceive the teams from various nations, claiming that the Dragon Source Crystal could help one transcend to the Imperial level. Ao Qingxuang soared to the center of the altar, her hands weaving intricate seals. 9 heavens dragon roar, she cried, as golden light coiled like a dragon towards the rift. Yet, from the black mist, countless tendrils emerged, each adorned with suckers and barbs, striking towards her with lightning speed. Princess, be careful. The black dragon lunged recklessly, only to be pierced through the chest by the tendrils. The onlookers could only watch in horror as this ancient dragon was drained of life, ultimately transforming into a pile of brittle bones that fell upon the altar. Tears streamed down Ao Qingxuang's face, yet she did not dare to relax her focus on the intricate seals. The black mist gradually coalesced into a formidable form, a colossal, 3-headed, 6-armed squid. Each sucker bore a ghastly maw, and the central head sported a grotesquely contorted human visage. The pressure it exuded was so immense that it seemed to solidify the surrounding waters, revealing it as a terrifying beast of half-step imperial grade. Everyone retreat. Wang Yu entrusted Li Peiguang to Lin Xingwan and leaped into the heart of the black mist. The falling abyss sword erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Ancient inscriptions on its blade glowing with vigor. An inhuman wail emanated from the black mist as the onlookers could only catch glimpses of Wang Yu's figure fiercely clashing with the monstrous entity. Each swing of his sword carried the weight of creation itself. The shockwaves from the clash of sword energy and tendrils displacing the surrounding waters and forming a vast vacuum sphere. As the final sword light sliced through, time seemed to freeze for a moment. When the black mist dissipated, Wang Yu emerged slowly, the half-step imperial beast reduced to a mere twitching head behind him. He gazed at Ao Qingxuang, his eyes still ablaze with sword intent. There is no need to mend the array. I shall obliterate all invading beasts directly. Ao Qingxuang stared at this young human, finally nodding in solemn agreement. As she withdrew her seals, the protective barriers of the Dragon Palace's secret realm ceased their restoration, and the rift above widened ominously. In an instant, countless beasts surged forth from the fissure like a tidal wave. Among them were more than 3 beasts at the pinnacle of the imperial level, with countless others at the king and commander levels. They varied in form, some resembling giant whales, yet bearing centipede-like appendages, while others were grotesque humanoid figures covered in eyes. Except for Wang Yu, all were paralyzed by the horrifying sight. Zhang Tieshan's grip on his axe trembled slightly. Zhao Yucheng's long blade emitted an uneasy hum, and even the usually composed Chen Ming turned pale. Yet Wang Yu merely wiped the blade's edge gently, a chilling smile gracing his lips, just in time. The falling abyss sword sensed its master's battle intent and let out a clear, resonant song. Chapter 75. The Dragon Clan's treasure vault, the dome of the Dragon Palace's secret realm, collapsed entirely as torrents of seawater cascaded down, carrying with it countless grotesque beasts. The twisted creatures emitted piercing shrieks, their myriad tentacles and vicious claws tearing through the water as they lunged toward the crowd. It's over. Zhao Yucheng's long sword clattered to the ground. This is beyond our ability to confront. Zhang Tieshan's muscles tensed, yet he could not suppress his trembling. 3 heads. No, 5 heads of royal-grade beasts. Countless king-grade creatures follow behind. Lin Xingwan's spatial barrier began to crack under the terrifying pressure. Blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Wang Yu. At the eye of the storm, Wang Yu slowly raised the falling abyss sword. The blade suddenly radiated a brilliant light, illuminating his calm, water-like visage. A mere shoal of fish, he murmured. In the next instant, the world dimmed. An eternal silence enveloped the surroundings. There were no dazzling sword lights, no deafening roars. Only an invisible ripple emanated from Wang Yu, causing the seawater to still and the beasts to freeze in place. The foremost royal-grade beast split apart, its wound as smooth as glass. Then came the second, the third. Like a toppled row of dominoes, countless beasts were severed at that very moment. Their black blood had yet to spurt forth before being evaporated into mist by the sword energy. What manner of swordplay is this? Ao Qingxuang's dragon pupils contracted to the utmost. All the sword cultivators she had encountered in her millennium-long life seemed like children's play before this strike. Chen Ming's monitoring device went off the charts. He muttered in a daze. Energy readings beyond calculation. The remnants of the beasts floating in the sea began to dissipate into black smoke. Wang Yu sheathed his sword and turned to the astonished crowd. It's resolved. Lin Xingwan was the first to regain her senses, hurriedly checking Wang Yu's condition. Are you all right? That last move must have taken a toll. A trivial matter, Wang Yu replied, patting the long sword at his waist. Suddenly, Ao Qingxuang knelt upon the ground, her dragon horns glowing faintly. Great benefactor, please accept my bow. The Dragon Clan shall forever be your ally. Just as Wang Yu was about to respond, his brow furrowed. From the depths of the distant trench came an even more terrifying tremor, and something big. He squinted, realizing the true master had arrived. The underwater rock layers exploded violently as a colossal worm, exceeding 1,000 meters in length, burst forth. Its body was encased in a bony armor, and thousands of tooth-filled mouths screamed simultaneously, their sound waves shattering the coral reefs within a 10-mile radius. An emperor level. It's an emperor level beast. A.O. Qingxuang's face turned pale. How could such a being exist? Atop the worm stood a figure cloaked in black. A raspy voice echoed through the waters. Foolish dragon clan, do you think you have sealed whom? Merely a pet I have nurtured. Wang Yu stepped forward. You, hiding in the shadows, reveal your name. The figure in the black robe pulled back the hood, revealing a grotesque face stitched with seams. High Priest of the Dark Council, Morris. Boy, you have ruined my century-long scheme. Today, I shall feed you to the worms. The colossal worm opened its abyss-like maw, unleashing a torrent of highly corrosive acid. Wang Yu, unflinching, lightly swept his falling abyss sword, effortlessly cleaving the acid in two as it howled past him on either side. Is that all? Wang Yu scoffed. Suddenly, Morris formed a series of seals, and the surface of the worm glimmered with eerie runes. Do you think you have slain the true body? Behold this. The sea churned violently as 8 equally terrifying giant worms emerged from various directions, encircling the group. Each one exuded a presence no less formidable than the first. The 9 worms devouring heaven formation. Morris cackled madly. This was specifically designed for dragon slaying. A.O. Qingxuang's dragon horn radiated brilliance, transforming into a 100-meter dragon form. Benefactor, hurry and escape. I will hold them off. Yet Wang Yu restrained her dragon claw. Just watch. He inhaled deeply, and 9 sword shadows suddenly manifested around him. Each sword shadow, solidified and imbued with distinct sword intent, shot forth simultaneously, precisely striking the foreheads of the 9 giant worms. Before Morris could react, his pets became rigid, subsequently bursting apart from head to tail. Impossible! Morris screamed, shattering the teleportation talisman. You wait. The council will not let you. A flash of sword light passed, severing his hand at the wrist as he clutched the talisman. Wang Yu had somehow positioned himself behind him, the sword tip pressed against his back. You should be aware of the rift that appeared a millennium ago. Speak, where is the rift? Morris sneered. You'll never find it. Before he could finish, Wang Yu pierced his heart with a single strike. So much needless chatter. Wang Yu flicked the blood from his sword, gazing towards the elusive space in the distance. Xingwan, prepare the spatial markers. Lin Xingwan immediately understood, forming hand seals to cast several spatial coordinates. Wang Yu raised the falling abyss sword above his head, and the blade suddenly extended into a 100-meter light blade. This sword shall sever you. The light blade descended, cleaving the trench where Morris stood in two. The violent spatial turbulence shredded the remaining aberrant beasts, creating a massive whirlpool in the sea that remained tumultuous for a long time. After this battle, the aberrant beasts dared not set foot in the Dragon Palace's secret realm again. In gratitude for Wang Yu's life-saving intervention, A.O. Qingxuang led Wang Yu and Lin Xingwan to the Dragon Clan's treasury. Inside the treasury stood an ancient stone tablet. At the deepest part of the treasury floated a translucent crystal tablet, inscribed in the dragon tongue. The revival of spiritual energy is not natural. Celestial beings from beyond have fallen into the abyss. If one obtains 12 dragon orbs, they may open the heavenly gate to behold the true deity. Wang Yu traced the inscription, and the falling abyss sword suddenly resonated with it. Could it be that this dragon clan has some connection to me? Wang Yu pondered. I have heard my father say that this stone tablet fell from the heavens a millennium ago. No dragon king throughout the ages has deciphered its mysteries. I never expected to resonate with it today. She turned to Wang Yu and Lin Xingwan, her dragon eyes shimmering with reverence and anticipation. Noble benefactor, the Dragon Clan's treasury is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier houses the treasures of the mortal realm. The second tier contains the arcane arts and artifacts of the Dragon Clan, while the third tier... She paused, her voice dropping to a hushed tone. The third tier harbors forbidden items that even the Dragon Clan dares not approach lightly. Wang Yu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The first tier of the treasury was brimming with dazzling spirit crystals, ancient artifacts, and even several massive dragon bones exuding an overwhelming aura of dragon might. Yet to him, these were merely commonplace objects. However, the spirit crystals would greatly aid Lin Xingwan's cultivation, so he instructed her to take some. Let us proceed directly to the third tier. he stated calmly. Ao Qing dragon horn quivered slightly, revealing her hesitation. Noble benefactor, the seal on the third tier is exceedingly powerful. Even the Dragon King requires the combined efforts of 3 elders to unlock it. Wang Yu said nothing further. Instead, he raised his hand and pressed it against the colossal dragon-patterned door leading to the third tier. In that instant, the Luo Yuan sword trembled gently, and the dragon patterns on the sword resonated with the runes on the massive door, causing the entire treasury to quake. With a resounding roar, the great door slowly creaked open, and an ancient, profound aura surged forth. Lin Xingwan instinctively stepped back half a pace, her spatial perception abilities faltering at that moment, as if everything within the third tier transcended the laws of reality. This is... Her pupils constricted. Inside the third tier of the treasury, there were no mountains of treasures, but rather a bronze altar suspended in midair. At the center of the altar lay a fragmented dragon pearl, its surface marred by cracks. Yet it still emanated a chilling, oppressive force. Surrounding the altar stood 12 dragon-shaped statues, each cradling a dim dragon pearl within its claws. Chapter 76: The Heavenly Gate and the 12 Dragon Pearls. A tremor passed through Ao Qing voice as she recounted the legend that gathering them would unlock the Heavenly Gate. Wang Yu's gaze settled upon the altar as he approached with deliberate steps. Upon extending his hand to touch the fractured dragon pearl, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Buzz! The entire dragon palace quaked violently, the ocean roiling as if some slumbering entity had been roused. The dragon pearl suddenly erupted in blinding golden light, casting forth an ethereal image, a vast expanse of starry sky, where a colossal celestial vessel was disintegrating, countless fragments cascading into various worlds. At the vessel's core, a vague figure stood with a sword, its radiance cleaving through the void, ultimately dispersing into 12 streams of light in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xingwan gazed at Wang Yu and the sword in his hand with astonishment. Although the sword-wielding figure in the image was but a hazy silhouette, Lin Xingwan inexplicably felt a resemblance to Wang Yu before her. At that instant, a fissure appeared in the dragon pearl atop the altar, and an ancient, authoritative voice resonated in their minds. Sword-bearer, you have finally arrived. Ao Qing trembled, incredulity washing over her as she looked around. Is this the voice of the first Dragon King? The voice continued, the dragon pearls do not belong to the dragon clan. They are the key to the Heavenly Gate. If all 12 are gathered, the Heavenly Gate shall be restored, yet it will also attract the gaze of them. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, inquiring, who are they? As his words faded, the dragon pearl shattered completely, disintegrating into dust. The altar itself began to collapse, the 12 dragon-shaped statues fracturing. One dragon pearl rolled away, soaring directly towards Wang Yu, coming to rest in the palm of his hand. This is... Lin Xingwan exclaimed in surprise. The second dragon pearl. Wang Yu grasped the pearl tightly, a profound glimmer flashing in his eyes, suggesting that someone had been awaiting his arrival. Ao Qing inhaled deeply, solemnly stating, benefactor, should you wish to gather the dragon pearls, the dragon clan is willing to offer their full support. A slight smile graced Wang Yu's lips as he stowed the dragon pearl and turned to exit the treasury. Since someone has laid this scheme, I shall investigate what lies beyond this so-called Heavenly Gate, he declared. Lin Xingwan quickened her pace to catch up, whispering, where shall we go next? Wang Yu's gaze drifted into the distance, responding nonchalantly, it seems there is something over there. The aura it emits feels oddly familiar. Lin Xingwan also unleashed her consciousness, sensing a hint of an eerie presence, yet it was inexplicably disrupted. What could be inside that can sever my awareness? She queried, turning to Ao Qing. I do not know precisely what it is, but I recall my father once mentioning that at the deepest part of our dragon clan's treasury lies the very soul of the dragon palace. It has slumbered for a millennium, and no method has succeeded in awakening it. Let us proceed to investigate this so-called soul. The stone door at the treasury's deepest point slowly opened, a weightier aura than that of the ocean rushing forth to greet them. The robe of Wang Yu swayed without a breath of wind, and the sword of annihilation embedded in his ring trembled slightly, emitting a deep, resonant hum. This sensation. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, his fingertips gliding along the blade, as if in response to some unspoken call. Lin Xingwan trailed behind him, her spatial abilities unconsciously manifesting as small, silver vortices around her. She felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if invisible eyes were observing them from the depths of darkness. Ao Qingxuang's dragon scales bristled, her voice tinged with reverence. This was the very soul of the Dragon Palace, a place where no outsider had ever set foot for millennia. The trio entered the stone chamber, illuminated by the eerie blue glow cast by luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling. At the center of the chamber, a long sword radiating blue light floated in midair, its blade entwined with dark golden patterns, strikingly similar to Wang Yu's sword of annihilation. Indeed, a flicker of intrigue crossed Wang Yu's eyes as he stepped forward, only for the sword to suddenly convulse violently. "Be careful." He pulled Lin Xingwan and Ao Qingxuang back. A blinding black light erupted from the ancient sword, transforming into a colossal beast. It resembled a qilin, but bore dragon horns. Its body covered in metallic scales that caused the entire stone chamber to tremble with its every step. What was happening? How could the soul of my dragon palace manifest as a beast? Ao Qingxuang's complexion turned ashen. The pressure of the dragon clan seemed trivial in the presence of this beast. Wang Yu recalled his previous encounter within the Temple of Annihilation. This beast is not the soul of your dragon palace. That sword is. With a flick of his wrist, the sword of annihilation extended 3 inches from its sheath. Yet a slender, yet resolute hand pressed against the hilt. "Let me handle this," Lin Xingwan declared, stepping in front of Wang Yu, her silver hair billowing amid the energetic fluctuations. "I cannot forever remain behind you." Wang Yu's gaze shifted as he noticed the determination flickering in the girl's eyes, and he slowly retracted his sword. "Are you certain? Although it is merely an early-stage imperial beast, your cultivation is only at the pinnacle of the heavenly tier. Fear not. After all, I possess the void instant kill you bestowed upon me. Defeating foes beyond my level is not an issue." Unable to dissuade her, Wang Yu resigned himself to let her attempt it, reassured by his presence. The beast let out a deafening roar, causing the ceiling of the stone chamber to begin to crumble. It lunged forward with such speed that it left afterimages in its wake. Void instant kill. Lin Xingwan formed hand seals, her form instantly splitting into 7 afterimages, each attacking the beast from different angles. Each afterimage bore silver light that tore through space, leaving fine cracks upon the beast's sturdy scales. The beast roared in pain, its tail sweeping across, shattering 3 of the afterimages. Lin Xingwan's real body let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Xingwan!" Wang Yu instinctively moved to intervene. Lin Xingwan wiped away the blood, her eyes shining with renewed silver light. "I can do this." Once more, the beast charged, this time opening its massive jaws to unleash a sphere of pitch-black energy. Lin Xingwan drew circles with her hands, warping the space before her in a bizarre manner, redirecting the energy sphere toward the stone wall, which erupted into a massive crater. Insufficient, she gasped, feeling the rapid depletion of her innate powers. She needed a decisive strike. The beast seemed to sense her weakness, intensifying its assault. As a claw descended, Lin Xingwan barely evaded it, yet was propelled backward by the aftershock, crashing heavily against the stone wall. Just as it was about to unleash its attack, Lin Xingwan suddenly smiled. She wiped the blood from her brow, her hands forming an intricate seal before her chest. "So it is. The void is not an escape, but a sanctuary." Her figure suddenly blurred, as if merging with the very fabric of space. The beast's next strike penetrated her form, yet it felt as though it had struck an illusion. "The void, that is I." 7 silver rays erupted simultaneously from within the beast, and its movements abruptly froze. Lin Xingwan's true form materialized above the beast, her right hand transforming into a silver blade, plunging directly into its crown. Shatter! The silver light erupted, and the beast let out a final wail as its colossal body fragmented. ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke in the air. Lin Xingwan staggered to the ground, caught by Wang Yu. Her complexion was pale as parchment, yet it bore a victorious smile. "Look, I told you, I could do it." Wang Yu gazed at her, a rare glint of admiration flickering in his eyes. "You have broken through." The void instant hell strike, the second tier. Lin Xingwan leaned weakly against his shoulder. "I can finally, truly assist you." Ao Qing Shuang stared in astonishment at this scene. To slay a royal-level beast with king-level strength. How is this possible? Just then, the suspended ancient sword emitted a low hum, breaking free from its bindings and soaring towards Lin Xingwan. Two similar swords converged in this space, the annihilation sword vibrating violently, its blade revealing dark golden patterns akin to those of the ancient sword. Lin Xingwan grasped the approaching blue longsword, where the words Tianhai were inscribed upon the blade. "The Tianhai sword? Do you wish to acknowledge me as your master?" Lin Xingwan steadied herself, her resolve unwavering despite her weakness. Wang Yu observed her, then suddenly reached out to tousle her long hair. "Rest well before anything else. Next time, don't exert yourself so recklessly." "Not a chance." Lin Xingwan pouted, insisting she would lead the charge again next time. Wang Yu chuckled softly, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. "As you wish. However, you have stumbled upon great fortune this time. This sword seems connected to the annihilation sword I possess. Try to see if you can draw the entire Dragon Palace into the sword." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingwan recalled the sword god hall within Wang Yu's annihilation sword, and thus attempted as he suggested. Chapter 77. The purpose of the Dark Council. Lin Xingwan's slender fingers gently brushed over the characters Tianhai, and the sword's body immediately emanated a soft blue glow, reminiscent of moonlight shimmering upon the ocean surface. A refreshing energy coursed through her fingertips and into her being, swiftly mending the fatigue from battle. "It is healing me?" Lin Xingwan gazed in astonishment as the patterns on the sword began to illuminate. Wang Yu observed the scene thoughtfully. "It appears it has chosen you as its master." Ao Qing Shuang's dragon eyes narrowed in disbelief, her voice tinged with incredulity. The Tianhai sword had been recorded in the Dragon Palace's heritage. Who would have imagined it was the very soul of the Dragon Palace, lying dormant here all along? According to the records, the Tianhai sword originated from the void, and for millennia, no one had been able to claim it as their own. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xingwan grasped the hilt firmly. In that instant, she felt a wondrous connection between her consciousness and the entire Dragon Palace. Every pillar and every fragment of rubble became vividly palpable. "I see," she whispered. "The Dragon Palace resembles a colossal formation with the Tianhai sword as its core." Wang Yu nodded. "Try to guide the sword's power using your spatial abilities." Lin Xingwan closed her eyes in concentration, her silver hair swirling without wind. The Tianhai sword radiated a brilliant blue light, the patterns on its blade detaching and weaving in the air to form a complex three-dimensional array. The entire Dragon Palace began to tremble slightly, and the seawater rippled with an unusual rhythm. "Gather." With a soft command, the immense Dragon Palace began to twist and shrink, as if being folded into another dimension by an unseen force. Coral reefs collapsed and fish darted away in panic, yet the three figures remained steadfast in their positions. Ao Qing Shuang clutched a stone pillar tightly, her dragon tail uncontrollably revealing its true form. "This is utterly insane." At that moment, the last fragment of the Dragon Palace was drawn into the sword. A miniature illusion of the Dragon Palace appeared at the sword's guard, exquisitely crafted like a piece of art. Ao Qing Shuang slumped to the ground, staring at the empty seabed. "My home. Just like that. Do not worry." Lin Xingwan tenderly caressed the sword's body, and a diminutive model of the Dragon Palace projected forth from the sword's tip. "It merely exists in a different form and can be released at any time." Wang Yu approached the two, his gaze fixed upon the Tianhai sword. "Quite intriguing. The Sword of Annihilation conceals the Sword God's palace, while the Tianhai sword harbors the Dragon Palace. Might there be others besides these two swords?" Ao Qing Shuang struggled to her feet and solemnly bowed to Lin Xingwan. "Since the Tianhai sword recognizes you as its master, according to ancient dragon customs, You are now the new ruler of the Dragon Palace. Ah, Lin Xingwan hurriedly waved her hands. How could that be? I merely. She was interrupted by Wang Yu, who stated, she is correct. Since the Tianhai sword has chosen you, you must bear this consequence. However, he turned to Ao Qingshuang. Now that the Dragon Palace has become a mobile fortress, what are your clan's plans? Ao Qingshuang pondered for a moment. If you do not mind, our clan is willing to follow you. Though the Dragon Palace is small, it possesses unique resources that should aid in the search for the Dragon Pearl. Just as Lin Xingwan was about to decline, the Tianhai sword in her hand suddenly emitted a humming sound. Within the ethereal silhouette of the Dragon Palace etched upon the blade, 12 luminous points were discernibly scattered in various locations. Could this be the positions of the Dragon Pearls? She was taken aback to discover that one particular point radiated with exceptional brilliance, precisely indicating their current location in the Eastern Sea. Another faintly glowing point pointed northward, while the rest remained dim and ambiguous. A glint of insight flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. It appears our conjecture holds true. The Tianhai sword is indeed intertwined with the Dragon Pearls. He gestured towards the faint point in the north, signaling their next destination, the Arctic tundra. Lin Xingwan sheathed her sword, an overwhelming weight settling upon her shoulders. Yet, when she glanced at Wang Yu, she found his gaze brimming with unwavering trust. Let's proceed, he declared, turning towards the sea's expanse. Along the way, you may delve into the tomes within the Dragon Palace. Perhaps you will unearth further clues regarding them. With a firm grip on the Tianhai sword, Lin Xingwan matched Wang Yu's pace. Ao Qingshuang transformed into a silver dragon, coiling delicately around her wrist like an exquisite adornment. Shortly after their departure, the grains of sand on the seabed began to swirl unnaturally, forming a peculiar vortex. At the vortex's heart, a bloodshot eye slowly opened before vanishing in an instant. In the fathomless depths of the ocean, a strange fissure glowed with dark red runes, as if responding to an unseen call. 3 days later, in the conference room of the Sea City branch, Li Peiguang personally conferred honors upon the assembly, her gaze towards Wang Yu imbued with profound significance. The headquarters has resolved to establish a special operations team, of which you shall be the leader, reporting directly to me. Li Peiguang presented an encrypted document. We discovered this on Morse's remains. As Wang Yu opened the file, a frown creased his brow. It detailed coordinates of 6 locations worldwide, akin to the Dragon Palace's secret realm, annotated with the term spiritual energy nodes. The Dark Council is collecting dragon source crystals. Chun Ming adjusted his glasses. Were their intentions to reactivate the ancient teleportation array? Ao Qingshuang interjected, having reappeared in her human form. The information left by our ancestors indicates that these nodes are interconnected, forming a transdimensional array capable of linking this realm with others, allowing beings from those worlds to traverse here. Lin Xingwan gasped in disbelief. They intend to summon more exotic beasts? The others echoed her shock, yet Wang Yu remained composed, as though the Dark Council posed no threat to him. After the meeting concluded, Ao Qingshuang retained Wang Yu and Lin Xingwan. She produced a dragon-scale jade pendant. Benefactor, Miss Lin, this is the key to the Dragon Palace treasury. As the Dragon Palace is now entrusted to you, I implore you to accept it. Wang Yu lightly touched the scale pendant, and a beam of light enveloped them, instantly transporting the trio into the Dragon Palace treasury within the Tianhai sword. The dome of the treasury sparkled like the night sky, with countless rare treasures suspended in the air, radiating myriad spiritual glows. It appeared distinctly different from before. Lin Xingwan gazed upwards, her keen perception as a spatial ability user immediately discerning the alteration. The entire structure of the treasury had been folded by some force. The seemingly modest space was, in fact, vast and boundless. The space here, she murmured, feeling its compression. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. The Dragon Clan's mastery over space rivals your extraordinary abilities. This treasury itself is a spatial artifact. Ao Qingshuang smiled gently, raising her hand to summon a deep blue crystal that floated gracefully into Lin Xingwan's palm. This is the Void Crystal Essence, sourced from the abyssal void of the deep sea, greatly beneficial to practitioners of spatial arts. As Lin Xingwan grasped the crystal, The Tianhai sword quivered slightly. The dragon patterns along the blade glowed, actively guiding the crystal's energy into her being. In an instant, she felt her powers surge like a tidal wave. The spatial folding that once required immense effort now flowed as naturally as a breath. Wang Yu's gaze flickered. Give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xingwan waved her hand. Buzz. A silent rift in space unfolded, more stable than ever before, its edges shimmering with the unique blue aura of the Tianhai sword. With a mere thought, the rift expanded instantaneously, slicing a jade platform 10 meters away cleanly in half, its surface as smooth as a mirror. She was astonished. My spatial abilities have at least increased by 30%. Wang Yu approached, gently touching the rift with his fingertip, sensing the energy swirling within. Not only the strength, but your precision of control has also improved. The Tianhai sword is assisting you in harmonizing the power of space. It seems to understand your abilities quite well. Ao Qingxuang pondered thoughtfully. The Tianhai sword was once the essence of the Dragon Palace, which inherently possessed the ability to fold space. Perhaps it recognizes you as its master because your spatial abilities resonate with it. Lin Xingwan tightened her grip on the Tianhai sword, closing her eyes to attune herself. A refreshing energy flowed from the blade, as if responding to her thoughts. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her silver hair moving as if caught in an unseen breeze. I feel as though I can see more now. With a wave of her hand, the treasury space rippled like the surface of water. Countless suspended treasures began to classify and arrange themselves autonomously, aligning by attributes and energy levels, an intricate operation she had never achieved before. Wang Yu's lips curved into a smile. Indeed, since the Tianhai sword can amplify your abilities, your training direction is now clear. With your spatial powers combined with the sword's enhancement, you are now capable of executing the Void Sword Array. Next, I shall teach you how to wield the Void Sword Array. Lin Xingwan nodded resolutely, her eyes ignited with determination. Chapter 78. The Arctic Wasteland, the frigid winds, sharp as blades, cleaved through the eternal silence of the Arctic wasteland. The white dragon, conjured from the essence of Ao Qingxuang, threaded gracefully between the leaden clouds, etching a brilliant trail amidst the swirling snow. Wang Yu stood at the dragon's head, his robe billowing wildly in the tempest. The subtle embroidery of celestial patterns within his garment flickered like distant stars, resonating with the dark mist coiling around the scabbard of the silent sword at his waist. The mist writhed as if imbued with life, intertwining with the biting cold that surrounded them, emitting a faint sizzling sound. 120 miles to the northeast lay a glacial crevice. Lin Xingwan's voice pierced through the howling wind as she knelt on the dragon's spine, gripping the Tianhai sword tightly across her chest. The ethereal projection of the Dragon Palace upon the blade radiated an unprecedented azure brilliance, its intricate patterns pulsating like breath, guiding their path forward. Suddenly, Ao Qingxuang released a low, resonant dragon's roar, and her colossal eyes narrowed in alarm. Something was amiss. There was movement beneath the ice. With a powerful thrust of her wings, she ascended sharply, the gusts created by her flight sending snow spiraling dozens of feet into the air, resembling a white curtain unfurling. In that electrifying moment, whoosh, dozens of ink-black beams sliced through the snowy veil, each one locking onto the three figures suspended in the air. Where the beams passed, moisture in the air instantly crystallized into dark ice, producing a chilling sound that suggested the very fabric of space was being eroded. Space folding, Lin Xingwan exclaimed, her Tianhai sword describing a flawless circular arc. As the blade passed, space itself crumpled like silk in an unseen hand, forming intricate folds. The black beams refracted and diverted within the distorted space, ultimately colliding and annihilating each other, erupting in a blinding violet-black brilliance. Wang Yu's right hand gradually descended upon the hilt of the sword, his movements appearing languid yet imbued with an enigmatic rhythm. The moment his fingers fully enveloped the hilt, the world around them dimmed. With a resonant sound, the silent sword was drawn, not jarring to the ears, yet evoked the sensation of a soul being rent asunder. The dark sword aura, though not swift, bore an inescapable sense of oppression, as if time itself had come to a standstill before its edge. With a sword aura past, 7 shadowy figures, having just leaped from beneath the ice, froze in place. Their protective spells crumbled like parchment, the blood-red eyes embroidered on their black robes rapidly fading to a ghostly gray, dissipating into the air. Truly, the master of the silent sword. A raspy voice echoed from the depths of the wasteland, reminiscent of rusty iron scraping against rusty iron. A stooped figure slowly emerged, skeletal fingers entwined with dark, purple energy threads. The elder's face, etched with deep wrinkles, bore eyes that glowed with an unnatural red light. But today, you are destined to become the sacrifices of the council. The elder's staff struck the ground with force, causing the black gemstone embedded within to shatter. Countless black runes surged forth from the fissures, slithering across the ice like living creatures, swiftly enveloping 100-foot radius. The runes writhed, transforming the entire expanse of ice into a viscous black mire, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Ao Kinguan, Unyashid, Atunderos Dragon. And with a sweep of her tail, 3 streams of icy blue dragon breath surged forth. It's a corruption barrier. Do not touch that black ice. The dragon breath collided with the black ice, erupting into a blinding violet light that shattered the nearby ice pillars into fragments. Lin Xingwan felt the Tianhai sword in her hand suddenly grow scorching hot, the dragon patterns on the blade seeming to come alive, trembling gently in her palm. A peculiar clarity surged within her, and without hesitation, she leaped into the air, her sword pointed skyward, void severing. The azure sword light shot upward, splitting at a height of 100 meters into countless fine strands that cascaded down. Each strand precisely pierced a black rune, pinning it to the ice surface. The runes, impaled by the light strands, quivered violently, emitting sharp screams akin to a dying beast. Wang Yu's figure had vanished without a trace. In the next instant, he appeared like a specter behind the elder, thrusting the silent oblivion sword with fierce intent. This seemingly unremarkable strike caused the surrounding space to subtly collapse, distorting the scenery around the sword's edge. With a soft thud, the sword tip penetrated the elder's protective black mist, only to be halted by an invisible barrier upon reaching his skin. The elder turned with a sinister grin, his withered hand suddenly swelling. His nails transformed into elongated black blades, slashing towards Wang Yu's throat with such speed that they left 5 black afterimages in the air. Clang! At the critical moment, a blue light flashed. Lin Xingwan's Tianhai sword deftly intercepted this lethal strike, its spatial power shredding the black blade into fragments, producing a sound reminiscent of metal snapping, which sent chills down the spine. Space refraction? The elder stared in astonishment at his severed claws, then let out a piercing wail. Wang Yu's sword intent did not wane. After penetrating the barrier, the sword tip materialized before the elder's chest. The pitch-black blade, adorned with a drop of dark red blood, instantly froze in the frigid air. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Qingshuang brought down her dragon claw, infused with bone-chilling coldness. The frigid dragon energy surged into the elder's mind, encasing him in a grotesque ice sculpture. Wang Yu's sword tip quivered lightly, and the ice sculpture shattered into countless icy crystals, shimmering with an eerie glow in the wind. These were merely the vanguard. Wang Yu flicked away non-existent ice shards from his sword, his gaze directed towards the distant, elusive glacier canyon. The true adversary was likely already waiting at the Dragon Pearl. Lin Xingwan sheathed her sword, realizing her palms were drenched in sweat. That recent act of spatial refraction had nearly drained half of her spiritual energy, yet the results were remarkably effective. She felt a faint pulse emanating from the Tianhai sword, as if it were affirming her performance. The Tianhai sword is guiding me, she murmured, her breath condensing into frost before her. Ao Qingshuang reverted to her human form, her complexion slightly pale. My dragon kin senses have been disrupted. Beneath this ice field, something lies in slumber. She crouched down, pressing her palm against the icy surface, ancient and formidable, and awakening. The 3 exchanged glances, instinctively quickening their pace. In the swirling wind and snow, the deep glacier canyon loomed ahead like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, silently awaiting their arrival. As they drew nearer, the spiritual essence in the air thickened, each breath akin to swallowing icy water, piercing their lungs with a sharp ache. At the entrance of the canyon, 7 black stone pillars stood in a circular formation, each intricately carved with distorted human faces, their expressions twisted in agony and grotesquerie. The necromancer pillars. A.O. Qing Shuang's voice trembled slightly, recalling the dark ritual forbidden since ancient times. Wang Yu's gaze swept between the pillars, the desolation sword vibrating faintly as if sensing something. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck at the leftmost pillar with a decisive stroke, a jet-black sword energy howling forth. Boom! A blood-red barrier materialized upon the pillar's surface, forcefully blocking the strike. Simultaneously, the faces on the other 6 pillars abruptly opened their eyes, green flames flickering in their hollow sockets. Intruders of the sacred ground shall die. A raspy voice echoed from all directions, indistinguishable whether it emanated from the pillars or was merely an illusion conjured by the wind. Lin Xingwan tightened her grip on the Tianhai sword, a chilling dread creeping up her spine. I will forge the path, Wang Yu declared, stepping forward with the desolation sword held before him. Stay close. His figure suddenly blurred, and in the next moment, 7 apparitions of Wang Yu appeared before the 7 pillars, each adopting a distinct stance. 7 strands of dark sword energy simultaneously slashed forth, weaving into a net of demise in midair. Crack! The 7 pillars shattered in unison, the distorted faces emitting their final screams, dissipating into tendrils of black smoke. Yet, at the moment the pillars collapsed, the entire canyon quaked violently, a deep rumble echoing from beneath the ice, as if some colossal entity was stirring from slumber. Quickly enter, A.O. Qing Shuang urged. The shattering of the barrier will alert the guardian. The trio plunged into the canyon, halting in their tracks at the sight before them. A fist-sized blue orb floated at the canyon's center, radiating a gentle azure light. The glow was not blinding, but evoked a sense of unfathomable depth, reminiscent of gazing into an endless ocean. The space surrounding the orb warped slightly, light refracting in wondrous patterns as it passed through. Yet, more astonishing was the figure standing beneath the orb. The individual faced away from them, clad in a dark blue robe, silver hair gathered into a sleek bundle at the back of their head. They gazed up at the orb, right hand holding a translucent long sword, its blade entwined with delicate ice crystals. At last, you have arrived, the figure remarked without turning, their voice akin to the winds over the icy plains, cold and serene. I have awaited your coming for quite some time. Chapter 79. The Arrival of Baiming Han. The figure, without turning his head, spoke in a voice as frigid and serene as the winds sweeping across an icy expanse. I have awaited this moment for quite some time. Wang Yu's pupils constricted slightly as he inquired, You are Baiming Han. The man slowly turned, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage, almost otherworldly in its allure. His eyes, a pale blue reminiscent of glacial ice, exuded an unsettling chill. The sword god of the heavenly net, it is an honor to finally meet you. Baiming Han inclined his head slightly, the ice spirit's sword in his grasp emanating a cold radiance. On behalf of the Council of Shadows, I am here to obtain the Tianhai sword. Lin Xingwan felt the Tianhai sword tremble violently within its sheath, as though resonating with the ice spirit sword. Instinctively, she gripped the hilt, her gaze fixed warily upon the enigmatic man. Stepping forward, she unleashed her spatial abilities. Baiming Han, as the master of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, how could you ally yourself with the Dark Council? A cold smile curled at the corners of Baiming Han's lips. Ally? No, we merely share a common objective. His gaze shifted to the floating dragon pearl. The gate of the abyss is about to open, and you shall be the final offerings. Before his words had fully settled, the ice spirit's sword in his hand erupted with a blinding chill. The temperature within the gorge plummeted instantaneously, the ice thickening at a visible rate, while countless ice spikes surged from the ground towards the trio. Wang Yu snorted disdainfully, his sword of annihilation sweeping forth to shatter the incoming ice projectiles. However, The shattered fragments did not fall. Instead, they reformed mid-air into countless tiny ice needles, cascading down like a torrential storm. Spatial barrier. Lin Xingwan swiftly formed a seal, the Tianhai sword carving out a blue light curtain. The ice needles struck the barrier, producing a cacophony of sharp clinks. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Qing transformed into a dragon, unleashing a torrent of draconic breath towards Bai Minghan. The frigid breath collided with Bai Minghan's icy aura, coalescing in mid-air into a massive ice blossom that subsequently erupted in a resounding explosion. Wang Yu raised his sword slightly, directing the Sword of Annihilation at Bai Minghan. Is your objective the Dragon Pearl as well? Bai Minghan gracefully landed upon a protruding ice rock, his sword angled towards the ground. The Dragon Pearl is but one of the keys. Suddenly, a peculiar smile graced his lips. However, I eagerly anticipate a confrontation with you. Wang Yu's gaze remained impassive, the Sword of Annihilation vibrating subtly in response to its master's intent for battle. He slowly lifted the sword's tip, pointing it at Bai Minghan, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. You are merely a pawn. How dare you speak of the sword path? Bai Minghan's pupils constricted, the ice spirit sword radiating an intense chill as the surrounding air crystallized into myriad tiny ice shards. He sneered, arrogance. Before his words faded, his figure transformed into a streak of icy light, aimed directly at Wang Yu's heart. However, Wang Yu merely sidestepped lightly, casually sweeping the Sword of Annihilation. Clang! A dark blade of light descended like the night, instantly tearing apart Bai Minghan's icy sword energy. Bai Minghan felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. His ice spirit sword was forcefully repelled, and a faint crack appeared upon its blade. What? Bai Minghan's heart sank in terror. He had never encountered such a formidable sword intent. Wang Yu remained steadfast, his demeanor placid. Your sword is too slow. Bai Minghan gritted his teeth as a surge of frigid energy enveloped him, manifesting an expanse reminiscent of polar ice fields. Countless ice spikes coalesced from the ground and air, transforming into myriad sword shadows that descended upon Wang Yu with overwhelming force. Ice Soul, 10,000 swords returned to ruins. This strike had the potency to freeze mountains and rivers, to tear asunder the void itself. Yet, Wang Yu merely lifted his gaze slightly, and with a gentle stroke of the silent annihilation sword, he uttered a single word, break. In that instant, the obsidian sword light devoured all like an abyss. Upon contact, Bai Minghan's myriad ice swords shattered into fragments, dissipating into the air. The sword light, unrelenting, advanced toward Bai Minghan. Impossible. He hastily crossed his sword to block. But as the sword light met the ice soul sword, crack, bones shattered in response. Bai Minghan was sent hurtling back several dozen feet, crashing heavily against the rock wall, blood spurting from his mouth. In disbelief, he gazed at the broken sword in his hand, then lifted his eyes to Wang Yu, fear finally surfacing within him. Who exactly are you? Wang Yu sheathed his sword, standing tall, his gaze as profound as a chasm. I have said, your swordsmanship is insignificant. Bai Minghan's face drained of color as he grasped the chasm between them, a gulf as vast as the heavens. Struggling to rise, he gritted his teeth, declaring, I shall remember this humiliation. With that, he transformed into a streak of cold light, hastily fleeing. Lin Xingwan and Ao Qing stared in astonishment at the scene. The master of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Bai Minghan, had fallen to Wang Yu in less than 3 moves? Wang Yu offered a faint smile. The path of the sword is indeed boundless. He turned his gaze toward the suspended dragon pearl, eyes deepening with resolve. Now it was time to address the true dilemma. Wang Yu raised his hand, and the silent annihilation sword transformed into a wisp of black light, retreating into his being. He advanced toward the floating dragon pearl, each step sending ripples of pale golden light beneath his feet. Suddenly, Lin Xingwan grasped his arm. Wait, the energy field surrounding the dragon pearl is amiss. No sooner had she spoken than the dragon pearl began to tremble violently, blood-red patterns emerging upon its surface. The entire gorge quaked as ice layers from the rock walls shattered and fell. Ha ha! Bai Minghan's voice echoed from all directions. yet his form remained hidden. Thank you for helping me activate the true sacrifice. Ao Qingxuang lashed her dragon tail, shattering the falling ice spikes. This is a trap. Those blood patterns are ancient forbidden spells. The dragon pearl erupted with blinding bloodlight, 3 bloodlines shooting forth like living entities toward the trio. Wang Yu, with a deft motion of his sword, struck at the bloodlines. Yet the sword energy pierced through them as though they were intangible. These bloodlines were soul locks impervious to physical assault. Be careful. Lin Xingwan's Tianhai sword slashed open a spatial rift, attempting to divert the bloodlines. However, the moment the bloodlines touched the rift, they split apart, transforming into hundreds of finer strands that ensnared from all angles. Wang Yu's eyes glowed with golden light, ancient runes manifesting densely around him. Just as the blood strands were about to reach him, a clear, melodious sword cry resonated from within the dragon pearl. Suddenly, the bloodstains on the surface of the dragon pearl were violently torn apart from within by some unseen force, and a pure blue light emerged. The blood threads twisted dramatically as if they had encountered a nemesis, retracting fiercely around the dragon pearl. Bei Mingan's cold smirk abruptly transformed into one of astonishment and fury. How is this possible? How could there be? Wang Yu seized this fleeting moment, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture that pointed at his forehead. A golden sword intent, refined to perfection, shot forth from his brow, precisely piercing the crack on the surface of the dragon pearl. With a crisp snap, the outer shell of the dragon pearl shattered completely. To everyone's astonishment, a 3-inch-long, crystalline small sword floated inside, its blade adorned with flowing, wave-like patterns. This is Ao Qingxuang's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 80. The heart of the heavenly sea. In the fleeting moment when the dragon pearl shattered, the diminutive 3-inch sword transformed into a streak of luminous light, hurtling directly toward Lin Xingwan's forehead. Xingwan. Wang Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he reached out to intercept it. Yet, to his astonishment, the radiant beam penetrated his palm effortlessly and embedded itself into Lin Xingwan's brow. Lin Xingwan was seized by a violent tremor, her eyes abruptly losing focus. The heavenly sea sword slipped from her grasp, but before it could touch the ground, it levitated mysteriously, its blade radiating an unprecedented azure brilliance. This is the inheritance of the sword's heart. Ao Qingxuang's dragon pupils constricted. The essence of the heavenly sea sword was concealed within the dragon pearl. Wang Yu's brow furrowed, his right hand pressing against Lin Xingwan's back as a gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed into her. However, as soon as his energy entered, it was repelled by an exceedingly sharp sword intent, causing his fingers to tingle. No, the inheritance has commenced. External forces cannot intervene. Wang Yu said in a low voice. Qingxuang, be vigilant of our surroundings. Bai Minghan will not relent. As if to validate his words, the sky above the canyon suddenly darkened. Thick, ominous clouds gathered at a visible pace, and within the cloud layers, countless crimson runes flickered ominously. The 9 nether-cold prison formation. Ao Qingxuang's dragon tail swayed restlessly. Bai Minghan had indeed summoned the Dark Council's formidable formation. Wang Yu lifted his gaze to the heavens, golden light swirling in his eyes. In his vision, each stroke of those blood-red runes harbored a terrifying curse potent enough to transform the surrounding area into a wasteland. Ho-impi-ho, mia-tifis. He scoffed softly, raising his right hand as his finger pointed like a sword, unleashing a jet-black sword intent that soared into the sky. The sword energy, like an ink dragon, cleaved through the air, shattering the crimson runes in its wake. Yet, rather than vanishing, the fragments morphed into an even greater multitude of smaller runes, swarming toward the sword energy and gradually eroding it. Intriguing. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Yu's eyes. This formation was capable of consuming spiritual energy to rejuvenate itself. Ha! Bai Minghan's voice echoed from the clouds, laced with twisted delight. Wang Yu, no matter how transcendent your sword path may be, you shall not breach my 9 nether-cold prison formation today. Once the heavenly sea sword's heart merges with that girl, your demise shall be imminent. Wang Yu's expression remained unchanged, his right hand slightly unfurling as 5 strands of golden sword energy, as fine as hair, quietly emerged, swirling gently in his palm. Qing Shuang, protect Xingwan, he murmured softly. I shall confront this so-called formidable formation. Before his words faded, Wang Yu's figure vanished from his spot. In the next instant, a deafening explosion reverberated from the sky, causing the entire cloud layer to tremble violently, with countless crimson runes cascading like rain. Ao Qingshuang swiftly coiled around Lin Xingwan, forming a protective circle with her dragon body. She gazed anxiously at Lin Xingwan. The girl was ensconced in a blue cocoon of light, her face contorted in agony, cold sweat continuously beating on her forehead. Hold on, Xingwan. Ao Qingshuang whispered. The heart of the heavenly sea is a legacy of the ancient sword immortals. The process of inheritance is perilous, but if successful. Her words were abruptly cut short as her dragon pupils snapped to the left. 3 figures appeared at an unknown moment, 100 meters away, the foremost being the formidable Bai Minghan, wielding a half-broken ice soul sword. Behind him stood 2 cloaked individuals, one grasping a skeletal staff, the other shouldering a blood-red long knife. Princess Ao Qingshuang, Bai Minghan sneered. Surrender the girl and the Tianhai sword heart, and I may consider sparing your life. Ao Qingshuang's dragon form tensed, a blinding bolt of lightning gathering in her mouth. Bai Minghan, you have betrayed the righteous path and colluded with the Dark Council. Retribution from the heavens will befall you. Heaven's retribution? Bai Minghan scoffed, as if he had heard a jest. Within this 9 nether-cold prison formation, I am the heavens. With a sudden flourish of his hand, the 2 cloaked figures sprang into action simultaneously. As the skeletal staff swung, countless vengeful spirits howled forth. The blood-red knife cleaved through the air, unleashing a crimson arc that tore through the earth, aimed directly at Ao Qingshuang. She roared mightily, unleashing a torrent of lightning that collided with the blood arc, resulting in a violent explosion. Yet, the vengeful spirits surged through the remnants of the blast, coiling around her dragon form like a malignant curse. As the spirits invaded her body, Ao Qingshuang emitted a pained howl, her dragon scales visibly dimming. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Minghan lunged forward, the ice soul sword thrust towards Ao Qingshuang's dragon eye. At that critical moment, a blue light barrier suddenly unfurled, intercepting the full force of Bai Minghan's strike. Behind the barrier, Lin Xingwan had inexplicably opened her eyes, her pupils swirling with rippling sword light. Bai Minghan, her voice resonated ethereally, as if a multitude of voices spoke in unison. You shall perish. The Tianhai sword flew into her grasp, its blade radiating a brilliant blue light. With a gentle flick of her wrist, a crescent-shaped sword aura swept forth, obliterating the vengeful spirits and shattering the blood arc in its path. Bai Minghan stumbled back in fright, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible! How could you have merged with the Tianhai sword heart so swiftly? Lin Xingwan offered no reply. She glanced at her hands before looking skyward. There, Wang Yu was single-handedly battling the entire 9 nether-cold prison formation, each sword strike altering the very fabric of the world. So this is the way of the sword, she murmured softly, her voice regaining its steadiness. Qingshuang, are you all right? Ao Qingshuang managed to lift her head slightly. I'm fine. Xingwan Yu, I'm unharmed, Lin Xingwan replied with a faint smile. In fact, I have never felt better. She reached out, gently tapping Ao Qingshuang's forehead, channeling a stream of blue sword energy into the dragon maiden, instantly purifying the vengeful spirits. Ao Qingshuang's scales regained their luster, her injuries visibly mending. Space and the way of the sword, Lin Xingwan mused, observing the silver rippling waves in her left palm and the blue sword energy entwining her right hand. So this is how it can be. Seeing this, Bai Minghan's expression fluctuated between gloom and fury. Suddenly, he bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto the half-broken ice soul sword. Elders, lend me your strength. The 2 cloaked figures immediately positioned themselves behind him, their energies intertwining in an eerie unity. The broken sword in Bai Minghan's grasp voraciously absorbed the essence of blood. astonishingly regenerating into a blade of ice crystals, albeit cloaked in a ghastly crimson hue, exuding a nauseating stench. The blood sacrifices the sword devours all life. Bai Minghan bellowed, directing the blood-soaked blade towards Lin Xingwan Dai. A sanguine rainbow streaked through the air, leaving minute fissures in its wake. This strike encapsulated the combined might of three formidable warriors, further augmented by the 9 nether-cold prison formation, its power transcending the comprehension of ordinary cultivators. Yet, Lin Xingwan remained unfazed. Her left hand traced a circle while her right wielded the sword. The silver force of space interwove with the azure sword energy before her, coalescing into an extraordinary shield. Its surface rippled like water, yet within it churned an endless flow of sword intent. Void sword domain, she murmured. The blood rainbow collided with the shield, erupting in blinding brilliance. Astonishingly, the seemingly indomitable blood rainbow was gradually consumed by the shield, ultimately vanishing without a trace. What? Bai Minghan gaped in disbelief. This is impossible. Lin Xingwan afforded him no time to react. She stepped forward, her figure vanishing enigmatically from sight, only to reappear behind Bai Minghan. The Tianhai sword glided effortlessly, severing Bai Minghan's right arm at the shoulder. He shrieked in agony, fleeing in desperation. The two cloaked figures, witnessing this, immediately invoked secret techniques to escape. Want to run? Lin Xingwan grasped with her left hand, instantly solidifying the space within 100 meters. The two black-cloaked figures became ensnared like insects trapped in amber, their movements slowing to a crawl. Just as she was about to wield her sword, an ethereal sword sound resonated from above. Looking up, she beheld Wang Yu, poised upon the clouds with the demise sword, its tip directed at the 9 nether-cold prison formation, which shattered like glass. Break! Wang Yu uttered softly. At his word, the ominous clouds dissipated instantaneously, sunlight cascading anew into the canyon. The blood-red runes melted away as if touched by searing flames, vanishing in an instant. Bai Minghan, his face ashen, seized the opportunity while Lin Xingwan was momentarily distracted, shattering a black jade talisman. A plume of black smoke erupted, enveloping him and the two cloaked figures, vanishing in an instant. Wang Yu descended gracefully, casting a glance at the direction of Bai Minghan's retreat, yet chose not to pursue. He turned to Lin Xingwan, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. You have fused with the essence of the Tianhai sword? Lin Xingwan nodded, the Tianhai sword trembling lightly in her hand, seemingly responding to her will. Not merely fused. I believe I have come to understand something. With her left hand wielding the power of space, and her right the sword energy of Tianhai, the two slowly approached one another. In the moment before contact, an extraordinary wave emanated, causing both Wang Yu and Ao Qingshuang to feel a sudden pang in their hearts. The amalgamation of space and swordsmanship. Wang Yu pondered. Indeed, legend spoke of an existence known as the Void Swordmaster. Lin Xingwan endeavored to merge the two powers, yet suddenly her expression shifted, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. The silver and blue energies swiftly separated, retreating to their respective realms. No, this is still too taxing, Wang Yu asserted, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Though the essence of the Tianhai sword recognizes you as its master, complete mastery will require time, not to mention the fusion with spatial abilities. Ao Qingshuang had regained her human form, yet her complexion remained somewhat pale. Xingwan, your earlier move, Void Sword Domain, was truly remarkable. Given time, you shall surely surpass all previous sword masters of Tianhai. Lin Xingwan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. I sense that the Tianhai sword harbors many secrets. Regarding the Guishu, the Dark Council, and another sword, the Ice Soul Sword? Ao Qingshuang inquired. Lin Xingwan shook her head. No, it is another one, known as Guishu. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu furrowed his brow. The Guishu sword is said to be one of the keys capable of unlocking the Guishu gate. It appears the Dark Council's intentions are quite clear. At that moment, Lin Xingwan suddenly swayed, and the Tianhai sword slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Wang Yu, quick on his feet, caught her, only to discover that the young girl had succumbed to unconsciousness. The inheritance has taken a toll, he murmured, examining her pulse. She needs rest. A.O. Qingxuang picked up the Tianhai sword, astonished to see that its patterns had changed, now adorned with silver threads that meandered through the blue ripples like fissures in space. Wang Yu, look. She handed the sword to Wang Yu. The sword is evolving. Wang Yu gazed intently at the Tianhai sword, golden light swirling in his eyes. It is not the sword that is evolving. It is the sword master who influences it. The spatial abilities are transforming the very essence of the Tianhai sword. This is unprecedented. He secured the Tianhai sword and lifted Lin Xingwan into his arms. We must leave this place. With Lin Xingwan cradled, Wang Yu leapt onto the dragon's back, while A.O. Qingxuang let out a long chant and soared into the sky. Shortly after their departure, a rift suddenly split open in the canyon, and a figure cloaked in black emerged slowly. The heart of the Tianhai sword has finally manifested. The cloaked figure spoke in a hoarse voice, raising a hand to caress the space torn asunder by sword energy. Interesting, it has indeed fused with the power of space. Looking toward the eastern sea, the eyes beneath the hood glimmered with a crimson light. The Guishu Gate is about to open, and this time, no one shall stand in our way. Chapter 81. Storms over the northern sea, the tumultuous waves of the eastern sea crashed against the rocky shore. As A.O. Qingxuang transformed into a silver dragon, soaring through the clouds, Wang Yu, cradling the unconscious Lin Xingwan upon the dragon's head, felt a slight tremor in the sword of annihilation in his hand, as if it were sensing something. The northern sea sword pavilion. Wang Yu cast his gaze northward, noting how swiftly Bei Minghan had fled. A.O. Qingxuang's dragon whiskers fluttered, although the northern sea sword pavilion appears independent. It has long been infiltrated by the Dark Council. Our mission is of no concern. Wang Yu traced the edge of the sword with his fingertip, a droplet of blood seeping into the blade, ensuring it would capture everything. 3 days later, in the frigid expanse of the northern sea, a palace, entirely constructed of dark ice, towered atop a glacier, its sword-shaped spire piercing the heavens. This was the Northern Sea Sword Pavilion, surrounded by a 100-mile radius of formidable sword energy. Any ordinary cultivator who approached would be shredded by the invisible sword intent. Something is amiss. A.O. Qingxuang reverted to human form, frost clinging to her silver armor, and to his astonishment, the protective mountain formation had completely dissipated. Wang Yu squinted. In his line of sight, the entire sword pavilion was shrouded in a 9-layered blood-red sword curtain, each layer composed of countless slender blood-red sword energies. This was indeed the pavilion's renowned 9-fold dark ice sword prison. It seemed that Bei Minghan had fully sacrificed the pavilion to the Dark Council. Wang Yu let out a cold laugh. This formation had been tainted by malevolent sorcery. Lin Xingwan had now awakened, though her complexion remained pale. The Tianhai sword in her grasp sensed the aura of the Ice Soul sword, emitting a clear, resonant cry. I can feel the Ice Soul sword lamenting. Lin Xingwan pressed her palm to her chest, sensing that it was being corroded by some sinister force. Wang Yu raised the sword of annihilation to his chest. Stay close to me. With a single step forward, he darted like lightning towards the main gate of the pavilion. The gatekeeper had no time to react before being knocked unconscious by the invisible sword energy. An enemy assault. The alarm rang out, and hundreds of disciples from the pavilion surged from all directions. What was chillingly horrifying was that these disciples had blood-red eyes and black viscous fluid seeping from their mouths, clearly under the control of dark sorcery. Kill! At the command of the leading disciple, hundreds of blood-red sword energies wove together into a net, descending upon the three. A.O. Qingxuang roared, forming seals with her hands, dragon shield of raging waves. A cerulean light barrier unfurled, intercepting the blood-red sword net, yet cracks soon appeared, indicating it would not hold for long. Lin Xingwan unsheathed the Tianhai sword, its blade cutting through the air in a graceful arc break. The blue sword energy surged forth like crashing waves, instantly dispersing dozens of control disciples. Yet, countless more continued to rush forward undeterred. Wang Yu had yet to draw his sword. He touched his fingertip to his brow, a golden sword seal materializing, annihilation. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. Countless beams of golden sword light erupted from his being, each piercing precisely through the brow of a disciple. Strangely, as these disciples fell, wisps of black mist escaped from their crowns, purified by the golden sword light. Wang Yu, Lin Xingwan stared in shock at the scene. Did you already know they were under control? Bei Minghan has been feeding the Ice Soul sword with their lifeblood. Wang Yu sheathed his sword. There was no saving them. The trio fought their way to the main hall of the pavilion. The grand gate suddenly swung open. A dense and pungent scent of blood assaulted the senses. In the center of the hall, Bei Minghan sat immersed in a pool of blood, his remaining left hand gripping the now entirely black Ice Soul sword. Floating within the blood pool were dozens of desiccated corpses, all clad in the garb of the Sword Pavilion elders. You have arrived, Bei Minghan declared, his eyes opening to reveal slitted pupils, perfectly attuned to the blood required to consecrate the sword. He leapt violently from the blood pool. The Ice Soul sword cleaving through the air, emanating a crimson glow that stretched for 100 yards. This strike was magnitudes more potent than during their earlier encounter in the canyon, causing the very fabric of space to fracture with dark fissures where the sword passed. Wang Yu finally unsheathed his sword. The moment the Desolation sword was drawn, it seemed as if all the light within the grand hall was consumed. The interplay of black and gold sword light shattered Bei Minghan's sanguine radiance as if it were mere paper. Impossible! Bei Minghan howled in fury. I have sacrificed the entire sword pavilion. How can you? Wang Yu did not afford him the opportunity to finish his sentence. With a delicate stroke, the Desolation sword traced a fine line across Bei Minghan's neck. The expression of the North Sea Sword Pavilion's master froze, his mouth opening in a silent gasp. This sword shall send you to hell, Wang Yu declared, sheathing his blade. Bei Minghan's body began to disintegrate, first his skin, then his muscles and bones, until even his soul was reduced to dust. Only the pitch-black Ice Soul sword clattered to the ground, its blade marred by cracks. Lin Xingwan was about to step forward when Wang Yu suddenly grasped her arm. Wait! The Ice Soul sword trembled violently, black viscous fluid seeping from its fissures. A raspy voice emanated from the sword. Wang Yu, do you believe this is the end? The gate of the return to nothingness will surely open. And when it does, Wang Yu plunged his sword into the Ice Soul sword's body. Enough! A piercing scream erupted from within the blade as the black liquid was entirely absorbed by the Desolation sword. When Wang Yu withdrew his sword, the Ice Soul sword had regained its crystalline clarity, though it was evident that its spirit had been purified. Ao Qingshuang picked up the Ice Soul sword, her eyes widening in astonishment. The memories within the sword reveal that the Dark Council has already found the fourth key, the return to nothingness sword. Suddenly, Lin Xingwan clutched her forehead as the Tianhai sword unsheathed itself, resonating with the Ice Soul sword. The lights of the two swords intertwined, projecting a map into the air, the location of the gate of the return to nothingness. Ah, I see. Wang Yu mused. Only when the four swords are gathered can the gate be opened. We already possess three. The Dark Council will surely stop at nothing to seize them. At that moment, the entire sword pavilion began to shake violently. The walls, constructed of profound ice, developed spiderweb-like cracks, and the ceiling began to collapse. The pavilion is going to collapse. Ao Qingguang exclaimed urgently. Bei Minghan activated a self-destruct array before his demise. Wang Yu grasped each of them by the hand. We must go. As the trio burst from the hall, the sword pavilion crumbled behind them. What was most horrifying was that from the wreckage emerged countless blood-red humanoid monstrosities, formed from sword energy and the embodiment of resentment, emitting piercing shrieks. Sword resentment. Lin Xingwan's face paled. These are the manifestations of the sacrificed one's grievances. Wang Yu snorted coldly, the Desolation sword slicing through the air. A dark rift appeared before them. Enter, he commanded, through the rift in space. The three individuals materialized on a small island at the edge of the North Sea. In the distance, the location of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was shrouded by a crimson storm, where countless vengeful spirits of swords could be faintly discerned swirling within. This is troublesome. Ao Qingshuang furrowed her brow. knowing that those spirits would attack any passing cultivators. However, Wang Yu gazed towards the east, sensing an even greater calamity approaching. The horizon was engulfed in dense clouds, from which a colossal skeletal ship emerged. At the bow stood a figure clad in black robes, wielding a staff made of bones. It was the mysterious person who had previously appeared in the canyon. This was one of the 4 esteemed members of the Dark Council, known as Yuncheng. Wang Yu tightened his grip on the Sword of Oblivion, realizing that he had come to reap the benefits of others' efforts. Lin Xingwan suddenly pressed her forehead. The sword of the sky, sea trembling violently. Something more terrifying is awakening. The surface of the sea suddenly roiled, and a massive whirlpool appeared beneath the skeletal ship. At the center of the whirlpool, the outline of a bronze giant gate could be discerned. The gate of the abyss was manifesting ahead of schedule. Yu Ming, the swordmaster, raised his staff high and laughed maniacally. Ha ha! The resonance of the 3 swords indeed summons the abyss. Wang Yu, I thank you for your assistance. Wang Yu's pupils contracted. It was a trap.